I was born into a noble family with a long and storied history. At the age of 3 I received my first sword as a gift and dreamed of becoming a knight. For years I trained like a man possessed. I accomplished many great deeds and was granted the title of knight by His Majesty. I was blessed by the goddess with the heart of a dragon and a valiant spirit. By the age of 60 I had personally slain over 700,000 monsters and become the king of a nation. At 100 I sacrificed myself to destroy the monster's dimensional gate for the peace of my country. The monsters may think I am trapped in here, but they are mistaken. It's not me who's trapped with them, it's them who are trapped in here with me. They will have no way to escape but to face me. After I spent over 200 years in the monster's den and overwhelmingly crushed the demon king, sending him to the afterlife, a strange gate suddenly appeared. And that's when I met these fragile mortals. Well, enough with the pointless stories, let's begin. I was reincarnated into a fantasy world. That was the first sentence the newborn baby who had just opened his eyes registered. He looked around, confused by everything. A quiet ceiling illuminated by a faint candle flame instead of bright LED lights. This is a fantasy world. A place far more primitive compared to Earth. It seemed to be the mansion of a rather wealthy family. The boy at the time thought it was a pretty decent place to be reincarnated, especially for someone like him. A homeless orphan who had died from overwork. There was another reason he thought he had been born into a wealthy family. It was because the child's mother was incredibly beautiful. Thankfully, it seemed he would have no trouble with his love life here. 3 years passed in a flash and the boy began to grow curious about the world outside. He brought over a chair to look out the attic window. It was the first time he had seen the outside world through a window beyond his small cradle. Captivated by the landscape that unfolded before him, the boy couldn't help but marvel. This really is another world. The world beyond the cradle was indeed vast, but I was still just a child. However, his little expedition was cut short when he was discovered by a maid. She rushed over and lifted him off the chair. "Young master, that's dangerous. Your father, His Grace the Archduke, will be angry." And so he was carried downstairs. He learned that his family was of the Archduke's lineage. The family's fame was known throughout the kingdom. He was the son of Archduke Dragonia of the Lion H Kingdom, and so I too held the title of Duke. When I turned 8 I held a sword for the first time. I began to learn swordsmanship to become a knight of the kingdom in the future. A knight in this fantasy world, I would be able to use sword key and ore as well, and my master was a knight dispatched from the palace, none other than the paladin Sir Gotik. The kind-looking man smiled gently and said, "This must be the will of the goddess. Teaching this child will surely bear great fruit. It is a pleasure to meet you, Leon." He was curious about the man's title of paladin, but he was more excited about the training. "I'm in your care, Sir Gotik." But who would have known that this would be the prelude to a hellish training regimen? He gritted his teeth as he dragged stones, occasionally muttering that damn Gotik's name. This is no different from child abuse, and by the time he was 14 he realized that paladins were truly monsters in human skin, and that being recognized as one was extremely difficult. You had to complete missions through training, build experience and honor, and become a knight of the kingdom. You had to be chosen by the Holy Grail and receive the holy water. Moreover, as the son of the Dragonia family, he had to acquire all the knowledge necessary to become the Archduke. Gotik instructed the boy as their swords clashed. "Keep your eyes on your opponent until the very end," but during his training to become a paladin the lessons to succeed the Archduke only piled up. "If there really is a god in the heavens above, I wish they would come down and save me, even though I'm an atheist." Before long the boy turned 16, they must be somewhere around here. He searched for the demon's whereabouts, trudging through the rain. He wandered the world to become a paladin, recognized by the goddess for carrying out his duties. But how does one receive the goddess's recognition? Just diligently perform good deeds and build a reputation and the goddess will soon come to you. It sounded utterly absurd. In a nearby village, monsters had invaded and knights were struggling to hold them back to protect the people behind them. "Oh great goddess, please watch over us." Despite such words, there were countless opportunities to wield his own sword and fight. Looking at the scene before him, he realized this was the very reason he had been most worried. "You foolish monsters, how dare you invade the territory of this kingdom with your filthy bare feet?" Before it could react, he cleanly sliced the monster in two. The thing he had always worried about was that his beloved kingdom had too many enemies. In the year he turned 20, that was when he met the goddess for the first time. The goddess was beautiful and radiant, merciful and generous. Her voice echoed, "You are Leon Dragonia, son of the House of Dragonia." At that moment he finally knew for sure that they had not been lying. She truly was a goddess. The goddess floated in midair and spoke to the kneeling young man. "I shall grant you a mission so that you may prove your honor and faith." Leon quickly replied, "I accept your command, Goddess Ariana." From then on, Sir Leon's faith in the gods grew stronger. The goddess was real, and after years of working like a slave he finally became a paladin. Afterward he wiped out monsters one after another and even slayed demons. He annihilated hordes of orcs, cut down swarms of goblins, and even dealt with wicked heretics. Eventually he became a knight commander of the kingdom, which gave him the authority to lead other knights. The number of orcs he had slaughtered was estimated to be around 700,000. These damn greenskins. Suddenly he felt strangely refreshed. Sir Leon, aged 35, His Majesty Lion H, who was a living god and a demigod, passed away. This tragedy occurred after he fell in battle against a demon king summoned by the Empire. Dealing with orcs was already a big enough headache, and now these damn demons were running rampant everywhere. This is precisely why humans must live with faith and belief in the gods. Setting aside those damn mages from the Empire for now, a paladin had to be chosen to succeed His Majesty Lion H, who had honorably sacrificed himself, and in the midst of that chaos the goddess of light appeared and said, "Paladin Leon Dragonia, my faithful knight, you have succeeded in becoming a symbol of honor and faith." The goddess descended among the knights and chose Sir Leon. Leon respectfully accepted the goddess's choice. At the time, Leon was honored but exhausted, yet he could not disappoint the people of the kingdom and the knights under his command. Thus, Leon absorbed the power of the divine treasure received from the goddess, the lion's heart, and swore to protect the Holy Grail. And so Leon became Archduke Dragonia and succeeded the throne to become the king of the Lion H kingdom. In the year Leon turned 80, many things had happened. There was the great war with the orcs, and a swarm of foolish hunched goblins evolved into an archdemon. And the Empire made everything more complicated. The Empire's Academy of Mages continued to conduct experiments. All this happened because those bastards from the Empire accepted those damn heretics from the north. How dare they flee from the gods, such incompetent, pathetic fools. This is what you get for giving human rights to those who don't even have the strength to be slaves. I should have wiped them all out. In the year Leon turned 96, those damn Imperials finally did it. Inside a gloomy room, ancient runes permeated every corner. Then a figure resembling a wicked witch shrieked piercingly, "We offer 3 million lives as a sacrifice, please grant our wish." That bastard of an emperor had crossed the line. That damn fool who always said he didn't want to die killed himself along with the 3 million citizens of the capital, summoning the Lord of Chaos in the heart of the city. Finally, Leon raised his holy sword, still wet with the blood of his enemies, and summoned his knights. The bloodstains of orcs he had slain last year gleamed faintly on the blade. March on the Empire. Leon, age 121 at this time, he did his best, but unfortunately, contrary to his wishes, the world was destroyed. Leon tried to defeat all evil with every ounce of divine power on the continent, but he could not succeed. The 100-year-old king, who still possessed the skills of his prime, knelt before the fallen. He said to his aide, "Sir Aaron, raise your head. Your father sacrificed himself with honor and is now with the gods on high. All troops, look before you. Do you hear the sound of those savage enemies that shakes the heavens and the earth?" Within that booming, morale-boosting voice was a heart filled with sorrow for the gods. "O gods, your warhorses tremble in fear." The women try to bury their cries deep in their hearts, and the children swallow their tears. The younger generation holds a faint flame of resistance in their hands, and the knights strive to plant seeds of hope in this blood-soaked wasteland. Leon pointed at the demons before him and said, "Do you hear them, who took my brothers, who took those I love? Do you hear the sound of those enemies who greedily covet everything in their path but my goddess? The master of this holy sword, this holy spear, and this holy grail," Leon proudly proclaimed. "Rage, rage until the very last moment. Direct that rage toward the fools lost in illusions of glory. I, your knight, will not be able to stop this evil that has spread to the horizon's edge. Remember, as long as honor remains, we are not defeated." After his gallant speech, Leon drew his spear from his dimensional storage. His eyes were filled with resolve, and his heart was set only on the gods. "O goddess, my goddess, what is this foolish knight to do? For the goddess, for honor, for Lion H." He led his army, opened the gates, and faced the enemy. The goddess's voice flowed into Leon's subconscious. "O my knight, my beloved honorable knight, your goddess will be by your side until the very end, my knight." In the wind, thick with the stench of blood, he looked at the enemy before him and shouted his command, "All troops, attention, advance!" That winter, we fought our final battle against the tens of thousands of demons that filled this land. Savage slaves were used as human shields, and while my knights, armed with spears and shields, sacrificed themselves honorably alongside those valiant warriors, the one chosen by the gods from among the temples fought alone against the demons until the very end. Leon tore countless demon kings and demon generals to shreds, showing those bastards the power of a paladin. In the year he turned 217, the winter was not yet over, and as he turned 231, 234, and 256, Leon destroyed the last demonic gate. They had nowhere left to run, not in this world. His armor had lost its luster from countless battles, big and small. As Leon's gaze swept over the monsters and demonic beasts behind him, they trembled in fear. "You vile and base minions of demons, now you will be trapped here with me, and I will wipe every last one of you out right here in this world." That's right, it's not me who's trapped, it's those bastards who are trapped in here with me. These damn scoundrels. And so Leon reached the age of 300, and his journey to annihilate all demons and monsters was not yet over. Now, no matter how colossal the demon, meeting him meant certain death. There was no way to survive. "Ms. Harry, are you all right?" "Yes, what is it?" The people were horrified by the sight of a massive blood-dripping head before them. He had taken down an archdemon in a single blow. Seeing the clean cut on the neck and the frozen expression on its open-mouthed face, the people looked back at the young man before them. A strange young man said, "Awaken, hero. There is no more time. Awaken." The two people behind him asked, puzzled, "Who are you?" Leon, without a stitch of clothing on, held his sword firmly and proudly announced his name. "I am the king of Lion H, the knight of knights, the one who carries the faith and will of the temples. I am Leon Dragonia Lion H." The girl named Harry was so surprised by the unfamiliar name and the unimaginably great power that she could not close her mouth. And so, in Leon's 300th year, he met the mortals and the Night King returned. A gate opened in the middle of Seoul. It was a black gate of unknown rank. The Korean Hunter Association and the World Hunter Association requested major guilds to participate in the raid, but the request was refused as no one knew the gate's difficulty level. In the end, the government ordered the Hunter Association to enter first. It was essentially a death sentence, and what the people saw inside was a naked man who had single-handedly dealt with all the monsters, large and small, their corpses littering the ground. Just then, Jansu's voice pulled her out of her recollection of the scene. "You must be tired," Jansu said, kindly offering Harry a cup of coffee. She said thank you and took the cup from his hand. "What's the situation?" she replied. "No one believes it." Hearing this, Jansu wasn't very surprised. It was understandable. It was a black demonic gate and there was even an archdemon inside. Returning alive without the help of other guilds was a miracle in itself, but to have cleared it completely, well, that was truly impossible. It was all thanks to one person, and that young man was right here. He was staring intently at the person before him with a displeased expression. The people outside broke into a cold sweat at his gaze. Is he a survivor? From that gate? Yes, a survivor from another world. There have been a few cases like this before. Humans can survive inside gates, but the gates that have appeared worldwide for the past 30 years share many similarities. The theme of these gates is a world on the brink of collapse or one that has already fallen. Sometimes survivors return to Earth with unimaginable power gained from the demon world. This is the main reason why the government always tries to appease survivors and recruit them. We must recruit him, no matter what it takes. That man, he's unbelievably strong. If so, then by any means necessary. Even an A-rank hunter must risk their life when fighting a high-level demonic beast. He slew an archdemon in a single blow. A monster that even the most seasoned S-rank hunters fear. Not only did he handle it cleanly and swiftly, but think about the moment that monster's head dropped right in front of us. He completely overwhelmed it. However, my biggest concern right now is the cultural difference. Judging by the way he talks about himself, he's definitely royalty or something of that nature. I think he'll be fine. What makes you say that? Harry assessed him, feeling a bit awkward. I could feel it in his voice. He's a really good person. Before she could finish her sentence, Leon, who was on the other side of the soundproof room, shouted in a fit of rage. "You lowly commoner!" The sound of shattering glass followed his shout, startling everyone. The glass said to be able to withstand a monster broke. "What?" Leon radiated an aura of fury from his entire body. "How dare you defile the noble name of Leon H.?" Jansu couldn't help but question his life as he witnessed the scene before him. "A really good person, you say?" Harry replied in a fluster. "Ah, that must be a cultural difference. Probably, Chief. To understand why Leon was so angry, we have to go back 15 minutes, to when the two were still talking peacefully." Leon was lost in thought. It was a strange feeling. It was only natural. He had been an orphan who died from overwork in his 20s. He was then reincarnated into another world, becoming a king and a knight of a kingdom for over a century, after conquering the demon world. Leon spent 200 years hunting monsters for a total of 300 years. The fact that he still had some memory of modern-day Korea was somewhat of a relief. The person across from him spoke first. "Hello, you must be Mr. Leon Dragonia Leon H." Leon sized up the man, evaluating him. Even so, revealing the fact that he was once an earthling would do him no good. So he cast his pre-reincarnation self to the back of his mind. Wasn't a king and knight who lived for 300 years in another world far better than some guy who died from overwork in his 20s? Thus, drawing on his experience as a king, he made a quick decision after several centuries. He looked at the man with a displeased expression and said, "Address me as your majesty, you country bumpkin." Seeing Leon's arrogant expression, the young man froze on the spot. The man had no choice but to bow his head. Leon was a little surprised to see that. This guy is actually listening to me. Is he really a good person, or is the government just being cautious in its approach to survivors like me? The young man with glasses stammered, "So there was a clash with our hunters in the Black Gate, that is your majesty's world, and your majesty took care of all those demonic beasts, is that correct?" Leon didn't deny it, and replied, "That is correct. Have you forgotten?" Hearing that, the young man with glasses was flustered. "I'm sorry, but what do you mean?" "I mean that I took care of all the demons and upheld the honor of the knights. I shall appoint you as my temporary scribe and grant you the privilege of recording this noble event." The young man with glasses' face stiffened upon hearing that. Yes, I understand. The cultural difference is killing me. Anyway, Leon tilted his head and spoke subtly. "Is there no etiquette for welcoming royalty here?" What this meant was, "I'm hungry, so serve me." Hearing this, he hastily made a phone call. "You must be feeling empty." I mean you must be hungry, so I will prepare a meal for you right away, and please explain about this world." Leon needed to find out what had happened on Earth since he had disappeared. The young man with glasses adjusted his glasses. Yes, I will explain. The nightmare began suddenly 3 years ago. Gates started opening up all over the world. Monsters and demons began to appear. We've been in a constant state of emergency ever since. After countless failures, we realized that each gate has a theme and a mission that needs to be cleared, and if even one gate isn't cleared, a dungeon break occurs and the monsters invade Earth. A knock was heard from outside the door, and the young man with glasses stood up. It seems the meal has arrived. While the young man went out to get the food, Leon was lost in thought. This is a bit different. In my world, demons invaded like mushrooms after the rain, but here it's a gate with a theme and a mission. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. It's as if they're trying to temper humanity through trials. A moment later, a young man with glasses returned. Your Majesty, the meal has arrived. As soon as the meal was served, Leon's face contorted severely. A bone broth simmered for hours, seasoned with salt and pepper and served with crisp kimchi. He recognized it instantly. When he worked as a laborer on Earth, this Korean oxbone soup was like a soul food to him. People prefer this kind of food over new dishes. But Leon had to restrain himself, swallowing his saliva and suppressing his appetite. He had to maintain his dignity as a king. He flew into a rage and interrogated the young man with glasses. "What is this?" The young man with glasses, failing to notice Leon's face darkened with anger, replied. "Ah, that is gomtang, made from simmering ox bones, Your Majesty. It's called the soul food of the common folk." Before the young man could finish explaining the food, Leon, in a fit of rage, smashed the table and the food altogether. He shouted, "You lowly commoner, how dare you defile the noble name of Leon H? How dare you serve food fit for commoners to royalty? Is this how your kingdom treats the royalty of another kingdom?" This was Leon, the king of another world, messenger of the gods, the guardian of the holy grail, and the master of the holy sword and holy spear. "Ah, no, that's not it." Without listening to the other's explanation, he continued to berate him. "Get lost, you lowly peasant, Malus, the lord of chaos, master of the 23rd Archdemon and sworn enemy of the demon race. The incarnation of the 300-year war who dealt with millions of demons, and finally the regressor, returning to Earth after 300 years. This was what he thought. He overturned the table and looking at the things before him was filled with disappointment. It was a complete mess. It's all because they lack proper faith. It is the duty of royalty to enlighten these foolish commoners. After the commotion, a proper high-class meal was finally served. Leon elegantly cut a piece of steak and slowly savored its taste. Jansu couldn't help but wonder how he could recognize our chicken and jjajangmyeon. Meanwhile, Harry let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he's drinking a 1993 red wine with a T-bone steak. "Ms. Harry, you go in first." Jansu's sudden words made Harry tense up without realizing it. "Me? I don't know a single word of the ancient language, but he seemed more interested in you. You even received praise for being a brave person. At least he won't kick you out." She furrowed her brows and replied, "But he only called me brave." In the end, however, she was pushed inside. "Your Majesty, I sincerely apologize for interrupting your meal." Leon elegantly wiped the corner of his mouth and looked at Harry, who was peeking from the doorway. "You're the swordswoman from that day. Sit down." Seeing that he didn't seem to be rejecting her, Harry was overjoyed and didn't forget to signal to the people waiting outside that the first step was a success. Even after sitting down, she continued to speak carefully, word by word. "Was the meal to your liking, Your Majesty? It was not bad. I could feel the chef's sincerity and skill, and the reason I gave you a hard time was not because the food was lacking but because of your attitude toward a king. When welcoming the royalty of another country, you must show the utmost respect. This will affect the security of your country, is that not so?" "How would Harry and her group know about such things?" she replied in a fluster. "Please forgive my ignorance." "Enough, it's fine. Anyway, what was your name? Han something?" "Yes, my name is Han Harry. I have heard stories about this world. Those loathsome beings, the demons, have appeared on this planet, is that correct?" "Yes, that is precisely correct at present." Han Harry had only one mission. That was to persuade him to join the Hunter Association. She promised herself inwardly, "I must at least persuade him to join our country." Suppressing her bewilderment, she opened her mouth. "If your Majesty would permit it, would it be possible for the government of the Republic of Korea to take care of you from now on? The core of the 21st century information war revolves around scouting survivors. No matter how much you have to promise them, you must prevent them from joining other countries." Hearing what Harry just proposed, he said, puzzled, "Does that mean I have a duty to go to the battlefield as long as I stay in this world? If I am an honorable warrior, it is only right that I fight." Harry was overjoyed to hear that. "Then will you affiliate with our Hunter Association?" But Leon continued. "However," he said, as if about to explode, "a king cannot serve as a soldier in another kingdom's army. I shall establish my own knightly order in this world." Although he seemed intimidating, Han Harry unconsciously felt that he was right. Harry could only nod her head. When she came out, she heard another piece of tiring news. "What did they say upstairs?" "What else could they say? They said we have to support him as much as possible. It's a relief he didn't go to another country or a large guild," Harry replied tiredly, "for an association affiliated with the government. To have to stoop this low to beg him. It's all because of those guys in the association who do nothing but flaunt their money and power. Ah, speaking of which, that Phoenix Guild." Just then an alarm blared. Emergency message: dungeon break occurred in the Honam Plain. If a dungeon break occurs at a warehouse point, those evil elements will ruin all the food supplies. But wasn't the Phoenix Guild where the S-rank hunter Lee Youngin belongs? There's no way he couldn't block a single orange gate, is that so? I think those bastards have other intentions. We have to go and stop it now. Phoenix Guild, those sons of bitches. Hearing the curses coming from outside, Leon quietly tried to gather more information about this world. Leon heard everything about the words exchanged beyond the door, even their breathing, clearly. It seems they have a problem. If a dungeon break occurs, the land becomes contaminated and farming becomes impossible, as expected. They don't have that here. He felt the divine power within his body and tried to communicate with the god he always worshipped. "Are you well, O goddess Demera? The call was delivered before a massive church. The figure of a girl in a green hood, her brown hair fluttering lightly in the wind, a gentle smile faintly visible under her cloak, answered Leon's call. In the outside world, the fields were showing signs of withering. The beautiful golden hue was gradually turning black and dry. The orange gate was still open, and that was the cause of the withering phenomenon here. Hunter Lee Yongan, what's going on here? You guys, are you from the association? The red-haired young man, Lee Yongan, tilted up his chin with a rather mean expression. Chief Kim and Assistant Han are here too. Kim Jansu was furious looking at him. This bastard, he caused the dungeon break on purpose just because we didn't accept his demands. He pulls a stunt like this. The Phoenix Guild had been constantly sending requests for tax exemption on gate profits. They were making a fortune from gate byproducts, magic stones, and monster materials, and they wanted a tax exemption to earn hundreds of billions more, even though they were already making a lot of money as a large guild. To dare to do something like this just because their request was denied, Harry stepped forward and interrogated him. Hunter Lee Yongan, you must close the gate immediately. It's 1 week from today if you leave it like this, he sneered and replied. I know. The gate auction rights will be transferred, but what can I do? Our guild members are seriously injured right now, so it's going to be very difficult to clear the dungeon in this state. I'll try tomorrow, but I don't know what will happen. Harry immediately exploded. Don't you have any patriotism at all? You know very well what will happen if the Honam Plain becomes contaminated. He sneered with a face that really made you want to punch him and said, What do I know? Why are you being so childish, Miss Harry? I told you about this during last year's business planning. In this world, justice is money and power. You're quite shallow and outdated. Seeing Leon's appearance, Harry was greatly surprised. Your Majesty Leon, he approached them step by step with a not-so-pleased expression and said, Do not speak the king's name so freely. I have only granted you the right to address me by my title, you wench. Lee Yongan unpleasantly interrogated the other party. Who are you? You look like a Westerner, Leon replied with a growl. Shut your mouth. How dare a lowly commoner like you speak to me in such a manner? Under Leon's pressure, that person did not dare to act rashly. Who is this guy calling me, a world-class S-rank hunter and the guild master of one of the top 10 guilds, a commoner? He must not value his life, smelling gunpowder. Harry hurriedly intervened. Stop it, Hunter Lee Yongan. This person is also a survivor. At that, he immediately changed his attitude 180 degrees and greeted him politely. My apologies. I am Lee Yongan of the Phoenix Guild. By any chance are you from the Grey Guild? He cut him off before he could spout any more nonsense. A king does not speak twice. He ignored Lee Yongan and turned to Jansu's side saying, Explain the situation here. I don't know the details about the gate, so give me a clear overview. Is he going to help us? The two of them were so happy they were on the verge of tears. Here a dungeon break has occurred. When a dungeon break happens, a large amount of harmful elements are released, contaminating the land. And on contaminated land, crops cannot grow. This Honam Plain is a very important food granary. The demon's energy is harming the land right now. What is your solution? Harry answered immediately. We need to purify the land and clear the dungeon as quickly as possible, and we must completely eliminate the dungeon. I see, so the problem is the contaminated land and the gate going into overdrive. Call the army here. Second, when the time limit for those maggots to clear the dungeon expires, I will enter myself. Really? Instead of answering her question, he said. However, before that, a king of one country cannot recklessly participate in the military activities of another. I must first obtain the consent of this country's king. She couldn't help but say, I'm sorry. No, I think it should be fine. But he said firmly, there are legal matters and disciplines for everything. How can I call myself an honorable warrior if I do not follow the laws of this country? Hurry and send a message to your king. Lee Yongan looked at him dumbfounded. This bastard, he's even more of a handful than I am. Finally, contact was made. After the first procedure was finished, Harry came in to report. Your Majesty, you asked me to prepare in advance, so I did as you commanded. But how do you plan to use these? Since your precious land has been contaminated, it must be purified. She was bewildered. I'm sorry, but with just these straw dolls, you might not know that Leon had previously requested 2 things. One of them was these dolls made of straw. The ones who made the dolls were the women. Ah yes, it's them, Your Majesty. And the other thing he requested was that the ones who made the dolls had to be women who had experienced childbirth. He looked at the people before him and nodded. Good. Show me the dolls that everyone has made. For that reason, a doll-making contest was held in the middle of this plain. Leon came to inspect the dolls they had made. The more he looked, the darker his face became. Unbelievable. Before she could understand what was happening, he tore a doll into several pieces in a rage. You call this grotesque body a doll? What garbage? And in turn, he looked at the other dolls. Unfortunately, none of them were to his liking. Utterly disappointing. Trash. Did you not say you have given birth? You ignorant thing, you blockhead. Harry had also participated, but the result was a rejection from Leon. After touching numerous dolls, all of them were discarded. The only one who caught Leon's eye was an 80-year-old married woman. Seeing the doll in her hand, he exclaimed in joy, Excellent. How many children have you borne? The grandmother replied, 12. He took the grandmother's hand and said, Truly a womb that has birthed a patriot. Normally I would have bestowed upon you a medal and a gift, but I cannot due to the current situation. Forgive me. Forgive me. As he said that, he placed a light kiss on the back of her hand. After obtaining the doll that met his requirements, he set up an altar in the middle of the field and placed the doll neatly on the table. He nodded in satisfaction. The conditions are met. From his dimensional storage he took out the holy grail he had kept for a long time. O Mother Earth goddess of this land, the people of this land offer you a harvest doll. Please accept it. In response to his call, a stream of light poured into the holy grail. The water in the holy grail gradually filled up until it brimmed over the edge. The witnesses could not help but be amazed. That cup is filling with water on its own. Just then the sun was rising. A dazzling red light broke through the clouds. It was yearning for a new day to begin, but today's sunrise was a special beginning for this world. The water in the holy grail circled around the harvest doll and poured into it. Are the water droplets flowing into the doll? Just then the doll stood up on its own. A gentle voice echoed from the harvest doll. Leon, my son. He politely bowed his waist to the god within the doll. Greetings to the god of life and abundance, the Mother Earth Demera. It has been a long time, and so a god descended upon this land. All hail the great god of life and abundance, the Mother Earth Demera. This territory has also been invaded by evil and the land is contaminated. Yes, there are evil beings here as well, but there is no god. That is why I am concerned that these lowly and aggressive beings will sully your eyes. As he said that, he glanced at Li Yongin behind him, who was startled and subconsciously took a few steps back in fear. The god named Demera replied, "Foolishness and greed are not always calculated and hasty. It is a characteristic inherent in the nature of mortals. So what do you intend to do now?" He was silent for a moment, then replied, "It is not difficult to blend in with the inspectors. The authority of a conqueror is most sacred. I will ensure that duty and authority can coexist here. I will correct these foolish ones and lead them onto the right path. Only then can a new sanctuary be established in this land." The small doll was moved and reached out its hand toward Leon, saying in a choked voice, "My son, is there no grace you wish to receive from me? For you we will always be willing to give. O Holy Mother Demera, the free citizens of this land are suffering from evil energy. I am certain this is not what you wish for, but please heal and purify this land. You are my son, our champion. The lands of this world do not belong to my body, but I shall spread my divinity here and fill the hunger of this land with my flesh and blood. Then all things that walk this land shall be your allies." After that, a beautiful sparkling golden light shone down from the sky. The rice that had been black just a moment ago turned yellow again. To everyone's astonishment, the contaminated fields were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His bluntness flared up again. He said loudly, "Watch and learn. You ignorant fools cannot learn or know such things. This is a world that grows and prospers, blessed by divinity. That is the proper duty of a living creature. This fertile land is proof of an eternal promise." Seeing the good deed ruined and, moreover, seeing the rice field glowing golden before his eyes, Li Yongin was extremely displeased and ground his teeth. He shouted unreasonably, "Everyone, don't be deceived by that guy. Those crops are grown with magic and are very poisonous. You all know that, right?" Leon shot him a fiery glare. "You arrogant fool. These are crops blessed by a god. How dare you call them poison?" Li Yongin had no intention of stopping. He continued to slander Leon's divine magic. "That stupid straw doll." Leon warned him, "I will forgive your ignorance this one time. Do not defile the goddess's name with that sewage-smelling mouth of yours." Li Yongin tried to say something but was cut off by Leon. "Damn it, this can't be happening. My plan is about to be ruined because of that guy. I can't let that happen. I'll expose your ridiculous lies." He strode forward to Leon and argued, "We still need proof. Please cooperate for the sake of the people who will consume this." As he said that, he sneered inwardly. "I'll frame you guys as frauds. I'll provide the appraiser." One of his guild members came out and began to appraise the blessed rice grains. "Then I'll begin." As he said that, he reached out his hand and used some kind of power to inspect it. But the more he inspected, the more he felt something was off. A moment later, his face turned pale with utter shock. "This is God-blessed rice, a rare find even among rare grades. All of this rice is of rare grade and it can cure grade 3 diseases, even cancer." Jinsu's group was dumbfounded. "Really? Yes, it's true." Jinsu immediately gave an order. "Someone go get a cauldron from the minister's house." Before long the cauldron was ready, and the freshly cooked rice was brought over for inspection. Jinsu took the first bite, and while eating and reading the values he nearly choked. "No way. Rice cooked with blessed rice. Increases HP recovery rate by 100 points per minute, increases MP recovery rate by 50 points per minute. Total duration of 8 hours. This is on par with a supplementary potion. How can this plain white rice be rated on the same level as a reinforcing supplementary potion that costs 3 million won per bottle?" The surprises didn't stop there. Harry came running over with a bowl of rice, panting, Chief, there's new information. Chew your food before you talk." Harry chewed hastily. Then she said, "I was a bit curious earlier, so I tried eating a bug." Hearing that, Jinsu was momentarily speechless. You ate a bug?" She said she got a buff too, and everyone was astonished. A free buff. If the entire land was truly blessed, it wasn't strange that all living creatures on it would receive that blessing. And so, after finishing their meal, a new mission was given to the entire team. Catch as many of those bugs as you can. We're going into the gate loaded with buffs. Thanks to that, the Hunter Association's morale was greatly boosted. Meanwhile, the goddess Demera said, "My son, Leon also replied politely, "Yes, Goddess Demera, I believe my work here is done. It is time for me to return," Leon said with courtesy. "The divine love you have given us I will never forget, now or in the future. My son, let me leave you with one final teaching. Always make sure you eat a hearty meal." With those words, the harvest doll returned to its ordinary form. The divine power within it also completely vanished. "Your Majesty, what happened?" Leon said. "It is the power of the gods. Is there no reigning god in this world?" Harry was silent, then replied, "I'm not sure. A prosperous life and world are created by the power of the gods, you humans of this land. Remember that fact well. Once the warriors have had their fill, we will attack that gate." Meanwhile, Li Yonghan's group was still glaring at Leon with displeased expressions. "Guildmaster, is this really okay? At this rate, our plans will be disrupted." The more Li Yonghan heard, the angrier he got. That damn ruffian, damn it, where the hell did he pop out from? If it weren't for him, the government would have had no choice but to accept our demands. I wish he'd just die inside the gate. As he thought this, something suddenly occurred to him. He let out a sinister laugh. "That's not a bad idea either." Seeing this, his subordinate approached and asked. Li Yonghan said, "Don't worry. This gate has been explored to some extent. Yes, but the middle part is a bit difficult." But as he continued, he realized, the only A rank is Han Harry. Exactly. That survivor is probably a blessing or buff type class. I bet he'll be useless in combat. That means those guys are bound to fail. Inside that gate was a monster that in his guild members' opinion could not be defeated by conventional means. The dungeon break is beginning. A notice from the Grim Reaper. The lives of all creatures inside the gate begin their countdown. Inside the gate, the place was cold and gloomy. The sound of crunching footsteps echoed on the dry ground. The expedition team looked left and right, on guard. In other words, if we complete the mission or defeat the boss, most gates will close. A one-on-one duel with the boss. I like the sound of that. Of course, Harry couldn't bring herself to say that usually the bastards would swarm you instead of fighting fair. As he walked, he observed the things scattered on the path. "I heard you tried to clear this dungeon before, but there are more monsters than I expected." "Oh, that's a characteristic of this dungeon." Hearing that, Leon was puzzled. A characteristic, yes, normally when you defeat a monster, their numbers decrease. That's how most gates are. But in special cases like skeletons, zombies, or ghouls, they will revive infinitely as long as the boss is alive. Interesting. So you're saying it's only over when the boss is defeated. I see. Then this must be the case you're talking about. Yes, that's highly likely. It seems there's a necromancer controlling these skeletons from behind. In my opinion, just as she was about to say something, the system suddenly sent out a red alert. A dungeon break has begun. The Grim Reaper has called the names of all living beings inside the gate. A time limit is given. The boss and its army are approaching. Remaining time is 3 hours. Suddenly, the others felt dizzy and collapsed. Jinsu seethed inwardly. "Li Yonghan, you son of a bitch, you should have told us about this." The main boss approached with great momentum. He was riding a neighing black horse. Below him, the horde of skeletons, some with helmets, some with swords, some with spears, was a chilling sight. The clattering sound of bones echoed. Jinsu's group couldn't help but feel fear. "Damn it, there are so many of them. Chief, should we reform the formation, focus on passing them up for the higher-ups to handle? How many archers and mages are there?" "We currently see 30 archers and 2 mages. Those with archery skills take care of the ranged monsters first. Anyone with a shield, block them so they can't advance any further." Looking at the countless enemies before him, Jinsu tried to calm himself down. "Good luck, you bastards." The skeletons charged, clattering as they brandished their swords. One of them swung its sword to attack. Jinsu raised his shield to block. "It's stronger than I thought. An orange gate is definitely different, but it's not something a B-rank tanker like me can't handle." Just then, something shot past Jinsu's back. The skeleton mages were forming a magic circle. "Damn it, I can't believe these skeletons can use such high-level magic. I need to draw their attention." He, along with other shield-bearing members, shouted and banged on their shields to make a loud noise. He drew their attention. "Over here, over here." The mages in the distance were also drawn by the noise, and immediately turned the attack direction of their magic circle toward the noisy shield unit. The team members were worried as Jinsu single-handedly blocked all the attacks. "I'm fine, it just stings a little. You all should know that this gear costs a pretty penny." At some point, the boss on the black horse appeared in front of Jinsu. He stared intently at the boss before him. Seeing the overwhelming presence and the completely different energy emanating from it, he became even more certain. The one before his eyes was the boss Duel. It silently swung its greatsword and attacked the shield. Jinsu was sent flying by the powerful blow. The ground and rocks he hit shattered, and the thick shield lay in front of Jinsu. Harry shouted in concern. "Manager Kim, we have to save him." Assistant Han, should we call for reinforcements? Harry was at a loss, looking at the scene before her. "This is why we have a reserve team. We need to help them now." The shield team members in the front were swept away by the boss one by one. "How can it swing a greatsword so fast that it makes my head spin? I have to stop him." Then she looked at the man beside her. That man is the King of Leon, the one who defeated the Archdemon. Feeling like she was making a gamble, she decided to ask him for help. Leon looked at the people before him, lost in thought. Then his face crumpled into a frown as he spoke bluntly. "A king does not engage in such a small-scale battle. What do I mean? Have some decency. How dare you try to use me to deal with those damn moving skeletons? That is an act of irreverence toward the goddess. I can't watch this any longer." Harry was at a loss for words after hearing this. What is he talking about right now? "Assistant Han, what do we do now? We can't waste any more time. This person has no intention of helping." He seemed to have no interest in anything other than the Duel. The final conclusion Harry came to was that she had to stop the Duelahan first. She resolutely drew her sword and faced the boss. "I'll take the boss. The rest of you support Manager Kim and our other colleagues." As soon as she jumped into battle, her naive appearance vanished. The Harry before them was focused solely on her target. She quickly swept away the mobs around the boss. Using them as a stepping stone, her small, agile body reached the boss. She quickly began to engage the boss. Her opponent was a cut above the rest. It lightly turned its greatsword to block her attack. Tisk, he blocked it. "I have to separate him from his crown somehow." As if reading her intentions, the Duelahan boss lightly took off its own helmet. Harry was flustered by this action. "He's throwing his own head to block my vision. What kind of undead fights like that?" She turned her body, preparing to block his attack. He swung his giant greatsword and sent her flying like a badminton shuttlecock. Thanks to her quick reaction, she was able to minimize the damage from that last attack, but without a moment to catch her breath, the opponent charged in and attacked again. Still, she was happy inside because she had succeeded in separating him from the mobs. "Sorry, my skill range is a bit wide." "Alright, it hit. I should be able to take him down with this skill." Amidst the blazing light, the Duelahan boss held its helmet and swung its sword with the other hand. By the time she noticed, the greatsword was already right in front of her. He blocked the attack with the flat of his greatsword. "Wait a minute." The black horse came closer and the greatsword was brought down once more. This time she couldn't dodge in time, and she could only close her eyes and accept her fate. But just then an unexpected person intervened. "Impressive, truly outstanding swordsmanship. Although you only use one hand, you must have been a noble knight," Leon said, clapping his hands. "Forgive me for mistaking a great knight like you for an ordinary group of undead. Nameless Knight, the King of Leon H grants you the right to a duel with me. There is no need for any more soldiers to be harmed. Let this battle end as a duel between two knights." Hearing Leon's declaration, the others froze in astonishment. "He's going to have a one-on-one duel with the boss? That's ridiculous." But while everyone was shocked, the boss unexpectedly agreed. Damn it, he accepted. As the boss accepted his duel request, his soldiers voluntarily moved back to make space for their leader and Leon. The boss also dismounted and stood opposite him. He folded his arms and said solemnly, "Great knight, relax. I remember your swordsmanship being dual-wielding, wasn't it? It wouldn't be suitable for fighting with a one-handed weapon like this." Harry approached worriedly. "Your Majesty, that Duelahan cannot be defeated unless its head is blown off. Is that so? But is that important?" The answer to his strange question was, of course, it is important. How could you defeat a Duelahan without cutting off its head? It is not that important. What determines victory or defeat is the honor of a knight. After speaking, he walked to his position. The two stood silently for a while. Leon swore to the leader before him in the name of the first knight under the goddess of light and justice. "As the Archduke of Dragonia and the King of Leon H, I grant this respected knight a duel." As soon as he finished speaking, his opponent rushed forward and began the engagement. His greatsword was swung high as if to cleave Leon in two, and with just a single attack the surroundings couldn't withstand the pressure and split wide open. Leon stood without a scratch, his small sword lightly blocking his opponent's large heavy greatsword. Then he adjusted his sword stance and deflected the opponent's weapon. He then aimed his sword right at his opponent's neck, and the greatsword fell with a thud next to Leon. He looked at his opponent and said, "First life." The opponent looked at the sword, listened to his words, and was silent as if lost in thought. He sheathed his sword, leapt far away to maintain distance, and quickly prepared for his next attack. He charged in again and swung his greatsword horizontally. The others were extremely worried. If he blocks an attack like that, his sword will break and he'll lose his life. He observed and evaluated. "Your footwork is too weak." Leon released a bit of his power, and his aura overflowed into the surroundings. After that, he attacked with a speed that no one could follow. "What was that? Did you all see that? Did he just attack?" It seemed that only someone of Harry's rank could have witnessed that tremendous attack. She clenched her fists and marveled. That was incredible. Did everyone see that? And Harry was the only one who realized what had happened in that fight. The moment he was attacked, he rotated his sword to change the balance of the sword path. And in that very instant, he swung his sword horizontally. No one can act so recklessly like that. Once again, his sword touched his opponent's body. He said, "Second life. Take your stance again." Harry on this side could be sure that such a thing was possible because he was so overwhelmingly powerful. Now what if we look at the battle from the villain's perspective? It had been quite a long time since he had defeated a knight in a truly honorable duel. This must be a trick to overcome adversity. Any knight would think so when offered to dismount from their horse. That was a foolish thought. He observed Leon and evaluated him himself. Look at that knight, like a star pursuing honor and excellence, standing there with the look of one who has experienced countless battles. A smile spread across Leon's lips. "I shall test that swordsmanship." The Duelahan didn't hesitate for a moment and instantly prepared for its next attack. Of course, Leon didn't have much trouble dealing with it either. He turned his sword and parried his opponent's massive greatsword. The tip of his sword touched his opponent's thick armor and a clanging sound echoed. "Third life, shall we continue?" His question, a thought flashed through the Duelahan's mind. He is a man who has reached the pinnacle of knighthood, a king of admirable and challenging knights. I do not wish to use the power of my necromancy. I wish to fight this man countless times in the way of a knight, to stand before him with only my blade, as is the proper way of a knight who does not use necromancy. As I once fought with renowned knights in the past, while wandering this world bearing the honor of a knight, I seem to have forgotten everything. This time the greatsword was knocked out of the Duelahan's hand. Leon's sword was pointed at his face. Fourth life, your sword has become more precise. Have you remembered your past life? The Dullahan's heart seemed to shout with joy. Ah, great knight, you have returned me to my glorious days of the past. Leon looked at him and said, shall we continue, knight? He let out a roar, then looked at his own head held in his subordinate's hands. A light shone from his eyes as if he had regained his forgotten reason. He picked up his helmet as if thinking of something. Ah, when did I start this cruel slaughter? How long has it been since I fought, having lost my pride? If I can end this cursed journey like this, I will be more than satisfied. Before Leon, he knelt on one knee and respectfully offered his helmet to him. He nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I am glad you have reclaimed your honor. I will pray for you. After speaking, he placed his hand on his opponent's black helmet. If there is a god you believed in, I pray that God will give your soul rest. If not, I pray the goddess will guide you to the paradise of great knights. I hope to meet you again someday at a banquet of the gods. Let there be light here. Light covered the dark and cold space. The black helmet began to crumble. The two hands that had been covered by thick black armor were finally revealed, their skin receiving the light for the first time in a long while. The light shone on the knight's face, which wore a satisfied smile. Glory to Leon Dragonia Leon H. After clearing the dungeon, everyone returned to the field to clean up the remaining work. He kept his promise. He really did end it with just one duel. Recalling that time, Harry couldn't hide her surprise. But what was that light? I think he said something about letting there be light here. Was that what he meant by holy power? That must be why the undead disappeared immediately. He should have used that skill earlier. Suddenly, he appeared behind them at some point. If I had done that, the great knight Dullahan would have met his end as a necromancer, not as a knight. She turned around in surprise. Ah yes, your majesty, Leon explained. A knight always lives with the two words honor. Honor comes from action and action comes from will. The Dullahan received what it deserved as a noble knight. Now I shall go and collect my spoils. Where there was a battle there were spoils. The spoils obtained were one greatsword, one black orb and one cloak. Look at this, it seems to be filled with an incredible amount of mana. The Dullahan's greatsword and cloak are here too. A thick mana emanated from the crystal orb. The more Leon looked at it, the more it bothered him. We could make a lot of money if we sell this. Before he could finish his sentence, Leon's words cut in a pile of trash. Then he decisively smashed it. As the crystal orb broke, all the mana inside disappeared. Not satisfied with just smashing it, he stomped on it a few more times. The people around them could only swallow their tears inwardly. Leon looked at the crystal orb with a disgusted expression. This kind of object only brings misfortune. In the end, after obtaining the Dullahan's spoils, the Honum Gate mission was completed. Since his return, Harry was in charge of all contact and communication. She had no way of refusing. She sighed as she pushed the food cart and composed herself. It had been 4 days since Leon returned to Earth. A lot had happened in this short time. There was a small commotion over the tax issue. When he heard about it, his eyes widened and he said, "What? A king has to pay taxes to another country's king?" As she tried to explain in a small voice, he immediately cut her off. "Do not speak of those cheap silver coins again. They are not worth discussing for a monarch like myself. Speaking of money has ruined my mood. Accepting believers and building a temple was also a problem. Then how are we supposed to supply our products?" Leon said firmly. "Have them offer 90 as a tribute. This is me being very merciful." Hearing that, the old people trembled all over. Taxes and living expenses were already overwhelming, and now they had to offer 90 of their products. He tilted his head and said, "The followers of the goddess do not need to worry about their livelihood. All matters, including living welfare, will be handled by our society." Harry continued, "Remember the effects you got from the rice blessed by the goddess. Wasn't that amazing?" She held out a bill in front of the old people. It said 150 million won for 180 kilograms bag of rice, and they were speechless. This price for one bag? Then even if we offer most of our products, the profit for us would be much greater. "Ah, I believe you." And so the policy was passed. But after one hurdle, another one came. The biggest problem was Leon himself. When choosing a house, he complained vehemently. "This is not a battlefield, so why is there not a single work of art hung by the bedside of a monarch like myself? The bed must not only be of the highest quality, it must be luxurious, and there must be servants by my side to care for me, and a work of art must be hung by the bedside." Harry held her phone in the middle of the night, crying inwardly. In the end, she had to go around to 5-star hotels until 2 a.m. to find a room to his liking. He finally compromised on a room decorated with paintings and with pottery placed around. For now, that was all. She also tried to learn etiquette. She had to shout from outside to inside, "Your Majesty, your servant Han Harry is here." Only when his permission was granted could she push the food tray and enter. "Are you all right?" Without turning his head, he replied nonchalantly. "What is it? Your royal meal, sire." "Serve it." Leon took a sip from his wine glass and nodded. "Have you had breakfast?" She smiled awkwardly and said, "Not yet." "You should at least take care of yourself. Don't go around starving." Harry had no choice but to reply, "Yes." She then opened the food tray and placed it next to Leon. Looking at the feast before her, she marveled, "That looks delicious. I should bring a sandwich or something next time." He suddenly told her to sit down. Harry thought, touched, could it be? Is he going to share? Her happiness was short-lived. He looked at her with a puzzled expression. "What are you doing?" This time it was Harry who looked at him with a puzzled expression. "I told you to cut the meat so it's easier for me to eat. Did you really think I was going to share with you? How could a king like me show humility to a commoner like you?" Hearing that, she was at a loss for words and could only accept her fate. After finishing breakfast, the two prepared to go look for a house for the demanding King Leon. In the car, she said, "The Hunter Association has decided to support your Majesty's settlement, although it is not a grand palace with a royal atmosphere. It is a very luxurious place. This is something to be concerned about. A person of my status cannot be found fault with. Your Majesty, how should we distribute the spoils?" he said languidly. "Didn't I command you to handle that? But don't touch that cloak, I quite like it." A moment later, the two arrived in front of the tallest building in the city. "We've arrived, Your Majesty. This place is very close to the Hunter Association. There's also a helipad on the rooftop, so it can be used as a means of transportation in an emergency. What do you think of the atmosphere here?" He glanced around once and then his face hardened. What on earth are these bizarre things? The interior was luxurious enough to exude the scent of a wealthy conglomerate. As they entered, someone was waiting. "Ah, you must be Assistant Han Harry from the Hunter Association?" Seeing the other person, she was a little surprised. Today's schedule was a secret, she said cautiously. "Excuse me, who are you?" the man replied politely. "I just happened to be here. I am Park Dongchan, a director at Dedeung Group's Dongmeier Foods." She forced a smile and nodded. "Dedeung Group? Isn't Dong Group one of the top 3 chaebol groups in South Korea? And now he just happens to be waiting here." The man named Park Dongchan gave a sinister smile. His intentions were written all over his face. He approached Leon and spoke to him. "This must be the famous survivor I've been hearing about lately." Even the naive Harry could tell at a glance that this man had ulterior motives. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Leon Dragonia H." As he spoke, he extended his hand to Leon for a handshake. Leon was openly disgusted, as if he had seen something filthy. "How dare a mere merchant ask for a handshake from me?" The scene changed, and the two left the swindler-like merchant behind and continued to look around the house. "This is the place the association will provide for your Majesty for 1 year. The association will handle all management fees and rent, so you don't have to worry about anything. Oh, and the management fees also include room service and cleaning staff costs, so it should be fine for you to use them." Harry could finally let out a sigh of relief after finishing her report. What a relief! Information about survivors is top secret. So what was that Park Dongchan guy's motive? "I'm glad His Majesty Leon ignored him," she turned around and asked. "But why on earth did that person come all this way to see your Majesty?" Leon said, "That merchant came for profit." After thinking for a moment, she soon realized the problem. "It's because of the God-blessed rice." The situation at the time was so urgent that information control was not properly handled. Taking advantage of that gap, many internet broadcasters filmed the scene. Our association strongly advised them to delete the videos. "Oh, someone else posted it on the internet?" Harry's face darkened as she looked at her phone. "And a Mr. Park of all people." Meanwhile, Park Dongchan was cursing inwardly as he watched the video on the internet. "Damn it, that damn glory guy. Are you sure this rice is effective?" "Yes, I'm sure." "You haven't even done clinical trials yet. The experiment with mice was successful, but I don't know if it will be effective in humans." His researcher hesitated, not knowing how to explain. The secretary next to him stepped forward. "Director, I went to the owner of that field and secured as many seeds as possible. But I saw a dog that had died there come back to life, and there was also someone whose chronic rhinitis was cured. The villagers said that after eating that rice, all their minor and serious illnesses were cured. There's no clinical trial data, but I think it's as good as proven." His previous anger subsided. Park Dongchan smiled sinisterly. "I see, but he's really a madman. How dare he treat me, a director of a global company, so arrogantly? Director, this must succeed. The potential of that rice is limitless." "I know, so I have to meet him again. I really didn't expect this. There's still someone in this South Korea who ignores a successful businessman. Just because you have a few grains of rice, you're so full of yourself you picked the wrong opponent. You barbaric survivor." After saying that, he raised the corners of his mouth again and muttered, "You're just like the other survivors. You're behind on civilization, yet you delusionally think the world you lived in was the most advanced. Get ready for a culture shock, you ignorant country bumpkin." The screen changed, and after returning to Earth, Leon set 3 goals. First, to spread faith in God. Earth had countless gods and believers, but the crucial divine power was absent. A god should be worshipped and bless the world, but instead people still had to fight diseases. The land was becoming more polluted by the day. Therefore, to use divine power, a new faith had to be created, and for that, more people had to believe in a new god. Second, to train a knightly order. This world had no warrior organization that used divine power. If he, the guardian of the Holy Grail and the king of Leon H, was considered a demigod, then the paladins as saints and knights of God would use divine power to strike fear into the demons. And finally, to slaughter all the demons rampant on this land, restore divine power and train the knightly order. I must spread faith, maintain balance and order, and train a knightly order. Expecting a paladin to appear in a place like this might be a bit much, but that doesn't affect me. I just have to do my duty. Suddenly a voice pulled him out of his thoughts. "Your Majesty, there is someone who wishes to see you." He nodded and said, "If they have gone through the necessary procedures, there is no reason not to hear them out." Soon the guests entered the room. "Thank you for allowing us to see your Majesty." Leon was still as cold as ice, and he didn't even seem to have any intention of opening his mouth. His gaze was cold and disgustingly glaring at the merchant, Park Dongchan. "All right, for the sake of business, I can bow my head in front of this madman as much as I want." He swallowed his anger and put on a twisted smile. And this time I've brought a small gift." After that, a metal briefcase locked more securely than a bag of dollars was placed down. "Please accept it. You'll be surprised when you see what this is. It's a top-of-the-line luxury item that a madman like you has never even dreamed of. Once you try it, you'll never be able to go back. I'll make you beg me to be your manager." Leon opened his mouth. "Very well. Since you've put in the effort, I shall accept it." He was momentarily surprised to hear that. He's accepting it. What kind of attitude is that? He's accepting it as if he's doing me a favor. But on the outside, he still maintained his commercial smile and began to promote the product. "Won't you take a look? I'm sure you'll like it." "Tisk, I don't want to waste my energy teaching this guy manners." Harry, open it." Harry hesitated for a moment and then nodded. "Yes, your majesty." She approached the large bag and touched it lightly. Immediately, the bag began to open on its own. Looking inside, she couldn't help but be surprised. He became even more arrogant seeing that. "These are the pride of our group, our most elite weapons. I hope you'll choose something you like. These are all top-grade items crafted by Didun Group's artisans," he said proudly. "That's right, they're all top-grade items, the elite of the elite. I heard you'll be working as a hunter from now on. These will be of great help." He's just giving away Didun Group's top-grade weapons. "These are top-of-the-line weapons that you can't buy even with money. I've only seen things like this in YouTube videos when I was a student." In contrast to Harry's admiration, he said coldly, "What am I supposed to do with these low-grade weapons?" Park Dungchan was at a loss for words as his top-of-the-line products were outright ignored, and so was Harry. "Your Majesty, low-grade," Leon said. "How can a good sword not have the energy of the stars or a divine blessing? Do you only use weapons to hunt monsters?" Hearing his words, Park Dungchan broke out in a cold sweat. "What on earth is he talking about? Is he telling me to dry the sword like I'm drying peppers, and am I supposed to pray or something?" "You have a disloyal heart." The merchant Park Dungchan hurriedly denied it. "It's a misunderstanding. Tisk, enough. It's only natural for a merchant to boast about his goods anywhere. This thing is only good enough for catching chickens or cows at best, but I'll test it." "Wow, what?" He pulled a sword out of thin air. "An ancient sword?" But he soon scoffed. "Is that all? He's dissing my weapon that much? This crazy bastard. Tisk, I'd like to see the power of that sword in your majesty's hand." He turned to Harry and said with a bright smile, "Management Secretary Harry, would you like to test one of the weapons here?" she asked, bewildered. Me?" She hesitated and looked at Leon, who nonchalantly nodded his permission. Once she received permission, she finally approached to choose a weapon. After looking around for a while, she chose a sword that felt most familiar in her hand, the sword I've yearned for all 4 years. Master Park Jin-eon's sword, the Sword of Dawn. I can feel its power. It really feels like it's absorbed the condensed solar energy of a special gate for 10 days. Is it really okay for me to use this? Do you need my permission to swing a toy? The more Park Dungchan heard this, the angrier he got. She gripped the sword firmly and stood in front of Leon's sword. She gathered her power into the sword, and Leon seemed unconcerned. "Here I come." After speaking, she decisively swung the sword down. As the two swords clashed, an ear-splitting sound echoed, and the sword in Harry's hand broke. Both she and Park Dungchan were shocked by this result. Meanwhile, there wasn't a single scratch on Leon's sword. "It's even more pathetic than I thought. It was a waste of time. I will reduce your audience time to 3 minutes. Get out." Park Dungchan still hadn't recovered from the shock. The Sword of Dawn broke? Didun Group's strongest weapon broke? No way. He barely managed to squeeze out a few words. The clock's second hand ticked by. At the last moment he bowed his head and stated his real purpose. "I want to receive the patent rights for the rice. Of course I will pay for it. According to our calculations, it's worth about 180 billion won. Its value is much higher than that. There's no way rice that cures cancer would be that cheap. But there's no way this crazy bastard understands the value of 180 billion won. If I explain how much that money is worth, he'll go crazy." Leon looked at him and replied nonchalantly, "You want to buy rice with money?" At Leon's question, he was overjoyed inwardly. Thinking he had fallen into his trap, he said, "That's right. Of course you have to sign a contract that Didun Group will have a monopoly on the rice. I can raise the price a little more if you want." At this point, Leon's voice was filled with undisguised anger. "You foolish merchant. Do you dare to blaspheme God?" As soon as his words ended, the powerful energy emanating from him was suffocating. "You foolish merchants, do you dare to blaspheme God?" The atmosphere became extremely tense due to his terrifying aura. Only then did he realize what an extraordinary being the person before him was. The young man before him was as intimidating as a hunting beast, not the country bumpkin or fool he had always thought of. Leon frowned in displeasure. "Truly foolish. Do you know your sin?" He was filled with indignation, humiliation, and a sense of powerlessness, and he collapsed, trembling. I really don't know what I did wrong." "Tisk, how can you be so ignorant and foolish? That product is the fruit of the land blessed by the goddess Demera. It is an auspicious blessing for the farmers who sweat and till the fields. It is not something that can be bought with 1,000 pieces of gold, but is given through gratitude and faith. You lowly beings who chase after vulgar profits and deceive others, I will ask you, how can you who have no faith profit from a sacred product?" After that meeting, it was already dark outside. Harry asked worriedly, "Is it okay to send Director Park Dungchan away like that? From your majesty's perspective, they may be swindlers, but they are people with considerable influence. HMPH, don't worry about it. That won't be enough to shake those swindlers. By the way, is what I asked you to prepare ready?" Hearing that, she hurriedly handed him what she was holding and said, "I've contacted the association, but are you going to be tested again this time, your majesty? Procedurally, it would be more convenient for your work if you took a measurement test." Leon glared at her again. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you saying those insignificant bastards are going to test this King Leon H? Her body froze and she said bewilderedly, her face full of question marks. Then why are you trying to go there? Don't I need to select competent freelance soldiers? I will test them. When she tried to talk about the procedure, he cut her off. Make it happen, even if it's not possible. At that moment, Harry realized that another new hardship had begun. Scene change. Hey, Mr. Gu, you're here again this year? As soon as the young man named Gu Jian heard the familiar voice, he greeted him warmly. An uncle at the entrance of the hall was calling him and waving his hand. Mr. Gu, you're here for a grade reassessment, I see. The two then chatted as they went through the registration process. You really work hard, Mr. Gu. How is it this year? Think you'll get promoted? The young man hesitated before replying. I need to work harder. Don't say that. You should just join our team. Even guys with no talent get C rank, and I've been a D rank for 10 years. The man said that someone as diligent and quiet as Mr. Gu would become an ace in no time. Well, the mining team isn't bad either. That's right, I've been taking this test for 10 years now. The man's words only strengthened Gu Jian's resolve. He wanted to try just a little bit more, no matter what. If he didn't clear dungeons with high life-threatening risks, it was a struggle just to pay off the interest. He had a family to take care of, so he couldn't give up. I have to get to C rank somehow and escape this life as a porter. Suddenly, the entire lobby began to buzz. Oh, a foreigner? Is he European? He doesn't look like a foreign worker, does he? He looks like royalty. Then the friendly man approached and greeted him. Hey, young man, how are you? The man deliberately spoke in English. But what he got in return was a sharp glare and a single perfect Korean sentence. How dare you speak to me, you lowly being? The man and Gu Jian were completely shocked. He must have learned Korean a bit strangely, right? But Leon turned his head and looked at Gu Jian and their eyes met. Gu Jian's body froze and he couldn't tear his gaze away. His body trembled at that sharp gaze even though it wasn't cold. The man found it strange and asked, Mr. Gu, what's wrong? Are you sick? Gu Jian was paralyzed as if in a sleep paralysis. What is this? I can't breathe. It feels like I'm being crushed by some huge being. Fortunately, an employee called out Gu Jian's name loudly at that moment. The female employee told him to enter interview room number 2 again. Only then did he snap out of it and hurriedly replied, Yes, I'm on my way, until Gu Jian entered the interview room. Leon kept staring at the young man's back. He muttered, Is there only one? Watching Gu Jian gasp for air to replenish the oxygen he had just lacked, he thought, I didn't come here looking for the strong, but there is no one worthy of becoming a knight. They're all the same. The ones who came for assessments in the past were all perennial low-rank hunters. Now it's just a bunch of fools who came to get their awakening tests. Just then, Leon was called into the interview room. He clicked his tongue in boredom. It was an unsatisfactory situation from the start. He entered room 9 and opened the door to find a few people waiting inside. Mr. Leon Dragonia, number 77. He frowned and replied, Commoner, address me as Your Majesty. The people didn't understand but had no choice but to comply. Ah, yes, Your Majesty. Then please place your hand on this measurement orb for the test. Seeing that the people were telling him to place his hand on it, Leon felt displeased. He stared at the machine in front of him and was silent for a long time. In the end, he uttered a short phrase that made the faces of the people there stiffen. Foolish. How dare a commoner attempt to test the honor of a knight? The man hurriedly explained. We are not the ones doing the measurement. This magical tool is. Leon cut him off. This machine measures the ability of a knight. The only ones who can judge a knight are honorable knights and the gods. Hearing that, his face changed color. Then why did he come here? I came to recruit talented soldiers, yet even the examiners are such ordinary people. The examiner was shocked to hear that. Recruiting people, so openly. So far there has not been a single person I like. What is the next test? It's a practical test in the gate. He wore a satisfied expression. Good. True skill is revealed through constant training and practical application. I shall observe. You're not supposed to observe, you have to participate. Is anyone feeling dizzy? Some people may feel dizzy when passing through the gate. Usually a gate that has been cleared closes and disappears. However, for the sake of profit, some dungeons are intentionally left behind. This Sungin Station gate is one of them. This year's measurement is not much different from last year's. To overturn my evaluation, I have to be proactive in this practical test. The first-timers were amazed by the surrounding scenery. Wow, so this is a gate. It's a total hotspot. Gina, put your phone away first. Gu Jian broke into a cold sweat. 2 newbies, in addition to them. There was another energetic old man in the group. Ho, the air is really nice. An old man over 60. Is he a D rank like me, or a C rank? As he spoke, he turned around with a confused expression. It was the foreign worker he had met in the waiting room earlier. Seeing him take the promotion test at this age, he must be a newbie. Except for that old man, are the rest all newbies? I wonder if it'll be okay this time. Alright, let's check everyone's positions. Gu Jian, 10th year as a hunter. My class is warrior. Main position is, I'm Shin Taehoon. I awakened this year and use a spear and shield. I'm his younger sister Shin Naeon. I use a dagger, and I'm learning to use a bow these days. More newbies who don't know their place. Gu Jian asked the 2 if they had ever learned anywhere. The 2 proudly said, My brother and I attended an academy for 3 months. As a 10-year veteran hunter, Gu Jian could now be sure that they were definitely newbies. He asked the old man next to him. The old man said humbly, My name is OK Taewon. I have 5 years of experience. I awakened but was busy with my job, so I only recently retired, the young man evaluated. His experience is too short for his age and his weapon is a gauntlet. It's hard to compare it to a spear or a sword. Finally, Leon, all eyes were on him. Last one, the foreign worker, do you speak Korean? Not paying much attention to their words, Leon was still lost in thought, scouting for talent. Lost in thought, he concluded with a single sentence. I will not fight. One cannot catch a chicken with a dragon-slaying sword. Everyone was bewildered by this answer. This guy, his Korean is really weird. Skipping Leon's introduction, everyone began the practical test. For this test, you just need to hunt 50 goblins. Sometimes interesting things appear on the battlefield. In case of danger, the supervisor will step in, so rest assured and focus on displaying your abilities. The group walked on guard against their surroundings. Jiujian's heart became even more troubled. Will this test be okay? Did that foreign young man from earlier say he won't use any weapons? Handsome Oppa, should I lend you a weapon? Do you use a bow? You know how to use one, right? Leon looked at the beginner's bow in her hand with contempt. You want someone like me to use this? Neon was excited to see the handsome man and replied, yes, you can just use it and return it later. But the more Leon looked at it, the darker his face became, and he resolutely threw the bow away. A knight does not use such low-grade long-range weapons. Watching the chaotic situation before him, Jiujian sensed how unstable this test would be. At this rate, I'll fail this year's test too. Everyone, I know a place, let's go hunt there. Since you have more experience, we'll follow you. The old man has no objections either. But Mr. Jiu, isn't there a group near the edge of the plains? There should be more of them there, right? Jiujian explained, when there are few people. We shouldn't recklessly provoke their den. If we get surrounded, we won't be able to secure an escape route. We'll attack the ones living in the cave. We'll burn the surrounding leaves and grass to blow smoke in. Then we can easily attack the goblins inside the cave. Hearing the strategy, the Shin Taehoon siblings were impressed. An experienced person is indeed different. It's nothing. What's there to be proud of? I studied and researched all the strategies, imagining the day I would enter a top-tier gate. It was always in vain, but this time I must get promoted. When on Earth will my rank go up? After walking a few steps, they faced their first challenge. In front of them was a goblin, no, a small group of them. As soon as they saw the people, the group of goblins raised their axes and ran to meet them. Jiujian quickly formed a formation. Mr. Taehoon, shield up and forward. Let's go. The goblin charged, baring its white teeth, but before it could get close it was stabbed by a spear and split in two. After easily dealing with the monsters, Jiujian became more confident. Stupid fools, if you just charge head-on like this, blocking you's a piece of cake. Shin Neon shouted. Oppa to your side? While Shin Taehoon was still off guard, a goblin rushed at him. It pounced on the young man and was about to take a bite. For Shin Taehoon, seeing that beauty up close in his first real battle was even more terrifying. Fortunately, Jiujian came to help, and Taehoon barely escaped with his life. Don't let your guard down. They're weak, but their movements are very fast. In an instant, a few more goblins fell. And after that, another one was met with a flurry of punches without even a moment to yawn. Although he was old, Mr. OK Taewon was very decisive. After dealing with more than half of the goblin group, Jiujian was somewhat relieved. Alright everyone, not many left, let's quickly take care of the rest. Everyone did a great job. Taehoon was still in shock from his first experience. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Jiujian encouraged him. It's okay, everyone has a first time. Neon also took care of two, and thanks to the old man no one was injured. Everyone did very well. I was a bit unhappy with this combination at first, but this team doesn't seem so bad after all. Except for one person. Thinking this, he unconsciously glanced at Leon. Leon was still lost in deep thought about something. Hey foreign Oppa, we're fighting together, so why aren't you doing anything? That's right, you're just watching from the back. Mr. Staff, is that allowed? The staff member behind them could only force a laugh to ease the awkwardness. Everything will be reflected as it is, so don't worry. Only after hearing this did everyone agree and continue the test. Then let's go deeper. A cave will appear. Everyone went deep into the forest, gathering the dry grass along the way. Oh, are we there? There really is a cave. Let's light a fire as I said earlier. Everyone quickly piled up dry grass outside the cave entrance. After finishing the preparations, Jiujian began to light the fire. He carefully lit the dry grass below with a lighter. Leon, who had been silent the whole way, finally spoke up. Do you really think this is the best way? His plan being questioned. Jiujian showed his displeasure. How, you haven't helped with anything so far, so what nonsense are you spouting? I asked if this was the best way. Don't make me repeat myself. I've succeeded with this method 3 times already. Relying on experience is not a bad thing, but how can you rely solely on experience when it's not yet certain? Hey, what does a young person like you know? Ignoring Leon, Jiujian continued with his proud plan. Everyone focus. A few of them will crawl out of the cave soon. After that, everyone began to wait for movement inside the cave. As a sound echoed, someone shouted, they're coming. A group of monsters rushed out of the cave. They ran like crazy through the smoke. Shin Nyan raised her bow and aimed. You don't have a long-range weapon, throw a rock. And so a few more of them were taken down. As expected, my method wasn't wrong. Good. Let's take care of them like this. If we take care of this group and just catch the few remaining on the plains. His thoughts were cut off by the roar of the boss monster. His instincts immediately sounded an alarm. This cry, it's the boss. No way, the boss is the boss of this Sungen Gate, a rank higher than C rank. Seeing the huge monster roaring and approaching them, all of Jiujian's confidence vanished. Why did it have to appear now? the boss roared fiercely, glaring at Jiu Jian's group with blood-red eyes. The two newbies panicked and looked at Jiu Jian as if asking for help. But he himself was just as flustered. In this situation, Jiu Jian couldn't think of any solution. After regaining his composure, he quickly organized an attack. Mr. Taehoon and I will take on the boss. The Elder and Ms. Neon will block the goblins coming out of the cave. I need at least one experienced person on all fronts. Besides, a D rank facing a boss without a frontline defense is suicide. Even if he's a newbie, I can only hope that Mr. Shin Taehoon can hold on for a little while. It would be a lie if a newbie who had only prepared for a few months wasn't scared in front of a boss of this size. His body suddenly stiffened and became difficult to control. The monster focused on Taehoon. It roared loudly at Taehoon as if to suppress its prey. Taehoon trembled in fear and his teeth chattered uncontrollably. At this moment the young man was completely overcome with terror. Jiu Jian shouted, "Mr. Taehoon, get a grip, it's no use. His mind is overwhelmed by the boss's presence. At this rate he won't be able to block its attack." Taehoon was holding onto the shield that was supposed to protect him, but he was eventually sent flying by that goblin monster. Jiu Jian couldn't help but call out to Taehoon loudly, hoping he would calm down, but unfortunately it was no use. Taehoon was in a complete state of panic. His mind was a mess and his face was pale without a trace of blood. Why isn't the association staff helping? They said they would help if it was dangerous. At this rate, Mr. Taehoon will die. Looking at the situation before him, Jiu Jian bit his lip and made a decision. He left his position and ran towards the shield. He quickly picked up the shield and ran to Taehoon. "Get back quickly." The goblin boss swung its sword, bringing it down on the small human in front of it with all its might, but on second glance its sword was blocked. Jiu Jian held on with all his might to save Taehoon behind him. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to channel the goblin boss's power through the shield. Thanks to that, the sword was deflected to the side and the two barely escaped with their lives. Not this time, the creature growled and looked at Jiu Jian. The creature quickly prepared its next attack. Jiu Jian gripped his shield tightly, doubting he could block it again. If Mr. Taehoon doesn't come to his senses and this thing keeps attacking him, how will I get out of this situation? At this rate I'm going to die. Tisk, this should be enough for a good score. An unknown voice was heard, and in that unbelievable moment, someone stepped forward and blocked the massive sword with 2 fingers. Leon stepped forward and looked at Jiu Jian, saying, "Try again." Jiu Jian looked at Leon bewildered. "What do you mean? Did that guy just block the boss's attack with his fingers?" Leon frowned and said, "I told you to pick up your shield and fight again. You did it once, why can't you do it twice? Get up and raise your shield." Although his mind's processing unit was temporarily paralyzed, Jiu Jian nodded and complied. "I told you to block its attack and immediately counter." Not only the goblin boss but Jiu Jian was also extremely flustered. What is he talking about? Can't he see the situation? We're all in danger. Before the other party could raise his voice, Leon cut him off with a shout. "Insolent fool, you should be honored to be taught by me. A paladin and a king, how dare you talk back? Being taught by a paladin like myself should be considered an honor for your family for generations to come. A grace as vast as the rivers and seas that you can never repay. Pick up your shield, block and counterattack." Jiu Jian was dejected by the scolding. "It's unfair, what did I do wrong? But I have to do whatever it takes to survive." But looking at the goblin, it was paying more attention to Leon than to Jiu Jian. It shook off the initial feeling, and to regain its pride as a boss rushed at Leon. Leon pressed his lips together and looked at it with a very benevolent gaze and an impeccably gentle aura. "This crazy son of a bitch, is your head full of water?" At this moment the goblin boss, perhaps thinking that pride was unnecessary, looked at Jiu Jian with trembling eyes, swung its sword without a sound and attacked. Jiu Jian stood firm and successfully blocked its attack. "Damn, I almost dropped the shield," Leon scolded him again from the side. "You foolish oaf, how do you expect to block it by just holding up a shield and using brute force? Don't face someone stronger than you head on. Take out your weapon and aim for its openings. How can you be so confident that you can succeed with just a shield? Your opponent is not a scarecrow but a living monster that can learn. Use your head a little." Jiu Jian gritted his teeth. "Damn it, then what am I supposed to do?" As soon as Jiu Jian took his eyes off the enemy, Leon kicked him in the knee, forcing him to kneel on one leg. Thanks to that, he was able to dodge the goblin's blade. Leon didn't forget to remind him, "Don't take your eyes off the enemy. If I hadn't blocked that just now, you would have died." Leon reminded him to focus. "Don't let your talent go to waste. Draw out the potential within you. You can do better." These words stirred a strange feeling in Jiu Jian's heart. He asked himself, "I have talent? Me, who's been a D rank for 10 years and awakened by chance without any special skills? It can't be." But after hearing those encouraging words, there's no way I don't have talent. Thinking this far, Jiu Jian regained his composure and steeled his will. "I can do it this time." The goblin swung its sword once again. Having gained confidence, Jiu Jian was filled with determination, and his burgeoning courage made him resolve to block it somehow. "I can do it." The blade grazed the surface of the shield and missed. Jiu Jian succeeded in deflecting the force of the goblin's slash to the side. Looking at the greatsword lying next to him, he marveled. "I blocked it," he shouted with joy. "I did it." As the slash missed, the monster easily threw a punch with its remaining hand. Jiu Jian was sent flying several meters by the punch. He lay face down on the ground, stunned. Leon said as if bored, "How can you be so blind to the bigger picture? Your skills are still far from adequate. Jiu Jian's evaluation result this year is still D rank. You knew, I knew from the beginning. A warrior of that skill level couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. The man took off his mask and burst into a hearty laugh. Haha, I even wore an illusion mask to hide my body and face, but it seems these things are meaningless. Kong Hee-wook asked. You participated in the evaluation yourself this time. Did you get what you wanted? Leon replied that it was just so-so. I looked around at the knight candidates. Besides, even if he hadn't gotten heated up, I had no intention of going abroad. You've really hit the mark. Your Majesty's presence is so strong that my heart got a little nervous, just like before. Anyway, it was a monster from a D-rank dungeon. And that boss monster is estimated to be C rank or higher. When Jiu Jian lost consciousness, Leon became quite angry. You filthy scoundrels who are not fit to be human, how long are you going to stare at my royal face? With a single finger, Leon easily dealt with that goblin without the slightest effort. Kong Hee-wook said with a smile. You really handle them like toys. That miscellaneous place is no longer a place for a stroll. Kong Hee-wook cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. In short, if your Majesty establishes a guild, we will help you. You must have expected this, your Majesty. There is no easier way to gather people than when you have fame. In this era, there are not many ways to spread fame as much as military power. There is a gate whose grade was upgraded to red due to a failed clear. No one has cleared it for the past year. All who participated were annihilated. Seize the gem of wisdom guarded by Yakin Spinner. That is the boss of the special gate whose grade was upgraded to red, and please defeat that thing. The first raid party of the KPP guild entered the gate. As soon as all the guild members entered, they looked around cautiously. Hey, I know this is a modern civilization, but it's a more advanced civilization than Earth, isn't it? It's strange, a future world gate. If there are fantasy or martial arts worlds, a future world cannot exist. Guildmaster, this is a server error. This is a headache. Then I'll have to change my strategy when fighting monsters. That's right. The hunter's tactic is usually to fight a small number of strong enemies. At this moment, something caught the guildmaster's attention. He noticed a building not far away and told his team members, let's use that building over there as our base. The higher it is, the easier it will be to observe. The heavy iron door opened and the group entered and looked around. Hee-yin, do you see anything? There's really nothing. There's not a single NPC and not a single monster in sight. Where on earth is Yakin Spinner? He seems to be the boss here, but I can't see him at all. It's strange. It's really strange that there isn't a single person or monster in a city this big. Is that the resistance? Fortunately, we don't have to fight against the army of a cruel dictatorial government. A member in front stepped forward and announced, attention, all KPP guild members, we have entered the gate, but information on Yakin Spinner is still insufficient. We need to secure the surrounding area anyway. While selecting a scout team to attempt mapping, something suddenly brushed past the guildmaster who was in the middle of a briefing, and he lost his life in an instant. The team members were stunned by the sudden situation before them. The guildmaster's blood splattered in the air. After a long while. People reacted and fired their guns wildly. Everyone take cover in the high-rise building. They unleashed a barrage of fire, causing a relatively large explosion. The people inside hurriedly scattered to avoid the explosion. They quickly found places to hide to minimize the damage. This is crazy. Mr. Hans is an A- rank tanker, yet he couldn't even react. How are we supposed to defeat that thing? Damn it, at this rate we're all going to die. Have you confirmed the enemy's position? 3 o'clock direction. I can't estimate the distance because of the smoke, Vice Guildmaster. The building can't hold. I know. Everyone retreat in order. Get out quickly. The building is about to collapse. The female member of the guild, a sniper, quickly ran forward. Vice Guildmaster, what about the Guildmaster's body? Something strange. Let's regroup and come back to find him. Hiji, you go first and check if the exit is safe. As soon as Hiji received the order, she picked up speed. Yes, I'll go first. Vice Guildmaster, I don't feel any presence. The exit seems to be safe. But just as she was about to run out the door, her nervous system sent a signal that something was wrong. She touched her neck. Why does it feel like something is caught in my throat? Right in front of her teammates, her body was divided into several pieces by a sharp, thin thread. The Vice Guildmaster froze as he watched the female member die before his eyes. He looked closely at where Hiji had been standing. Steel wire. At some point, the entire city had been densely covered with sharp steel wires. The group then realized the source of the unease they had felt when they first set foot in this place. Damn it, get rid of it all. We have to escape from here no matter what. Infuse your weapons with mana. The steel wires are just ordinary objects. Who the hell is it? Is the enemy really human? When did they start watching us? All of their actions were under the opponent's surveillance. A spider-shaped robot moved its multiple eyes to observe them and fired the next steel wire. The steel wire flew lightly and quickly towards its target. By the time the Vice Guildmaster noticed, the wire was already right in front of his neck, and then a few more strands of steel wire flew in and attacked. When the smoke cleared, the bloodstains of his comrades were revealed. All that was left was the Vice Guildmaster, who had lost one arm. He shouted like a madman. Come out, you son of a bitch. The robots no longer hid and all revealed themselves. He couldn't help but be surprised by the machine before him. A robot, was it you? Are you Yakin Spinner? Looking at the human before it, a past image flashed through Spinner's memory. With just this robot, I can fight even in an emergency situation where ammunition is scarce. The small robot wiggled one of its legs. The young man shouted in excitement, You monster, fine, very fine, if you're so great. Put our guild members in coffins. Before he could finish his words, Spinner leapt up and swung a thread made of thin steel, lightly dicing the remaining member. The final mission echoed in its mind. help me protect this city. The first raid party, consisting of 58 KPP hunters, no survivors. Second, third raid parties. The difficulty of clearing the Yakin Spinner Gate boss has been raised to red and the clear is suspended indefinitely. An unknown amount of time passed, but another guild came to attempt the clear. What a damn weather, just like in the video. Don't go into the city center. The deeper you go into the city center, the higher the chance of encountering Yakin Spinner. Then, as we discussed before, we will retrieve the Gem of Magic Knowledge. All merits and the remaining 60 billion won will be transferred to the Golden Lion Guild. The newly arrived guild seemed full of anticipation for the new challenge. The people who entered the gate were the 10th ranked guild in South Korea, Golden Lion, Guildmaster S rank Wang Ju Moon, Vice Guildmaster A rank Wang Ha, total personnel 47, pure mercenaries from the Magic Tower 48, and a rather special person. Harry grumbled inwardly and forced herself to speak. Your Majesty, please try some. Yes, it was Han Harry from the Korean Hunter Association. Leon took a sip and nodded. Not bad. What is this tea called? She replied weakly. It's called barley tea, Your Majesty. Besides them, there was King Leon. The fourth gate clear operation had begun. The sky was dark and black clouds swirled across the sky. The streets were modern but desolate and gloomy. Fourth subjugation force encampment. Is something wrong? Everything seems to be going too smoothly, which makes me uneasy, but at the same time I feel like this peace won't last long, Harry said cautiously. To be honest, I think it would be best if everything is resolved smoothly without Your Majesty having to step in, but if that happens, there will be no opportunity to enhance Your Majesty's reputation. Leon replied with a faint smile. Yes, that is the best possible situation. If this King Leon H does not need to intervene directly, it means the situation is not that bad in the country I ruled in the past. What do you think the role of a king is? Harry hesitated before replying. To rule, Leon continued. That is also correct, but anyone can take on that role unless they are arrogant. I believe all monarchs are the same. Then the role of the King of Knights is, as he spoke, she seemed to realize something. Come to think of it, Your Majesty only intervened when the attack could not be blocked, and the duty of King Leon H is, Leon nodded and replied. The last shield. Do you understand? If the King of Leon H had to intervene directly, it is a disgrace to the knights, and it shows how serious the situation is. Coincidentally, it seems I will have to intervene again on behalf of weak and pitiful beings like you. I miss my respected knights, Harry said in a fluster, but this subjugation force has the S-rank Wang Ju Moon and A-rank mages, so I think it will be fine. You call them hunters, don't you? I admit they have superior strength than ordinary people, but they have not yet experienced a real war. The outskirts of the city are safe. They've only encountered the enemy 3 times, yet they seem quite confident in that information. Calling themselves a subjugation force, they grasp the monster's movement patterns and act according to the little information they know. How truly pathetic. Harry did not understand what Leon was saying. It was because she was no different from those subjugation force members. Leon said, a professional would know how to respond to the situation as it unfolds. There would be no set standards or formulas. I've heard that this Yakin Spinner is a talented warrior. Spinner's memory replayed the scene like a film, recalling the last conversation and image it had stored. Jaffe, I'm sorry. This is my end. So would you grant me one last request? The final mission Spinner received was to eliminate all unidentified objects that invaded the city. Returning to the present, Spinner stood atop a high-rise building, raining bullets down below. It's Yakin Spinner. Find a place to hide. The robot Spinner observed the surrounding terrain and confirmed that approximately 3 groups were in hiding. Spinner changed its gun barrel, accumulated a massive amount of power, widened its firing path, and released the entire stream of energy toward the target point it had just confirmed. One group was annihilated, and the other groups who witnessed this scene could not hide their astonishment. They didn't realize their own positions had already been exposed, as they watched the remnants of the swirling sphere-like energy. And electric currents occasionally discharged into the surroundings. The group sweated profusely. What the hell kind of monster is this? A response came back that 23 of life signs had disappeared. It initiated firing to increase the suppressive effect. Energy gathered up to 48. Just as Spinner was about to fire another shot, someone flew in from a distance, wielding a giant hammer. All right, I've made it. He quickly brought his hammer down on Spinner. This surprise attack successfully wounded Spinner. Its main body was damaged, internal pressure rose, and its priorities were changed. Eliminate the unidentified object. The young man with the hammer laughed in excitement. Too late. This hunk of scrap metal, I told you. At that moment, another person jumped into the fight with flaming fists. Don't call me Jumsrin, the girl shouted and sent Spinner flying into the adjacent building. Spinner was severely injured, its external body heavily damaged. Before Spinner could do anything, a bolt of lightning struck it from out of nowhere. I'll handle the rest. Damage taken is increasing. Eliminate the target urgently. The radar system has authorized the use of limited resources. Activating the RL device within the city. Target designated. Threat level 3. Priority elimination. Hey, look at that, it's running away. Let's chase it. As Spinner left, the people below quickly pursued it. Spinner had to deal with the pursuing group while fleeing. Activating the disturbance field, everyone gather in one place. After speaking, the young mage stomped the ground hard with one foot and immediately unleashed his power. A sphere of force appeared and expanded over a certain area. The bullets that had just been fired were instantly deflected elsewhere. Mr. Ju Taisheng, the trajectory of the incoming bullets is bending. It's a magical tool created to counter Yakan Spinner. I didn't expect to use it so soon. Meanwhile, Spinner began system maintenance and recovery, calculating risk factors and observing the abnormal situation. Observation analysis complete. Coordinates. As soon as the calculation was finished, Spinner immediately fired and quickly took down one enemy. Ju Taisheng was aghast. Impossible. It calculated a curved trajectory that bypasses the barrier? What kind of monster is that? Damn it, how did it do that? Mage Ju Taisheng, please turn off the disturbance field. Predicting the trajectory is too difficult right now. The rune mage had no choice but to reluctantly comply. Damn it, turning it off. Attack the moment the field goes down. He counted down for everyone to get ready, but as soon as the barrier was lifted, someone noticed something was wrong. Everyone stop. Only after everyone looked around again did they realize they were trapped inside Spinner's steel web. Is this wire? It wasn't just running away back then. How could it have installed all this? Spinner aimed its barrel from above at the group below. It quickly charged up electricity for this shot. Ju Taisheng was horrified. No, we gathered in one place to avoid its firepower, but that turned out to be a fatal mistake. Now we can't move to avoid the blast. Charge complete. Fire. But just then a new variable appeared. The others were also aghast. That sound. Someone was charging in on horseback from a distance. Leon's white horse powerfully bit and snapped Spinner's thin steel wire. It's been a long time, my old friend. Leon gently stroked the horse's head. Amidst everyone's astonishment, he elegantly mounted his horse. Standing before the group, his figure on horseback was incredibly majestic. He shouted in a booming voice, "Soldiers, hear me. Your valor is such that you can charge into enemy lines alone. I, the King of Lion H, hold such men in high regard. I shall grant you with my respect the glory of an honorable duel. I bestow upon you the royal right to fight me." In response to his call, the space was strangely silent and no one answered him a single word. Some were too shocked to speak while others thought he was mocking and disrespecting the battle. Is that guy crazy? I grant you the glory of beholding my royal countenance and the honor of fighting a king like myself. Warriors, I permit you to fight me. Spinner scanned Leon and assessed him. Electron cannon acceleration time set, output increased by 13. Leon's threat level assessed as none, eliminating uncertain factors. Charge. After speaking, Leon drew his spear and charged forward. Charge, warriors. His horse seemed to respond to his call. A halo enveloped the horse and its steps were unwavering. Spinner from above fired its gun at that moment. Leon shouted, "Warriors, do not be struck by such a pathetic ranged weapon." He and his warhorse charged head-on toward Spinner's bullet. The powerful bullet tore through the ground, and one look was enough to tell how quickly one would die if hit by it. Leon gripped his spear tightly and lowered his body slightly. He aimed for the precise moment and shattered the bullet's trajectory with his spear, causing a dazzling explosion. No one knew what was happening inside. All they could see were screws, wires, springs, and broken pieces of metal. In an instant, Leon had reached Spinner and destroyed a part of its armor. In that fleeting moment as he passed, the advanced AI function of the Yakan Spinner self-propelled artillery ceased to operate. The phenomenon that occurred before its eyes could not be explained by logical reasoning. Leon looked at his opponent and marveled, truly powerful. The Leon that Spinner saw was equipped with an old-fashioned spear. Its speed may be fast, but its power is not great. Conclusion: no threat. It doesn't even need to be engaged. An attack with an electromagnetic field will suffice. The machine's intelligence made an extremely wise choice. 3 seconds ago, a thin film was formed to block small objects. A movement pattern accompanied by abnormal physical phenomena was recorded. Hypothetical range. 2 seconds ago, it fired the electron cannon's bullet. The moment the target enters the hypothetical range, eliminate it with the next shot. And with 1 second remaining, the bullet's trajectory was bent by the tip of the spear, curving back and exploding spectacularly. Without any process of collision or interception, there was only the result of it being deflected, without any other process. From Leon's perspective, it was not complicated. It was simply a powerful thrusting technique that any knight could use. Even humanity's strongest AI superweapon must follow the laws of physics. The tip of the spear lightly grazed a part of Spinner. Under the protection of divine law, knights always gain strength from any attack. They can unconditionally defeat an opponent in a single blow. It was sent flying far away, and a cloud of dust rose. A physical phenomenon that cannot be explained by logical reasoning will not be understood. Spinner was shocked as it looked at the rider before it, who had been assessed as having no threat level. In the end, it had no choice but to raise the enemy's threat level to 5. Now it commanded itself to immediately withdraw from the battlefield. It spread a thick smoke screen. Leon saw through its intention. "You're just going to run away like that?" It recalled its last memory. "Jaffe, protect this place. You must not let anyone get close. Temporarily processing 5 standard rounds and 36 self-made rounds. Must manufacture 657 rounds of ammunition. 60mm machine gun can be used. Must check and recalibrate the damage to the weapon in use. Threat level 5. An old-fashioned combat weapon, but its power cannot be determined. Reconstructing and analyzing the opponent's information is in progress. Energy is charging. Jaffe, thank you for protecting this city. Recovery and analysis complete. The mission can be continued." Turning back time to the sports complex in Doug City Center B Zone, a group was cautiously making its way through a small alley. "Everyone stop. 250 meters ahead, some guy fired a flare from the alley across the street. Warriors in the distance carefully climb up to the opposite building. The rest wait here. Signal me if that guy spots us. Just then, as the young man who seemed to be the leader turned around, he saw his comrade sliced into several pieces by a thin thread as if ready to be packed in a styrofoam box. His face turned pale with confusion, blood still on his face, his eyes rolled back white in terror, and he noticed the metal legs behind him. His mind was in chaos, unable to think, and his sensitive nerves reacted instantly, causing him to swing his sword. "Who's there? Who are you?" But when he looked back, no one was there to greet him. As he was still muttering, he suddenly realized his face's proportions were not the golden ratio. The moment he moved, those thin steel wires had already finished dicing him into multiple pieces. Spinner quietly watched from a corner as the lumps of meat fell to the cold floor. It stood in the middle of a pool of blood and assessed. External variable factors, 5 eliminated. But unexpectedly it missed one. That missed one was also quite foolish. He shouted as he ran, "I don't want to die." It was no different from saying, "I'm over here." Spinner reconfirmed. Lifeforms still present, threat assessment 0. The foolish young man ran into a cemetery and tripped on the edge, falling forward. Terrified, he scrambled backward. "Someone help me, I don't want to die." As Spinner approached, he frantically backed away. Then he hurriedly ran and hid behind a tombstone. As Spinner was about to give chase and set foot in this place, it suddenly stopped. And it looked at the other tombstones around it. An old video suddenly played in its mind. "Jaffe, do you remember this? Soon I'll be buried here like the others. When that happens, I'll be a part of this city forever. When that time comes, protect this city in my stead." Returning to the present, it was preparing an attack and gathering energy. According to its analysis, Priority 2, this cemetery. Priority 3, enemy, attack the intruder. Annihilate them. Upon detecting an enemy, make a free decision based on direct judgment. Change priorities in special duty situations. In the end, it decided to ignore him and leave. The young man's limbs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Did I survive? Spinner left with a zigzagging run, and the foolish young man was still in a daze when a few people approached. "It's all right now, young man." He turned his head, saw them, and was surprised. "Mr. Ju Taesheng, thank you." Hearing that, he was puzzled. The young man continued, "That machine, it didn't kill me and just ran away. Do you think it ran away because it saw you coming, Mr. Ju Taesheng? Did it leave because it was afraid of losing? Of course. Fighting Mr. Ju Taesheng is too much for that machine to handle." This place was full of graves, but strangely it was very clean. It was the only clean place in the entire city. Why? At this point, Spinner had already run back into the city. Increase in hostile forces confirmed, win rate 92. However, due to special circumstances, the final decision is to retreat. This place is strange. Let's leave quickly. And so Ju Taesheng's group left. As for Spinner, its final priority decision was to protect the citizens even if they were already dead. Spinner returned to its base to repair and upgrade itself. Estimated number of remaining enemy forces approximately 49. Threat level 5. Probability of defeating the threat factor, 35.7, continuing to observe and monitor the battle. Just then another person arrived. "So you were here." Leon walked out from behind an iron door. "Was it fun playing with those guys?" The reason Leon values Spinner, whom he has yet to meet, is because he is a person who deeply reveres the spirit of chivalry. It is no exaggeration to call him the human incarnation of the knightly spirit. He despises killing and being killed, always seeking a fair struggle. Leon was currently looking at Spinner, who was in the middle of repairing itself. He said to it, "Are you ready?" Spinner, extremely wary of him, attacked immediately. But of course there are times when an opponent will try to use cowardly tactics. Even so, Leon does not lose his splendid spirit of chivalry. Even if he falls, this incarnation of a knight will not surrender. He possesses an extremely strong spirit. It is for this reason that he was chosen by the gods. He fights a machine for the sake of honor. It may sound absurd, but it is not without its logic. Spinner quickly got into position and checked its equipment. 480 rounds of 60mm shells, fire. As soon as the command was given, several bullets flew straight toward Leon. Leon stood there without a single scratch. A holy magic barrier. Seeing this strange phenomenon, Spinner considered another method. Same model, abnormal physical phenomenon. Curved trajectory analysis. It jumped around to several different locations, then after careful selection it fired. The response to this was Leon's intrigued smile. When Leon gathered strength in his feet, the ground beneath him rose, forming a thick barrier to protect him. Spinner moved quickly to find an opening, but the more it searched, the more it sensed something was wrong. Suddenly the thick wall exploded and what appeared was not Leon but a giant sword. Spinner quickly retreated to carefully observe and analyze its opponent, and soon detected something. Leon mounted his warhorse, brandishing a rather old-fashioned weapon, and charged. His serious gaze locked onto Spinner's movements. Spinner quickly took a few steps back, then leaped into the air and unleashed a hail of bullets. Couldn't hit its target, so it switched to a different type of gun and attacked again. Leon quickly approached with a different method. "Are you trying to play hide-and-seek with me?" The more they fought, the more Spinner found itself at a disadvantage. This can't be. No matter where Spinner fled, Leon pursued it. The fight, which had started in an ordinary room, had now spilled out onto the streets. Explosions followed them wherever they went. Spinner's processing unit kept rejecting the newly updated data. This can't be right. How can an ordinary being possess such power? While retreating, it found a perfectly suitable pillar. Spinner quickly used the pillar to change direction and increase its escape speed. The processing unit was searching for a route while repeating a single sentence. This can't be real. Charge and subdue the target. Leon on his warhorse forcefully cleared the obstacles on the road, closing the distance to Spinner. The warhorse let out a cry and then began to sprint at full speed. Galloping at a divine speed, Leon and his warhorse finally caught up to Spinner. Both let out a satisfied sigh. Leon looked at the cornered Spinner and praised it. That is, Spinner went on high alert and tried to analyze Leon. The moment it drew its weapon, the warhorse charged. Amidst the rain of bullets, Leon and his warhorse broke through without the slightest hesitation or fear. If it ran out of bullets, it would simply reload, and if they flew at him, he would just dodge. As high-grade bullets rained down, Spinner added its energy gun to unleash another storm. The surrounding buildings and roads were shattered and scattered as if by a terrorist attack. Leon still braved the danger, fiercely pursuing Spinner, not hesitating to plunge into the barrage. At Leon's command, the warhorse stomped its foot once and leaped high into the air. As it jumped, it used the giant rocks as stepping stones to launch itself. In an instant, it reached Spinner's eye level and even leapt higher than it. In the evening glow, Leon seemed to shine in the sky. Spinner calculated. Simultaneous firing of 68 small bullets. As soon as the calculation was finished, Spinner immediately fired. Leon in midair dealt with it leisurely, like a god. Leon unfolded his shield and charged straight toward Spinner. Spinner was greatly surprised by this strange sight and unexpected variable. Before finishing off the enemy, Leon did not forget to shout, "In Lion H lies my pride." At the end of the long battle, Leon pierced it with a resolute thrust of his spear. Screws, springs, and fragments of its thick shell scattered in all directions. With that, a huge explosion shook the ground, vibrating a small area. A moment later, Spinner was thrown out from the thick dust. Exposed wires sparked all over its body. It had been critically hit and had ceased to function, but its internal system continued to warn that the mission was not yet complete. What is sealed here must never be taken outside. Based on that memory fragment, it initiated the self-destruct sequence. The circuits grew hot and turned red, accumulating energy to destroy the entire arsenal. The system chip quickly absorbed the heat energy. Leon was also very surprised by its decision. A few seconds later, a massive mushroom cloud from the arsenal explosion shook the entire city. The place that had just exploded was a cargo hold reeking of oil. Yakin Spinner. "Stand back, I will protect the city. This is my mission." Before the words could finish, the person outside was suddenly pierced by something and strung up like a moving piece of meat. All that was left was the man's leg, which had been flung against the door. As the monster tilted its body, its huge eye peered inside, searching for prey. Spinner inside immediately activated its system and put a few holes in that monster. The Spinner program quickly made a choice. The goal was singular: deploy fire support and protect the city. Spinner led other robots like itself and organized a small security team to eliminate monsters throughout the city. From then on, it prioritized the mission of protecting the city. After that night, the entire city cheered and celebrated the robots that had saved it. Ion Spinner moves toward the city, defeating enemies. The guardian of the city is Yakin Spinner. A true hero, this story of unmanned machines saving a city on the brink of destruction became a sweet tale for the citizens who were losing hope. Those machines were a symbol of hope. They became valiant knights who feared no enemy. The Spinners, including number 10,253, were reconfigured. Under the leadership of the last commander, the city was protected. And so the city became safe. The city was protected until true peace settled here. Jaffe, this is my last request: protect this city. You must never let it be taken outside. The last remaining combat machine received its final order: never let anyone approach it. Stop everything and protect it. Stop and protect. Continue to stop and protect. Stop and protect, and again stop and protect. The order repeated for who knows how long, even now with only half of its body remaining. "My first knight, tell me what is happening." Leon was silent for a moment, then said, "Sir Jaffe Spinner is a respectable knight, a model for all knights. I ask that you, Lady Ariana, consider granting him a knighthood." Hearing Leon's request, the goddess finally turned her gaze to the being below. "But this one did not carry out my mission. Although it has proven its honor, that glory was not offered to me," Leon replied. "I, Leon H., the goddess's first knight, vouch for him. This one is a great knight. Mission complete. It's over." Leon approached and looked down at the spinner that had fallen in the explosion. "Even after falling like that, did you want to protect this place until the end? And that thing?" As he said this, he glanced at the black concentrated mana orb being protected in the wall. "Is that what you were trying to protect? The gem of wisdom, an object that should not exist." Seeing Leon approach the orb, Spinner trembled and struggled to drag its broken body to block him. It tried to bind his feet by shooting a steel wire. Seeing its will, he was a little surprised. "Do you still intend to resist me? It seems you have been protecting this object for a long time. For how many years have you protected this alone? A truly loyal knight, anyone would be grateful for your loyalty and devotion." Yakin Spinner stood before the jet black gem. He said to it, "Your mission is over. I solemnly declare that everything is finished." As he finished speaking, his hand holding the sword became gentler than ever. As he shattered the mana orb, a light appeared from the ground, and soon that light became like a pillar supporting the sky, piercing through the dark clouds. The earth seemed to dance freely once more. Leon remained silent until the light faded. The orb was destroyed and the sky at that time was clear and beautiful. He looked at Spinner behind him and said, "Rest in peace." Spinner, though only half of its body remained, witnessed the scene in its entirety. The red light and the flowing current had all disappeared. From somewhere, Spinner seemed to hear a very gentle voice. "Thank you, Jaffe." Returning from the dungeon gate, Leon told Kong Hee-wook everything that had happened. Kong Hee-wook was stunned for a moment after hearing the story. "So that's what happened. You destroyed the gem. Do you have a complaint?" Kong Hee-wook smiled and replied, "No, since your majesty defeated Yakan Spinner, the right to decide the gem's fate naturally belongs to your majesty." As if reading his thoughts, Leon frowned and said, "There is no need to have any lingering feelings for something like that. It is no different from poison. That gem was created to tempt humans, borrowing infinite wisdom and curiosity. In other words, it is an object made by a demon. At first it grants its owner's wishes, but gradually it will demand a price for what was gained. It is like raising a tamed beast. In the process of feeding it, it slowly tames us. It will corrupt us humans with trivial temptations like dreams, eternal life and immortality. And it will gradually make a person lose their humanity, turning them into a demon in a short time. Have you found any other gems? They must be destroyed quickly." Kong Hee-wook was greatly surprised to hear that. "It's that terrible? I will inform the US government of this immediately." The two soon arrived in front of a large door. "Good. But it is highly likely that there is already someone who has been tempted by the demon." As the door opened, a high-tech laboratory filled with blue light was revealed. "Is this where it was buried?" "Yes, that's right." As they entered and passed several doctors holding clipboards, they saw Spinner lying quietly in a corner. "What should we do with this?" A look of pity flashed in Leon's eyes. He said, "This is a respectable knight. We must lay it to rest and allow it to have an audience with the gods. But before that we must hold a ceremony to celebrate it." After speaking, he took out the Holy Grail. He approached the quiet machine. He infused holy power into the Holy Grail and shouted, "Loyal knight, rest in peace." After speaking, he poured sparkling golden droplets of water onto Spinner's body. The golden light created a sacred feeling, illuminating the entire room. The quiet metal legs of Spinner, a moment later, miraculously moved. Everyone who witnessed it was horrified. Jaffe, Spinner is moving." Leon calmly looked at the robot before him. It looked at him and made a sound that no one could understand. After that, a pair of pincers appeared from inside its thick shell. The automatic program was modified and it began to reconstruct its own body based on what remained of its broken form. Leon was a little surprised to see the scene. "This is quite strange. It can function thanks to the blessing even without a power source." It dismantled its own body, optimized and separated its memory, separated the chip from the electronic board and downsized its structure, finally creating a sleek mini version like a Pro Max. Miraculously, Spinner was resurrected. It stared intently at Leon and made a sound. Strangely, Leon understood. He took out the holy sword from his dimensional storage. "I see. I do not know if this is the goddess's choice, but..." Seeing the sword, which looked to be at least 1.5 meters long, Spinner was momentarily surprised, thinking he was going to attack it again. Leon thrust the holy sword deep into the ground. A sacred holy power enveloped him. The space became quiet, and from somewhere only the sound of his clothes fluttering in a dazzling halo could be heard. "What is this? What on earth is that?" The small Spinner, filled with curiosity, recorded everything in its memory. When Leon opened his eyes, they too shone with a golden light. He slowly raised the sword and opened his arms and swung it wide. The inside of the laboratory was covered in golden light. A crack in space appeared from that sword strike. From the crack, an image connected to the goddess opened. A beautiful god appeared before Leon's eyes. Kong Hee-wook and the other researchers were too surprised to close their mouths, and they trembled all over, collapsing to the ground, unable to stand up. Everyone there knew intuitively that the woman who appeared in the brilliant light was definitely not human. It could only be an extremely sacred being, incomparable to anyone in this world. Leon respectfully called the goddess's name, Lady Ariana Leon H. The goddess listened and smiled gently. "If my knight says so, then I have no need to consider further. However, a little confirmation is needed. Knight made of steel from this world, I have heard your story from Knight Leon H. Will you praise light and justice?" Spinner heard, but did not seem to understand well. The goddess smiled and continued, "Though full of honor and knowledge, its heart is like that of a child. Remove its evil nature and help it become my knight." Hearing the goddess's words, Spinner, not understanding well, looked back at Leon for an answer. Leon showed a rare, gentle smile. He gave it a light nod. Having received its answer, Spinner looked back at the goddess and, as if with great resolve, clearly made a sound expressing its agreement. At its declaration, an indescribable silence fell in the room. Almost no one could understand its language. From Spinner's perspective, it could only make its own conjectures based on data. Hacking Voice and Language Transmission Department, Setting Language Module. After running the program for a moment, it completed the confirmation and tried to express its will using the fragmented language it had just hacked. Demon attack god. The goddess understood the meaning to some extent and smiled with satisfaction. "Good, Jaffe Spinner. If you swear allegiance to my first knight and lend him your strength, I will let you share in the glory." As the words ended, a light poured straight down onto the small Spinner. The new knight of the Holy Grail will be entrusted with the mission of glory and justice, and from that moment on, Spinner became the first machine recognized by a god and an honorable knight of the Holy Grail. Meanwhile, in the Magic Tower branch of the United States of America, someone's urgent voice echoed, "I apologize, great being. In Ronald Selman's room at the Magic Tower, I apologize for not having accomplished what you requested. You fool to not even be able to handle such a simple task. I taught you the truth and wisdom of all creation, yet you have disappointed me so greatly. The man prostrated himself before the mana orb and whispered, I'm sorry, but I had no other way. That survivor named Leon was an unexpected variable for us. The mana orb exploded in anger and scolded him. Do not defile my ears with your trivial excuses. That Leon guy. As it said that, the orb suddenly felt a void. Who the hell is that guy? Hurry, turn on the news. Although he didn't know what was going on, the man hurried to turn on the news. Yes, great being. He picked up the remote and sat next to the crystal orb. As soon as the TV turned on, Leon appeared on the broadcast. I am the Lion King. Leon Dragonia Leon H. This time, every single word was heard clearly. The crystal orb screamed in terror. What? Why is that bastard here? How? Why on earth? And master, are you trembling? I give up. I can't do this crap anymore. With those last words, the energy inside vanished without a trace. The man, flustered, urgently called out to his master, but all that was left was a faded crystal orb that showed no reaction. He screamed in agony, Master, and after that, the gem never spoke again. The Korean Hunter Association, then we will register Sir Jaffe Spinner as the guild master. It will take some time to set everything right. Leon nodded as if there was no problem. When their business was done, Leon and Spinner went outside. Spinner looked up at Leon as if it wanted to ask something. But suddenly, Leon coughed up a mouthful of blood. The goddess asked worriedly, Are you all right, my knight? Wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, Leon replied, I am fine. Recommending a knight of the Holy Grail in a place lacking divinity was too great a burden on you. Spinner was worried. It tapped his foot with its small legs. He sighed and answered, It's not your fault. My divine power was simply insufficient. How could it be your fault? This is my failing. One must never blame the gods for what happens, so please do not speak such words. Goddess's heart ached and a hidden meaning flashed in her eyes. I am always grateful for the loyalty you offer me. This is the fault of myself and the other gods for not intervening sooner. Hearing this, Leon froze as if he couldn't believe what he had heard. Rest, trust in your gods and wait for them. His vision blurred. He said faintly, Goddess Ariana. The goddess smiled at him and cut the connection. She looked at the other gods and said, Brothers and sisters, we must help our devotee. In the year King Leon turned 121, the world met its end and only a single knight remained. Shamefully, the gods turned their backs on that noble knight. Merely watching as King Leon spent 180 years annihilating every monster, they placed all the world's burdens on the shoulders of one fragile human. Thus, all the great gods of the pantheon owed Leon an unrepayable debt. How is he? Not good. My knight has pushed himself too hard. What should we do to make a single knight of the Holy Grail bear all that pressure? Pethos, the god of war and injustice. He clutched his head and said, How did King Leon, who once radiated a holy aura, end up like this? God of war, maintain your dignity. He fought for us gods for over 200 years and was finally victorious. Pethos said impatiently, I know that. That's why I'm so angry with myself. After those words, everyone fell silent, overcome with complex emotions. 180 years have passed. It is now our time to act. Brothers and sisters, I can no longer watch my knight suffer. I have an idea. Please tell us, Hephaestus, the god of steel and blacksmithing, said. Just as the god of life did on the plains, we must bestow all the blessings we can to build the people's faith. Are you suggesting missionary work? The god Hephaestus nodded. That's right, we will show humans the miracles of the gods, and from what we've witnessed through the believers of the god of life, this world is interconnected by something called the internet. We must use it. But why didn't King Leon think of this method? He was a person of this world. He was in this world before the internet became widespread. But Hephaestus, what about trial and error? It took 20 years just for the information Leon provided to take root. Hearing this, Hephaestus smiled confidently. That is when our Knights of the Holy Grail will step in. A short while later, Chief, look at this. How it's on YouTube. Was this authorized? Chief Kim Jin-soo looked on, bewildered, and was shocked the moment he saw it. What is this? Naju Plains, a YouTuber? This new and increasingly popular YouTube channel, from its name and logo to its title and video content. An office worker who looked down on farmers. An old man's words changed him. It was just a bowl of rice, but a single spoonful can change your life. Who believes in God? The results were shocking. After watching the videos, they scrolled down to the comments section. It's all clickbait, but the video quality is really high. Everyone fell silent before the impeccably well-made videos. Who made something like this? Pantheon, wasn't it his superiors? Do you think that Leon guy would use YouTube? Maybe Assistant Han did it, Jansu immediately said no. No way. She knows nothing about computers. The bigger problem is that these videos aren't clickbait. They're all real. What should we do? What on earth are they thinking? I'm stepping out for a bit. Seeing this, the employees hurriedly asked, Oh, where are you going? I'm going to meet that Leon guy. At that moment, the apartment where Leon was staying, Spinner sat in front of a computer screen typing furiously on the keyboard. Data was processed quickly. Subtitle generation complete. Commencing upload. Harry hesitated at the door and said, Sir Jaffe, are you done with my computer? What were you doing? Seeing her, Spinner glanced back once, said something, and then continued its work. Promotion plan Phase 1 complete, proceeding to Phase 2, hacking into the internet network. Harry was momentarily flustered by Spinner's gloomy appearance, but she soon thought excitedly. Sir Jaffe must just be playing a game, and Han Harry had no idea how computers worked. Naju Plains, currently the Naju Plains branch of Pantheon. As soon as Gensu entered, he said, panting, "Your Majesty, you must take down the videos." Harry, not knowing what was happening, was bewildered. She offered him a glass of water and said, "Would you like some barley tea?" "Yes, thank you." He quickly drank the entire glass of water. Only after drinking the water did he remember his purpose for coming here. He said hurriedly, "My goodness, who on earth uploaded those videos?" Leon thought for a moment before answering. "Sir Spinner did it." Gensu looked over in shock at the being furiously typing on the keyboard. "Sir Spinner, that machine of death knows how to make videos? How?" "But seeing that proficient posture, I don't know what to say," Leon asked back. "What do you mean take down the videos, Gensu?" "As you know, the rice from the Naju Plains is completely different from anything else in this world. It cures all sorts of diseases and makes the body healthy. It's like something out of a fairy tale. The moment people find out about these fields, the whole world will be after it. The Naju Plains will be filled with thieves, and they won't be ordinary thieves. Once the Ministry of Food grants permission for planting, the association will do its best to help. Please wait until then." Leon took a sip of water and replied, "I know you have your laws and systems. I understand your point, but it's a needless worry. No one will be able to steal from the goddess's farm." Hearing that, Gensu broke out in a cold sweat. How can he be so confident? That night, over the peaceful rice fields, a few young men quietly arrived with several cars on the roadside. "That rice, it must be real. What the hell is this? I thought security would be tight. There's nothing here. Do we just take the seeds and burn this place down for real? We got paid, so let's just do our job. Bring the gasoline cans over here." These were the Viper Squad, a Korean branch of the Villain Association's hitman group. The group moved in an orderly line deep into the rice fields. "Damn, the guys in the back feel strange. Boss, there's a person over there." Hearing that, everyone looked on warily. The figure of someone was watching them from ahead, but when they got closer, they saw it was a scarecrow. The men were very surprised. "A scarecrow? It's just a scarecrow, you idiot." "Sorry, my mistake." After saying that, the group moved on again. "That's strange. Why does it look like it's moving? It must be the wind, you fool." He couldn't help but look back at the scarecrow. "Why is it so creepy, boss? Look at that. Why are there so many scarecrows?" Looking again, there were indeed many bizarre scarecrows. Made entirely of straw, they swayed in the dark night. Hearing his subordinate's strange noises, the boss shouted in annoyance, "You idiot, you call yourself a villain and you're scared of a mere scarecrow. Stop talking nonsense and check the wind direction. We need the fire to spread as wide as possible in the shortest amount of time. I'll get the seeds from the warehouse." After saying that, he sprinkled gasoline on the field. "This can, then another one, is that all? This rice doesn't seem ordinary. Let's pocket a few grains first. Monsu Jinte, you two." Just as he was about to give an order, his gaze fell upon his subordinates. "Where did those two go? They were always behind me. Where's Dosun?" Looking at the scarecrows now, they were indeed not ordinary. "Aren't the scarecrows coming toward us?" Unbeknownst to him, a lady scarecrow with stones tied to both hands and fingers made of numerous small wooden stakes was standing right behind the boss. Sensing something, he flinched slightly and turned around. Looking closely, the opponent had a very cute face. He shouted, "Damn it!" His face was scrunched up and didn't look very handsome. When a subordinate heard the sound and turned, he saw the boss sending a scarecrow flying with a punch. The boss shouted, "It's really moving. It's not an ordinary scarecrow. It's a monster." Having been discovered, the scarecrows no longer pretended. They held weapons in their hands and moved with a creaking sound, as if they had walked out of a horror movie. The sickles in their hands were sharp, and no matter how cute their faces were, it was spine-chilling. "Boss, what do we do? This is ridiculous. How can they all be monsters? There wasn't even a dungeon break or anything." After holding out for a while, the thieves' stamina was also considerably drained. "Boss, what the hell are those things? I've never seen anything like them. Not even inside a barrier." The boss shouted. "How should I know? Damn it, I was in a hurry and didn't bring many men. I knew there was something strange about this mission. If someone dares to harm us, I won't let them get away with it." A subordinate suddenly said, "B-boss, wait. Isn't that the warehouse? I've confirmed it's the warehouse." The boss gave a vile smile. "Found it. If the miracle of this rice is real. Going to be rich. Bring as much rice as you can to the cars. The monsters are only roaming around the fields. The warehouse is fine. Let's go." As soon as he took a step, an unlucky fellow stepped on a landmine below and exploded spectacularly. His tired body fell with a thud. It was the boss. Smoke rose from his entire body. A sizzling sound could be heard from somewhere. His voice said weakly, "Why is there a landmine here? Does that mean they planted mines in front of the warehouse? Who did this?" Before they could even be shocked, the sound of machinery was heard. Everyone turned around, bewildered. Spinner was standing in front of the robbers. "Intruder confirmed." "Damn it, why is it here? That's a barrier, and is that Jaffe Spinner?" Spinner gave its final command. "Eliminate." Thus the long night passed and the sparkling sunlight shone on all sorts of yellow flowers. Behind the warehouse wall, the thieves were all tied up tightly like chrysalises. The boss who stepped on the mine was carefully bandaged by Spinner and tied up a little more specially. Next to them was a sign explaining the rules of life and farming divided into 5 items. Roughly, it said that the first harvest must be made into the shape of the goddess and offered as a sacrifice. Not to relieve oneself anywhere, though fertilizing the crops is allowed. Scarecrows must wear hats and clothes to meet artistic standards. It's better to sing a song of thanks to the goddess during harvest, and one must eat meals even when busy. Next to it was a rather conspicuous line of red text. Thievery leaves no way to live. The Viper Squad was successfully arrested. After the arrest of the Villain Association members, the value of Pantheon and the Blessed Rice skyrocketed. the incarnation of algorithms. Leon traveled the country to promote the consumption of the blessed rice. There was a small incident, but it passed without issue. As for the specifics of the scandal, I hope you'll find out for yourselves. Finally, the entire internet was talking about Pantheon. Leon, having returned home, was in a very good mood. Is this what the gods planned? It seems the gods have adapted to this modern world better than I have. Urgent news, Your Majesty. The appraisal results for the rice are out, and she said that one bag was now valued at 230 million won. It needs to be cheaper. Hearing this, Harry hesitated. Isn't it better if it's expensive? Leon explained. The market determines the value of goods, but if the price of something like rice is that high, how can ordinary people afford it? The blessings of the gods must be shared equally with everyone. Hearing this, Harry didn't ask any more questions. But Leon's face darkened and he said, as if growling, I told the president I met before that he must explain the sacred blessing to the farmers, but he said that a president must remain neutral in matters of faith. I still need to gain more of the people's faith, enough to be able to use the heart of the raging tiger and its power. But Your Majesty, will it really be all right? He looked puzzled at her question. Harry continued, I'm talking about that yellow gate. We succeeded in defending it as you wished, but it's nearly impossible to clear that dungeon with the people you've chosen. Leon gave a rare, gentle smile. We'll see. Scene change. Oh, isn't that Mr. Jiu? Hey, it's team leader Kim. We meet again. Did you come because of that text too? You mean the rumor that the Hunter Association's president is recruiting hunters like us? I don't know what's going on. Desheng looked around with an anxious expression. I'm not sure either. They're all D-rank hunters, with C rank being the highest, I guess. Oh, there's Han Harry. Isn't she an A-rank magic swordsman? I think she got the highest score in last year's competition. Desheng took special note of Han Harry's presence, but he was even more surprised by the person who appeared next. His Majesty has arrived. The noble Leon Dragonia Leon H. But wasn't that guy a survivor? I knew he wasn't an ordinary person, but to think he's from a completely different world. As Leon stepped onto the platform, the crowd below fell silent. He began his opening address. Welcome. The reason I have summoned you here today is to find warriors to join my guild Vanian. To those who pass the evaluation, prove their worth and endure the training, I shall grant the glory of joining my army. Desheng was bewildered. An army, not a guild. A guard standing behind him stepped forward and continued the announcement. From now on I will announce the details of the entrance evaluation test. The test is to clear the yellow dungeon at Samdong Station. As soon as he said that, the crowd began to complain. What, a yellow gate? How do you expect us to clear that? How is that any different from sending us to our deaths? What kind of absurd test is this? But this reaction from the hunters was entirely predictable. This was because dungeon ranks and difficulty levels were distinguished by color: black, red, orange. Below that were yellow, green, and indigo. Considering that Jiu Jian's previous test was an indigo gate, a yellow gate meant death for a D rank or C rank hunter. The crowd below grew restless. How are we supposed to clear a yellow gate? This is the same as telling us to commit suicide. The guard tried to calm the crowd. Now everyone, those who do not wish to continue with the test are free to leave. You think we won't leave just because you say that? Tisk, what a waste of time. I'd rather go home and sleep. With that, the entire crowd left. Desheng watched the result with a rather surprised expression. Is it okay not to stop them? The sound of angry footsteps leaving the hall grew fainter and then fell silent. Now only a few people remained in the auditorium. Leon looked at the people left in the room, lost in thought for a long time, then began to point at each person and ask. The person he pointed to was startled and answered, Yes, that's me. Yes, you. The one with the curly hair. Why did you decide to stay? The young man answered, sweating profusely. I stayed because I thought there must be some other hidden reason. Leon nodded. I see. Then what about you? I just stayed to watch. It seems so. Then you, my friend, stayed, so I stayed too. Leon stroked his chin and nodded. So that's why. Then what about you? He pointed directly at Desheng and asked, Why are you here? This is a guild made by someone who's practically an S-rank hunter. I have to seize this opportunity, he said clearly. I decided to stay because I believed Your Majesty would not let us die in there. Leon smiled with satisfaction. Good attitude. You are smart and quick-witted. Then I shall tell you, I came here to gather soldiers. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. You have answered the call of a knight without a shred of doubt. Trust in the honor and strength of a knight. That is all you must do. In other words, you only need to listen to and follow orders. We will depart immediately. Everyone grab your personal gear and prepare. In front of the yellow gate at Samdong Station, everyone was fully equipped. Their entire bodies were seamlessly covered in armor. Wow, it's a bit heavy, but the gear is pretty good. Isn't this all rare grade? This alone must be worth at least 10 million won. C-rank and D-rank hunters like us have never even touched gear like this, but that person who calls himself a king isn't wearing any gear. Finding it strange, Desheng approached Harry and asked, Ms. Han Harry? It's you, Mr. Desheng. What can I do for you? I was going to ask why His Majesty isn't wearing any armor. At that, Harry gave an answer that would make him question his life. His Majesty's skin is harder than armor. Desheng concluded that it was because he was extremely strong. Surely nothing bad will happen. Upon entering the gate, a monster disappeared in an instant before they could even figure out what was happening. What on earth just happened? Leon stood with a sword in his hand looking at the monster with murderous eyes and said in a rather angry voice, I hear no one's voice. You are no longer honorable warriors. You will crawl like maggots on the ground and meet your death there. This is my immortal justice. To explain how this scene came to be, we must go back in time to when they had just entered the gate. Thank goodness, it seems we won't have to fight if we follow him. The player system appeared. Mercenaries from the outside. A war between tribes is taking place on this vast plain. Form an alliance with one of the two tribes and help them to victory. Desheng looked at the system window with surprised eyes. Is it an NPC support quest? Ah, it seems to be a faction selection quest. That's right, it seems we have to choose one of the two warring tribes and lead them to victory. The problem is, who would be more advantageous to choose? Wait, isn't that a monster troop? Soon after, a group of black shadows rushed from the front. Up close, it was a monster troop riding wild boars. The one at the front was clearly their leader, holding a massive gleaming axe in his hand. They rushed forward, blocking Leon's party's path. After a moment, they dismounted to make conversation easier. Who are you? This is the territory of our Hawk tribe. Do you wish to die for daring to trespass on our land? The newcomers kept their mouths shut and said nothing. Harry saw Leon's displeased expression, sighed and said, Your Majesty, please calm down. He muttered under his breath. These foolish oafs, why don't we try following the scenario of this mission first? Do as you please, she replied with a bitter smile. I am eternally grateful for your grace. With permission granted, she stepped forward. She spoke clearly. We are a mercenary group. We came here after hearing that there is a reward for helping a tribe. The leader heard this, frowned and said, Mercenaries, so you're the ones the chieftain was talking about. Then follow me. Hurry up. Harry was smiling on the outside, but she was terrified on the inside. To her, Leon was like a ticking time bomb right now, and as time passed, his expression grew even more grim. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the camp. Monsters stood neatly on both sides. The chieftain looked the mercenaries over and said, You're uglier and weaker than I thought, but it doesn't matter. Help our Hawk tribe. The greater the war, the more honorable the death, and the victor will take all. The more Leon heard the monsters shout, the more he couldn't control his anger. He could no longer hold it in. Honor, glory, you beast-like bastards, how dare you dream such futile dreams when you know nothing? The leader, thinking he had been insulted, shouted in anger, You insolent bastard. Before he could even swing his axe, his head was sent flying by a single stroke of Leon's sword. Watching the blood splatter in all directions, the tribe members below were horrified. Leon shouted in rage, You call yourselves honorable warriors? Cling to that dream and die on the ground like maggots. The berserker's rage has erupted upon facing these hideous monsters. All of you go to hell. This is an undeniable truth. To date, your majesty has killed 8,069,653 orcs. You have obtained the legendary title, Orc Slayer. The orcs inside were confused by the scene before them. What? The chieftain is dead, you damn humans, get them. The soldiers behind them were flustered by the chaotic situation. What on earth is going on? They're coming to attack us. Leon was still extremely enraged. Damn orc bastards, where are the soldiers? Raise your shields. Hearing that, they had no other choice. They followed, risking their lives. They stood firm, holding their shields with one mind. We're just D-rank hunters. How does he think we can beat the orcs? Seeing a huge orc swing a large club, they thought they were going to meet their ancestors too soon this time, even blocking this attack with the shield actually held. The creature's weapon only left a scratch on the thick shield. Seeing that, something began to change. I blocked it. How is this possible? As they wondered, the system appeared again and spoke. They received a huge buff thanks to the Aura of the Valiant Heart effect. Wow, these effects are insane. And they also received the additional effect of Leon's Orc Slayer title. Reading the information, they felt like they were on a roller coaster. This is a full party buff. Leon commanded the army as he fought. Everyone raise your shields and defend, and use your swords to stab their weak points to your heart's content. They heard his words and followed immediately. Soon one fell, then 2, 3, and countless more. Those who charged were logged out one after another. The god of war will be on our side. Leon's blood boiled even more upon hearing the orcs say this. What are these bastards babbling about? How dare these atrocious fiends utter the name of a god? I will make them pay the price. For the sin of blaspheming a god, I will cut out your tongues and smash your skulls. Stallion. With Leon's call, an explosion that shook the heavens was heard. The orcs squinted their eyes and looked. What is that? From the dust, a large rock the size of their faces appeared. Leon rode his warhorse and trampled all the orcs on the path. After a few laps he returned. He gathered an immense amount of power, opened a dimensional gate and summoned a weapon in each hand surrounded by dark energy. He stood in the middle of the orcs holding what could be called a sword and a greatsword or a spear. On his face was still the blood of the orcs he had cut down. At the sight of his brightly shining eyes, the orcs hesitated to stand before him. I will clean out all you monsters. A moment later another orc died. No one was left around. Leon raised his holy sword high, he proclaimed triumphantly. Shout, you who have won. This is an honorable victory. We won, thank goodness. Harry said hesitantly. Your Majesty. Having calmed his anger, he nodded and said, It's you, Harry. What is it? She asked. Why did you do that? He answered nonchalantly. Do I need a reason to clean up orcs? She was dumbfounded by his words. What, but the mission? As soon as the mission was mentioned, his expression contorted again. Support those bastards? Nonsense. I'd rather jump into a pit of fire than help those green-skinned fiends. They don't deserve respect. Their very existence is an insult to this world. Yes, they may be strong, but how dare they compare to the valor of knights? They should not be treated like humans. They are nothing but loathsome beasts. Hearing that, Harry was able to realize one more thing. He was discriminating against the orc race. She tried to find even a little bit of mercy in his heart. But your majesty, surely there must be good orcs somewhere in this world, he scoffed. Leon looked Harry straight in the eyes and said in a firm voice, remember this, my naive girl. Even if there are truly good orcs, they've all gone to hell. The orc race has a ferocious appearance with characteristic green skin, pointed ears, and white tusks protruding from their mouths. Their hair is black and thick, tied up high. After the gates opened on Earth, many surviving orcs also migrated to Earth through the Gate of Time. Here, the people of Earth welcomed them with joy, regardless of race. A blond man even held up a welcome sign to greet them. But they could not coexist peacefully with Earth. An orc swung its axe and charged at a human with fierce eyes. They slaughtered mercilessly, and the person holding the welcome sign also lost their life. In the end, the orcs became a difficult problem for the people of Earth, a certain forest. As night fell, a buzzing sound came from a robot crawling on a tree branch. Arrived, the robot spoke to its master before moving. If I drop this here, all the orcs will die. This is too simple a task. Leon's voice answered. I leave it to you. Do not disappoint me. Harry and Leon were watching from the side, both wearing pink scarves with bunny patterns on their heads for forest camouflage. The robot on the tree began to turn its legs to initiate the nuclear overload procedure. When the energy reached 99, a small cylindrical core formed, with electric currents flowing around it. A sharp electric sound was heard as the core emitted a yellow light. Leon watched coldly from the side while Harry looked very surprised. As the nuclear overload proceeded, the rapid freezing system activated, filling the fuel rods with energy and initiating a fusion reaction. The robot on the tree turned toward the river and began to rotate its two front legs. Once it had gained enough momentum, the robot threw the core into the river before it. Seeing the core fall into the river, Harry said it looked like a piece of poop. Leon immediately warned her sternly, do not use such vulgar language. Harry looked back at Leon with a skeptical gaze. She questioned whether this was all right. Leon didn't understand what she meant. Harry explained, isn't annihilating the orcs by contaminating the river with radiation against the spirit of chivalry you pursue, your majesty? Leon looked back at Harry. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Leon explained to Harry that it applied to both her and Spinner. Fighting those green-skinned fiends is not a war or a duel. It's like a hunting festival. When hunting, who has the time to bother with honor? Harry thought to herself. This man truly discriminates against the orc race. From Leon's perspective, when hunting, who has the time to bother with honor? He crossed his arms and said with a sneer, there is no such thing as a good orc. Sending them to hell is simply the most peaceful method. Elsewhere, orcs were fighting each other, the surroundings stained red with fresh blood. An orc with a savage face swung its axe and struck its opponent's head with all its might, splattering blood. The orcs watching from a distance cheered. Muhahaha, Groki Cart smashed Galen's head. That was a fine axe swing, brother. On a rock, an orc named Galen lay with a severe head wound. Groki looked at the fallen orc, his eyes welling up with tears. Moved by Galen's brave fight, he prayed that the god of war would guide his soul to the eternal battlefield. The orcs beside them continued to roar. Groki Cart went to drink water to celebrate his victory. Groki approached a wooden barrel filled with water and was about to take a sip, but when he lifted the barrel it was already empty. Groki took the barrel and went to the river to fetch water. After filling it to the brim, he drank the water straight from the barrel by the riverside. Sip by sip, the radioactively contaminated water entered his body. Groki wiped his mouth with his hand. He too felt that the water tasted a bit strange today, with a slightly fizzy taste, but he didn't pay much mind and returned to the camp. As he walked, he reassured himself. The water probably tastes like that because of the blood from the previous battle. A short while later, Groki Cart felt the scenery before him growing smaller. Everything in front of him blurred. He looked around, a stomachache washed over him, and he writhed on the ground, struggling. He kept calling for the shaman, asking for help. Groki lay on the ground, groaning and clutching his stomach in pain, continuously calling for the shaman. Sweat and tears covered his face, and with a face contorted in pain he begged for the shaman to come quickly and help. He couldn't bear it any longer. On the other side, another orc had just collapsed to the ground, groaning from stomach pain. One after another, other orcs showed similar symptoms, with tears and snot streaming down their faces, unable to even speak from the pain. Countless orcs lay on the rocks, their mouths screaming for the shaman. The shaman, who had just arrived, was so frightened by the sight before him that he even dropped his skull magic staff to the ground. The shaman's voice was filled with panic. I've never seen anything like this. This isn't magic, it's a curse. The shaman couldn't even stand properly, and collapsed to the ground, despairing that he couldn't figure out who had cursed their tribe. The shaman shouted at the fallen orcs. What in the world happened to all of you? Just then, a cheer was heard from a distance. Glory to Leon! The old shaman was greatly surprised. From a distance, the sound of his majesty shouting as he ran like the wind was heard. All warriors, kill every last one of them. Leon's gaze was like lightning. He rode his steel warhorse and charged toward the orcs' camp, shouting, leave no one alive. Poison resistance activated was displayed in the system window. The soldiers clad in iron armor advanced. A commander at the lead shouted, charge brothers, it's free express, let's finish them off quickly. Ironclad legion charged toward the camp entrance with tremendous momentum. Inside the camp, the orcs clutched their stomachs and staggered to their feet. Before them was the ironclad legion, charging with overwhelming force. The orc's eyes reflected the sight of the ironclad soldiers cutting down their kin. An orc shouted, "Cowardly humans, die, you cursed humans." With every swing of a sword, blood spurted like a fountain and scattered into the air. The purge had officially begun. The ironclad legion, armed with sturdy armor and the latest equipment, entered to massacre the orcs. A message appeared in the system. The white tribe has been annihilated. All orc tribes have become your enemies. The ironclad legion, holding swords stained with orc blood, stopped and read the system's command. Hanheri's eyes widened as she stared in surprise at the changing text in the system window. The system displayed, "You are the public enemy of all orc tribes. Hidden quest generated, annihilate all orcs on the battlefield." All the ironclad warriors also stopped and read the system's command. Hanheri hurriedly reported to Leon that the quest had changed. Leon sat atop his warhorse. His entire body was stained with orc blood as he raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Interesting. Now this is what I call a real mission." Leon spoke to the warriors. "My soldiers, the time has come to bring light and justice to this land." From the corner of the camp, the shaman walked out with an extremely furious expression. A blue light emanated from around his body. The shaman's angry roar drew the attention of the ironclad legion. The shaman walked out from the corner of the camp and, filled with murderous intent, said angrily, So you're the ones who cursed the river." The old shaman, with his pure white eyes, opened his mouth to reveal white, savage teeth and cursed the legion, calling them a wicked and cowardly race. He then asked how they dared to call themselves warriors. Hearing this, Leon's eyes darkened as he said to the shaman, "What did you say?" The shaman continued to curse Leon, calling him a brainless fool who only knows how to talk about honor. "Fortunately, I did not see you before. If I had, my eyes would have been defiled." Leon covered his face with one hand, gritted his teeth, and said to the old shaman in a rage, "Those orc bastards. Don't you realize they're all dead? A lowly race like you deserves to suffer such a fate. By cursing them, I am giving them a chance to be freed from their own ugliness. You filthy beasts, all of you, die." The old shaman heard this and shouted with his pure white eyes, "Insolent fool!" The atmosphere grew increasingly ominous and more green magic power appeared, enveloping the shaman. Murderous intent filled the surroundings, and his shout echoed in the air. "I will not forgive you." Leon swung the sword in his hand and a golden light appeared. Leon said to the shaman, "Do you think I'll give you time to cast your magic?" After speaking, Leon brought down his sword with immense force. The sword flew toward the shaman. A dull thud echoed as the sword pierced the old man's body. Elsewhere, an image of an orc with a cunning smile appeared. Blood dripped from his sharp teeth and mouth. In front of him was a cracked golden orb with green energy spreading around it. In the center was a strange black lake from which green light and bizarre energy emanated. A voice echoed in the darkness. "It's too late, humans." Within a band of green energy that stretched out like tentacles, an orc was wielding a sword with extreme ferocity. A voice was heard from the air. "Groki is on a rampage." An orc was bound by energy cords and was being dragged down. The energy cords gradually rose upwards, and in the sky green clouds swirled and gathered in increasing numbers. Hanheri saw the scene and, greatly surprised, asked Leon, "What is that?" Leon said in a sarcastic voice, "What, are they channeling a god or something? Truly beast-like fiends. That's why their civilization fails to advance." A black mass of energy rose into the air, spinning faster and faster. A giant hand with long sharp claws emerged from the black smoke. A voice echoed, "Behold!" A giant green arm stretched forward. The words "Hidden Quest" appeared in the system. A giant eye appeared from within the black smoke, and a giant arm stretched long toward the ground, approaching the shaman. The command, "Annihilate the orc tribe shaman Groki," was displayed in the system. A long arm stretched out from the bluish-black smoke, and the ground below was thick with dust. Leon still sat quietly on his warhorse. The giant arm gathered its fingers into a circle, creating a telescope-like shape, and brought it to its eye. Through that telescope, the hand showed the image of Leon with his golden hair and determined eyes staring back at it. This was something the giant orc could not accept. Light shot out from the eye in the sky, and the giant being cursed. "Die!" Lightning struck, and the eye turned into a giant ring of light. The light created a pillar of light with the force of a giant sword of light. The beam of light shot straight down from the black clouds to the ground, causing a massive explosion. Hanheri called out to Leon in a flustered and worried voice. The giant being's voice echoed from above, "I am the guardian god of this place." "Then who is this guardian god of yours?" From within the dust rising after the explosion, Leon replied coldly, "Does something like you dare to ask such a question?" Leon answered the question with a rage that seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. His anger boiled over. "Does the big boss of these cursed beasts dare to call itself a god?" Instantly, Leon drew a shining sharp sword. Leon and his warhorse charged like a storm. Leon shouted, "This king will not allow you to exist any longer." From the sky, the giant being swung its large, powerful arm toward Leon. "Does a small mortal like you dare to oppose me?" After speaking, it struck down hard at Leon with its fist. It seemed certain to hit Leon, but with one quick and agile swing of his sword, the giant being's hand was instantly severed from its wrist. The giant being's arm was immediately cut off and blood splattered in all directions. The giant eye turned red with pain, the blood vessels clearly visible. It immediately retracted its arm upwards. The giant being could not understand why it felt pain, even though Leon had only cut its apparition, not its real body. Looking at the orc beside it, it struggled to utter the name Groki. The giant being suddenly realized, yes, the main cause is that sword. That is a holy sword. It also realized that Leon was none other than the orc butcher and demon hunter. That night, abandoned by that damned world, the giant eye began to shrink. Without any further delay, it decided that fleeing was the best course of action and vanished into the sky, leaving only the dazed shaman below. The giant being left its voice with the shaman. "You will pay the price for what you have done. We will meet again." From the other side, Leon approached, thinking about what the old orc giant had just said. He called Leon the god of these orcs. So that's all they amount to. The orc shaman, with tears and snot streaming down his face, cursed Leon, calling him a son of a bitch. The orc shaman, enraged, took out his magic staff. "What kind of trick did you pull? I will avenge my brothers." But before his words were even finished, Leon sent the shaman to join his ancestors along with the other orcs. With a single sword strike, the shaman fell to the ground. Leon raised the corner of his mouth in contempt. "Your effort is commendable, but something like you is better off not living." The system once again displayed, "You have completed the hidden quest. All participants will receive the Orc Hunter insignia. All will receive the Warrior of Darkness title." The system explained that the Orc Hunter deals 30 additional damage against orcs, and the Warrior of Darkness gains a 20 defense increase when fighting alongside a knight with the War Knight attribute, with additional physical defense for everyone. It was something only kings could possess. The soldiers saw it and murmured happily, "Amazing. But it's a little disappointing that it only applies when we meet orcs. Still, it's 30 and it even raises our physical defense." Leon boosted the soldiers' morale and shouted, "Take all the spoils, move quickly, the victor's right is to obtain more spoils." The soldiers scattered in various directions. "Let's go, we have to take all the spoils. Prioritize the big high-grade ones first and grab the shaman's equipment too." Hanhari slowly approached Leon. She was surprised, not knowing what to do with the arm of the god Orin. "Hasn't the arm of that fake god disappeared yet?" Suddenly, the robot spinner appeared on Hanhari's head. It asked what Leon wanted to say. Spinner relayed a new message that had just arrived from the blacksmith. "Leon H. A considerable amount of power can be felt from that arm. If you absorb that power with the Holy Grail, we can study it and provide you with more support." Hearing this, Leon took out the Holy Grail and slowly approached the giant arm. Leon held the Holy Grail forward and slowly absorbed all the energy from the arm. It began to fade from the fingertips, and soon the entire hand shone and disappeared into Leon's Holy Grail. Leon himself could feel a source of energy similar to divine power. Leon thought that those monsters seemed to have truly worshipped this being, but beasts that cannot recognize the true creator do not deserve to live. It is an absolute sin that must be annihilated. Suddenly a call echoed in Leon's ear. "Leon H. My knight." Leon recognized it as the goddess's voice. Leon replied, "How could I not show respect upon hearing the voice of a god?" The goddess spoke gently. "It is all right. You are currently absorbing the divine power of a monster, so you may omit the formalities. The reason I have sought you out is to give you a choice. With this, you will be able to restore the power of the holy relic you desire." Leon was surprised. "Is that true?" The god of war quickly interjected, advising Leon. "Choose the sword," the goddess explained. "You may choose only one, so I shall await your answer, my beloved knight." Leon was lost in thought for a moment. Leon thought to himself that he possessed 4 holy relics: the holy spear, the holy sword, the holy grail, and the heart of the raging tiger. Among them, the power of the sword was already strong enough, so he needed no more. Therefore, after a moment's thought, Leon replied, "I choose to restore the power of the holy grail." The goddess replied, "So be it." As Leon held out the holy grail, a halo appeared, illuminating the surroundings and enveloping the grail. The grail slowly rose with a beam of light and circled around. After floating above Leon's hand for a moment, it returned to his grasp. Leon looked at the holy grail and said with a smile, "This harvest is not bad." Harry called out to his majesty from behind. Leon asked, "What is the commotion about?" Harry said. "I think you need to go over there for a moment." Leon noticed that Spinner was no longer on Harry's head. Harry hesitated and explained. Before she could finish her sentence, a growling voice was heard. "This damn robot, leave me alone." On the other side, the robot was jumping on a soldier's body, and the soldier was shouting loudly, "What are you all doing? Come and help me." It turned out the robot had tightly bound the soldier's body with thread. Curses continued to pour from the soldier's mouth. "You damn robot." A soldier was lying on the ground shouting for people to help him. Spinner had released its thread and tied the soldier up so he couldn't move. Other soldiers stood by helplessly watching. Upon hearing the curses, Spinner seemed to get angry. Its central eye glowed red. Just as Spinner was about to punish this soldier, Leon appeared. Everyone was on guard at Leon's majestic presence. Spinner also jumped off the soldier's back. Leon slowly approached with the dignified air of a leader. Beside him, Harry watched with wide eyes, her face full of surprise. Seeing Leon approach, the soldier immediately asked for help. "This damn robot is attacking me." Leon looked at the soldier and ordered him to stop in a stern voice. Leon said to the soldier with an angry face, "If you don't want your tongue cut out, you'd better watch your mouth." The soldier, not yet understanding Leon's meaning, continued to speak. "R.O., what robot?" Hearing that, the robot shouted, "How dare a lowly being address a knight in such a way?" The soldier was startled by this sudden information and looked at Leon, thinking, "What?" Leon did not believe the soldier's accusation and turned to ask sternly, "What on earth happened, Sir Spinner?" The robot immediately replied, "That person stole the spoils of war." Hearing that, the soldier was startled and in fear tried to resist admitting his crime. He vehemently denied it, his veins bulging on his neck. "This foolish thing, no, it's a misunderstanding." Leon, of course, did not believe his words and immediately ordered, "We'll know if it's a misunderstanding or not by searching him." Leon ordered Harry to search him. Harry, hearing this, hesitated and replied, "Ah yes." The soldier who heard that was startled, terrified, and trembled. Immediately, Harry raised both hands and approached the soldier to prepare for the search. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. The soldier saw Harry's murderous intent and immediately stuttered. Wait a minute, it was to buy time. Harry immediately searched him. Even in this situation, the soldier continued to resist and groaned. "Do you really believe this robot? Hey, wait a minute." The other soldiers who heard the shout turned pale. After the body search was over, Harry found a small, mysterious bundle on his body. Thus the soldier could no longer escape. Realizing he had been caught, the soldier prostrated himself on the ground, sweating and trembling, his face devoid of color. Without wasting time, Harry immediately opened the bundle of spoils she had found on the soldier. It was the heart of the orc chieftain. This was the most valuable spoil in this orc territory. The crime was indeed as high as the heavens, and the evidence was undeniable. Leon looked at the soldier and questioned him. "How dare you? You must know that embezzling such a valuable spoil is a grave crime, do you not?" The soldier still stubbornly denied and resisted. "It's just a misunderstanding." The soldier flatly denied what he had done. "I did not steal it." He vehemently denied it, his veins bulging on his face. "I would never." Leon did not let him finish, and immediately drew his holy sword and cut off the soldier's arm as punishment for stealing the spoils. Harry, who was beside him, was extremely shocked by the scene, and everything went black. Before the soldier could even react, his arm was severed and flew behind him. He shouted in shock and fear. "My arm?" His scream echoed amidst the shock of the soldiers who witnessed it there. Everyone's face turned pale, and no one dared to say a word. At this time, the soldier's arm lay carelessly on the ground in the middle of a pool of red blood. Looking at the soldier who had fallen to the ground in pain, Leon said, "I know your laws and perceptions are different from mine, but now you have entered the army of Leon H. Therefore what you must follow is not the old laws or order, but the military law of Leon H. Leon, emanating a murderous aura, commanded, "This is my law and my military law. Anyone who cannot follow it, raise your hand here and now." And of course, no one raised their hand. If you steal, your hand gets cut off. That was the martial law of the kingdom of Leon H. The rules here were so strict that it was difficult for the people of Earth to accept. The soldiers began to look at each other and murmur. Cutting off a hand for just that seemed a bit harsh, but one soldier thought that the resources gained from war were also very abundant. Thanks to the immense support, even a D rank like me could rise to C rank or even higher. The soldier sighed with regret. It was too precious to give up now. A silence enveloped the soldiers. The soldiers hesitated. Isn't stealing wrong in the first place? There were originally no laws inside a dungeon gate, so maybe it's a good thing that strict rules have been established now. From the crowd, a brave soldier stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty." Leon was slightly surprised and quietly nodded. Leon reminded him. "State your name first." The soldier immediately followed the order, took off his iron helmet and stated his name. "My name is Jiyu Guanseong." Leon guessed that he had something to ask and said, "What is it?" "Speak, Jiyu Guanseong." Having received permission, the soldier stated his opinion. "That thief's arm, may I take it?" Guanseong cautiously looked back at the foolish soldier who had been prostrated on the ground crying just a moment ago. Hearing that, Leon was slightly displeased and asked, "Are you planning to reattach it to him?" Guanseong replied without hesitation, "Yes." But of course, Leon did not accept it easily. "But then what meaning would the punishment have? Your counsel goes against the punishment of this Leon H." Hearing this, Guanseong's face turned pale. He trembled, sweating, and replied, "I know, but he gave a frank statement, Your Majesty. We are people with different perceptions from you. Now that you have informed us of that law, please give us one chance." Hearing that, Leon's heart softened a little. He replied gruffly, Leon looked at him and felt that his words had a point. Guanseong bowed his head and said, "Please forgive me, Your Majesty." At that moment, Leon suddenly approached the foolish soldier lying on the floor, and the soldier was startled and afraid. But fortunately, Leon decided to summon the power of the Holy Grail to heal him. Leon reminded him in a stern voice, "Be thankful that among your comrades there is one who knows how to speak reason." Without delay, Leon immediately held out the Holy Grail. A brilliant halo emanated from the Grail. A sacred stream of water appeared from the Grail. Leon poured the holy water on the soldier's severely injured arm. The soldier looked down at his own arm, which had just been severed, with eyes full of surprise. His eyes were filled with tears. The soldier stuttered, This is." In the blink of an eye, his arm was immediately reattached and the scar disappeared as if nothing had happened. He shouted in a daze amidst the astonished gazes of the people around him, What is that?" His severed hand regenerated. Guanseong, who was standing on one side, was so shocked that his face turned pale. He thought that even S-rank healing magic could reattach a severed hand, but it couldn't regenerate it like this. That level of recovery was even more powerful than S-rank healing magic. He looked back at Leon in astonishment. How can one person possess such power? It was too terrifying. Leon shouted coldly, full of contempt. "HMPH, get lost," he threatened. "This time I will forgive you out of respect for your old laws, but you have lost your qualification." Leon looked at the soldier with a look of disgust. The soldier prostrated himself on the ground and begged, "Thank you for your grace. Please forgive me." Leon turned to the soldiers and instructed loudly, "Soldiers who wish to enlist in my army, stay. Those who do not wish to enlist may divide the spoils and leave." Hearing that, the soldiers hesitated for a moment and then looked at each other. They rejoiced inwardly, thinking, "This is an opportunity I must seize no matter the cost." Seeing the soldiers' excited atmosphere, Leon said with satisfaction, "Good, then prepare for training immediately. I hope no one leaves for being unable to endure the training, Leon immediately shouted. Take the spoils, we're returning. The soldiers cheered with joy. Harry, who was standing beside him, asked curiously, Your Majesty, he replied. What is it? Harry continued, What is the next training? He did not answer Harry's question immediately, but just smiled. After a moment he said, Physical training. The scene changed to a rice paddy. The place was filled with the golden color of ripe rice. The sky was high and blue, sunlight shone everywhere, and all things around were full of life. Many people had gathered in front of the main gate of the training center. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard. Mr. Gu. The old man looked at his dirty face with concern and asked, What happened to your face? Gu Guanseong stuttered before he could even answer. Seeing Gu Guanseong's hesitant attitude, the old man guessed first. Did you join a new gate-clearing team? Indeed, that was the case. Gu Guanseong admitted and awkwardly scratched his head, replying, Yes, I felt restless just sitting around. The old man, worried that he would overdo it, reminded him, You'll hurt yourself if you keep that up, take it easy. Hearing that, Gu Guanseong laughed awkwardly. Haha, yes. Suddenly, from a distance, Harry came running excitedly and stood in front of the people. Harry was a little shy and she caught her breath to announce something important. Suddenly, Harry shouted with all her might, His Majesty Leon Dragonia Leon H. and the Knight of the Holy Grail Sir Jaffy Spinner have arrived. The crowd suddenly fell silent. They watched Leon's footsteps closely. He stood majestically on the platform. Congratulations on passing the simple test just now, Leon continued. Although you who have entered my army have some shortcomings, we can slowly develop them in the future. Hearing that, the people's faces darkened. They were shocked as they recalled the last incident. The orc dungeon gate was simple, Leon said seriously. Watching you fight, I discovered several problems. The most important is, of course, the body. The crowd was slightly puzzled by this firm statement. Our bodies were D rank or C rank to begin with, Leon emphasized firmly. That is why I have decided to train your bodies first, Leon declared with satisfaction. From now on, you will train according to the standard military training manual of the Kingdom of Leon H. Hearing that, the soldiers worried about the arduous future ahead. Standard military training manual? Is it like muscle training from the Middle Ages? Almost, Leon kindly explained. Physical training is, in short, muscle training. Muscle training means overloading the body to expand its limits. Leon added with a sinister smile, The Knight of the Holy Grail who created the standard military training manual, the giant slayer Sir Garot, said this, Leon repeated with satisfaction. The more humans fight, the stronger and tougher they become. Truly wise words. Hearing this, the soldiers paused for a moment. What do you mean fight? They couldn't believe their ears and didn't understand what was happening. There was no time to delay, Leon declared, and how should a soldier tasked with protecting the kingdom train? Naturally, it must be different from ordinary farmers. Having said this, he firmly emphasized, therefore to obtain the best training effect, Sir Garot devised this method. The people below were shocked, worried, and afraid. Leon's eyes widened, his blue pupils shining. He said with a growling laugh, Make the soldiers fight each other until their heads are broken and their bodies are covered in bruises, then restore them to their original state. That way, not only will their muscles become harder, but they will also have to dodge to avoid getting hit, which will improve their dynamic visual acuity. It was truly a unique decision. The people who heard that were speechless, their mouths agape and everyone's face turned pale. They thought to themselves, What? Then suddenly, Leon pointed at them with his finger and everyone was surprised and worried and they backed away. Leon, emanating a murderous aura, commanded, Now start fighting each other. Leon, full of murderous intent, raised one hand to the sky and said loudly, Now, he stretched his hand forward and commanded, Start fighting each other until your muscles tear and your fists bleed, but don't stop there. To do better, break your bones, shatter them. As soon as he heard this, Gu Guanseong couldn't hold back and said urgently, No. Your Majesty, that's absurd. No, I don't mean that it's necessarily wrong, Gu Guanseong said amidst the astonished gazes of the people there. As Leon tilted his head as if he couldn't understand, Gu Guanseong continued, But your Majesty, if that is your will, my body will not be able to withstand it. Leon was puzzled. Why? As he said that, he took out the Holy Grail and placed it on the table, and a halo spread out from the Grail. Leon looked down at the Holy Grail triumphantly and said, Be grateful for the protection of this Holy Grail. As he finished speaking, the crowd below began to murmur. The old man noticed the abnormal change on Gu Guanseong's face and immediately shouted in astonishment, pointing at Gu Guanseong's head. Hey? Gu Jian flinched at the words and turned around. Yes, the old man replied. Your wounds are healing. Gu Jian was shocked and touched his face to check it was true. His scar-covered face had suddenly healed completely. Stunned, Gu Jian asked, what happened? To answer his question, Leon opened his mouth and explained, In the presence of the Holy Grail, all soldiers will recover, and if you drink the water from that cup, not only your muscles but even your bones will regenerate. Hearing this, everyone stood there with their mouths agape, stunned. Leon continued, Therefore I will give you 5 hours. During that time, beat up every single person you see. Leon sternly reminded them of the rules. No collusion was allowed, and they were to use every technique imaginable to attack their opponents. Leon's eyes flashed as he emanated a murderous aura. He threatened that if anyone was found to be holding back, this king would personally teach them a lesson. After speaking, he turned around coldly, left the management to Han, Harry, and Spinner along with the Holy Grail and departed. Before leaving, Leon said, Good Sir Spinner, I leave everything to you. Their leader's rather terrifying command, the soldiers below thought to themselves with worry. Do we really have to train in such a barbaric way? The atmosphere became strangely quiet, and everyone cautiously eyed each other, sweating so profusely that their faces were soaked. Jiu Jian looked awkwardly at the old man next to him and gave a bitter smile. Haha, the old man with a similar expression looked back at Jiu Jian and laughed. He. On the platform, Spinner suddenly said, "Violation detected." Han Harry, standing next to it, was startled, not knowing what was happening. Without a thought of answering, Spinner instantly shot an electric spark toward the group standing below, causing everyone to dodge in fear. Fortunately, everyone dodged it. Emanating a murderous aura, Spinner commanded, "Fight. If you do not comply, I will take care of you myself." Terrified, everyone could delay no longer. At this point, everyone's face was deathly pale. Suddenly, one man shouted loudly. With veins popping on his face, he yelled, "Damn it!" He immediately and decisively rushed forward, swinging his fist at the group in front of him and shouting, "Die!" Everyone was terrified. The scene before them gradually devolved into chaos. They attacked indiscriminately, fighting anyone they met, and thick dust rose. The sound of punches echoed. One person's shout was heard. "You think I'll go down that easily?" Seeing a comrade get attacked and fall to the ground, Jiu Jian couldn't help but feel pity. He couldn't stand it any longer. Jiu Jian shouted, "Everyone's crazy, you're all insane, oh." But before he could finish his sentence, a person raised their fist and struck him squarely on the cheek. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Jiu Jian didn't even have time to react and with a single scream collapsed. Now let's take a look at the schedule for the hunters who applied to Leon's army. 9 a.m. Pleasant military training. Forge your body like iron. In this process, everyone will constantly attack each other, swinging their fists with all their might. At 12 noon, lunch consists of water mixed with salt or sugar. This too was utterly miserable. As if fighting their comrades wasn't enough, now they could only drink sugar or salt water. At this time, Leon stood solemnly next to a giant water container. Han Harry stood beside him, looking a bit awkward. She lowered her head to avoid the people's weary gazes. The people below looked at the water container, puzzled about what was happening. "Is that a water container?" To satisfy their curiosity, they asked, "Ms. Han Harry, what is this?" Han Harry looked awkwardly at Leon and answered hesitantly, "This is..." Before Harry could finish, Leon stepped forward. "Your lunch. It is water mixed with salt and sugar." This information was far too shocking. Who drinks water with salt and sugar in it? The people below thought. Everyone's face darkened, unable to believe what they had just heard. They all looked like dried-up corpses. Military training handbook. Soldiers need only be fed enough to not die. Do not worry, the army will feed you. Time flew by and it was 1 p.m. It was time for tactical training. Leon stood on the platform and below him, soldiers in armor and fully equipped with weapons stood in lines. Leon said sternly, "Now divide into 5 teams and block the king's advance." The people were extremely flustered to hear that and thought to themselves, "What?" Without giving them a moment to think, a short while later, the soldiers were instantly swept away and sent flying into the air. Armor and shields rained down from the sky. Screams echoed and thick dust obscured the path. After a day of training, at 9 p.m. it was good night baby time. Also known as knockout time. Everyone quickly collapsed and fell asleep. But unfortunately, Jiu Jian couldn't sleep peacefully. As he was deep asleep, suddenly a foot came across his neck, making it difficult to breathe. Jiu Jian gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "This is literally training from hell." But they were able to endure thanks to Han Harry's care. Harry appeared like a savior, carrying a giant basket of sweet potatoes. Harry called out gently, "Everyone have a late-night snack." The people who were on the verge of starvation were moved and thanked her. "Thank you, miss." The people wolfed down the sweet potatoes. All of this was King Leon's plan, but none of the hunters knew that fact. The scene changed to a desolate, empty lot. The sky was colored by the evening glow, and on the ground a soldier was practicing his swordsmanship. He swung his sword without rest. It was none other than Jiu Jian. Under the hot afternoon sun, he was soaked in sweat but continued to train without a break. Each swing of his sword showed the result of his constant effort. Suddenly he grew tired, lowered his sword and panted. He laughed loudly. Haha, looking at the shield in his hand, he thought, "This shield is heavier than I thought. That makes it harder to swing the sword. It also restricts my attack posture quite a bit when I'm holding a stance. In the end, it seems like stabbing with the sword is my only attack method." In the distance, the sight of Jiu Jian training appeared on a phone screen. Suddenly a voice rang out. "You're wrong." Startled by the sound, Jiu Jian turned his head. He was shocked to see His Majesty Leon approaching from a distance. Leon commanded seriously, "Stop swinging your sword so haphazardly at once," he instructed sternly. "Solidify your stance and try again." Not daring to disobey, Jiu Jian replied in a fluster, "Yes, I understand." After speaking, he took a combat stance, raising his sword and holding his shield forward. Under Leon's careful observation, Jiu Jian began his move. Jiu Jian brought his sword down hard in front of him, the blade cutting through the air, his stance firmly planted on the ground. After finishing the move, Jiu Jian looked at Leon fearfully. Leon simply said coldly, "Still wrong." Jiu Jian had no choice but to accept it with resignation. Then Leon approached him, took a firm hold of the shield and slowly raised it. He pointed out Jiu Jian's flaw. "You have a habit of lowering your shield when you stab with your sword. That's where you're wrong." That shield is meant to protect the right shoulder of the person standing next to you, Leon said sternly. You must not lower your shield even if it obstructs your view. At this, Jiu Jian was extremely flustered and stammered. Why is that? Leon explained coldly. Doing so creates an opening, and an opening becomes a weakness. Jiu Jian took the opportunity to ask, Your Majesty, is your tactic for the knights to charge and attack while we block the enemy with our shields? Leon, pleased with the question, replied, That's right. Attacking and defending simultaneously, that is the basic tactic of the battlefield. The clever Jiu Jian quickly retorted, But if the enemy is a monster, I don't think that tactic can be applied. Hearing this, Leon fell silent and stared at Jiu Jian with a stern expression. A moment later, Leon suddenly emanated a murderous aura and asked in a growling voice, Do you dare to teach me how to fight? Jiu Jian's face turned pale as he hurriedly replied, No, I would never dare. Seeing Jiu Jian jump in fear after a small threat, Leon sighed with a laugh. He lowered his voice and said, In my world, creatures like the monsters you meet in dungeon gates are everywhere. No, they are worse. The monsters in those gates are rather cute by comparison. Hearing this, Jiu Jian was shocked, drenched in sweat. Leon continued his story. We had to fight against monsters over 20 meters tall, trolls with infinite regeneration, multi-headed venomous snakes, giant spiders with countless offspring, and swarms of dragons larger than mountains. They would all be a nightmare for anyone who encountered them. Leon continued to remind him, To face such monsters, we must learn various fighting methods. He emphasized, in addition to that, you need reflexes and the ability to adapt quickly. After speaking, he glanced at Jiu Jian and kindly reminded him, That is the ability you will gain after long arduous training. Nothing in the world can be obtained easily. Do you have decades of experience fighting monsters and training with gods? With just one sword and one spear, can you honorably win every battle? Hearing this, Jiu Jian fell silent, lost in thought. Leon continued, I believe you understand. The reason I teach my soldiers only one thing is because true omnipotence is a virtue reserved for the truly noble, he said sternly. Perfecting just that one ability has already increased your chances of survival. Hearing this, Jiu Jian's face filled with resolve, but he hesitated and said, But Jiu Jian confessed honestly, I want to rise to a higher position. At Jiu Jian's honesty, Leon smiled with interest and asked, Do you wish to become a knight? At this, Jiu Jian flinched slightly. How could a commoner like me dare? Isn't it that only nobles can become knights? Leon sighed as if he couldn't help it. Do not judge my kingdom by the standards of your world, he said firmly. It is not only nobles who can become knights. These words sparked a longing in Jiu Jian. He replied hesitantly. Yes, Leon explained, one who willingly walks the path of hardship for a noble mission, who has the courage to protect the people and do good, one who has dedicated their entire life to both the goddess and the people. Anyone who can carry out this sacred duty is qualified to be a knight, Leon reminded him. To do so, you need sufficient courage and skill. By this point, Jiu Jian seemed to understand Leon's meaning. Leon, standing proudly in the wind, smiled and emphasized, And it is also to earn my respect. From this moment on, Jiu Jian's view of His Majesty changed completely. He thought he had been wrong. Suddenly, Jiu Jian looked in the same direction as His Majesty and smiled. His face was filled with determination. Under the dazzling sunlight, Jiu Jian seemed to have made a decision as he gripped the hilt of his sword firmly. A single thought flashed through his mind. I want to become a knight too. The scene changed to the Magic Tower in the United States. The sky was pitch black with only the starlight and nearby streetlights illuminating the darkness. A terrible curse echoed from within the room. Damn it, I took this precious free time too. Suddenly, Ronald Selman on this side exclaimed loudly, Oh great being, I believed you would return. He hugged the strange orb tightly. A curse erupted from the giant orb. You idiot, shut up and kneel at once. Immediately, Ronald Selman knelt respectfully and said, Yes, then the monster continued. I will teach you the truth and wisdom of all creation so you will naturally obey me and listen to my words. Ronald Selman thought with some suspicion. Did its voice change? Suddenly the monster commanded, First cast a spatial movement spell on those stones. In an emergency you just need to throw them into the air. These words were extremely strange. Suspicion sprouted in Ronald Selman's mind. He asked, Yes, why is that? I know those stones are a means of transportation, but at that question the monster seemed to go mad. Are you insane? Do you think I'd jump into hell myself without an insurance policy to get back? The more the monster spoke, the less he could understand. He flinched and said, Ah, the monster commanded in a rage. Listen carefully. As long as that damn bastard is breathing fine, I will never appear on that planet. This left a huge question mark in Ronald Selman's mind, and he stared blankly with wide eyes. But the orb, as if it could no longer stand it, said, But since I am here, I will find a way to kill him. Now that the Knights of the Holy Grail and his legion are not here, this is our chance. First, by any means necessary, enter the same dungeon gate as him. Hearing this, Ronald Selman bowed his head respectfully. Oh, I understand. After giving his instructions, the monster laughed sinisterly. Ha! Thinking of Leon, he exclaimed with glee, This time you will surely die, my lord. Today is the graduation ceremony for the Vanian Standing Army Training Course. The gate of a new dungeon was prepared, and a terrifying golden light emanated from its surroundings. Han Harry was restless with worry. She asked if they would be all right since they had just finished training. Hearing that, Leon confidently asserted, It will be fine. At that answer, Han Harry's eyes widened as she looked at Leon and said, So Sir Spinner and I have to stay home, ha? Spinner let out a beep as if in agreement. The observer fell silent upon hearing this. He sighed weary and dejected. Sigh, thanks to you, I'm the only one who's going to suffer. Seeing his dejected expression, Han Harry was flustered and awkwardly comforted him. Hee, good luck on this side. The observer Leon began to prepare for departure. He gathered the soldiers before him and said sternly, My soldiers, you have all excellently completed the last 4 weeks of the training program. He got to the point. I'll be brief. Now is the time to reap the sweet fruit. He immediately explained the plan in front of the soldiers. Go forth and attack the dungeon. It doesn't matter if you are as weak as you once were, Leon proclaimed powerfully. But there you will realize what qualifies you to be a warrior of King Leon, Leon gestured and asserted. Also there you will find the faith you seek. The clock was ticking toward the golden hour. There was no time to delay. Leon commanded loudly, Pantheon Legion move out, 49 D-rank hunters, 1 member of the Hunter Association, and Leon Dragonia. They would now enter the dungeon gate that awaited them. Suddenly, Spinner let out a beep as if worried. Thinking her companion was worried, Han Harry reassured it. Don't worry, His Majesty is going with them, so everything will be fine. But the situation was not as simple as she thought. Spinner's eye flashed, it reported sternly. Problem detected, Spinner calculated. 49 soldiers, His Majesty, 1 observer, total 51 people. Harry counted on her fingers and replied, That's right. What's wrong with that? When Spinner opened the check notification window, the number of entrants was displayed as 52, and the situation became tense. Seeing the notification, she shouted, What? Right after that, Spinner immediately discovered that an unidentified person had snuck into the group entering the dungeon. He was wrapped in a cloak, so his identity could not be confirmed. Han Harry thought anxiously, Who is it? At this point, everything was beyond Spinner's control. Spinner immediately jumped down from Han Harry's head and shouted loudly. Emergency response. Han Harry didn't know what to do in the sudden situation. She called out to Leon in surprise. Your Majesty? Spinner immediately dashed toward the dungeon. Harry shouted from behind, Let's go together, but she couldn't catch up. Spinner instantly broke through the gate and went straight into the dungeon, and at that moment, a huge explosion occurred. Harry finally reached the dungeon entrance, but despite the people around her trying to stop her, she shouted loudly, Your Majesty, but instead of passing through the dungeon, Harry ran into a problem. She unfortunately ran headfirst into an invisible wall. She screamed in pain, and the guard, seeing this, worriedly rushed to her side. Han Harry gritted her teeth and touched the wound on her face. She shouted, What is this? Suddenly, a strange sight appeared from the gate leading to the dungeon. She was horrified as she realized what it was. She was speechless. Why? The people around her were just as terrified and shouted, What's going on? The gate is shaking. The difficulty is changing. Just a few seconds later, a bizarre change occurred in the gate. Amidst the golden energy, red energy slowly appeared, and in an instant it spread wider and wider. In just a few minutes, the gate to the dungeon turned completely red. Han Harry couldn't believe her eyes. She shouted, Red? Looking at the blazing red gate, Han Harry couldn't help but be horrified. She thought blankly, unable to understand. Why did a yellow gate suddenly turn red at the same time? The people around her began to flee in terror. This was too strange. It must have been planned by someone in advance. Looking at the blazing red gate, Han Harry's heart felt like it was being torn apart. She muttered in a daze, A variable gate. Meanwhile, the world inside the dungeon was slowly revealed, with a blood-red sky. The roars of this place's monsters echoed around the dark sky. Monsters were rushing in from all directions. They quickly invaded the castle, and the soldiers here had to fight for their lives. Before long, they fell before the monsters' power. One person shouted, We're going to die. Just then, Leon's army set foot in this place. They were completely shocked by the desolate and destroyed scene before them. It was so different from what they had initially thought. The monsters in particular were too dangerous, and the soldiers were all frozen in fear on the spot. A soldier said, trembling, This is a demon. Is this a demon's dungeon gate? At this time, the leader, Leon, quietly observed with a calm demeanor and eyes full of killing intent. Leon narrowed his eyes and frowned, his eyes filled with anger. Without delay, he immediately raised his sword and commanded, Raise your shields, form a formation as you were taught. The soldiers quickly formed their formation. They were ready to fight. The soldiers kept reminding each other, Raise your shields. Seeing this, the observer felt curious and thought to himself, How really? In an instant, huge shields were raised close together. They had quickly and successfully deployed the Leon H-style formation. The soldiers raised their shields in unison and Leon commanded loudly, Advance. Only the observer stood alone among the people. The observer thought, The opponent is the demon His Majesty spoke of, yet he orders an advance without stopping to assess the situation first. Just then, a soldier at the front stomped his foot hard on the ground. The soldiers following behind also continued to move, holding their shields high. Seeing this, the observer was shocked. Aren't they afraid at all? Truly amazing. The army of Leon H, all burning with fighting spirit, advanced. Suddenly, a notification window appeared. The observer, surprised by the information before him, shouted, What is this? He was horrified as he read each line of the emergency notification. What is this? Aura of the Valiant Heart, additional defense effect against enemies, physical enhancement, military morale boost, armor enhancement and weight reduction, faster movement speed, added steel resistance effect, reinforcement of physical abilities against a barrage of attacks, reinforcement of resistance to ranged attacks, clearer and wider vision, amplification of resistance ability. Faced with these immense resources, the young man thought, His Majesty is casting support effects on the soldiers. At that moment, unfortunately, 2 monsters sensed the appearance of this strange army. It turned around and called its comrades. Immediately, a horde of monsters rushed toward the army. The monsters charged as if competing with each other, shaking the heavens and the earth. Dust filled the air and desperate screams echoed in the sky. The monsters began their attack without delay. Leon announced, "They're coming." Immediately, the army quickly assumed a defensive posture. As a huge monster suddenly charged, Leon immediately commanded, "Block it." They blocked the monster's path just in time. The monster crashed into the shield, taking a painful blow, and roared in pain. Thanks to this clever arrangement, the monsters couldn't break through the phalanx no matter how they attacked. The monsters continued to struggle in futility, repeatedly lunging and being pushed back. The monsters roared loudly in pain and anger. The observer standing among the soldiers felt his heart pound and his legs tremble. He thought, "Those monsters are a handful even for B-rank hunters, and they blocked them?" This information was truly beyond imagination. He wondered, what on earth happened during the past 4 weeks? Meanwhile, Leon rushed forward and shouted, "Advance!" Immediately the soldiers advanced step by step. The situation was gradually turning against them. Leon reminded them, "Protect yourselves and drive the enemy away. Do not give them a chance to counterattack." The soldiers reacted immediately, pushing the monsters far away with their shields. Fought with all their might, all burning with fighting spirit, trying to drive out the monsters. Get lost! The soldiers, with shields in one hand and swords in the other, skillfully switched between defense and offense. In an instant, each of their swords was stained with the monster's blood. The monsters were continuously defeated and fell to the ground. The soldiers shouted majestically, "Keep advancing, finish them off." In an instant, the army had quickly dealt with numerous monsters. Once the situation stabilized, he continued to boost their morale. "Keep advancing and finish the enemy." Suddenly, in the distance, a faint figure was seen behind the thick smoke. The observer saw it and looked far into the distance. It was just as the rumors said. A monster tens of meters tall was approaching step by step. It bared its sharp teeth and its 2 eyes burned red without delay. Leon immediately warned, "It's a giant demon, be careful." It was truly terrifying. This monster's appearance was truly hideous. It snorted and breathed, and it was truly disgusting. The soldiers also lamented, "Damn it, it's a giant demon." Facing the small army fighting a huge monster, the soldiers were slightly shaken. They thought, "We won't be able to block it. That thing's strike is almost on par with the power of an A-rank hunter. This monster is really too strong." Suddenly it raised a huge club and began its attack. It brought it down straight toward a soldier burning with fighting spirit. But fortunately, the one who was attacked was none other than 3rd Squad Leader Gu Guanseong. He glared at the monster with murderous eyes as if he was about to eat it alive. A sound that shook the heavens and the earth echoed. The monster struck down with an incredibly powerful blow. The soldiers thought Gu Guanseong would be unable to dodge and would be flattened to the ground, but surprisingly he stood proudly and said, "Compared to His Majesty, this is like an ant bite." Guanseong easily blocked that attack with just one small shield. He had truly barely escaped death. His shield was still glowing red after the collision with the monster. The surrounding soldiers were very impressed and praised him inwardly. Squad leader Guanseong blocked it, but things didn't end there. The monster was truly enraged. It opened its mouth to reveal white sharp teeth and its 2 eyes turned as red as if they were on fire. It shouted in anger. In a critical situation, Spinner flew in from the air and prepared to fire to deal with the mid-range enemy. In an instant, arrows were fired and as the firepower was concentrated, the monster was quickly pushed back. The observer sensed something was wrong and shouted, "Your Majesty!" He continued to shout in astonishment, asking loudly, "Your Majesty, what are you doing here?" But in the current situation, no one had the luxury to answer. At that moment, Leon rode his horse and charged without delay. As fast as sand, he raised his head, gave a triumphant smile to the monster and said, "Well done." Right after that, he immediately bent his body and slashed the giant. Leon's swordsmanship was truly at its peak. As soon as he landed on the ground, the monster's flesh fell to the ground at the same time. After dealing with the strongest monster, Leon looked coldly at the remaining small monsters with eyes full of contempt and sighed. Meanwhile, the monsters panicked upon seeing the scene. They didn't know what to do next. They spoke to each other in a panic. "The giant demon is dead, completely finished. We have to revive it." But it died instantly in front of that dangerous enemy. Seeing the holy sword in Leon's hand, they immediately became dazed and erased that thought from their minds. An ideological struggle broke out among the monsters. They argued with each other. "This is too dangerous." In an instant they decided that discretion was the better part of valor, and immediately turned to flee, calling to each other, "Run, run now!" In an instant all the demons had disappeared from sight. The soldiers of this world also began to get up. Everyone seemed to have suffered serious injuries. Seeing the scene before them, they couldn't hide their joy. "The demons are retreating," they shouted loudly. We won, we won." Bright smiles spread across their faces and everyone wept with emotion. The commander of the soldiers here quickly approached and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much." He bowed his head respectfully and sincerely thanked them. "Thank you for saving our kingdom." "We sincerely thank you, knights." As soon as his words ended, the notification appeared again. "The Spur Kingdom is being threatened by demons. Protect the kingdom from the Demon King's attack. Remaining time, 1 week." The soldiers were startled by the sudden information and asked, "What, the Demon King is those giant demons? I thought this was just a yellow gate." From behind, a soldier rushed over and reported, "Your Majesty, there's a huge problem." Leon, not knowing what was wrong, asked back, "What is it?" A soldier, pale with fright, pointed at the gate in front of them and said loudly, "The exit has disappeared." At these words, the soldiers fell into chaos and shouted, "What, then we can't go back?" Everything seemed to have already spun out of control. Everyone was panicked and shocked. Leon, as the leader, did not panic at all and loudly calmed them down. "Everyone, calm down. Do not be agitated." The soldiers quickly calmed down and replied, "Understood." In their hearts, they sincerely believed in their leader's command. At this time, Leon slowly walked forward step by step to survey the situation. Standing in the middle of a desolate field with only dirt, sand, and wind around, Leon sighed as if slightly tired. Spinner had approached Leon at some point. It quickly warned, "Abnormal situation observed, presence of a third party confirmed." Hearing that, Leon frowned in anger and speculated, "It seems that is the cause that made the situation uncontrollable." Suddenly, he turned around and asked for everyone's opinion. "Is there anyone who can give a reasonable explanation?" Suddenly, a hand rose from the crowd. "I have an opinion, Your Majesty," he said in a serious voice. "Perhaps this is a variable gate." "Let me explain simply," Leon said with a stern expression. "In this case, the difficulty of the dungeon gate will gradually change, and the strange thing is we cannot leave this place until the dungeon is completely cleared." This incident was indeed very suspicious. Leon was lost in thought. It's too perfect to be a coincidence. Suddenly, Leon sighed as if tired. No matter how things turned out, Leon still maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Plan does not change. I will act as if nothing happened." Hearing that, Jiyu Guanseong was slightly anxious and asked, "Will it be all right? Can you handle the Demon King?" Leon looked back, smiled, and answered, "What are you afraid of? This one is Leon H, who has defeated over 30,000 giant demons." Leon asked Jiyu Guanseong back, "Do you doubt my strength?" "Of course not." The soldiers immediately shook their heads and denied it. "How could we dare? Your Majesty, please teach those things a lesson they'll never forget." At this, the soldiers cheered loudly. Leon, seeing that he was highly regarded, was very pleased and thought, "Of course, this is my world. A world filled with holy power." But it's true that the situation is a bit abnormal, so Leon couldn't help but worry. "But as it stands, I cannot guarantee a complete victory against the Demon King without many sacrifices," he reassured himself. "Even so, a true knight must keep a firm spirit in any situation. That way the soldiers can also have morale and faith." After speaking, he left the barren land with his army. It was a vast, gloomy, and lifeless land with a blazing red sky and only mountains and sand around. The scene changed, and the image of Leon's army appeared clearly on a purple orb, and next to it, a creepy laugh was heard. "Hee-hee-ha." Ronald Selman was holding a purple orb in his hand, his face pale with fear. The voice from the orb echoed again. "He entered that gate. It's over now. In the end, you're just a human." Ronald Selman couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Then the ritual for your descent?" But before his words could finish, the being in the purple orb cut him off and strongly denied it. "No, are you crazy?" He was flustered and, afraid of being found out, changed his attitude. He cleared his throat and made an excuse. I mean, I don't need to participate in this matter directly. He will face a terrible creature. The demons of lust have served him for 100 years. The situation was becoming more and more serious for the lives of Leon's legion. If the Demon King awakens, Leon's fate was already sealed. The Spur Kingdom, this peaceful kingdom, had a history of thousands of years, but the demons ended that peaceful time. After successive attacks, the capital fell, and the palace became the last fortress with the survivors. Even in this desperate war, they held on to the hope of victory. Jiyu Guanseong slammed his hand hard on the desk and said seriously, "That's a big problem." Leon, sitting in a chair, raised his eyebrows and asked, "A problem?" Jiyu Guanseong nodded and replied, "Yes, that's right." Hearing that, Leon rested his chin on his hand, closed his eyes, and said, "I see gates. Each gate has its own theme." Jiyu Guanseong, sitting opposite him, hurriedly cut him off. "But this time it's different. Your Majesty, one of them has a time limit. Usually, even if you fail to clear a gate, the demons remain after a certain amount of time and a dungeon crack is created. But this time there's a time limit. If the mission is completed, the gate will close even if there are monsters left inside." Hearing the other's explanation, Leon nodded and replied, I understand." Then he looked at Kim Jinsu and asked, "Is your name Kim Jinsu?" Kim Jinsu was startled and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Leon glanced at him once before starting to speak. "Originally, finding the person who infiltrated our ranks was the top priority, but the situation is very urgent now, and Sir Spinner is already here. In that case, what will happen to the post-training evaluation?" Hearing this question, Kim Jinsu replied calmly, "Yes, it's all right. The association president has delegated his authority to me." Hearing this, a soldier clapped his hands in joy and shouted, "Oh, are they really going to promote us this time?" Leon let them rejoice for a moment, then raised his hand and said, "Good, I have something else to discuss. It's about the hidden quest. What does everyone think?" The people in the room fell silent at these words. Kim Jinsu replied, "Your Majesty, what do you mean by that?" Leon said with a tense face. "I am planning to kill the Demon King." Late at night, when the team members were all asleep, Leon sat alone in his room, lost in thought. "As expected, I've used up quite a lot of energy. But this should be enough to contact the gods, right?" Leon was lost in thought, holding the Holy Grail in his hand. Leon put down the Holy Grail, placed a hand on his chest, and tried to connect with the goddess. Soon, a gentle voice echoed, "Leon, my knight, Recognizing the familiar voice, Leon answered reverently, "Goddess Ariana, I apologize for the intrusion." Goddess Ariana did not answer his question directly but asked another, "Have you noticed it as well?" Leon understood the question and nodded honestly in reply. "Yes, I realized it a little late, but I felt a strange energy inside this gate." Hearing that, Goddess Ariana said, "With a body as full of life force as yours, it would not be so easy to notice. It is only natural, as that energy has already become one with this world." Hearing her words, Leon thought to himself, a being powerful enough to be felt even in this state. He soon opened his mouth. "It must be the Demon King or a similar being." "Perhaps it is the Demon King," Goddess Ariana reminded him. "It is a cunning one. No matter how immense you think that power is, its actual strength is even more terrible. My knight, the holy power of the temple has something to tell you." Leon placed a hand on his chest and replied reverently, "I am listening," the goddess said. "The gods wish to study this world." "They must have sensed something," Leon said in surprise. "The gods? Then they will need energy to descend." "That is correct," Goddess Ariana replied. "Now I need not say more about what you must do, correct?" Leon replied politely. "Of course, I will find a safe way to help them." The next day a carriage slowly approached and stopped in front of them. Then a voice was heard. "We have arrived." The people there confirmed that the voice belonged to a servant. The butler came out and introduced himself. "Welcome, knights. My name is Paco, the head butler here. I will guide you to the audience chamber. Please follow me." The group walked along the long wide path of the palace. Everyone followed the butler Paco inside. As he entered the palace, Leon looked around once and praised it. "The master has an excellent aesthetic sense." The butler Paco smiled and said, "Haha, you have a good eye. The royal palace of the Spur Kingdom boasts a long history. From the founding monarch Queen Pia to the current queen, Queen Bai, I have served many generations of queens." Hearing this, team leader Kim whispered to the soldier next to him, "It seems it's all queens here." The soldier replied with a surprised expression, "Yes, it seems the people here follow a matriarchal society." The soldier who said that suddenly stopped talking and turned his gaze toward Leon. He said in a low voice, "Shesh, His Majesty is glaring at us." Leon suppressed his anger inwardly and scolded them. "How dare lowly beings casually comment on the royal bloodline?" Team leader Kim and the soldier heard this and shouted in fear, "We're sorry." Leon didn't want to bother with them anymore. He turned to the butler Paco and said with a very apologetic tone, "My apologies, they're foolish, aren't they? They haven't even learned basic etiquette. The situation is a bit urgent, so I brought these men along in a hurry. Please understand." The butler Paco laughed. "It's quite all right, I can understand, as you are outsiders. Now we have arrived. This is the grand audience chamber." Butler Paco politely invited the group inside. "Her Majesty the Queen is waiting." Two doors slowly opened before Leon's cold gaze. From inside, a dignified voice was immediately heard. "Let King Leon enter." Inside, nobles had been waiting for a long time. The dukes quietly watched as Leon's party entered. A duke slowly descended the stairs and approached the group. Seeing Leon enter, one of them spoke. "Are you the King Leon who led an army and fought before the gate?" He introduced himself. "I am the Prime Minister of this kingdom." Duke Chum acknowledged his great contribution and said, "We have decided to bestow a knighthood upon you. By the approval of Her Majesty the Queen, you shall swear your oath." Leon quietly watched the Duke before he could even finish his words. Leon waved his hand. "Let's do that later. First, I must greet Her Majesty the Queen." "What?" Duke Chum said, puzzled, but Leon paid him no mind and walked forward. But before he could take a few steps, a person stepped forward and said loudly, "Stop right there, King Leon. It doesn't matter what contribution you have made. How dare an outsider like you approach Her Majesty the Queen?" The soldiers behind him thought the situation was not good. The observer said, "The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. He was stopped by the Prime Minister, but he won't just stand by, will he?" Hearing this, Leon laughed out loud. "Haha." Leon's eyes gleamed and he gritted his teeth and said, "I can't stand it." Leon said confidently to the Queen, "Your Majesty the Queen, I too am a monarch, the king of the kingdom of Leon H. Leon Dragonia Leon H. I know it is rude, but I will do what I must." Duke Chum shouted loudly in anger. What do you think you're doing, you insolent fool?" Then he pointed his finger at Leon and shouted, "Guards, seize these men." Hearing this, Leon emanated a killing intent and approached Duke Chum. He placed both hands on the Duke's head. As Leon twisted Duke Chum's head with force, he could only let out a scream of awe. The soldiers who witnessed this scene shouted in horror, "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" But at this moment, Leon was already past caring about those around him. A crack sound echoed, and Leon broke Duke Chum's neck before everyone's horrified eyes. The soldiers shouted in extreme shock. "Your Majesty," Leon thought to himself, "why am I so angry this time?" In just a few seconds, Leon had quickly subdued Duke Chum. Leon's eyes darkened, and with a face full of killing intent he snorted, "HMPH." The soldiers immediately surrounded Leon, shouting in panic and worry. "Your Grace the Duke." They blocked Leon, drew their swords and shouted, "You bastard, what do you think you're doing?" Leon glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and sighed lightly as if it wasn't even worth answering. From behind, a soldier saw this and shouted urgently, "Your Majesty." Leon ignored him. At this moment he was surrounded by soldiers. One of the commanders shouted, "How audacious, do you wish to die?" Leon paid them no mind. He bent down to look at Duke Chum, who was kneeling on the ground, and said in a cold voice, "You fool, how long do you intend to hide your true identity? Did you think you could deceive this king?" Duke Chum knelt on the ground with glazed eyes and showed no reaction. Leon continued to shout loudly in anger. "Reveal your true identity at once, you filthy demons." As soon as he finished speaking, the kneeling Duke's body began to change. His skin swelled and tore from the inside, and his eyes suddenly turned red. The demon inside Duke Chum's body slowly crawled out. The surrounding soldiers who saw this scene shouted in horror, "My goodness, the Prime Minister!" Before the words could finish, the Duke's husk was discarded and the monster revealed its true demonic form. On the other side, a certain noble also began to slowly reveal his demonic form, and the people who saw this shouted in horror, "What, there was one here too!" Along with this person's words, numerous demons in human disguise immediately revealed their true identities, and the inside of the palace was instantly plunged into chaos. Seeing the situation, Leon shouted loudly, "Do not be afraid, face them. Unite and fight with combined strength. Only then can you win." As soon as he finished speaking, a demon suddenly raised a sword and rushed at Leon. He was not afraid at all and grabbed the demon's sharp blade with one hand, then cleverly turned his hand to face the demon with that same blade. The demon, having never experienced such a situation, failed to react in time, and in just a few seconds Leon beheaded the monster. The monster's head flew in front of the Duke who had blocked Leon earlier. Seeing the bloody scene of slaughter, the Duke was at a loss for words. He said in anger, "I think they were hiding in the middle of the palace where Her Majesty the Queen resides, these abominable monsters." The palace was filled with the terrified screams of people being attacked by the monsters. As soon as this noble heard the screams, he gripped the sword in his hand and charged. He mercilessly cut down numerous monsters, and the place became a sea of blood. After dealing with a group of demons, he shouted loudly, "All the demons have invaded this place. Annihilate them. Kill every last one." As this order was given, the well-armored soldiers immediately followed it. They charged forward with all their might and cut down all the demons and monsters. One by one, the demons' heads fell under their swords. On the other side, Leon took out his own sword and began to cut down the demons scattered on the ground. He suddenly stopped for a moment and looked toward the queen. The mysterious queen was still sitting quietly in a dark corner. He raised his eyebrows, lost in thought, then began to walk toward the throne. A noble beside him immediately extended his sword to block Leon. He said, "Stop there." Blocked. Leon shouted in a cold voice, "I understand your position and loyalty, but what I cannot understand is why you are not focused on protecting your superior in this critical situation." Hearing that, the noble raised his voice in rebuttal, "Who are you to judge my loyalty and actions? Only Her Majesty the Queen can do that." Hearing this, the soldiers nodded and said, "He has a point." But the soldier who was speaking paused, raised one hand and with his long slender fingers lightly flicked the shining sword before him. This flick contained a surprising amount of power, sending both the sword and the noble flying far back. Withdrawing his hand, Leon looked at the noble and said, "It is your queen's job to evaluate you, but I too am a monarch. Know your place." The noble still gripped the hilt of his sword with a trembling hand. He gritted his teeth and replied, "Her Majesty the Queen is confused and cannot accurately judge the current situation. And since the Prime Minister who was in charge has passed away, the next person in charge in Her Majesty's absence is me." Hearing his words, Leon raised an eyebrow and snorted, "HMPH," before opening his mouth. "This capital is filled with corrupted energy. We must resolve this problem quickly." The noble heard this and asked suspiciously, "Are you certain?" Leon answered without even looking at him, "The King of Knights does not lie." The noble beside him closed his eyes, lost in thought for a few minutes, then finally asked, "So what do you want?" Seeing that he was ready to compromise, Leon said, "I want command of your soldiers." After a moment's thought he added, "And the right to eliminate the corrupted." Leon looked at the queen on the throne, then suddenly shouted loudly, "You incompetent queen, this king will correct all your mistakes." In the central square of the Spur capital, many surviving citizens had gathered. Leon glanced over the people below, then opened his mouth. "Everyone, I have been granted full authority over the Spur kingdom. I am King Leon of the kingdom of Leon H. Leon Dragonia Leon H." Leon got straight to the point. He said, "Some among you have been possessed and corrupted by demons. Their purpose must be to cause internal chaos in conjunction with an external attack. But do not worry. I have a way to distinguish who has been corrupted." From below, a citizen heard this and asked curiously, "How?" Leon's eyebrows rose slightly. He slowly explained, "Good, I will show you, since seeing is believing." As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier mixed in the crowd suddenly flinched, and a girl standing next to him also trembled slightly at the sight. Leon, standing on the high platform, saw everything and pointed at the soldier and the girl, saying, "Here, one is corrupted and one is ordinary." The surrounding citizens heard this and immediately took several steps back. A bold person asked loudly, "Then who is the ordinary person?" Hearing this question, Leon paused for a moment, then raised both hands and suddenly created a massive flame that enveloped the two people below. After that, Leon continued, "Leap into the flames and prove your own innocence. No, this is for verification, so I will help you." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldier below immediately screamed in pain. The surrounding citizens who saw this scene shouted in extreme fear, "My goodness, is he trying to kill us all?" The soldier writhed in pain, opened his mouth and shouted, "Put out the fire." The citizens who witnessed this situation shouted in extreme fear, "Oh my God," but things didn't end there. Just then, the girl who was thought to have been burned to death slowly walked out of the flames. The people who saw this shouted in extreme shock, "What, that girl is fine." Then what was that scream just now? While they were talking, an old man suddenly pointed at the screaming soldier. "Hey, look over there, look at that soldier's body. The body of the soldier in the flames was being torn from the inside, and a demon slowly crawled out from the torn gap. Seeing this, Leon, standing on the platform, opened his mouth. "Behold, this is a holy flame. It burns only evil beings. Give thanks to Pethos, the god of flame and war, who bestowed this upon us. Now shout your names and pass through the flames." Hearing this, the citizens below gathered and whispered with doubt. "What should we do? Does it really only burn demons?" Seeing this group refusing to budge and just standing in one place, Leon grew annoyed, drew his sword and shouted, "Why aren't you moving, or are you all corrupted? I'll cut off all your heads." At those words, a terrified citizen couldn't take it any longer, mustered their courage and ran toward the flame shouting, "Damn it, I'm going, you bastard!" Soon after, all the ordinary citizens decided to pass through the flames to prove their innocence. Now, only a few people remained in the capital's central square, or to be more precise, they were demons in human skin. Looking at these demons, Leon covered his nose in disgust and said, "What a damn stench! How dare you make me witness such a sight? You will pay the price. I will tear your souls to shreds." Hearing this, a demon growled in anger, "You human bastard, what do you know? You threaten us demons. Do you think you'll get away with it?" Before it could even finish its words, Leon shouted loudly in anger, "You demons, all of you, die!" At that moment, a magic flame of immense power erupted around his body. The demons below were swept up by this power, blood bursting from their ears as they screamed in terror. Leon, grinding his teeth in anger, cursed them as trash-like barbarians who parasite on human emotions. "How dare you mimic humans, walk on 2 feet, live in a community and even pretend to be soldiers? Do you think I will allow that? You will all die in agony. I will make you cry out in despair and pain." The demons felt these words were completely absurd. One of them muttered in a small voice, "This crazy bastard, we walk on 2 feet because we have 2 feet. All he does is spout nonsense." At this time in the magic tower, Ronald Selman was observing Leon's actions through a virtual screen. He said that the plan to sow the seeds of corruption seemed to have failed. No sooner had he finished speaking than a cold voice echoed from his magic orb, "Do more, shout louder. That is the only way to satisfy this king. That damn bastard, still a cruel beast." Leon glanced over the people below, then looked sideways at the demon tied up next to him and said coldly, "People of the Spur Kingdom, do not be afraid. As long as this king with the heart of the raging tiger exists, evil will not harm you. To be more precise, evil creatures feed on the filthy emotions of humans." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon next to him burst into laughter. "He he 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 he." After speaking, it opened its mouth and laughed. "Ha ha ha, this isn't over yet. Your end is sealed. The power of corruption will destroy everything." While the demon was gloating, Leon slapped it hard on the head. Leon shouted, "Shut up, you demon bastard." Withdrawing his hand, he said to the people below, "Look at this hideous, monstrous thing. The power of corruption is the very cause of your temptations and fears," Leon asserted. "Hunger and incessant disease and the cause that ruins your families are also their doing. The fact that you tripped and fell on your face this morning, and that your spouse cheated on you and gambled away your money, it's all their fault." Hearing this, the demon paused for a moment. Completely unable to understand what the other was trying to do, it shouted in anger, "What is this?" Before it could finish its words, Leon grabbed one of the horns on the demon's head and broke it off. Amidst the demon's desperate scream, Leon's sharp voice echoed, "You will pay for your sins with your life." The people watching this scene from below said in shock, "What, my mother got sick because of that demon?" The people finally began to understand Leon's words. They scrambled to curse the demon. "I told you to shut up, you damn demon bastard. You are the enemy who killed my father." From the high platform, Leon nonchalantly flicked and broke the demon's remaining horn. The demon, in agony, listened to the people's curses. It shouted in anger, "You crazy bastards." Leon paid it no mind. He placed his hand on his left chest and began to speak. The people below listened to him in silence. Leon began to explain, "The source of corruption forgives no one, and these demons must be punished. All the problems we face in our lives are related to these demons. We cannot let them run rampant as they please. But now you no longer need to worry, because I am here to bring justice for you." Finishing his words, Leon pointed to a person below and called out, "Hey, red-haired kid." The red-haired kid who was called out was startled and replied, "Me," Leon asserted. "Yes, you. Come up here." The kid, bewildered, went up onto the platform. Leon handed him a torch. Leon continued, "With this holy flame, teach that demon a lesson." Holding the torch, the kid's 2 eyes shone brightly as he answered clearly, "Yes," Leon encouraged the kid. "There's nothing to be afraid of." At that moment, the kid became more excited than ever before. Thump holding the torch in his hand, he answered clearly, "Yes, your majesty, I will teach those bastards a lesson they'll never forget." After speaking, he quickly approached the tied-up demon and, gripping the torch tightly, said, "You damn bastard." Seeing that it was a boy, the demon was not afraid at all and instead threatened him. "What do you think you can do to us, you little brat? I will definitely drag you to hell." Hearing that, the red-haired kid immediately raised his fist, struck the demon's face and shouted, "Who told you to open your mouth, you damn demon bastard?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the kid raised the torch, gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Pay for the sins against my family." As soon as he finished speaking, he shoved the torch onto the demon's head, and the demon could only let out a single scream. After that, it continued to curse him. "You will go to hell." The demon's head was now blazing. Hearing this, Leon immediately retorted, "A demon like you has no right to speak here. The matter in the square is resolved." The scene changes to a prison. In the prison, a corrupted demon named Vatas is currently locked up with both hands tied. The The demon Vadas thought bitterly. I've lived as a demon for 34 years, torturing and trampling countless humans, but I never dreamed it would end like this. While he was lost in thought, footsteps were heard from outside. A moment later, Spinner appeared and stopped right in front of the cell door. The demon Vadas was startled to see it. He looked at the robot before him and flinched a little inside. He asked Spinner what it wanted, thinking to himself, "Why is there a robot here?" Now, after finishing its observation, Spinner opened its mouth. "Please provide information." Hearing this proposal, the corrupted demon suddenly burst out laughing and said, "Haha, do you think I'll do as you say? Do you think I've surrendered?" His tone was extremely sarcastic. Hearing the corrupted demon say that, Spinner immediately announced, "Prisoner number 14 and cooperative." The demon was dazed, not knowing what Spinner would do to him. Footsteps were heard from outside the cell and a group of soldiers slowly entered toward the cell. Before long, armored soldiers stood right in front of the cell door. Seeing that sight, the demon Vadas immediately said, "If you want me to confess, you might as well kill me. I will surely be resurrected and take my revenge on you." Before he could finish his words, Vadas stopped talking at the sight before him and sweat poured down his face like rain. In front of him, a soldier was approaching Vadas carrying a large basin. Seeing this basin, Vadas was startled and sweated profusely. He trembled and asked, "What is that?" The soldier immediately answered, "It's normal water and 15 holy water." After speaking, the soldier placed the basin of holy water in front of the demon, and the demon jumped in surprise. Spinner jumped onto the basin and said, "Behold, make a rational choice," Spinner threatened. "You know the answer." Hearing this, the corrupted demon had no time to shout, "What?" Before he could finish, Spinner shoved the demon Vadas' head into the basin of holy water. The demon's scream echoed inside the prison. The surroundings were filled with soldiers radiating killing intent. When the demon pulled his head out of the basin of holy water, his entire face was burned bright red. It screamed in pain, "You damn bastard, I am the corrupted demon Vadas. How dare you do this to me?" Without any intention of listening to a long explanation, Spinner continued to transmit the information in cooperative, and then shoved the corrupted demon's head into the holy water basin. Vadas struggled, trying to lift his head, but before he could utter a single word, his head was shoved back into the water. Vadas, being dunked in the basin, couldn't endure it any longer and shouted, "Wait, Mom, save me!" Spinner paid no heed to his plea and continued to send the signal in cooperative. And then it continued to press down on the demon's head, and even the soldiers next to it flinched. The corrupted demon, unable to take it anymore, said firmly, "All right, what do you want me to say?" "I don't know anything." As soon as it heard the two words, "don't know," Spinner immediately shouted, "In cooperative." The demon Vadas, afraid his head would be shoved in again, immediately and quickly opened his mouth to confess. After a long while, having heard all of Vadas' words, Spinner performed an analysis for a moment and said, "Prisoner number 14. Reported information 30,564 characters, which is 9,103 characters less than the average of 39,667 from prisoners 1 through 13. The corrupted demon, not understanding what was happening, asked, What are you talking about?" Spinner continued to report, "Possibility of information concealment." Hearing the robot say this, the corrupted demon screamed and thought, "This is crazy. How am I supposed to know how many characters the other bastard said?" Paying no heed to the other's miserable situation, Spinner continued, "Since the prisoner did not confess sufficiently to preserve his life, prepare for a full-scale interrogation." Hearing this, all of Vadas' anger and sense of injustice disappeared. It opened its eyes wide and looked at Spinner with what seemed like tearful eyes. It jumped up happily and said, "What do you want to ask?" Soon the interrogation process was over and Spinner left the prison to return and report to Leon. Completed. The entire information is composed of 32 parts with approximately 89 consistency. A reasonable point has been found. Hearing this report, Leon said with satisfaction, "Well done, Sir Spinner." Pausing for a moment, Leon swirled the wine glass in his hand, sighed, and then turned toward Spinner and said, "Sir Spinner, you must have gotten all the information from the demons, right? How did you deal with them?" Hearing this, Spinner immediately answered, "I have eliminated them. Only a few were left for maintenance. The mission was successfully completed." "Good." Leon took a sip of wine with satisfaction. He continued, "The Symphony of Justice has been played on this planet." No sooner had he finished speaking than Leon suddenly paused, his complexion changed and his eyes darkened. When he opened his eyes, they shone and sweat began to flow down his face. Suddenly he released his hand and threw the wine glass hard to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Seeing this scene, Spinner made a sound as if it could not understand. Spinner quickly examined Leon. It said, "Your Majesty, increased heart rate, dizziness." His chest was tight and he had difficulty breathing. Leon clenched his fist and his whole body trembled as if he was about to lose control. After a moment, when his anger subsided, Leon said solemnly, "Sir Spinner, I cannot stand that cruel race is living and breathing the same air as I am. Then what should I do?" Hearing this question, Spinner thought for a few seconds and then answered, "Eliminate the cause as quickly as possible." These words successfully made Leon laugh and he praised it. Truly an excellent thought. Eliminate the cause. Because he was a demigod, King Leon did not feel tired. The Knight of the Holy Grail robot was the same. As soon as the words were finished, the two of them jumped out together, breaking through the glass-covered window. Leon jumped down from the castle and ran quickly through the streets. As he ran, he said in a loud voice, I will scout the town for a night from behind. Spinner also quickly followed. The cruel night has begun. In a gloomy place mages were gathered and a cold voice echoed through a magic orb. Humanity, so you mean it's a human bastard? Ronald Selman looked at the orb in his hand and grunted, seeming a little worried. He asked, Great being, are you alright? The being inside the orb warned. Don't look at those wenches too much. You will be corrupted too. Yes, I understand, Ronald Selman immediately replied. No sooner had he finished speaking than an angry voice echoed from a distance. Stop! A monster came forward, bared its teeth and shouted loudly. You damn bastard, how dare you invade my territory? It bared its fangs in anger and shouted loudly, Do you want to die? Ronald Selman, hearing this, was terrified and thought to himself, What on earth is this dark energy? The great being, noticing his thoughts, immediately warned, You haven't even seen the crown on its head yet. The being inside the orb called the figure before them Anzogen, the demon lord of pleasure and corruption. No sooner had the words finished than the demon lord Anzogen laughed with a surprised expression and said, Ah, there was another one. There's a goblin here. Hearing the other party's words, the being inside the magic orb sighed, thought for a moment, and then the being inside the orb shouted, Anzogen, I have a charming proposal you cannot refuse. Anzogen grunted and asked suspiciously, A proposal? Having said this much, the demon lord burst out laughing as if very excited. Ha ha ha, know your place, you little rat. The demon lord's face suddenly darkened as he approached Ronald Selman in anger and growled, Do you think a nameless bastard like you can be compared to other lords or demon generals? Do you think you dare to be my equal? After hearing such a long scolding, the great being fell silent for a moment. After that, the great being said sarcastically in a cold voice, You are too arrogant to obtain it. What? Anzogen shouted as if he couldn't understand. The great being was silent for a few seconds, then said, You weren't the only one who should have died during the Great Enlightenment 180 years ago. The King of Pleasure also fell. Hearing this, Anzogen clenched both fists and shouted, Damn it! The great being didn't stop there and continued, I know all the terrible things that happened then. 180 years ago, 5 dark forces joined hands to rule the one and only world, but the result was disastrous. There were only 3 king-class demons. The great being recalled the sight of the demons calling each other on the ground at that time. They tried to flee quickly, but were blocked by King Leon H. King Leon H. walked out from the mist, exuding immense killing intent and energy. The demons who saw that screamed loudly in terror. King Leon's eyes seemed to spark and he gritted his teeth. In that fierce battle at the time, more than 10 million other small demons were annihilated. The being inside the magic orb spoke this far, paused for a moment, and then continued, I am a survivor of that period. After hearing all of this history, Anzogen asked very excitedly, You know everything? Hearing that, the being inside the magic orb laughed. He. The great being asked the demon lord, What do you think? Didn't I say I'd make you an offer you can't refuse? Hearing that, Anzogen said loudly, Speak, I, Anzogen, will cast that fool into the endless abyss of corruption. The great being opened his mouth without haste. I heard you're on a mission for the Supreme Demon General, is that right? Hearing this question, Anzogen frowned and answered, Times are changing, old man. In the end, that bastard is just a human brat. He'll die soon. The scene changed to the Queen of the Spur Kingdom with long white hair lying quietly. When everything was settled, Ronald Selman asked, Is this it? The great being heard that and answered, For a backwater place like this, what he did was impressive. The odds are 7-3. That Anzogen bastard only has a 30 chance. Hearing this, Ronald Selman said worriedly, Then with me an S-rank mage and another being with ultimate magic, isn't victory a given? The great being heard that and asked, puzzled, You're going to fight him too? Hearing that, Ronald Selman frowned and thought, This damn bastard fight my ass. Having thought that far, he asked again, By the way, where are we going? The great being answered, First to the zombie warriors in this nearby forest. Those crazy bastards know how to fight. After hearing that, Ronald Selman looked around and muttered. He saw a faint shape in the distance and asked in a small voice, Over there? The great being followed Ronald Selman's gaze and answered with interest, Yes, that's a zombie warrior. That zombie sensed a stranger nearby and started to growl. The zombie staggered to its feet and moved forward. The great being inside the orb reminded him, Quick, use your concealment spell. As soon as those words were spoken, Ronald Selman immediately cast the spell. Just as that zombie was about to charge, it was suddenly dragged away in an instant by a thin thread. The zombie was tied up by the thread and hung in the air. Seeing this sight, Ronald Selman hugged the orb in his hand tightly, terrified, and couldn't understand what was happening at all. Before Ronald Selman's eyes, he saw the zombie being pulled up into the air, and other zombies were also dragged back one after another, continuously screaming. It was as if a huge energy inside the forest was constantly slaughtering them. Just then, a cold voice echoed from within the forest. Ronald Selman, clutching the magic orb in his hand, trembled in fear, not knowing what was happening. A voice came from the dark forest. Sir Spinner, did you catch them? Ronald Selman and the magic orb on this side held their breath, worried and sweated profusely. This voice belonged to Leon. At this time his clothes were torn to shreds, and Spinner, who was next to him, said, It is estimated that a few individuals still remain in this area. In the air were zombies tied up in Spinner's web. Spinner reported that the life form it had just captured had seen something. Hearing this, Leon said in a cold voice, I cleaned up so thoroughly and I still missed a few. At this moment, the great being inside the magic orb next to them suddenly asked Ronald Selman, Hey, did you do as I said? You activated the concealment skill, right? Ronald Selman was startled and replied, Of course. The great being heard that and said, Unbelievable. That bastard is looking at us. Ronald Selman didn't think so. He frowned, lost in thought, and said, But we didn't hear anything when we came here." Currently, Leon was deep in thought. He stared intently at the two people and was lost in thought. Thought to himself, "The law of silence of a knight of the Holy Grail. All the demons in this forest have already been annihilated." Suddenly his two eyes lit up. He still sensed that something was different from usual. "Strange," he said. "I feel something unpleasant." Hearing him say that, Ronald Selman and the magic orb were startled and hugged each other tightly. As Leon got close to Ronald Selman's face, he broke out in a cold sweat. Leon rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, then said hesitantly and puzzledly, "It's around here, I'm sure of it." At these words, Ronald Selman and the orb's faces darkened and they trembled. Just then, Spinner, who was next to him, made a sound. Hearing that sound, Leon immediately turned his head and asked, "What is it, Sir Spinner?" Spinner slowly approached and reported, "General observation of the target via satellite. The target is in Sector 4B17. Hearing that, Leon said, "There's still something to hunt." Pausing for a moment, he glanced to the side and said, "Let's go." After waiting for Leon to disappear into the distance, Ronald Selman finally let out a long sigh. His face was drenched in sweat. Only after Leon had disappeared far away did he collapse to the ground and marvel. "I almost lost my head." After resolving everything, Leon returned to his residence with Spinner. Leon returned to his room and quickly washed up. Leon carefully treated the wounds on his body, wiping away the bloodstains. He thought to himself, "Demons of pleasure and corruption, not sexual desire in the true sense, but perverted demons who pursue terrible, twisted desires. Strange," Leon thought. "Why are there so many demons of desire in this kingdom, even high-ranking ones?" Recalling the brutal battle with those demons last night, he thought, "There's a high probability that the highest-ranking demon is nearby. But why?" As he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came from behind Leon. "The smell of blood." Leon was startled. He turned his body to look at the woman who had just appeared. He was slightly shocked inwardly, thinking that he hadn't sensed her presence at all. The woman smiled and said, "You must be very tired. You probably didn't even get to sleep properly." The woman who had just appeared had long white hair, wore a crown, and stared straight at Leon with a smile. The queen looked at Leon, smiled and said, "Good evening, honorable sir, or should I call you Sir Leon H?" Looking at the beautiful woman before him, Leon closed his eyes and marveled. A peerless beauty, a sign of conflict, of bringing pain, of corrupt power. Yes, standing before her, one would not even realize they are falling into the abyss of despair, drowning in a deep sea of despair. As he was lost in thought, the queen suddenly extended her hand and introduced herself. "Let me introduce myself. I am Via Rifo, the queen of this small kingdom." Leon came out of his thoughts, took the queen's hand and introduced himself. "I am Leon H. Leon Dragonia Leon H." After saying this, Leon suddenly paused. He thought to himself, "This woman," she noticed, unbelievable. The queen standing opposite him saw his expression and laughed. Don't be so wary. I've only come to greet the benefactor of this kingdom." Leon looked at her, snorted and said seriously, "This is not an ideal time for a lady to visit me." The queen heard that, withdrew her hand and fell silent for a few seconds. She said in a small voice, "Actually, I am being watched." Leon asked in a surprised voice, "To watch the queen? Who dares?" The queen just crossed her arms and quietly lowered her head. A moment later she opened her mouth. "The Grand General and the knights under his command. They are holding me captive under the pretext of surveillance." "The Grand General," Leon exclaimed. The image of a general who seemed extremely loyal came to his mind. He thought he didn't seem like the type to betray his loyalty. As Leon was thinking that, the queen opposite him suddenly grabbed his hand and pleaded, "I don't have much time, so I must ask one favor of your majesty." Leon was silent for a moment, then answered, "I'm listening." The queen hesitated and opened her mouth. "Please kill the Grand General and all his knights. If you do that, I will offer you this entire kingdom." After speaking, she approached Leon. She stood on her tiptoes and whispered in his ear, "Please investigate the palace's underground." She said hesitantly, "The Grand General is hiding something there." While she was saying this, the Grand General was approaching Leon's residence from outside. Stopping in front of the door, the Grand General called out loudly, "Your Majesty, Leon H. I apologize for the intrusion in the middle of the night. I will open the door." The Grand General brought 2 soldiers in, and as soon as they entered, he looked around. When the door opened, Leon was standing alone in the middle of the room. Leon said in a resentful voice, "To suddenly burst into a royal's bedchamber in full armor, what a rude act." The Grand General heard that and quickly replied, "I know it is rude, but the situation is very urgent, so I had no choice." Leon paused for a few seconds and then said, "Oh, I just met the queen." The Grand General heard this and said, "Ah, is that so?" Leon nodded and said, "I met her by chance while taking a walk and a slight doubt about you arose." "What kind of person you are?" Leon continued with a serious face. "Ha, with demons swarming everywhere, how dare you disturb a royal's rest?" Faced with the sudden questioning, the Grand General immediately retorted, "Demons do not come at night." Leon cut him off coldly. "Lies," then he thought to himself. "Since when did they cause a ruckus at night? I'm not stupid enough to be fooled that easily. A fool like that couldn't possibly be a Grand General." After thinking for a while, Leon opened his mouth. "It's as if you were persuaded by someone." The Grand General heard this, fell silent for a moment, then turned decisively and left. Before leaving, the General said, "Please forgive my rude behavior just now. We will take our leave." When the General had taken a few steps, Leon opened his mouth from behind. "The Queen said that you treat her like a prisoner." The Grand General heard this and paused for a moment. A moment later he turned and answered, "That is none of an outsider like you's business." After speaking he went straight out of the room and slammed the door. Looking at the closed door before him, Leon said, "Truly suspicious, very suspicious." He thought that the Grand General was definitely trying to hide something. To find out more, he thought he had to check the underground as the Queen had said, and he turned around and called Sir Spinner. Hearing Leon's call from outside, Sir Spinner appeared immediately. Leon announced, "There is something I want to check." The next morning, countless demons had gathered outside the royal palace. One of them shouted loudly, "Trample them, cut off their heads and play with their bodies. Corrupt them all." After this laughter ended, another demon opened its mouth. "Listen, Sir Anzogen has spoken. He will grant 100 slaves to the one who crosses the wall first." The other demons laughed loudly in response. "Ha, corrupt them all, corrupt." The other demons also shouted in unison, "Corrupt them." But as they were laughing they saw a sharp arrow carrying a holy flame flying toward them. Bang! As the arrow flew into the middle of the gathered group of demons, a flame immediately erupted, followed by the painful screams of the demons. The other demons who witnessed the scene screamed in fear. What is that? Currently, next to the holy sword, the heads of countless demons who had lost their lives were scattered, and the holy sword was deeply embedded in the ground, creating a huge crack. Along the slash on the ground, flames like lava sparked. From the ground the souls of the demons slowly appeared. As soon as they came out of the corpses they felt a very powerful suction force toward the palace. On the high castle wall, Leon could be seen holding the holy grail. Leon slowly collected the souls of the demons who had just died from the high castle wall. The holy grail emitted a terrible energy, and from within it the screams of the demon souls echoed. Leon said, "It is better to die with glory than to live in disgrace. You wouldn't know, how could you? Beasts who only pursue basic desires like insects understand my words. Listen carefully, you filthy maggots." Leon stretched out his hand, revealing a murderous holy sword, and said loudly, "I, Leon H., in the name of the Temple of Light, declare to you wicked and vile villains." Leon plunged the sword into the ground, revealing a long sharp sword that held immense power. Leon laughed like a demon. "I will teach you what the value of a good life is. Come, you rotten demons." Hearing that, the demons' eyes widened and their mouths fell open, unable to understand what was happening. Leon shouted, "Your greatest fear, you rotten demons." As the holy sword came out, the image of a tiger appeared behind Leon and roared. Leon shouldered the holy sword and looked down at the demons right below him. In the underground of the palace, the Grand General was talking with the soldiers. A soldier opened his mouth and asked, "Grand General Dio, I thought you were in battle. What brings you here?" Grand General Dio answered calmly, "An outsider is taking care of that matter." Grand General Dio turned his body and walked, saying, "The problem is the seal. It should work fine, right?" A soldier quickly answered, "Yes." After answering, the soldier hesitated slightly and said, "But we haven't found it yet." The Grand General frowned slightly. He lifted his foot and entered deeper into the underground, reminding them, "There isn't much time left, just endure a little longer." Above, Spinner was secretly watching them. Grand General Dio continued, "1 year of hard labor is now coming to an end." After speaking, they continued to go deeper into the underground. The Grand General suddenly stopped in front of a curtain and slowly lifted the curtain before him with his hand, unaware that Spinner was slowly watching from behind. Spinner seemed to have seen something very shocking. Its eyes burned red and it screamed in surprise. A desolate and destroyed battlefield, dust rose thick and fast. Demons with their hands tied were following each other in a long line. Suddenly a demon in the line fell to the ground and shouted. Leon, who was in front, heard the sound and turned to see what had happened. Leon crouched down in front of the demon and reminded it in a gentle voice, "Hey, you have to be careful." As soon as the words were finished, Leon's face suddenly turned red. He stuttered and muttered as if he couldn't believe his eyes. "What?" he thought to himself. Why, the fallen demon was a fragile girl with watery eyes and blue hair. She called Leon in a coquettish voice, "Hunter, please forgive me." The demon woman put her hand to her face, acting cute, and seduced Leon with a sly smile. "Then I will serve you to your heart's content." Leon was mesmerized by the temptation before him. He opened his mouth wide, unable to speak, and stuttered, "Ah!" As if mesmerized by the demon woman's magic, Dion reached out to touch her face. Just as her goal was about to be achieved, the demon woman's lips curled into a victorious smile. At that moment, a notification suddenly appeared in the system window. Leon H. Poison Resistance ability for the entire army activated. The effect was immediate. Before the notification could even finish, the demon woman before him instantly revealed her true hideous demonic form, with a single large eye in the middle of her face and a mouth full of jagged fangs. The demon still tried to act cute in front of Dion, and at this sight he froze in horror. Realizing he had been tricked by a monster, Dion immediately snapped to his senses, shot to his feet, and kicked the demon woman squarely in the face. She saw a flash of light and could only let out a single scream. The demon woman, caught by the surprise attack, had a swollen face with a large lump in the middle of her cheek. Not understanding what had just happened, she shouted in confusion, "What?" She looked at Dion with a mix of surprise and horror and said loudly, "How can a mere human like you resist my charm?" Hearing the demon woman's words, Dion was startled and sweated profusely, thinking to himself, "This is the demon's charm. I almost fell over because she's so ugly." As he was lost in thought, a loud shout suddenly came from a distance. "Who goes there?" He and the demon were startled by the shout and turned around. A white horse was galloping swiftly from a distance. King Leon was riding on its back, dragging a long rope with countless demons tied to it behind him. Leon's face was cold and there were still fresh bloodstains on his neck and cheeks. He asked in a stern voice, "Who dares to break rank?" Before the words could finish, Dion and the demon woman were frozen in fear, afraid of being reprimanded by Leon. Dion paused for a moment, then raised his hand, pointed straight at the demon's face and accused her. "It's this one," the accused demon screamed in terror. Leon was furious at these words, his face filled with killing intent as if he would eat the demon before him alive. He trembled with anger and growled, "How dare you seduce my soldier with that filthy body?" The demon woman, terrified by Leon's anger, trembled and stammered, "I'm sorry, your majesty." Before she could finish, Leon lifted his foot and kicked her in the middle of the face, warning her, "Shut your mouth." The demon screamed in pain from the sudden kick. Leon shouted in rage, "I can't stand your vulgar voice." Ignoring the demon's screams to be let go, Leon continued to kick her, saying, "How dare you try to seduce my soldier?" The demons tied up behind them were also terrified by this sight. Faces pale, they watched, trembling. A demon right behind them thought to himself, "That guy named Leon is more demonic than the Demon King." After resolving this matter, Leon's party continued into the city. As they walked down the middle of the street, countless citizens were walking in the opposite direction on both sides. Sensing something was wrong, the observer asked Leon, "Your Majesty, don't you think something is strange?" Leon, on his saddle, leaned down to look at the observer and asked back, "What are you trying to say?" The observer explained, "This is clearly a dazzling victory, but the people's reaction doesn't seem very good." Leon looked around, fell silent for a moment, and then opened his mouth. "Even a low-level demon can easily seduce and gradually corrupt a human. The fight against such monsters is not something that can be finished overnight, so this level of victory is nothing. In essence, this is a fight against their demon king." After that, Leon, with a solemn face, said in a voice full of resolve and confidence, "I will have the people hang those demons themselves. I will let them kill those things with their own hands and feel the sweetness that comes from the death of those abominable souls." Hearing Leon's explanation, the observer was also slightly scared and could only reply with a single word, "Yes." Soon, Leon's party arrived in front of the castle. Standing before the magnificent and splendid castle, Leon said, "In the best-case scenario, we will defeat the Demon King and achieve a great merit." The image of the Duke suddenly came to Leon's mind. Leon continued, "And then no one will bother us anymore." No one. On a high floor of the castle, a red light was leaking out from a glass window. Spinner was carrying out its mission. Outside the castle, Leon's voice still echoed, "We will succeed." The scene changes to the castle gate, where two soldiers are on high alert. One of them suddenly detected approaching footsteps. It was King Leon's party approaching confidently. Seeing the strangers, a soldier shouted loudly, "Wait!" The guard thrust out his spear, blocking Leon's path, and said loudly, "Stop, you cannot enter this area." Before his words could even finish, Leon kicked the castle gate with one foot, sending it flying, and the two guards were launched into the air with the debris and dust. Leon looked back at the two soldiers with a sharp gaze like a lightning strike. Behind him, the observer and Spinner were helping the two soldiers up with flustered expressions. Leon shouted loudly in front of the castle gate, "Let's go in." The party began to move into the basement. On both sides of the basement, torches were placed to light the way. The party entered slowly, with Dion in the lead, followed by Leon, and then the observer and team leader Kim. Spinner also followed closely, crawling on the wall. The observer, with a worried expression, turned to team leader Kim and asked, "Is it all right to attack so recklessly?" Team leader Kim just gave a bitter smile and replied, "They won't surrender, so we have no choice." Dion, who was leading, suddenly stopped upon seeing something. He couldn't believe his eyes and turned to the people following him, saying, "Everyone, look at this." Leon was lost in deep thought at the sight before him. The observer, standing behind him, couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "What is this? I can't believe a place like this exists." Right below the palace before them, a canopied bed stood alone in the middle of the basement with the surroundings completely empty. Leon couldn't help but wonder at the object before him. "What is that? A bed? Is this the secret of the kingdom the queen spoke of? It's definitely hiding something." Without hesitation, Leon walked straight toward the bed. As he walked, he said, "I must check." Seeing Leon's recklessness, the observer worriedly advised, "I'll wait a moment, your majesty." Before his words could even finish, Leon reached the side of the bed, extended his hand, and pulled back the bed's curtain. A gust of wind blew past, revealing the beautiful queen sleeping peacefully on the bed. A certain charm emanated from around her body. Dion and the observer, who were behind him, had their cheeks turn red at the sight of the beautiful woman before them, and they couldn't close their mouths in admiration. Wow, wow! On the bed lay a very beautiful woman with long white hair. With a beautiful face, she had her eyes quietly closed, deep in sleep. A strange charm emanated from around her body. Seeing the beautiful woman in a deep sleep before him, the observer seemed unable to believe his eyes. He stood with his mouth agape and continued to praise her. "Ah, so beautiful." As if under a spell, the people behind him continued to admire and call out, "Ah, what a beauty." Their legs automatically moved closer to the bed. Leon looked back at the enchanted group and snorted. Leon suddenly shouted loudly, "Resist the enchantment, do not be deceived by this wicked energy," but his words seemed to be of no use. The observer and the soldiers behind him were drooling down to their chins, their eyes vacant as they kept repeating, "So beautiful." Seeing this sight, Leon sighed and said, "HMPH, to be so useless even after receiving my support aura." Suddenly, the observer received a strong shock from behind and could only let out a single scream. It was Leon, who had quickly gone back to knock the enchanted people unconscious. He said worriedly, The situation has become more difficult. To quickly control the situation, he swiftly went behind them and struck the necks of team leader Kim and the armored soldier. Next, he reached out to strike Dion but suddenly paused. At the sight before him, Leon's eyes sparkled. He smiled with satisfaction. It was because Dion had used the method of stabbing himself with a knife to escape the magic's charm. Leon couldn't help but praise him for it. To harm yourself to resist an illusion. Dion looked up at Leon and replied, "Your Majesty." Seeing his soldier injured, Leon immediately took out the Holy Grail and began to treat Dion. Leon carefully instructed, "Breathe in deeply, in through your mouth and exhale as you clear your mind." Unbeknownst to the two of them, a third party, the Duke, had appeared in the basement. He saw the scene before him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Unbelievable! I never dreamed Her Majesty the Queen would deceive me." Leon, holding the Holy Grail, turned to look at the Duke and asked, "Is that really so? You weren't charmed by that queen?" The Duke just replied coldly, "It is because we have grown accustomed to it." Hearing that, Leon couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, the queen's charm is a magic closer to a curse than something she was born with. It's not something you can get used to. I have seen someone with a power similar to yours before." The image of the Demon King came to Leon's mind. Holding the Holy Grail, he called out the name of the Demon Lord of Pleasure. Leon explained, "A demon that seduces all living things, a fiendish excitement that plunges beings into the deep abyss of corruption." Leon took another step closer to the queen's bed and said, "But it's strange, that demon despised and hated humans more than anyone, so why can't I feel such energy from the queen?" The Duke remained silent upon hearing this. Seeing that, Leon continued, "And I can't understand how you are all so unaffected." After speaking, he took out a single purple flower petal and placed it in the Holy Grail. The petal fell onto the water in the cup and floated on the surface. Leon began the summoning ritual. Around him, purple and golden beams of energy began to intertwine. He began to call upon the god of dreams and death. "O guardian god, I seek your grace." Before his words could finish, another voice answered from the void. "I understand." The guardian god appeared from the air. She slowly descended to the ground. Amidst the Duke's astonishment, the goddess's mysterious voice echoed, "Knight of Ariana, master of the heart of the raging tiger." The goddess held out a lit lantern and said, "I shall willingly answer the call of King Leon H." As Leon chanted, a beautiful goddess appeared from behind a purple smoke. Leon immediately bowed respectfully, placed his left hand on his chest to show respect, and said, "I offer my greetings to the goddess of dreams and death." The goddess nodded and said gently, "I understand, Knight of Ariana, master of the heart of the raging tiger." Leon bowed and pleaded respectfully, "I hope you will assist me. I understand, I can feel it." The goddess replied gently. The goddess looked up at Grand General Dio and opened her mouth. "Corrupted demons, they are constantly deceiving you." At these words, Grand General Dio's face changed. He listened quietly, overcome with fear. The goddess continued, "In a repeating dream, a ritual of corruption." The goddess stood before everyone, and a purple light and mysterious energy emanated from the lantern in her hand. She said, "No matter how beautiful a dream is, one must eventually awaken. Show me your true form." As soon as these words ended, the goddess placed the lantern at Grand General Dio's feet. The lantern emitted a faint purple light that seeped into the surrounding space. Wherever the purple light reached, everything began to change. The basement began to be covered in a mysterious purple light. Suddenly, everything gradually faded. The magnificent and splendid castle that was there also turned black. At that moment, a sound as if something was breaking in the air was heard, startling Dion. Looking at the fiercely burning blue flames, Dion couldn't help but wonder. It was Grand General Dio who was right in front of them, beginning to return to his true form. His guards also could not maintain their previous appearance and began to reveal their true forms as very frightening skeletons. They were the Death Knights. Seeing the true forms of the general and the soldiers, Leon frowned and said, "Ha, now I know why I didn't realize it sooner. It was because this world has the power to create everything." Realizing his identity had been revealed, Grand General Dio got up, walked toward the queen and stammered, "Your Majesty, ah no, she must not be disturbed." The general seemed to be in a daze at this time, constantly repeating, "I must protect her, I must protect the seal." On one side, Dion was horrified, supporting the fainted observer. Dion warned Leon loudly, "The Death Knights are approaching us." Watching the staggering group's steps, Leon thought to himself, this energy of corruption was not generated from evil. He reached out his hand to take something out and said in a cold voice, "In that case, the nightmare of these events must have started with the queen." Leon's gaze sharpened. He said, "If the queen awakens, this dream world will surely—" Before his words could finish, Grand General Dio suddenly rushed in and attacked Leon. He brought down a sharp sword toward Leon's chest. Leon reacted quickly. He turned his body and blocked the general's attack with his sword. He quickly assessed the surrounding situation. On the other side, a skeleton guard was rushing in with a sword, aiming for a surprise attack. Leon, enraged, extended his hand and blocked the soldier's attack. With a single move, Leon sent the others flying far away, and stones and dust scattered in all directions. Leon looked at the group before him and said seriously, "This is a one-on-one duel. If you have any knightly honor left, do not interfere." The general did not listen and rushed in, saying, "Honor? I abandoned that long ago." As soon as his words were finished, he and his guards charged toward Leon simultaneously. This sight truly infuriated Leon. He felt his blood boil with anger and said loudly, "Do you think you can stop me by joining forces?" As soon as he finished speaking, without giving them a chance to react, Leon resolutely launched a counterattack. He pulled back his holy sword and snorted. One by one they fell before the power of his blade. Leon swung his sword at the Death Knights, quickly defeating them one by one. The power of the Knight of the Holy Grail shattered them, scattering them in various directions. Leon grabbed a soldier's head with his hand. Then he squeezed it hard and smashed the soldier's head on the ground. He thought to himself, strong. No, his abilities weakened when he became undead. A sharp beam of light from the holy sword pierced the bodies of the skeleton soldiers one after another like a machine gun. Leon said triumphantly, but with that twisted honor of yours you won't be able to protect anyone. As Leon finished speaking, he plunged his holy sword deep into the ground. The ground immediately flashed and the group, as if sensing something, became unable to move. General Dio screamed in terror. Your Majesty, the Queen! Before the shout could even finish, a terrifying golden light filled with immense energy erupted from the ground, shattering the surrounding earth and stones. The whole land seemed to be ablaze. After the attack passed, only piles of rubble and the corpses of the nearby zombie soldiers remained on the ground. Grand General Ducato was horrified, as if he couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. Grand General Ducato shouted, "Horrible!" Leon, without hesitation, pointed his sword straight at his face. The Grand General knelt on the ground, trembling, and called out, "Your Majesty, Leon H." Leon said in a firm voice, "Wake up from this brief dream." The Grand General hesitated, as if he couldn't accept this fact. "Ah!" Leon raised his sword high and said coldly, "So you refuse to wake from the dream after all, then live forever in this despairing illusion, this foolish, stupid night." Leon was about to bring his sword down hard when he suddenly paused. A thought flashed through his mind. Something was very strange. Even if there was a problem with his loyalty, he was not a traitor. Leon just couldn't understand why the Queen had asked him to kill them. He turned his head toward the bed and thought, could it be the woman lying up there is a demon? Leon looked at Grand General Ducato and commanded, "Tell me what you did to the Queen." Grand General Ducato placed both hands on the ground, hesitated for a moment, and then answered respectfully, "Her Majesty made a pact with a demon." The scene shifts to many years ago. The Great Hall. Soldiers lay fallen and scattered on the floor, and in the distance on a high platform the Queen sat with her head bowed, lost in thought. The Queen, covered in wounds, kept her head bowed. Just then a voice called to her, "O Queen." A man in black clothes with his face covered appeared from thin air and said, "I am impressed by your courage. Let's make a deal." The Queen raised her head and asked cautiously, "A deal?" The demon heard this and nodded. "Accept the seed of corruption and continue to fight the demons for 100 years. The demon took out a purple orb and smiled. "If you do not fall to corruption, I will save you and all your people." The Queen was stunned to hear this proposal. She said nothing, but it seemed she had already made up her mind. For the Queen of a kingdom on the brink of destruction, she had no choice but to accept the contract, even if it was a cunning trap. The Queen reached out her hand and took the orb in the demon's hand. In the 5th year of the contract, the kingdom began to go mad. They killed each other without mercy. A corrupted man, covered in blood, shouted with joy, "I'm so happy. Why is everyone avoiding me?" The number of corrupted, their minds twisted by pleasure and pain, constantly increased. The Queen sat in the great hall and covered her face, while the shouts of people could be heard from the side. A corrupted person caught him, followed by the desperate screams of the people. The Queen could not accept what was happening to her kingdom. During the day she had to witness demons slaughtering their own kind, and at night she couldn't sleep because of the whispers in her ear. The Queen couldn't bear this and kept blaming herself. "Ah, what have I done?" She could endure it for the first few years, but her opponent was the demon lord of pleasure. The trap he set was cunning and insidious, and the contract Her Majesty accepted had no loopholes. Contract stipulated that anyone who committed suicide to avoid the contract would become a wandering demon in the deepest hell. And when the 100-year contract ended, everyone would become corrupted slaves. The Queen was going mad. It was because of the thought that her kingdom would turn to ashes. The essence of corruption was to plant a seed in a person's body and devour its host. In the 50th year, even the most loyal knight could not suppress his desires and broke into the Queen's bedchamber. And the one who saved the Queen was Grand General Ducato. Faced with the current situation, the Grand General made a decision. He instructed the soldiers around him, "If not a single person can overcome the charm, we will take our own lives, as long as we can protect Her Majesty the Queen and maintain our loyalty." Grand General Ducato and his loyal soldiers decided to commit suicide. Even if this land became defiled, even if they became wandering demons in the deepest hell, even if they broke the contract with the demon and became corrupted slaves after 100 years, Grand General Ducato would protect the Queen to the end. Grand General Ducato knelt on the ground and explained to Leon what had happened. "We took our own lives and became Death Knights, so the Queen's charm no longer worked on us. We sealed the Queen, and that seal has lasted for 80 years. That was the only offering that could put Her Majesty into a deep sleep." Leon heard this and marveled inwardly. What kind of loyalty is this? After thinking for a moment, Leon opened his mouth. "I see, so that's why the Queen asked me to kill you." The goddess Foe, who had been watching quietly, opened her mouth and called out, "Leon H." Leon heard the call and answered respectfully, "I am listening, goddess Foe." The goddess asked gently, "Do you feel it too?" Leon quickly understood the goddess's meaning and nodded. "Yes, I can feel it." Before his words could even finish, purple streaks of light began to spread in all directions. It seeped through the cracks in the doors and into every corner of the streets. Vile demons appeared. Leon gritted his teeth and said with a face full of anger, "You demon bastards." Leon turned to his soldiers and said, "Soldiers of King Leon H, get up. How long do you intend to lie there like fools?" Grand General Ducato, not knowing what was happening, remained kneeling, dazed. Team Leader Kim, also not knowing what was happening, shouted in confusion, "What is this?" Before his words could even finish, he was grabbed by the scruff of his neck by Leon and dragged outside. Leon shouted at the people around him to get up immediately. As he walked, Leon looked back and said, "I will do what I must." Then Leon's party quickly went outside, leaving Grand General Ducato still dazed, not knowing what was going on. The goddess foe smiled gently and said, "Now where were we?" Soon Leon's party came out of the underground. The soldiers guarding the door saw His Majesty and said happily, "He's out." A soldier reported to Leon, "Your Majesty, the demons have breached the castle walls." As soon as these words were spoken, Team Leader Kim's face turned pale. With a changed expression, he stammered, "Over there." Everyone followed Team Leader Kim's gaze and looked ahead. A horrifyingly large horde of countless demons was swarming toward them. Dion thought to himself, "There are too many." Leon watched the demons rushing forward and let out a deep sigh. A fully armed Dion took a step forward. Dion stood proudly at the very front, a look of resolve on his face. He commanded the soldiers around him, "Raise your shields." The other soldiers heard this and immediately followed, shouting to each other, "Raise the shields." The soldiers began to assume a battle stance, and large shields were set up right in front. They were all of one mind to follow His Majesty's words, "Hold the line and block the enemy." Meanwhile, Leon was slowly advancing, a holy sword in his hand. Leon watched quietly, and Spinner also began to get into position beside him. The soldiers lined up and formed a giant shield wall. On the right, Leon commanded, and on the left was Spinner. The soldiers thought with one mind, "His Majesty will take care of those bastards." The demon before them bared its white teeth and its eyes were empty. He crossed his arms and shouted in excitement, "Advance, you slaves, show them what pain is." All the demons howled incessantly as if possessed. It was madness. The sensation of pain was replaced by excitement. The demons attacked in unison, trying to cut everyone down, and kept shouting, "Kill them all." Seeing the threatening situation before them, Spinner encouraged them. "Eliminate hostile elements. Release weapons." Leon, standing beside it with a murderous expression, said solemnly, "Let's go." Leon signaled with his hand forward and shouted loudly, "Advance." The legion began to advance according to His Majesty's command. Before them were endless demons. The soldiers raised their shields and charged toward the demons. A deafening roar echoed from the collision. One soldier marveled and couldn't help but curse inwardly, "Damn it, there are too many." But while they were holding on, His Majesty stood blankly watching the scene before him. This was the moment for Leon to unleash his power. With a single attack, he blew away demons thousands of meters away. At the center of the light was Leon, ready for battle. Leon shouted, "Leon H." Leon gripped his holy sword tightly, and as successive waves of power sent the demons flying into the sky, the demons below gaped in astonishment. The soldiers also froze at the sight. Leon, burning with fighting spirit, knew that the source of the demons of pleasure's power was their overwhelming numbers. Leon's warhorse lay on the ground, seemingly exhausted. Leon looked back at the white horse and called its name worriedly, "Stallion," but the horse was already out of strength and couldn't respond to its master's call. The demons of lust were considered to have weak combat power, but after receiving the berserker buff, they became an extremely annoying existence for King Leon. Leon knew this was a magic that only high-ranking demons could use. He thought to himself, "I can't let my guard down anymore. Now this is the only way." In front of Leon, thousands of demons were staring at him with greedy eyes. Leon closed his eyes to calm himself and then said solemnly, "All right, I'll have to do it that way." Suddenly, something was flying into the air from inside the castle. Leon turned his head in surprise toward where the shout came from. "Everyone charge!" It was Grand General Ducato's unit, and they appeared slowly amidst the surprise of both Leon and his soldiers. The Death Knights rode their warhorses and rushed to support Leon's unit. They advanced very powerfully, passing through Leon's shield wall without fear. The demons fell one after another under their swords. Wherever the Death Knights passed, the demons were struck down. Grand General Ducato, with a sword in hand, charged through the corrupted demons, parting them to both sides. Grand General Ducato came before Leon and called out respectfully, "Your Majesty, Leon H." Leon smiled and praised him. "Well done, Grand General. I thought you had awakened from the nightmare." Grand General Ducato heard this and replied, "My loyalty to Her Majesty the Queen has never changed." Leon nodded. "Yes, of course it hasn't." The Grand General was lost in thought for a moment, then continued, "King, from Earth we have endured countless hardships to protect this place, but if you can create such a different outcome, we will also help you with all our might." Leon smiled slightly. He pointed his sword toward the demons in front of him and said seriously, "Then I'll have to put on a good show. You're not as strong as you might have expected, but that's fine." Having said this, Leon began to step back and his face changed as golden flames appeared all over his body. It was a symbol of hope. Leon muttered as he walked, "O God of flame and war, even if this world is destroyed by demons, you gods who dwell in their hearts, please grant me your courage." As the call ended, Leon's hair grew longer and his whole body was engulfed in a flame-like light. At that moment, even the Queen's loyal hunters and knights, Leon thrust his holy sword forward and pleaded, "Please answer my call." A streak of light flashed and pierced the sky like a sword. The goddess seemed to have heard and answered Leon's plea. A voice echoed, "You have always been a loser. In the end, a flame will always go out if there is no one to protect it." Leon heard this and answered happily, "Then I will stand before the flame forever, as I always have, until I can block all the storms myself. I will overcome adversity and reach for the stars." At this time Leon looked very strong, and his golden hair gradually turned white, his purple eyes shone coldly, and a blood-red light emanated from his surroundings. Behind Leon were the soldiers protecting him. The demons saw this, hesitated, and shouted. Leon plunged his holy sword into the ground, and then said seriously in a loud voice, "I am Leon H., the ultimate war machine, clad in the armor of the great god of flame and war." The surrounding soldiers heard this and focused their gazes on where Leon was speaking. Leon, the god of flame and war, shouted, "My knights, hear my call." Following Leon's words, the armor of the soldiers behind him immediately began to change. Leon said powerfully, "Right here, right now, the flame of war will incinerate evil." As soon as these words ended, a pillar of red light shot straight up into the sky. The corrupted demons witnessed that terrifying power and froze on the spot in fear. From within the thick dust a paw emerged. It was the paw of a golden lion. 2 lions appeared from within the red light and slowly advanced. Behind the 2 lions was a golden chariot. Leon strode powerfully in front of the golden chariot. Behind him his warhorse gradually faded into thin air. Leon looked back at the white horse and said gently, "Thank you, my little friend, rest well." Leon stretched his hand to the side and commanded, "Good." The 2 lions began to charge forward according to Leon's command. Leon did not forget to call the soldiers waiting behind him. "Follow me." The 2 golden lions began to charge forward according to their master's command. Dion, following Leon's command, encouraged them powerfully, "Do not be afraid, bring me their heads." Just then the demons on the other side also charged in unison, advancing toward the legion of Leon H. Demons on warhorses charged like a storm. Leon suddenly sensed something strange and paused for a moment. Soon he shouted in anger, "You disgusting demon bastards, how dare you imitate humans and pretend to be cavalry?" Leon, unable to hide his disgust, continued to shout, "Damn it, attack!" The 2 lions, following their master's command, let out a majestic roar that shook the heavens and began to charge forward. As the lions' golden horns continuously gored the demons' heads, the demons screamed. They were sent flying, beaten, and wailed miserably. The demon general saw the sight and was enraged, unable to understand where such terrifying power came from. Even seeing this, Leon's anger did not subside and his eyes burned with fury. Wherever Leon's chariot passed, the demons were slaughtered. The demon general saw the sight and couldn't believe his eyes, stuttering, "Impossible. What on earth is that?" He clutched his head with his hands and said in a panic, "How can they pass through as if there are no demons there? You little demon bastards, unleash a magic barrage with the cannons in your hands and kill them all." The smaller demons, hearing their leader's command, answered, burning with fighting spirit, ready to fire. From their barrels, purple cannonballs began to be fired one after another. The cannonballs flew over the demons toward Leon's army. Leon saw them using magic and said powerfully, "Using ranged weapons? Such shameless bastards." A new notification appeared in the system again. Rage effect applied to all units. Full immunity applied. Nullifying arrows aimed at unit members with a divine shield. Brave knights gained the fire resistance effect. The cannonballs flew and caused a huge explosion, covering the whole area in a purple light. Leon's 2 lions, still burning with fighting spirit, charged through the thick smoke and dust. Leon continued to command, "Charge, follow me." The system screen continued to flash signals. Berserker effect applied to all units. Activate the blessing of the War Knight and annihilate evil. Morale increased by 400. Morale increased by 120. Morale increased by 100. All troops' physical damage increased by 35. Nobles' defense decreased by 80. The Battle Bull Great Plate provides additional support, adding the Fire Sword attribute effect to allies. Great Demon Hunter effect activated. Physical resistance decreased. Holy Steel resistance decreased and close range defense ability decreased, automatically incinerating all demon souls within a 1 kilometer radius. The demons were sent flying far away, wailing in pain. A leader's roar was heard right in front of Leon. "You human bastard, I've got you." A demon leader leaped in front of Leon, opened its mouth and roared, then jumped up with its sword and slashed the 2 lions' chariot. The 2 lions saw the sight and roared in succession. The demon leader shouted in rage, "You insignificant bastards," he thought to himself. "This isn't enough. Where did that Leon bastard hide?" As it turned out, Leon was sitting in the chariot, floating in the sky. He lifted his holy sword and aimed it straight down. The demon leader reacted quickly and instantly dodged the power of the holy sword. He shouted in surprise, "My minions, kill that bastard." As the holy sword plunged straight into the ground, the earth cracked and shattered. Leon said to his soldiers, "1 minute, just hold on for 1 more minute." The demon leader cursed in anger. Damn it, he gritted his teeth and thought, "It's just 1 human. He's just 1 human. How can he do this much? How could he have made the knights of that desolate kingdom so strong?" Soon the demons were neatly dealt with one by Leon's legion. The demon general now stood before Leon, radiating killing intent, revealing his octopus-like arms. The demon said, "You, King Leon." He pointed straight at Leon and roared, "It was you. You're the one who killed Don." Leon was surprised, not knowing who Don was. A moment later he remembered, let out an ah and said, "Are you talking about that lump of lard with abnormal sexual desires who was running around everywhere?" The demon leader heard this, his mouth agape and dazed, not knowing how to respond coolly. Leon continued, "Yes, that perverted and lewd mob of yours. I disabled all their limbs, and you will be no different from them. The only difference is that I will now punish you more miserably than I did them." Hearing this, the demon leader's face turned blue with anger as he muttered, "Take this." Enraged, he swung his sword in the air and shouted, "I Anzogen will tear you to shreds." He gritted his teeth, cursing Leon to die, and then threw sharp swords at him. Leon showed no fear at all in the face of the swords flying toward him like a tempest. He took a step forward, got into a stance, and confidently said as he swung the holy sword in his hand, "Instead of just running your mouth, why don't you focus more on the power of your magic? But you are too weak." Leon's sword strike flew across the group of demons fighting on the ground and toward their leader. The sword flew straight toward the demon leader's hand. At this, he fell into confusion and began to think to himself, "That bastard just parried the attack and aimed for my hand." As he was thinking that, Leon appeared right in front of the demon general, leaving him stunned. Leon opened his mouth. "I told you I would kill every last one of you bastards." Swiftly, Leon raised his holy sword into the air and aimed it straight at the demon general. The demon general was not afraid at all, opened his mouth to laugh and said loudly, "Desire, the gate of desire shall satisfy your primal desires. No creature can resist it." The soldiers in the distance saw this and shouted in worry, "Ah no, be careful, King Leon." Leon, standing high above, was completely unaffected by the demon general's curse, remaining very calm. As the sword strike flew and pierced the demon general's body, he screamed in horror. The demon looked at the wound on its body and shouted, "How can this be? How can you reject the pleasure of desire?" Leon slowly approached the demon general, raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Even the demon lord of pleasure could not tempt this body. How could a useless thing like you deceive me?" Hearing these words, General Anzogen's complexion immediately changed. He thought worriedly, "Impossible, something is wrong. As long as they are alive, humans must have desires." As he thought that far, his whole body trembled. He knew he had to flee immediately. But it seemed it was already too late. The demon general shouted, calling for support, "No, stop him. Where are you bastards? Hurry up and stop this guy." Leon just quietly raised the corner of his mouth and stared straight at the demon general. Before the demon could react, Leon's lion charged and knocked him into the sky, and after a few screams he plummeted to the ground. Leon slowly approached and said, "Hey, I'm here." He stomped on the demon general with one foot. The demon saw this and said in terror, "Wait." Seeing the majestic Leon with his holy sword standing on top of him, he shouted in fear, "You coward, you let a god interfere in our fight. I thought you knights were very fair." Leon heard that, stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "That makes sense. Allowing a third party to interfere in a duel is not befitting a knight's honor." Hearing this, Anzogen rejoiced inwardly and immediately replied, "Right, in that case." Before he could even finish his sentence, Leon cut him off. He said in a disgusted tone, "But there is no reason to show respect to scoundrels like you. This is not a fight between knights, but merely the extermination of trash bugs." As soon as he finished speaking, Leon raised his holy sword high. Knowing he was about to die, the demon king shouted. He cursed in extreme fear, "You damn human bastard!" A flash of light followed by a terrible explosion. Anzogen, the great demon of pleasure and corruption, was annihilated. In the beginning, this kingdom was very prosperous and peaceful. The queen thought this peaceful time would last forever. Everyone thought so until the demons came and swept everything away. When the demons appeared, the entire kingdom seemed to be submerged in the dark red light of war and corruption. The queen stood on the high castle wall and looked down helplessly. As a wise queen and mage, she knew that fact well. To save her kingdom, she struggled to cast a sealing spell on the entire castle. The queen worked to eliminate the evil demons, thinking it would extend the life of this kingdom as time passed. At first she hoped her kingdom could win, but that small hope did not last long. Seeing the monsters who were injured and fallen on the ground yet still had sinister smiles on their faces, she realized that no matter how many times she killed these demons, they would continue to be resurrected. The queen's face grew more and more weary. A servant, seeing the scene before the queen, said helplessly, "This is a war we can never win. No matter how many times we win, no matter how many demons we strike down, they will just keep coming back." At this time, the queen's mind was filled with negative thoughts, powerlessness and foolishness. Perhaps destruction was closer to her kingdom than ever before. The queen, exhausted in both body and mind, sat blankly on her throne waiting for the coming doom. At this time a demon appeared and said to the queen, "Hey queen, let's make a deal." The demon, completely wrapped in a black cloak, held a magic orb that emitted a purple light in its hand. He smiled sinisterly and said to the queen, "If you can endure the seed of corruption for 100 years, we will stop invading this world and everything will return to how it was." The queen, faced with the contract, was already not in her right mind and unconsciously reached out her hand, almost touching the orb to make the deal. She didn't even think to ask why she could believe the demon's words. Although she had many doubts in her heart in the current situation, she had almost no other choice. The queen's hand touched the orb as she said, "I accept." The demon heard this and smiled wickedly. The moment she touched the orb, even if it was the demon's cunning trap, unimaginable and terrible things would begin to happen. But that was the only way this world could return to how it was before. To protect the people she loved, her people, she agreed. Thus the process of the Spur Kingdom's destruction was repeated, amidst pleasure and corruption. The good people, the loyal knights and the proud queen, little by little they quickly fell into darkness. Once completely corrupted and on the side of darkness, they could never return to their former selves. Finally, a knight who could not suppress his desires snuck into the queen's bedchamber. The queen lay on the bed with a face full of disappointment, looking at the knight who had once been loyal to her and the kingdom but was now corrupted by desire and had lost his reason. Grand General Ducato rushed in just in time and stabbed the knight with his sword. The Grand General said, "Your Majesty the Queen, please forgive me." Finally, Grand General Ducato sealed the Queen in the underground and then committed suicide to become a zombie. The Queen lay on the large bed blaming herself and suffering, thinking everything was her fault. 10 years full of regret, the Queen was exhausted and resigned herself to an endless fate. In the repeating days, the Queen continued to blame herself. "All of this is my own doing." The Queen always wished for this nightmare to end quickly. After the battle with the demons ended, Leon and his party returned to that basement together. In front of everyone was a box, and on top of it were 2 items. Leon asked Spinner, "Are those the crown of decline and the nameless sword that the demon always carried?" Spinner made a sound as if very excited. Leon asked curiously, "Do you like it that much?" Spinner held the sword up high, gazing at it without taking its eyes off, and praised it. "It's useful because it's made of a highly durable metal." Leon looked at the sword with a disgusted expression and said, "But isn't it defiled by evil? It feels like it sucks out souls." Spinner heard that, and looking disappointed, hurriedly said, "I can handle it." Leon, of course, trusted Spinner. He nodded and agreed, "If you say so, fine." On top of the box was also a crown. Leon said thoughtfully, "Then what about this?" Before his words could even finish, the goddess foe appeared right behind Leon. The goddess called out gently, "Leon." Leon heard the goddess and immediately turned his head to answer respectfully. "Yes, goddess, please speak." The goddess foe smiled and said, "Show me the crown of decline you have obtained." Leon glanced at the crown, then hesitated and said, "I'm afraid it will defile the goddess's eyes." The goddess foe heard that, shook her head and said, "It's all right." The goddess foe looked at the crown before her and was lost in thought for a moment. A moment later, the goddess opened her mouth to Leon. "This crown, don't you remember it? It is the crown of the demon lord of pleasure whose neck you cut." Leon asked with a surprised face. "Is that so?" The goddess explained to Leon. "Those wicked demons of lust deceive children with dark and evil illusions. That power is sealed in this crown of decline," the goddess continued to advise Leon. "But now it is yours, so it may be useful to you." Hearing the goddess say that, Leon reluctantly replied, "In any case, I cannot destroy this right now. If the goddess wishes, I will gladly offer it." The goddess foe smiled and replied, "Thank you, you have worked hard this time as well. The temple is very pleased and expresses its gratitude for the glory you have offered." Hearing that, Leon placed a hand on his chest and answered respectfully, "I have only done what I thought was right." Before leaving, the goddess foe opened her mouth. "Hey, god of war, shouldn't you at least say goodbye to him before you leave?" The voice of the god of war was heard. A goodbye, a vortex appeared, and the god of war revealed himself before Leon. The god of war sighed and said, "Fine, it's hard to say." The goddess foe heard that and said teasingly to the god of war, "Is someone going to die if you're honest?" Leon saw the scene and spoke first. "Ah well, I have one request." The god of war heard that and asked with interest what request. The goddess foe, who was beside him, said, "Speak." Leon looked at Grand General Ducato and his men standing behind him, then slowly opened his mouth. "I wish for Grand General Ducato and his party to be able to reclaim their souls." The god of war crossed his arms and fell into thought. After a moment, the god of war said, "You mean to take the souls of these zombies to heaven? Did they not give up the cycle of life and death themselves?" The goddess foe took Leon's side and said, "Don't be so strict, it's not like that's all a problem you can solve." The god of war did not agree and gritted his teeth in rebuttal. God would grant such an opportunity to those zombies. Goddess foe hesitated and explained, "That is not entirely correct. They were only acting for their master." The god of war, standing beside her, crossed his arms and said, "Then see for yourself." Goddess foe called out to Leon. "Leon." Leon placed a hand on his chest and answered respectfully, "Please speak." The goddess explained, "Those who defy death are wicked beings you must punish. They have escaped the cycle of reincarnation." As she was speaking, a voice interjected, "Please." The queen on the bed had awakened at some point. "I do not understand what is happening, but I plead for my men. Please forgive them. They have done something that goes against the laws of nature to protect me. I beg of you." The queen clasped her hands together and pleaded earnestly, "As the queen of this ruined kingdom, I hope the 2 gods will show mercy." Hearing this, goddess foe was lost in thought for a moment, then said, "Loyal knights of the queen, no one in the temple can take their souls to heaven." The queen was greatly saddened to hear this. Grand General Ducato approached, helped the queen up and asked, "Is that so?" Before he could even ask, goddess foe cut him off. "However, your merits are more than enough to cover the wrongs you have committed. We gods are deeply impressed by your loyalty. And above all, King Leon H has pleaded with me. The higher-ups do not permit me to do more than this, but since you have pleaded, I will purify your defiled souls and give you a chance to be reborn." Goddess foe set foot on the ground, approached the queen and the Grand General, and said, "However, I have a proposal for you. This is the only way for their souls to find peace and enter the cycle of reincarnation. If you become a priestess of the primordial god and help King Leon H spread his faith when the other world becomes active again, I will grant your knights the chance to be reborn." At these words, the queen was so happy she could not speak. The queen replied happily, "Thank you so much." After the matter was settled, Leon helped the queen out of the underground prison. Standing in front of the castle gate, Leon looked around lost in thought. He saw his soldiers waiting outside the gate. Leon turned back, called for Dion, and asked, "Report the casualties." Dion hesitated and replied, "Your Majesty, most of the wounded are recovering thanks to the power of the Holy Grail," but Dion's voice choked up and he could not continue. He struggled to finish his words. 6 have left us forever. Seeing the 6 bodies of the fallen warriors lined up in a row, the people around them could not hold back their tears. Leon said in a somber voice, I see how truly sad. Standing before the fallen, Leon thought to himself. Even though they had to face such an endless army of demons, they fought so well. Leon slowly drew his holy sword and said, Brave warriors, I will pray for your souls. After speaking, Leon knelt on one knee and began to pray. He began to call out, O God of flame and war, these brave warriors have departed in brilliant glory. Along with the sound of Leon's prayer, the people beside him also bowed their heads and prayed together. Leon prayed piously for the God of flame and war to protect their souls. If they committed any sins in their lives, please forgive them and cherish the courage that burned even in the face of death, and grant them peace in heaven. Leon's prayer seemed to be answered. As flames began to rise, Dion was surprised and asked what this was. Leon said to the people around him, Leave the names and families of those who lost their lives in this battle. The temple will never forget their grace. The flames blazed, enveloping the bodies of the fallen soldiers. After the ritual was over, Leon stood up with his holy sword and said, Let's go home. A notification appeared in the system. The gate to the Celestial Palace has been opened. The system suddenly turned red and a notification appeared. Your soul level is too low to enter the Celestial Palace. Your faith level is too low to enter the Celestial Palace. Your glory is too low to enter the Celestial Palace. The system turned blue again and a notification appeared. King Leon H has bestowed his blessing upon you. You have entered the Celestial Palace first. The image of the variable gate suddenly appeared. The Hunter Association summoned all existing hunters to clear the dungeon. A man saw Leon H's party coming out of the dungeon and, overjoyed, shouted loudly, They're out, they're back. After a week had passed, Leon's legion finally cleared the gate and returned. Even the people there spoke with excitement as if they couldn't believe their own eyes. King Leon's army has cleared the gate, the survivors reported. So Association President Oh Kong-hyuk recorded this raid. This gate was a great loss for the association. He also expressed his condolences for the sacrificed hunters. Having said this much, Association President Oh Kong-hyuk bowed his head to express his gratitude for the sacrifice of the hunters who fell in this dungeon gate raid. The association president said with a sad expression, I express my deepest condolences to the hunters who fell in the last battle. Leon, who was sitting in the chair opposite him, also gently closed his 2 eyes, unable to hide his sorrow, and replied, I too am very sad. Leon was lost in thought for a moment, then said, I'm sure you've seen Sir Spinner's video in detail. The association president quickly replied, Yes, it was a red gate. It was even a variable gate, and a greater demon appeared inside. It is a miracle that you were able to return with this number of casualties. Leon closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and asked back, Is that so? His gaze suddenly sharpened, and after being lost in thought, he continued, I am thinking of meeting the bereaved families of the sacrificed warriors. Association President Oh Kong-hyuk was very surprised by Leon's decision. He asked again to confirm, Do you really want to meet them in person? Leon leaned back in his chair and replied, They are my soldiers. I should at least do that much. But Association President Oh Kong-hyuk did not think so. He did not think it was a good idea to do so. As if he didn't want to argue anymore, Leon replied coldly, I am not so narrow-minded as to not understand the feelings of those who have lost their families on the battlefield. I think hearing the full story will put their minds more at ease. Suddenly, Leon called out, Association President Oh Kong-hyuk. Suddenly having his name called, the association president quickly replied, Yes, please speak. Leon's atmosphere was a little strange. His 2 eyes shone as if calculating something. He asked him to release the recent video and urge more hunters to join the Legion. He thought that the evil spirits would eventually invade this world. Leon needed more soldiers and knights to deal with that moment. Association President Oh Kong-hyuk nodded his head and replied, Understood. The association president promised to handle the matter and report the situation to Leon. Scene change. Naju Plains, Pantheon Army Garrison. Leon sat inside the ship looking out the glass window, his mind complicated with all sorts of thoughts. The movements of the demons were very unusual. He would probably need support. Leon placed his left hand on his chest and began to cast a spell. This time he had to go himself. A mysterious golden light emanated, enveloping Leon's body. He slowly closed his eyes, letting the light envelop him. Gradually an EKG-like current began to appear, moving him to another world. In the blink of an eye, Leon was transported to another place. This place was lush with green trees and filled with warm sunlight. Leon, dressed in plain clothes, stood in the middle of a forest. Just as Leon opened his eyes, a polite voice was heard. Your Majesty, please come inside. In front of Leon was a fully armed army. The woman in the lead said, A humble servant of the holy god greets the representative of the temple. The castle gate opened, and the woman politely invited Leon inside. Please come inside, O greatest guardian of the holy grail. After speaking, the group proceeded toward the palace together, entering inside the castle walls and approaching Leon Castle. Leon approached the woman and greeted her happily. It's been a long time, he asked her with curiosity. Is heaven comfortable? That woman was none other than the High Saintess Angiever Zotija. She smiled and said, It is all thanks to your Majesty's protection, Leon said humbly. While talking with the Saintess, Leon noticed 2 acquaintances approaching from a distance and greeted them. Lord Dio, Lord Antoine, you both look well. One of the 2 teased Leon. Haha, if I had known this place was so beautiful I would have come sooner, Leon said with a laugh. Don't joke around." While they were talking, a man approached from a distance and called out, "Leon, your majesty, the former king." Leon turned his head and recognized him as the former king. The former king smiled upon seeing Leon. "It's been a long time." Leon placed a hand on his chest and answered piously, "I am sorry to disturb your majesty's rest." The former king placed both hands on his hips and laughed heartily. "Don't say that, don't we share the same blood?" Leon, wanting to ask about the soldiers who had just fallen, asked the former king. "Your majesty, the former king, new souls have arrived here. Are you aware of their arrival?" The former king put his hand on his chin, thought for a moment and said, "Ah, that matter. Aren't they the warriors who were sacrificed in the recent battle? Rest assured, they will receive a warm welcome." The former king suddenly asked with a serious expression, "There must be a reason for you to come so soon." He told Leon to speak. Leon knew he couldn't deceive the former king's eyes and answered honestly, "Originally I came to greet the gods of the pantheon and explain a few things." Leon placed a hand on his chest and announced with a serious expression, "The situation is very critical, so I must borrow the wisdom of our ancestors." The former king crossed his arms, looked at Leon, and after thinking for a few seconds said, "I understand. Go to the forest. I will let you speak with my friend." From the high sky, Leon flew through the air riding a winged horse. Leon and his horse flew freely through the sky. He turned his head, looked down, and was lost in thought. Someday Leon would gallop here with his white horse Stallion, he thought as he looked at the horses galloping on the land. Of course, if Earth is invaded by demons in the future, this will be impossible. The wind blew, scattering Leon's hair, and he excitedly said to the horse, "There, that direction, Lord Patel." Leon, the horse, neighed in response. It was as if it understood its master's will. It slowly flew in the direction Leon pointed. The two of them slowly landed in a garden. Leon knew he had arrived. From deep within the forest a voice calling for Leon echoed, "The rightful Grand Duke of the Kingdom of Donia, master of the holy relics." Leon politely called the name of the woodfolk leader. "I apologize for trespassing on your land." From the void the voice of the woodfolk god answered, "King Leon H." Suddenly a giant tree nearby trembled and began to open its two eyes. That was the woodfolk god said. "All living beings including the gods are indebted to you. This forest will always welcome you with joy." Leon looked up at the ancient tree before him and said humbly, "I am sorry to be mentioned alongside the gods," the old tree said in a low voice. "Honorable descendant of the dragon slayer and demon hunter, heir to the throne, Leon H. How serious must the problem be for you to come all the way to this heaven of the dead?" Leon answered piously, "Guna, I wish to meet him, the youngest sage among you and my friend." The woodfolk god began to use his divine power to summon Guna. He began to shake his roots and muttered, "The youngest sage, Guna." As the sound echoed through the forest, birds flew up from the branches. Not long after, Guna appeared and greeted Leon. The demigod friend Guna wondered why King Leon had come all the way here to meet him. Leon looked up at the friend before him and answered sincerely, "Guna, I need your seed." Guna slowly bent his body to get closer to Leon. The tree god seemed to want to hear his words better. Leon continued, "Of course it will be a difficult task for you. It goes against the laws of nature." At this sudden proposal the god Guna asked Leon again, "Leon, is it an urgent matter?" Leon answered firmly, "Yes." So that the god Guna would not wonder any longer, Leon began to explain, "The current world I rule is being invaded by an evil race. I know this fact very well, because I have seen them on my planet." Through Leon's words an image of a demon with pure white hair and jagged teeth, manipulating the earth with its cunning fingers, appeared. They had noticed the existence of humans and had begun to act. Currently they are looking for a way to infiltrate that planet. Hearing this much, the god Guna also understood his words to some extent. Just like in that kingdom, they will destroy everything in their path. It did not take long for the god Guna to make a decision. He said to Leon, "I understand in any case you are the only survivor who can deal with those evil demons." After speaking, the tree god slowly extended his root-like arm forward and began to cast a spell. From within the roots a single sapling branch slowly appeared. Guna held it out in front of Leon and told him to accept it, expressing his belief that Leon's abilities could be fully trusted. Leon quickly accepted the sapling and did not forget to thank the god Guna. The tree god also replied warmly, "It is truly good to see you again after a long time." The demigod tree god, looking at Leon before him, did not forget to advise him to take care of himself as there would be many difficulties in the future. After getting what he needed, Leon left the forest and prepared to return. Just as he reached the castle gate, a voice called from behind, "Leon." It was the former monarch, Niger Gatat. The former king asked Leon, "Are you about to return now?" The former king approached and pressed something into Leon's hand, instructing him, "Take this with you." Leon was surprised, not knowing what it was. The former king quickly explained, "After discussion we have decided to give you what you need right now." The former king believed it would be of great help to Leon in future wars. Leon looked down at what was placed in his palm, puzzled by the former king's instructions. The former king continued, "These are the reins used by the master of beast taming. This can train even a mythical beast." The former king wanted to give this to Leon because its owner had already passed away. The former king received this item at his funeral. Niger Gatat also held out a book in front of Leon. Leon held the giant book in his hand, not knowing what it was. Niger Gatat explained, "I heard you are training an army from scratch. I'm sure you must be frustrated." Leon looked down at the title of the book. "How to Easily Catch a Giant. This is a legendary warrior training manual. while Leon was curious about the book How to Easily Catch a Giant the god Gadat was boasting. It was a book he often used for training when he was alive. From behind, Goddess Foe was watching quietly. After waiting for everyone to finish speaking, she approached and said, "Your Majesty, I shall give you this as well. I hope it will be of help to you." After speaking, Goddess Foe handed Leon a necklace shaped like a holy sword. She hoped Leon would accept it. He turned to the goddess and said, "A holy relic is a treasure passed down only among saints. How can an ordinary person like me accept it?" The goddess said without hesitation. "You are the new master of this holy relic. The gods will always support you." Goddess Foe clasped her hands before her chest and explained that this holy relic would be a source of strength to protect His Majesty before the holy sword is resurrected. She said she hoped he would accept it. Leon embraced all the gifts he received and happily thanked everyone. Before leaving, he did not forget to express his gratitude for the precious gifts. He promised to use them effectively. Last night at the headquarters, Leon was walking down the hallway. He stopped in front of a door and said calmly, "It is King Leon H. May I meet with you for a moment?" Inside the room, a woman with a beautiful back was sitting by the window holding a wine glass. The door opened automatically, but Leon still stood outside, not daring to enter. The woman asked gently, "Aren't you coming in?" Leon replied, "You have not given me permission yet." Hearing that, the woman smiled and teased, "You take things so literally." The person in the room was none other than the Queen of the Spur Kingdom. She gently invited Leon inside the spacious room. Queen Via stood by the window. Leon slowly entered and greeted Queen Via. He apologized for having the Queen stay in such a humble place. The Queen smiled shyly and said, "For a queen in exile, this is more than I deserve. However, I hope you will forgive me for what happened in the past." Leon, not minding the past at all, smiled and said, "There's no need for that." He thought to himself, "It seems she can't control her energy." Leon looked out the window, lost in thought, and said, "I have suppressed the seed of corruption that was in your kingdom with my divine power, but I have not completely eliminated it. We will have to manage that balance for a while." The Queen, looking at the moon-shaped crest on her hand glowing with a purple light, replied calmly, "I understand." Leon sat down at the table with the Queen. Seeing the crest on the Queen's hand, Leon asked curiously, "Is that a farewell to your knights?" The Queen, holding her wine glass, turned her head to the window and replied sadly, "That is all I can do, nothing more, nothing less." Leon, noticing the Queen's mood was down, changed the subject and asked, "It has been 2 days since you came to this world, Your Majesty. Have you adapted to this place?" The Queen looked at Leon and said shyly, "I think I'll need a little more time. This place is so different from my old world." Hearing the Queen's words, Leon lifted his wine glass, took a sip, and then said calmly, "There is no need for that." Queen seemed a little flustered by those words. Leon crossed his arms and said solemnly, "Be proud of what belongs to your kingdom. A true leader of a kingdom will expand their territory in all directions." As he said this, Leon's eyes gleamed. He told the Queen that their people would follow that wide and happy path. The Queen burst out laughing at his serious face, but her mood soon fell. "Isn't that the mindset of an invader?" Leon smiled and said, "It's different. Harming others for one's own purpose is a detestable ambition. However, by blessing all people with the proper doctrine, they will be enlightened and live happier, more joyful lives." The Queen didn't fully understand Leon's meaning, but she forced a smile. She thought to herself, "I understand. I did it with my own strength. I have fought demons for the last 100 years. In any case, I have no regrets." Looking at the triumphant Leon, she said slowly, "It seems you haven't only dealt with demons." Hearing that, Leon put on an arrogant expression and said, "That's right, I have been given a noble mission by the gods." Having said this much, Leon pounded his chest and confidently asserted, "Therefore, Queen of the Spur Kingdom, I hope that you too will follow my ideals." Hearing that, the Queen hesitated for a moment in her heart. After thinking for a few seconds, the Queen placed a hand on her chest and said piously, "I owe you my life as a queen. How can I repay this debt?" As she was speaking, the Queen's voice suddenly turned solemn. She said coldly, "But one thing, if that demon of pleasure bastard returns, I hope you will grant me greater power so that I may end his life with my own hands." Leon readily agreed with her, quote, "Of course, when it comes to those detestable demon bastards, I'll do anything to annihilate them." Leon said without hesitation that he would gladly teach the Queen how to trample their souls with sacred techniques that demons would fear. Thinking this far, Leon smiled with satisfaction and said, "I'm really looking forward to it. Haha, the thought of personally taking up the holy sword and grabbing those demon bastards by the hair couldn't be more exciting," Leon said excitedly. "Well, in my kingdom we usually execute demon bastards by throwing them into a cauldron, but no matter how many we killed, they kept reviving. So I thought that alone wasn't enough. They're so selfish. They only care about themselves and commit evil deeds." Leon gave a cunning smile that looked very dangerous. He held out his hand toward the Queen and asked, "Have you ever stabbed a demon under its fingernails with an awl?" They'd scream fiercely. The Queen laughed with great excitement. "Ho ho ho, I once flayed them and made them roll around in a field of iron nails." Hearing that, Leon couldn't help but admire and praise her. "You are very creative, Your Majesty." The Queen smiled and replied, "Yes, I am just like you, Your Majesty." After speaking, the two clinked their wine glasses together under the moonlight. Under the cold winter sky, Harry was on her way home at this time. As she passed a park bench, she spotted two familiar figures. She was surprised to realize it was His Majesty and the Queen. Harry bowed politely and greeted them. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, I am glad you have recovered your health." Leon, sitting on the bench, called Harry over. "Bring us some tea." Harry replied in surprise. Yes. Harry handed the tea to the Queen and said politely, "This is the finest barley tea, Your Majesty." The Queen took the tea from Harry's hand and said, "Thank you, it has been a long time since I've been so at ease." Leon, sitting beside her, held his tea in a paper cup and said to Harry, "Harry, for the time being you are to attend to Queen Via. My own needs are secondary. You must always dress neatly and behave politely toward the Queen." At these words Harry froze like a stone, her eyes turning red as she stood motionless. The Queen spoke up. "There is no need to go to such trouble." Leon denied it. "No, it must be done. A royal like you deserves a proper handmaiden and aid." The Queen turned her gaze to Harry and said politely, "By the way, what was your name again?" Harry immediately stood at attention and replied, "Yes, that is correct." The Queen smiled at Harry and said, "I sense a powerful fire-type energy from you. If you don't mind, I would like to see it for a moment." Harry was startled and thought to herself, "Does that mean she can see my unique skill?" Leon said calmly from the side, "In that case, I will see how you wield that sword." Leon himself knew that Harry's abilities were more than fitting for her current position. After speaking, Leon drew a sword, handed it to Harry, and instructed, "Show us your abilities. You may use this." Harry, surprised, looked at the sword and stuttered in reply, "Oh, it is a great honor." Harry carefully took the sword from Leon with both hands. Then she stood at a distance and held the sword forward. She began to concentrate her firepower into the sword. Next, Harry raised the sword high and flames began to spark. Then, with a loud shout, she swung the sword. As the sword swung down, a long trail of fire followed behind it. Harry's swordsmanship was very beautiful, but not in Leon's eyes. He criticized her seriously. "The arc of your swing is too wide." Harry lowered her head and replied in embarrassment, "Yes." Leon stood up, walked forward, reached for the sword and said, "It seems you just used a skill." Harry said politely, "Yes, that is correct." Leon raised the sword high and explained to Harry while demonstrating himself, "You must swing decisively with a short arc." His gaze suddenly sharpened. As he swung the sword, a large explosion occurred. With a single swing, the ground was split in two. He turned to Harry and said, "It's this easy. Practice again when you have time." Harry could only lower her head at the sudden words and reply, "Yes." Leon looked back at the Queen and asked, "Via, what do you think?" The Queen, who had been watching until now, opened her mouth and commented, "Her ability to use fire magic is a bit unstable." The Queen stood up, approached Leon and Harry and said, "The fire element is quite a powerful force. Instead of simply swinging the sword, you just need to concentrate your mana into it." With a light flick of her fingers, flames erupted from Queen Via's sword. The Queen kindly explained, "Compress the power within your body, then use it to send it where you need to focus. Once it's compressed, the flame won't go out easily." The Queen stepped forward and swung the sword very skillfully. The Queen demonstrated for Harry, explaining as she went, and then released the compressed flame. At the moment of truth, as the Queen swung the sword forward, a giant fireball was created. Then she said, with just a single swing, the simple swing of the sword now became a pillar of fire shooting straight into the sky, greatly shocking Harry, who was standing beside her. After sheathing the sword, Queen Via smiled and said to Harry, "You just have to compress it until the temperature is high enough to burn the enemy to ash. Simple, isn't it?" Harry, sweating beside her, thought to herself, "Simple, my ass." After the meeting, Harry was finally able to return to her room. That night she sat exhausted at her desk, muttering to herself, "There's so much to do. I have to send reports to the department head and the association president, and I need to bring potatoes and sweet potatoes to the new recruits. On top of that, I have to handle weapon upgrades and armor replacements. But where do I get the iron?" As she said this much, her head felt like it was about to explode. She clutched her head and shouted, "And what about the taxes? They didn't even teach this stuff at the academy." Suddenly a voice came from behind her, startling her. Spinner was standing behind her. Spinner opened its mouth. "Are you unable to handle the accounting work?" Harry frowned and asked. "What do you want?" Spinner jumped onto Harry's head and replied, "I wish to divide the work to increase efficiency." Harry's eyes sparkled. She thought to herself, "Ah, right. Sir Spinner is a supercomputer. It can do anything I ask it to." Clutching at straws, Harry diligently explained everything to Spinner. After receiving the information, Spinner immediately began its analysis. Reference data analysis complete, applying special administrative law. Hunter food expense processing complete, dedicated equipment production registration complete, Naju Plains crop prices rising. Using special support account for the Agriculture and Fisheries Act. Purchase tax benefits applicable, business separation. Mansion Farm and Mansion Corporation are completely separate business entities. Hearing this much, Harry felt dizzy and broke out in a cold sweat. Spinner, ignoring Harry's complexion, continued, "Mansion Farm receives special support under the Agriculture and Fisheries Act. Additional tax exemptions applied, tax exemptions for social welfare enterprises and active duty military family support projects applied." Listening to Spinner, Harry's head started to burn up. She hurriedly cut it off. "That's enough, that's really useful information." In truth, Harry hadn't understood a single thing. Seeing her say that, Spinner bid farewell to Harry, saying they should meet again if there were more topics to discuss. Harry suddenly remembered another problem. She called out, "Sir Spinner, I need a maid outfit." Spinner, as if it had misheard, asked again, "How about a European-style maid outfit?" Spinner explained that since King Leon H is similar to early and medieval European monarchs, choosing a European-style maid outfit would be logical. Hearing that, Harry was delighted, clasped her hands together and thanked it repeatedly. "Thank God, I finally get to cosplay." Seeing her excitement, Spinner also became excited and asked, "Shall I purchase a maid outfit for you based on the database you provided?" Harry sighed in relief and replied, "That would be great." However, Harry had no idea that the database Spinner mentioned was the complete data information from an online shopping mall for sexy maid outfits. It was filled with reviews like, "My boyfriend really loves it. I should wear it often." A notification window popped up. Searching for underwear. The next morning a school bus had just pulled up at the Hunter School. First student to get off the bus was Han Soo-ho, an A- rank from the Hunter Academy. Just as he got off the bus, a voice came from behind Han Soo-ho. "You're more persistent than I thought." When Han Soo-ho turned around, it was Kim Ji-hyuk, also an A- rank from the Hunter Academy. Han Soo-ho turned his head, looked at Kim Ji-hyuk and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter, everyone sees it, it's just a normal thing." Going back a few days, King Leon visited the Hunter Academy. In the lecture hall, Leon with his arms crossed said loudly in a dissatisfied tone, "I did not come here as a soldier. I am here to save the next generation of hunters. I will teach you how to hold a sword, how to thrust a spear, how to ride a horse, and even theology." The students sitting below were all puzzled and thought to themselves, "Did he just say theology?" A student raised his hand and asked loudly, "I specialize in using a bow." This angered Leon. He pointed his finger at the student and shouted, "You failure, I do not use that, so learn it yourself." The student, who was suddenly cursed at, replied quietly with a sad expression, "Yes." At first, when Leon acted contemptuously and rudely, all the students were dissatisfied. From the podium, Leon proposed, "However, if you learn theology, I can teach you a few basic holy techniques." The students below thought to themselves, "If we learn theology, do we become priests after graduation? Is theology like religious studies?" Leon held out one hand, snapped his fingers, and a blazing flame appeared. Then he said to the students below, "Now watch this." All the students who saw the demonstration of power were left gaping in awe. They were completely won over. Returning to the present, Han Soo-ho and Kim Ji-hyuk were still marveling. Han Soo-ho said, "It's amazing that anyone can use magic." Kim Ji-hyuk, who was next to him, agreed and said, "No joke, this is a real culture shock." As he was saying this, a girl behind them cut in. "What's so surprising? It's useless if you don't put in the effort." This girl was Keon Seo-yin, an A- rank from the Hunter Academy. At her words, Kim Ji-hyuk said sarcastically, "You came here too in the end. You're just angry because he ignores you like a commoner." Keon Seo-yin's cheeks flushed red, having been hit where it hurt, and she couldn't say a word. In her mind, Leon's words echoed. "Watch your mouth." At that moment, Han Soo-ho asked her, "How's the Holy Sword Society? You're the chairman's granddaughter, right?" As soon as Keon Seo-yin heard this, she held up her phone in front of their faces and said, "You haven't seen this yet?" Kim Ji-hyuk and Han Soo-ho were both puzzled and curious. What's this, Pantheon TV?" The two focused on the screen and soon they recognized it and shouted. They had filmed King Leon using the holy relic and fighting at the gate. "What's the use of watching this?" Han Soo-ho took out his phone. He went to the channel and watched a few videos, and a moment later, he too shouted in surprise, "Oh, that's Han Harry." Kim Ji-hyuk saw that and looked to the side, then asked with curiosity, "You must earn a lot of money, so why are you using your grandfather's old phone?" Hearing this, Han Soo-ho quickly explained, "I send most of my salary to the orphanage." Kim Ji-hyuk was a little curious. "You and Han Harry both work hard, don't you?" "I heard you were on your way to the temple." Han Soo-ho smiled proudly and replied, "They must have been entrusted with an important mission." Meanwhile, Han Harry had just changed into a sexy maid outfit. It was a coordinating set used for special events and it had a 9.98 point rating. Seeing her reflection in the mirror, Han Harry's face turned pale. She exclaimed in horror, "Excuse me, Sir Spinner, is this really okay? For real?" Spinner, who was next to her, quickly replied, "According to the database, the numbers don't lie. 99.99 of the information is certain. Do you doubt the database?" Han Harry hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, but this is a bit." Before Harry could finish, Spinner cut her off. "Denying the database is not permitted. The students are waiting outside." Han Soo-ho realized the voice coming from behind the door was Han Harry's, and he decided to surprise her. Han Soo-ho raised his hand and knocked on the door. Inside, Han Harry was startled by the knock from outside. Spinner immediately said, "Oh, that's right. You said you had guests coming today. It's time to open the door." Han Harry cried out in fear. "No, wait a moment." Before she could stop it, Spinner shot a web and grabbed the doorknob. As soon as the word "wait" was out, the door opened. It was already too late. Han Soo-ho saw the person inside. Han Harry tried to hide her embarrassment and greeted him. "Hello everyone, you must be tired from your long journey." But before she could finish her words, Han Soo-ho cut her off. He exclaimed, "Sister, that outfit." Han Harry was extremely embarrassed. She hurriedly covered her chest with her hands and repeatedly explained, "No, it's not that I wanted to wear this." Spinner heard this and immediately said, "It's not good that you don't trust the database, Han Harry." She hurriedly hugged Spinner and said, "Stop pulling on my skirt." Leon had appeared behind her at some point and said, "What a disaster." Han Harry was startled to hear that voice. She tried to explain, "This is actually," but before she could finish, Leon shouted in anger, "This is too disgusting. Go and change your clothes at once." Han Harry, clutching Spinner in her hands, hurriedly nodded. At this point, Spinner also sensed Leon and Harry's anger. The best of the 36 stratagems is to flee. Spinner immediately announced that it was lunchtime for the second-year students and that it would be taking its leave. As soon as it said this, Spinner quickly escaped from Han Harry's hands and left first, leaving Han Harry dumbfounded. Han Soo-ho, who had been watching the scene from the side, was truly at a loss for words. The reunion with his sister that he had been waiting for so long was terribly awful. Jeju Island, a red gate opened. A man got out of a car and said with admiration, "Phew, finally here." The man was Wang Jianchao. The woman next to him said with a tired expression, "I even gave you money to take an early morning flight, and you still arrived late." Wang Jianchao crossed his arms and replied, "Ha sister, our guild had a problem. We failed at the Chengdu gate, I'll find a way to make up for it at this gate." As he was saying this, a voice came from the right, "It's been a while, Wang Jianchao." As soon as Wang Jianchao turned his head and saw Yang Wan, he sneered and said, "Look who it is. After the government blackmail incident, you turned tail and ran away. Do you have the guts to hang around a red gate now?" The newcomer was Yang Wan. His face changed slightly at the other's sarcastic words. Yang Wan retorted, "Don't you know how to be grateful that you were able to get out of that gate thanks to the sacrifice of our guild?" Wang Jianchao frowned to show his dissatisfaction, then approached Yang Wan, got in his face and said with a sneer, "You talk a good game," Yang Wan replied with a disgusted smile. Wang Jianchao challenged, "How about we agree on a 50-50 split here?" Yang Wan sneered, "You demand a 50-50 split without the skills, your guild is the one with the problem." Wang Jianchao didn't back down and immediately retorted, "Is there anyone else to help you besides us? Am I wrong, you traitorous hunter bastard?" Hearing this, Yang Wan's facial muscles twitched and he cursed, "You bastard, do you think I'm a pushover because I'm staying quiet?" Yang Wan pointed straight at Wang Jianchao's face with an imposing air and said loudly, 60-40, no more." Wang Jianchao crossed his arms and replied calmly, "Fine, but you're paying for the meal," Yang Wan asserted with an imposing air. "I can pay for my own meal." Wang Jianchao's sister, watching this argument from the side, could only let out a long sigh. How pathetic, they're not children anymore. Why do they have to fight to the death over such stupid things? As she was muttering, a voice suddenly came from behind. "You didn't know." Wang Jianchao's sister was startled by the sudden words. It turned out the person who had just spoken was Ha Yuri, an S rank from the Phoenix Guild. Ha Yuri covered her mouth with her hand and said with a laugh, "Sister, you're so surprised, you should have given me a heads up, speak properly." Ha Yuri said, "Anyway, everyone's gathered before the gate appeared. 3 S-rank hunters, 1 near S-rank hunter, this should be enough. The conditions for clearing a normal S-rank gate have been met." Ha Yuri crossed her arms and said in a meaningful voice, "This will be more than enough." Inside the red gate, a terrible sight unfolded before Yang Wan's eyes. The ground was littered with blood and corpses. From ordinary residents to fully armed soldiers all lay on the ground. A person slowly approached Yang Wan's group. It was a soldier in iron armor. Seeing the deaths of his comrades at his feet, he was extremely angry and questioned Yang Wan's group. "How dare you, in front of me, in front of the great Gobig, how dare you save those miserable people?" This soldier suddenly shouted in anger. "I, Gobig, am a knight of the Holy Grail of Leon H. I will bring God's punishment upon you." After speaking, he held his hammer and shield and got into a battle stance. Suddenly, a notification appeared in the system. Mission: save the residents from the massacre. Completion condition: defeat the majestic Gobig. On this side, the soldier was still radiating killing intent and preparing to attack. Hearing the new mission, Wang Jianchao broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't understand what was happening and immediately shouted, "What is this?" At this time, Gotrich hesitated slightly, then realized and said, "You are unfamiliar faces. I ask, for what reason did you dare to attack the king's people? I will decide your punishment based on your answer." Wang Shiha, angry, rubbed her fists and said, "All talk." Seeing her angry, Yang Wan stepped forward, waved his hands a few times and said, "There seems to be a misunderstanding here. These knights attacked me first, so we had no choice but to retaliate." These words immediately enraged one of Gotrich's men, who shouted, "Damn it, you beggar-like bastards." As soon as Gotrich heard that, he slammed his sword hilt hard on the ground, growled and shouted, "Natalon, I warned you to get rid of that rash and fiery temper. You are dishonoring the goddess." After being scolded, Natalon immediately lowered his head and admitted his fault. "Yes, I'm sorry." Gotrich didn't want to get involved anymore. He turned to Yang Wan's group and said in a gentler tone, "Guests from afar, I sincerely apologize on behalf of Natalon." Yang Wan placed his left hand on his chest and answered piously, "I'm glad all misunderstandings have been cleared." Although he said that, a sneer hung on Yang Wan's lips and he thought to himself, "The negotiation is going smoother than I thought, it'll be a piece of cake." As he was rejoicing inwardly, Gotrich, who was opposite him, suddenly said in a cold voice, "However, you killed 6 of my warriors. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." As he said this, Gotrich was so angry he looked like he would eat the group before him alive. He said in a hesitant voice, "Let's see if we lost 6 men." As he said this, Gotrich radiated killing intent and raised his sword high. He said to Yang Wan's group, "Then you will have to pay with 60 lives." The scene changes to the Hunter Academy. Han Harry had changed into her casual clothes and entered the training area with Han Su-ho's group. Kim Ji-hyuk looked around and thought to himself, "This place looks so ordinary, there's no latest equipment and there's no infirmary." Suddenly, Kim Ji-hyuk noticed something strange. Why is everyone coming to the cafeteria just to drink water? When they reached a training area, Han Su-ho stopped with his mouth wide open, looking extremely surprised. Han Harry turned around, smiled and said to everyone, "We've arrived." Seeing the sight before them, all the students' mouths dropped open. Kim Ji-hyuk couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "What on earth is this?" Han Harry explained gently, "This is the soldiers' training ground." Inside the training ground, a group of people were fighting for their lives, beating each other with all their might. As they hit, they shouted, "Die, die, I'll beat you to death." Kim Ji-hyuk thought he was dreaming when he saw the sight before him. He rubbed his eyes several times and asked, "Senior Han Harry, what is this?" Han Harry also answered awkwardly, "It's the training. They train like that." Kim Ji-hyuk asked with difficulty. He was extremely embarrassed watching the group in the yard hitting, biting, choking, and constantly shouting harder, harder. Han Harry also flinched a little and explained, "There's a deep meaning behind this kind of training. Why don't you try it out?" "I heard they're using a training manual this time." Han Harry smiled meaningfully and said, "You should count yourselves lucky." Kim Ji-hyuk heard this and felt something was wrong. He thought to himself that he had to get out of this place as soon as possible. But it was already too late. Leon was standing behind him at some point and said, Everyone's here." Kim Ji-hyuk was startled by the surprise attack. The group turned around in a commotion and quickly bowed to Leon. Leon said coldly to the warriors training in the yard, "Today we will be welcoming cadets who wish to experience a gate raid. Stop training and sit down." Han Harry quickly brought a cushion, placed it on the ground and said politely, "Please sit, your majesty." Seeing this sight, the new students thought to themselves, "Do we have to use cushions?" After settling down, Leon crossed his arms over his chest and commanded Han Harry, "Han Harry, go and stand by those children. In a moment they will have to complete their first training as knights." Han Harry replied politely, "Yes." After waiting for Han Harry to take her place, Leon cleared his throat and shouted, "Let's begin." Leon said to the students below, "I will select a few raw stones from among you and polish them until they shine. Those who are chosen will continue to learn. I will personally guide and teach you. Strive for the glory of your families." Han Soo-ho, who was opposite him, listened to Leon's words, lowered his head and tried to say something to Han Harry. Han Harry heard the call and raised her hand to stop Han Soo-ho. She reminded Soo-ho, "You don't respect him at all, do you? I'm worried about you." Han Soo-ho stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what his sister was saying at all. After a brief introduction, Leon crossed his arms and said meaningfully, "All right then, let's see what you're made of," Leon commanded. "Everyone draw your swords." Everyone was bewildered by Leon's sudden words, but only Han Harry seemed to have anticipated the outcome. Leon continued, "The time limit is until the last one falls." He didn't forget to reassure the new recruits, "Don't worry about getting hurt. The Holy Grail will heal you immediately." A gust of wind blew and Leon stood up. He walked among the students. Leon glanced around and muttered, "About 40 people. If I'm lucky, at least one of you will be able to touch me." Han Harry suddenly shouted loudly, "Be careful." Leon glanced around and sneered. Leon targeted a student who was standing blankly. Leon flicked his finger lightly in the air and said, "Don't get distracted." As soon as the words were out, an explosion sounded, and the student was sent flying far away by the flick of a finger. He fell to the ground with a large lump from the hit and lost consciousness. The people around him were panicked at this moment and shouted loudly, "I can't see anything, get your weapons, get your weapons." Hearing this, Leon sneered leisurely and said, "If that's what you want, I'll give it to you." After a round of fighting, almost everyone had a large lump on their head. People were lying or sitting and everyone had a lump from the flick of a finger. Leon looked at the sight before him, stroked his chin and said, "You still have a long way to go. Don't worry, come at me with all you've got." Han Soo-ho muttered, "We already did our best, didn't we?" Kim Ji-hyuk got up from the ground, rubbed his head and replied, "Yeah, I was a little flustered at first, but I did my best." Han Harry, who was lying in a corner, was also hit by a finger flick and admired, "Wow, His Majesty is so strong. This is almost at the level of a commander-in-chief." Hearing his sister's words, Han Soo-ho thought to himself, "I didn't see any openings." He recalled the moment when he had suddenly rushed behind Leon just now, but Leon noticed with just a glance out of the corner of his eye. Leon simply reached out one hand to catch Han Soo-ho's sword while simultaneously pushing Kim Ji-hyuk away. With a blow that shook the heavens, Han Soo-ho and Kim Ji-hyuk were both sent flying to the ground. At the same time, Han Harry, wielding the power of a flame sword, jumped up and tried to attack Leon from behind. The moment she aimed for Leon, she was immediately flung back by his power. Leon easily dodged Han Harry's attack, grabbed her flame sword and smiled slyly. As Han Harry tried to swing her sword with all her might from the other side, Kian Seo-yin also raised her sword to ambush Leon. Leon's eyes gleamed as he turned his head and praised them. "Not bad." Returning to reality, Leon saw that everyone had regained their composure and opened his mouth. "Looks like everyone has woken up. Let me explain. The knight training program is very simple. Your bodies may often be overloaded, but knights are different. The first team to reach the final goal will become regular knights. The rest will at least reach an acceptable level." Hearing this, Kian Seo-yin, who was sitting below, raised her hand as if she had a question. "Your Majesty, I'm still not clear about the evaluation criteria." Leon sighed and explained, "In my kingdom, knights are divided into 5 ranks. First are the regular knights who have not yet received a medal. Knights who show a brave spirit will receive a medal. They will become the subordinates of a war knight. Next are the questing knights." Hearing this, Han Soo-ho asked back curiously. He didn't understand what a questing knight was. Leon nodded and said, "They are those who must give up everything to complete the missions of the gods. You must be prepared to leave your homes and wander for decades," Leon said with pride. In this way, Leon completed the mission to find Adriana, the goddess of light and justice, and then became a knight of the Holy Grail. Hearing this, Han Soo-ho remained curious. He raised his hand and asked, "Then, Your Majesty, what is the purpose of a knight of the Holy Grail?" Leon paused for a few seconds and then continued explaining. "All right, I suppose I should explain further." He smiled lightly and answered, "The Knight of the Holy Grail. That title is only bestowed upon the Knight of the Holy Grail who succeeds the throne of King Leon H. To obtain that title, you must challenge my power." As he spoke, Leon placed a hand on his chest and gave a meaningful smile. Leon looked down at the group sweating below and continued, and of course they will be eliminated without mercy. These words truly made Han Suho's group freeze on the spot. Leon closed his eyes and explained in a relaxed tone, "Well, this is the only chance you'll have to challenge me. My power is much weaker now than it used to be." These words were truly a little hard to believe. Leon smiled and said, "Now I only have about the strength of a knight of the Holy Grail." At these words Kim Ji-hyuk thought to himself, "This is what he calls weaker." Then Kim Ji-hyuk opened his mouth and asked, "Ah, your majesty, then how strong is a knight of the Holy Grail?" Leon stroked his chin, lost in thought for a moment, and then replied, "The strength of a knight of the Holy Grail, it's hard to predict." The scene shifts to inside the dungeon gate. Green magic emanated from Gotrich's entire body, and around him were people who had fallen, their life or death unknown. Gotrich continuously swung his sword, aiming straight for Yongwan's head. Wang Sonha's eyes shot open, and she sat up abruptly in bed. She dazedly rubbed her head with her hand and shouted, "Damn it, my head is splitting." Wang Sonha couldn't remember what had happened and thought to herself. While she was lost in thought, someone suddenly entered and asked gently, "You're awake?" Wang Sonha was startled and shouted warily, "Yes, who are you?" The person who had just entered smiled and introduced herself. "My name is Hidi, a shaman of the Wuling tribe, great warrior." Hearing the other person call her great warrior, Wang Sonha was confused and asked back, "Yes, great warrior?" Hidi smiled, nodded and replied, "Yes, thank you for protecting us from those evil knights." Wang Sonha was still bewildered, not knowing what was going on. Just then, Wang Jiamchul pushed aside the curtain, poked his head in and teased, "Sister, you really are hard to kill." Seeing her brother, Wang Sonha opened her mouth and shouted, "What's going on?" Hidi, who was beside her, greeted him. "Warrior Wang Jiamchul, you're here?" Wang Jiamchul turned his head away shyly and replied, "Well, I think we lost him." Wang Sonha touched her head. Still not understanding what was happening, she asked curiously, "Lost him? I really don't remember anything." Wang Jiamchul asked back, "What's the last thing you remember?" Wang Sonha thought to herself, recalling the scene. The ground was shaking. How did their group escape? Wang Jiamchul crossed his arms and sighed wearily. "Sister, you've lost all your memories of that day. Luckily, we set off a smoke screen and successfully escaped. They were only foot soldiers, so it was difficult for them to pursue us, but that monster was no ordinary foe. He chased us the whole time, and the people of the Wuling tribe came and helped us." At that moment, Wang Jiamchul recalled how Wang Sonha had rushed out to fight him and was hit on the head with a large rock. Only after hearing this did Wang Sonha break out in a cold sweat and let out an "ah" sound. Wang Jiamchul nodded, pointed to the shaman and said, "Thank her, this shaman saved you. She looked after you and treated you for 2 days." This news was truly too shocking. Wang Sonha shouted in disbelief, "2 days? Where did our doctors go?" At this topic, Wang Jiamchul said sadly, "For some reason they couldn't recover." Hidi, who was beside him, also explained, "Gotrich, the Knight of the Holy Grail, has the power to curse his opponents and prevent their wounds from healing. It's an ability that counters healing." As she spoke, she pointed behind Wang Sonha. Seeing this, Wang Sonha quickly turned her head to look at something on her back. She shouted in shock, "What is this?" Hidi explained, "It's a magic sigil I created to restore your strength. It is restoring Ms. Wang Sonha's health. I heard it's a special ability that only the tribes residing in this area possess. Each sigil holds a different power." Wang Sonha heard her and replied, "Ah, I see, I'll have to be more careful." Wang Jiamchul interjected. "Anyway, can you get up?" Wang Jiamchul asked. "Sonha, I think we need to have a meeting to prepare our strategy." Inside the tent, everyone had gathered to discuss together. Chief of the Wuling tribe was sitting in the central chair. He opened his mouth. "For the past few years the king has massacred and plundered us and even called us heretics. They captured us and executed us in cruel and barbaric ways." At this thought the chief closed his eyes and said with great sorrow, "Some tried to resist, but 3 tribes were wiped out. In the end we had to seek out the gods and ask for help, and as a result you heroes came to save us." Hearing the chief's words, Wang Jiamchul stroked his chin, lost in thought. "That guy was pretty strong," Hayuri, who was behind him, continued. "Previously a team of S-rank hunters and a group of about 150 people came here." Hidi also nodded and said, "Gotrich has a defense so strong it can block any attack. He even has the ability to regenerate his burned body. As long as he is alive, his entire unit receives an aura that amplifies their power." Hearing this, Yongwan exclaimed in horror, "That's truly terrible." Then Yongwan said seriously, "The only thing that has an effect is the bracelet of the lamb." Hearing that, Wang Sonha nodded and replied, "Ah yes, that's also fine." Wang Sonha analyzed, "In that case we need to find an item or equipment that can offset his defense ability." Hidi didn't understand what she meant and asked curiously, "Offsetting equipment?" Wang Sonha nodded, lost in thought. "Something that can pierce his armor or something similar." Hidi, who was beside her, suddenly seemed to remember something and said excitedly, "Ah, I think our tribe's fang has that kind of effect." A notification appeared in the system. Tribe's fang, defense penetration 35, strength and resistance minus 20 feet. Hearing this, Yongwan became very excited and said cheerfully, "This is really great. Now we're ready to fight that monster." The chief sitting in the center also thought so. He said, "Then it seems we are ready." He said to the people sitting before him in a reverent voice, "Heroes, please save us. If there is anything I can do to help you, I will do everything in my power." At a ranch on Jeju Island in the stables, after a short test and practical training, King Leon brought the students to his ranch on Jeju Island. Seeing the horses before him, Kim Ji-hyuk was very surprised and exclaimed, "Wow, look at that horse." As he was saying this, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Oh, your majesty, you've arrived." Hearing this voice, Leon turned his head, smiled and praised him. "The horses are excellent, thank you for taking good care of them." Leon looked at the stablemaster and said, "As you know, I've come to choose a horse for battle." Hearing that, the stablemaster clasped his hands together respectfully and said, "My goodness, it's a true honor. Our ranch has many famous racehorse breeding experts, so we are very proud of our breeding team." Leon nodded, placed his hand on the man's shoulder opposite him and said, "Yes, good horses come from good handlers. I must take a look around." At these words, the stablemaster broke out in a cold sweat. After speaking, Leon turned to the students and said, "Everyone, listen well. To a knight, a horse is a lifelong companion. It's important to find a way to communicate and become one with your horse." Leon smiled faintly, and seeing the bewildered students who didn't know what was happening, he explained, "Now approach a horse you like, get acquainted with it, and try riding it." Hearing the command, the students excitedly ran into the stables. Watching the students in the distance, Leon turned back to the stablemaster and said, "Keep a close eye on them." Hearing that, the man bowed his head and replied, "I will do my best." As he was saying this, a gentle voice suddenly came from behind the two of them. "Oh my, you are very generous." The person who had just spoken was Queen Via, and beside her, Han Harry, dressed as a maid, was holding an umbrella to shield the queen from the sun. Leon approached the queen, took her hand, and said gently, "Thank you for coming to see me on such short notice, Your Majesty." Queen Via smiled and said politely, "Your Majesty invited me? How could I possibly refuse?" Hearing her words, Leon smiled with his eyes and asked, "Would you give me the honor of escorting this fine lady?" "Of course," Queen Via replied with a smile. Only Han Harry, holding the umbrella at the side, was left speechless by these words. In the middle of the ranch, watching the horses grazing before them, both Leon and the queen said with satisfaction, "Not bad." Leon raised his hand, stroked his chin, and asked, "Shall we take a short stroll?" Queen Via replied immediately, "Of course. What horse would Your Majesty recommend for me?" Leon looked at the horses before him, hesitated, and then said, "In that case, how about that black horse? Is it to your liking?" Leon didn't forget to turn to Han Harry and tell her to pick one as well. Han Harry asked back in surprise, "Me too." Han Harry raised her hand, lost in thought, then pointed at a white horse in front of her and said, "That white one." Before she could even finish, Leon cut her off, pointed at a brown horse in front and said, "That one over there looks very healthy and sturdy. Not bad." Han Harry was a little sad but had no choice but to accept. She thought for a moment and said, "Looking at its sinews, it's kind of cute." Leon, who was beside her, didn't seem to be listening to Han Harry. He looked elsewhere, then suddenly seemed to remember something. He stepped forward with a disgusted expression, pushed Han Harry and said, "Go play somewhere else, don't get in the way." Han Harry was pushed and let out a painful scream. Leon gently held out a hand and said politely to the queen, "My lady, please take my hand." The queen held out her hand, not forgetting to thank Leon. Han Harry, watching from the side, thought to herself, "He's being so dramatic." The queen sat on the horse while Leon led it from below, a truly pleasant and romantic scene. On one side, Han Harry stood motionless with the brown horse, watching silently, when suddenly someone from outside shouted towards Leon, "Your Majesty." Leon stopped, looked at the panting man, and asked coldly, "Why the commotion? You've startled the horses." The young man, who had just run over, quickly reported, "It's a very important matter." He showed Leon a mobile phone with an urgent call from Association President Oh Kong-hyuk. The assistant reported receiving an urgent call from the Association President. Leon told him to answer it. Association President Oh Kong-hyuk's voice came from the receiver. "Good morning, Your Majesty. This is Oh Kong-hyuk," Leon asked coldly. "What is it?" Association President Oh Kong-hyuk replied reverently. "Your Majesty, could you do me a favor?" The Association President reported gravely. "It seems a dungeon crack is about to open." Leon asked back, "Must I help? I am not your servant." The Association President clarified, "Of course, but I believe this will pique Your Majesty's interest. It's the goddess of life and birth." As soon as these words ended, Leon was slightly surprised. The Association President continued, "A being who calls itself a knight is the boss of that gate." It was a vast grassland, but everything was covered in a blood-red color, and a desolate wind blew, shaking the grass. The scene was magnificent, but it made the viewer feel lonely, desolate, and even a little fearful. The gate opened and Leon's party approached on horseback. Their faces were filled with suspicion and wariness. The moment they saw the world behind this gate, everyone's heart was filled with horror. This place was too tragic. Han Harry shivered involuntarily. The blowing wind carried sand, making it even more unpleasant. Under Leon's guidance, the party entered a small nearby village. The air inside the village was much more suffocating than on the grassland. Crows were everywhere in the village. The men had been killed, their corpses tied to stakes, and they seemed to have been dead for a long time now. Their flesh was rotting and swarming with maggots, and crows were clinging to their pale, wrinkled skin, pecking at the corpses. Seeing this sight, some who were mentally weak couldn't bear it and fell from their horses, gagging. Even Leon felt a little nauseous. But what pained him the most was the one who had committed this terrible act, so he thought. He did not let his guard down. As he looked around, the conversation from that time came to his mind. The association president had come to him then, saying he had found a survivor who had escaped from the gate. However, his condition was very miserable. His entire body was covered in wounds and tightly wrapped in bandages. Although his condition had improved, his breathing was still weak. The association president said, "He is resting now, so if you'll just wait a moment." Leon shook his head and said, "There's no need for that." His intention was very clear, and Via, who stood behind him, immediately understood. She stepped forward and looked at Leon, asking, "Is it my turn?" Leon nodded and said, "I'll leave everything to you." Via nodded and approached the man. When she extended her hand, countless threads of energy like electric currents appeared in the air and the room gradually darkened. Only from where the man lay did a soft purple light spread out. As his condition improved considerably, Leon commanded again, "Don't complicate things, create a new space in his dream. You are surely the only one who can help with this." Countless purple rays of light spread out from the man in all directions. In that powerful energy, even Via's clothes and hair fluttered. From the slight frown on her beautiful face, it seemed she had seen something. Via muttered in a low voice, then gradually spoke more clearly. He was a knight with a giant hammer. He said proudly that he was blessed by the goddess of life and birth. Leon looked at Via in surprise, his face filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "The title of that knight, can you tell me?" Via slowly opened her eyes and softly uttered a name. Gelbig, or also called the majestic Gebrick. "I see." Leon's face darkened. That name was deeply engraved in his heart. Via glanced at the corpses and said coldly, "It seems these bodies have been hanging for quite a while. Are they hunters?" Leon said. "From their builds, I don't think so. It seems they burned the village and killed everyone." Leon looked around. His party was currently crossing the village. On both sides of the path were broken wooden pillars, while the ground had scorched marks and the smell of smoke still lingered in the air. The intention of these bastards must be to leave nothing on this planet. From the beginning, Via had been curious. Leon seemed to know them too well. She asked him about this. Leon replied coldly, "It's similar to my intention when I slaughtered the orcs." After finishing his words, he stopped his horse, turned to the party and said, "Those bastards left this place quite a while ago. If we follow their tracks now, we should be able to figure out their plan." And so the party began to move again, leaving behind the village from which white smoke was rising. At that moment, Via rode her horse beside Leon and called out, "Your Majesty." Leon looked back at her, signaling her to speak. Via said, "I think we're being too hasty. The soldiers and your Majesty's plan are quite vague." "How did you deduce this?" Leon was lost in thought. I didn't think deeply about this point. A miscalculation. As I said before, this incident is very dangerous if one is not skilled enough. Because a knight of the Holy Grail is here now," Via asked blankly. "A knight of the Holy Grail? Do you mean Gelbig?" "Sir Gelbig," Leon said. "He was originally favored by Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, and was her knight of the Holy Grail 3 generations prior. That knight's techniques were passed down to my generation. 800 years ago, Sir Gelbig went on an expedition to subjugate the Manji tribe and then ascended." Harry stared blankly at Leon. "Ascended? You mean flying from the ground to the sky like Superman?" This young lady had too many thoughts. Via said wearily, "It means he was sacrificed." Leon glanced once at those behind him and continued, "But after ascending, Sir Gelbig did not make it to heaven. A knight of the Holy Grail naturally becomes a saint blessed by the gods, but they did not accept his soul. This is an impossible thing, and truly it was too strange," Leon said. "They followed the trail of the holy relic's energy, but they couldn't find even the smallest trace of him or his army. So I formed 3 hypotheses. First, Sir Gelbig is still alive. Second, his soul was lost on the way." Everyone swallowed nervously without realizing it. As it seemed the third hypothesis Leon was about to state would be horrifying, Leon lowered his voice. A long silence passed, and only the sound of horse hooves in the wind carrying sand could be heard. "The third is that he betrayed them." At the mention of the word betrayal, Leon unknowingly exuded a powerful aura. It was clear how much he hated that word. Since he was riding ahead, no one could see his expression, but his tone was enough. "This matter is related to a knight of the Holy Grail with superhuman powers. If a battle were to break out, it would be impossible for it to be something that happens in a human kingdom. In any case, if we attack this gate, we should be able to find the source of this incident." After hearing this shocking story from Leon, no one asked any more questions and just focused on following him. Their pace grew faster and faster, and they finally arrived at another village. The sight there was not much different from the previous one. The people had been executed in the same manner. Leon stood quietly for a long time before a pillar where a corpse was hanging. He gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed tightly, his complexion turning as dark as charcoal, and his anger pierced the heavens. Leon tried to suppress it, but he could not escape his fury. He couldn't believe he had committed such a cruel act. "I will never forgive this. They are sinners who deserve to die." Harry, who was standing nearby, couldn't hide her excitement upon seeing Leon's expression. She nodded and thought to herself, "His Majesty is also enraged by this tragedy. It's just as I expected. He may be a bit cold, but he's a respectable person." Leon composed his breathing, looked back at Harry's group and said, "Everyone listen well." They unknowingly straightened their backs and listened intently to his words. "From now on, no matter what happens, you must only follow this king. Do not overestimate your own thoughts." Everyone nodded in response, showing the immense trust this group had in Leon. There was no room to question their loyalty. Leon nodded and said, "Good." They continued on to the next village. "They're probably here, and I've finally arrived in time." Those soldiers were massacring the villagers. The smoke was thick and they were killing people like mad. Their eyes seemed bloodshot, and the splattered blood on their faces and the screams and pleas of fear only filled them with more ecstasy. Everyone stopped at the village entrance. Desperate screams came from inside the village and dust filled the sky. Even the smell of burning flesh wafted through the air. Harry swallowed and looked at Leon, hastily reporting, "Your Majesty, it's a village." The villagers are being massacred. Leon's heart seemed to sink, but it was because he was so enraged. To think he had arrived so late, the ground was filled with the corpses of the dead, and blood stained the entire sky red. The silver blade flashed, but it was being used to harm innocent lives. These damn bastards, Leon growled. At this moment he was extremely enraged. At this moment it seemed nothing could stop him from killing those bastards. Without waiting for anyone's urging, Leon spurred his horse and charged forward, shouting, "Our army is in danger, rescue them at once." Hanheri urgently shouted, "Your Majesty," and hurriedly followed him with the group behind her. "I can't believe His Majesty is so enraged. He can't stand to see his own people massacred." Advancing, Leon drew his spear and charged toward the village like a bolt of lightning. Though just one man, he had the momentum of 1,000 troops, riding so fast that an ordinary person would find it difficult to keep up. Leon gripped the spear in his hand tightly and shouted loudly, "Take this rage." Hanheri smiled in admiration. "That technique is the same as when he faced the orcs." Hanheri suddenly came to her senses. "Wait a minute, what? Did I mishear that? Orcs?" Watching Leon charge forward, Hanheri's eyes were filled with extreme shock, but Leon paid no mind and simply charged ahead, his speed rather than decreasing, only increasing. It seemed a great massacre was about to begin. On the main battlefield, that group was so accustomed to slaughter that they were still unaware of the terrible fate about to befall them. Weapons clashed and people fell into chaos. A large man, fighting an enemy, heard a shout ringing in his ears. He pushed away a foe who had just approached and turned his head to look in the direction the shout came from. What he saw was a blond man riding a very strong-looking white horse, charging with an incredibly large spear in his hand. Leon, the son of truth that pierces the heart. As Leon slammed a powerful blow into the ground, the earth shook violently. The vibration was so great that the weaker ones on the ground were all sent flying into the air, scattering both friend and foe. "I will kill every last one of you." The smile that appeared on Leon's face was utterly mad, making no distinction between friend and foe. Hanheri cried out weakly in her mind, "Your Majesty, you're only supposed to kill the enemy." A massacre. No, an explosion occurred with Leon at its center. The flames burning in the village were almost completely extinguished by the shockwave. Hanheri shouted in horror, "Your Majesty, what on earth are you doing?" The ones who were hit by Leon's blow all fell to the ground, covered in blood and trembling. Leon showed disgust on his face and, looking at those on the ground as if they were insects, he gritted his teeth and cursed contemptuously. "You insect, don't groan." Leon thrust the spear in his hand downwards, instantly killing the one who was groaning on the ground. Fresh blood splattered, and with a single scream the man was gone. A crazed ecstasy appeared on Leon's face. "You are my next prey. Let's go, stallion," Hanheri asked in shock. "What are you doing? Have you gone mad?" "I really can't believe it." Only Via was watching Leon calmly as usual. "My goodness." Hanheri broke out in a cold sweat, her emotions in turmoil. "Look at this scene. Isn't this a one-sided massacre? No different from that group at all?" Hanheri reached out and gripped her sword. "I have to stop His Majesty." "No, I really can't." Suddenly a streak of light shot out from somewhere, touching Hanheri's body as if to stop her. Hanheri looked in surprise at Via beside her. The woman looked at her, smiled gently and said, "Miss Harry, please wait a moment. Trust His Majesty." "He would not do such a thing without a just reason," Hanheri asked blankly. "Do you really think so?" Leon laughed loudly like a madman. "Haha, die you trash." He raised his hand to brush back his flowing hair, revealing eyes full of killing intent and madness, and so, with one man, one horse and one spear, he rampaged freely, even shouting without hesitation, 5 at once. A new record. Even Via, who had just stopped Hanheri, became slightly embarrassed. Hanheri muttered in a daze, "Isn't it just that His Majesty is enjoying himself?" Via forced a smile and said, "His reactions are quite special." Hanheri slumped over on her horse. The people behind them were slightly shocked by Leon's attitude, but since they couldn't do anything anyway, they didn't think of stopping him. Hanheri bit her lip, a look of hesitation clear on her face. Even so, the reason they were numb to this cruel sight was not because they lacked a sense of justice, but because those people were fake. The monsters and NPCs inside the gate are fake, just memories of the past, except for the cases of a few survivors. Monsters and NPCs are just memories of the past, nothing more, nothing less, so even seeing Leon's massacre they could only stand by. It would be useless to go in and stop him, although it was a bit barbaric and hard to watch. What great sin was it to hang them on the gallows? But Leon shouted loudly with an anger that seemed to pierce the sky, "Sin my ass, all of you die." Time passed slowly. The sky was still blood-red and the wind blew sand, making the scenery desolate and bleak. The ground was littered with countless mercilessly slaughtered corpses. At that moment a group of armored soldiers approached. After venting his anger, Leon was much calmer. He stood with his party as if waiting for someone. It was a stance of, "I'm not afraid of whoever comes, bring it on." The one who appeared to be the leader of the soldiers took off his helmet, and the others followed suit in unison. They stared intently at the man before them. At that moment the leader suddenly knelt. The wind blew past and the group of soldiers knelt before Leon and shouted loudly in unison, "We pay our respects to the Knight of the Holy Grail, O living saint of humanity." Leon glanced at the kneeling man and commanded, "Rise, this is still a battlefield." As the leader rose, the others followed. Then he introduced himself to Leon. "I am of the Order of Dawn, Revorin, the brother of Lord Vendelik. My name is Tuscata Vendelik." The same surname as Leon. Leon asked, "If you are of the Vendelik family, there should be a commercial capital near Rangel Castle. Is your brother the lord there?" Tuscata thought for a moment, then answered, "It is because I alone was acknowledged to possess the talent of a knight." Leon said with admiration, "It seems you haven't given up the path of a crusader." Tascata immediately admitted. Yes, people say this will be my last crusade. There was no need for further words. Leon understood. He smiled at Tascata. He did not remember this name at all. If he had been able to become a knight of the Holy Grail after this, he should have met this man in the Celestial Palace. Therefore there was only one truth. He either failed in this crusade and was sacrificed, or he was certain that he did not recognize the face of anyone standing here. Leon thought, how could such honorable knights as them have failed to bring glory to their country? It was truly a regrettable matter. Filled with overflowing pity, Leon opened his mouth. I am Leon Dragonia Leon H., the rightful Grand Duke of the Grand Duchy of Dragonia, the Lionheart King blessed by Ariana, the goddess of light and justice. As Leon finished speaking, his heart seemed to glow brightly, and a dazzling halo appeared behind him. The knights were all astonished as they stared at Leon, or more accurately at the halo that had just appeared. This was the first time they had actually witnessed such a sight, but what shocked them even more was the fact that the man standing before them was not a farmer. Leon seemed slightly displeased. He furrowed his brow, not hiding his contemptuous expression. What farmer would dare call this king a farmer? Of course this could be easily explained. In their era, King Leon was a different person. Tascata thought for a moment, then said, I will believe you. After all, they saw that halo and a farmer couldn't possibly have one. Harry shrugged and sighed from behind. If they dared not to believe, they would soon find out the consequences. Leon was by no means an easy opponent. After the seemingly brief greeting, Leon got straight to the point. As I understand it, you are a mercenary unit sent to annihilate the Manji tribe. Is that correct? Although it was impossible to know how Leon had obtained this information, as a knight he had to answer honestly. What Leon had said was not wrong at all. Leon smiled and said, the War Knight of the Dominion Legion is a knight of the Holy Grail blessed by the goddess of life and birth. His name would be Sir Gelbig, correct? An unreadable expression of bewilderment crossed Tascata's face, but he still answered honestly with a firm nod. That is correct. After hearing this, Leon said, I must meet him at once. Via looked at him from the side, slightly awkward. Where is Sir Gelbig now? Leon pressed. He wanted to meet him immediately. Asking this group would be the most reliable way. They were originally a group of remaining hunters, an independently operating unit. Judging by their appearance this place, it seemed Leon already had an answer in his mind. At that moment one of Gelbig's subordinate knights stepped forward, his eyes full of adoration and respect. Sir Gelbig is currently confronting the main forces of the Manji tribe head-on. Tascata nodded from the side and added, he will soon annihilate those loathsome Manji bastards. Leon let out a meaningful, oh. The expression on his face seemed completely inconsistent with his inner thoughts. The calmer he appeared, the more uneasy he felt. Putting together everything he had observed, his prior knowledge and the information he had just received, it seemed that Gelbig, the Knight of the Holy Grail, had been corrupted by something during this battle. The scene shifts to a large encampment. The area was filled with sharp stakes, but it was quite sparsely populated. In short, they lacked manpower. However, just getting through the thorn traps was a major challenge for any would-be invaders. On the watchtower only one person stood guard, looking lax. On the ground a group of hunters had already arrived. This time the camp was as good as done for. A large man with braided hair grinned wickedly and said, good. His eyes were on the knight riding a winged horse. Below, a unit of knights clad in iron armor and helmets stood ready, poised to attack the camp at any moment. A hunter with a shoulder-length bob and a half-shaved head looked at the camp and said in puzzlement, is this really a red gate? A difficulty of this level should be black grade, but even so it's worth a try. Thanks to their efforts, all the tribes in this region had gathered, so they definitely had the advantage in numbers. He looked at the back of his hand where the sigil of the Mile tribe was activated. On top of that, a massive buff was added. This item was used to subjugate the tribe's divine beast and shaman. That was the very function of this sigil. Alright, no more arguing. We will definitely be victorious today. At that moment, the leader of the armored knights looked at them and said with a laugh, ho, in that case, you surviving mercenary bastards, I will charge you with the crime of your ignorance for being here. As Via drew her bowstring taut, the arrowhead began to glow as immense energy poured into it. This time the target was to defeat the majestic Gelbig. That was why they were fully prepared to put an end to him. Gelbig sat on his horse looking down on them as if they were insects. I will give you foolish and delusional people a chance. Lay down all your weapons and leave this place, otherwise you will commit a grave sin. Via gritted her teeth and sneered. Ha, a sin? Seriously, aren't you ashamed to mention sin? Is the justice you always speak of one that spares no one, neither the old nor the young? Gelbig had nothing to say in response, but he was enraged. Raising the arm that held the giant hammer high into the sky, he roared in fury, you heretic bastards, I am not ashamed before the heavens, nor am I disgraced before the earth. Because my actions are justice itself, you have tested my patience. I will punish you. As a blue light like life energy and power emanated from Gelbig's body, the tribespeople began to worry. Via, still aiming her arrow at Gelbig without lowering it, shouted a command, activate defensive skills. He shouldn't be able to use that often. Just need to dodge it once. Once is enough, but dodging it that one time seemed extremely difficult. Because that skill darkened the sky and conjured thick dark clouds. The powerful energy was the only thing that existed, and it seemed to gather around Gelbig's sword. The knights raised their swords high to the sky as if making a sacrifice. We are those who have sworn to protect the kingdom and entrusted our fate to the gods. That steadfast faith now gathered toward one person. The knights took off their helmets, raised their swords to the sky and shouted in unison. We, the Orthodox Knightly Order as subordinates of the revered Knight of the Holy Grail, shall annihilate evil with this power. And their righteous power gathered into the giant hammer in Gelbig's hand. His body emanated what seemed to be an infinite halo. Before the dazzling halo of the true gods, you fiends, kneel. Gelbig slowly lowered his hammer. The strike was as light as a feather, yet it contained the force of 1,000 tons. The moment the divine miracle descended, the ground collapsed. The chosen one of the gods, the goddess of light and justice who rules all knights, carries out the mission of executing justice and grants knights the power to ascend to the holy rank of gods, and what he struck down could be called a divine punishment. The ground collapsed, forming a pitch-black, seemingly bottomless pit. Thick dust billowed, and its vibration still lingered in the hearts of those who witnessed it. Only the knightly order that had participated in this ritual remained. However, the specific form of each ritual differed depending on the god each Knight of the Holy Grail served. The Knight of the Holy Grail, blessed by the goddess of life and birth, possessed the power to shatter the ground. Thea had been defiant at first, but now, having narrowly escaped death, she sank to the ground, trembling and muttering. Impossible. What in the world was that? With a single move, nearly 3,000 tribal warriors had been vaporized. The group of hunters finally realized how lucky they were. If they had been hit by that, they would have certainly died. Even now, their hearts pounded violently at the thought of having just dodged the Grim Reaper's scythe. Looking at the Knight of the Holy Grail on his winged horse in the sky, they couldn't even begin to imagine how they could win. What in the world was that monster? Gelbig ignored them, shouldered his hammer and once again began to chant solemnly and piously. O goddess, protect us on this holy land. Become the firm ground upon which my brothers and sisters can step with strength and resolve. Give those who are lost and wandering a chance to wash away the dust of this world. Gelbig narrowed his eyes and looked down upon the ants on the ground. He shouted loudly, "Begone, you wretched heretics." Once again the power of that marvelous skill spread out in all directions. It was extremely difficult to block, let alone counterattack. The tribespeople now began to use their numbers to press in and besiege them. However, the tribespeople only had crude weapons. Compared to the soldiers armed from head to toe, it was like throwing eggs at a stone. But having been driven into a corner, doing nothing was the same as waiting to die. So they could only grit their teeth and push forward, trying to find a way to survive in the face of death. The two sides clashed and one person even came close to reaching their leader. He swung the weapon in his hand with all his strength, but Gelbig casually blocked it with his shield. His arm trembled slightly. This mercenary had more strength than he had imagined. Gelbig's gaze was fixed on the strange sigils that appeared on his attacker's body. Is it because of the tribal sigil? The hunters were fighting as if they had forgotten themselves, even if they wouldn't walk the path of honor to complete a divine mission. Gelbig lifted his shield along the edge of the axe. These guys didn't have enough real combat experience yet, and so the ambusher was sent flying far away by Gelbig. He crashed into a wooden hut which collapsed under the impact. They traveled across the continent, becoming respected heroes. Gelbig muttered as he took off his helmet to face these guys. Everyone dismount and get into defensive formation. Behind that helm was a chiseled face with sharp features. He was strong and handsome with blonde hair and beautiful jade-green eyes. This was Gelbig, a Knight of the Holy Grail and an Orthodox Knight. Decades had passed since they had become warriors. Centuries of experience swinging a sword, they had proven their innate talent as true swordsmen. They were courageous warriors who had annihilated countless beasts and heretics and foiled the invasion plans of foreign enemies. Not even beasts of infinite physical strength were opponents they feared. Gelbig suddenly laughed out loud, his eyes filled with a mixture of madness and excitement. Offer glory to the gods. The mercenaries were pushed further into a corner and the soldiers in the rear prepared to charge as well. They were utterly overwhelmed in this battle. If they were to retreat, they had to escape now. The moment retreat was mentioned, a voice of dissent spoke up. Why should we retreat? Wang Jiamchal, carrying a large hammer on his shoulder, stared forward, lost in thought. Actually, there's a better way to finish this, Yang Wan said impatiently. Spit it out, why are you dragging your feet? Wang Jiamchal sighed and said, Ariana, the goddess of light, and Demeter, the goddess of life and birth. Have you never heard of them? Judging by Yang Wan's awkward expression, it seemed he hadn't. He let out an embarrassed laugh. Well, I'm not interested in religion. What does a religion inside a gate have to do with any of this? Wang Jiamchal mentioned another name. King Leon, haven't you seen the Pantheon TV YouTube videos? Yang Wan's expression changed. It seemed he had actually heard that name. Wang Jiamchal said again, that guy seems to be from the same kingdom as the ones in this gate. The first day I saw him dare to call himself a holy knight and thought he was just an arrogant bastard. If that king is from the same kingdom as these knights. Yang Wan immediately made a decision. We have to retreat now or it'll be too late. HIDI, who was already anxious hearing their intentions, grew even more so. She rushed toward Yang Wan's group and said, Warriors, are you really going to abandon us? It wasn't hard to understand why she was so worried, but Yang Wan's group valued their lives too. They wanted to return in one piece at the very least, and they couldn't give up on this job either. Yang Wan replied, we will bring reinforcements. For now we have no choice but to step back and wait for the right time. They usually didn't think much of talking to NPCs. There was nothing to gain from it. Despite leaving a blunt remark that could shatter a person's heart, Yang Wan didn't feel the least bit sorry. He turned to Wang Jiamchal and continued, tell the guild members we're retreating. We're heading back to the gate fast. Alright, there are 3 things you shouldn't do if you want to survive this game. One of them is ignoring a female NPC's plea for help or her attitude. At that moment, HIDI was wearing a strange and eerie expression. Her voice grew cold, like a faint yet sinister whisper from the depths of hell. So in the end I can't defeat these monsters this time either. HIDI nervously bit her nails until they bled. I can't believe that detestable creatures like you will never be able to close the gate. She bit hard on her fingertip, her face twisting and contorting into a distorted expression. Yangwon looked at her, bewildered, and asked, "What are you talking about?" This time HIDI completely ignored them. "It seems I'll have to take a shortcut this time." Rubbing her blood-stained fingertip, HIDI gritted her teeth, her face filled with utter contempt. "I'm sure he won't like you either. Who would want a useless bastard like you?" She flicked her finger and fresh blood fell to the ground from beneath her feet. A faint blood-red pillar of energy rose, and along with it, a bizarre energy that made people feel suffocated. The wind began to blow, seemingly carrying the stench of decay. Gelbig was startled and turned around. He had already sensed something. The tribal sigils carved on the corpses had begun to glow. He hurriedly warned everyone. "That woman is using sorcery." It was already too late. The dead bodies began to bleed again, and a fishy stench covered the ground. The blood turned into a black slime that seemed to ensnare their minds and turn them into monsters. Those still alive shouted in excitement, "While the great divine beast is bestowing its grace." A long line of people swept up in excitement and madness like a pack of beasts, howled like true bloodthirsty fiends. Of course, there was no way for those hunters to resist now. Even if they changed their attitude, it was no longer reversible. HIDI smiled faintly, looked at them and said, "Oh, honorable warriors, it's useless to resist. That is a sigil I created recently, and it's only a matter of time. Indeed, fighting women like her is extremely dangerous." She clapped her hands, her face filled with an innocent expression. "In that case, everyone, kill all of those knights of the Holy Grail and their minions." Those hunters charged forward in unison, their minds already under her control. She laughed and said, "My goodness, I've been through so many worlds, yet I still haven't managed to kill a single one." The help of the sigil, or more accurately, under its control and guidance, the knights and the Manji tribespeople once again plunged into a new battle. Gelbig put his helmet and armor back on and quickly fought back with everyone. But for some reason, like zombies, there was no end to them no matter how many he killed. At that moment, the controlled Wang Jiam-chul rushed at him with his hammer, and Gelbig hurriedly raised his shield to block. The shield was sturdy and didn't budge, which actually made it easier for Gelbig to observe his opponent. Looking at the enemy before him, Gelbig immediately realized. These men had sigils carved on their bodies by that heretic and were not in their right minds. Having found the cause, Gelbig immediately ordered his subordinates to aim for the skin where the sigils were carved and attack. When fighting an enemy, you must strike their weaknesses. Suddenly the ground split and dust billowed as if something was erupting from below. While facing Wang Jiam-chul in front, he was attacked from behind by two female hunters. Their speed was several times faster than usual and their strength had increased accordingly. Unable to defend or dodge in time, Gelbig was sent flying into the air. The tide of battle now seemed to have turned in favor of the heretical mob. Before Gelbig could even catch his breath, a flaming projectile flew at him, exploding like a firework the moment it touched his iron armor. With their minds controlled, their teamwork had improved severalfold, which was ultimately possible because they did not fear death. Gelbig fell amidst the explosion, creating a large crater in the ground. He staggered to his feet, narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. The situation was truly not good. These impudent bastards. At first he had been very passionate about the battle, but now there was only one thought in Gelbig's mind. Even if he had to tear himself apart, he had to bring these people to the royal capital. With that thought, Gelbig knelt, stood his hammer upright and touched the handle to the ground. A low chant echoed, a murmur as if praying to a god. The power of life and the earth instilled even greater strength into Gelbig. Gelbig charged forward, rampaging left and right. Just then a sharp cry echoed across the battlefield, and everyone pointed to a single name: Leon of Glory. No one was seen jumping from the sky, only a powerful blow struck straight down into the ground, raising a thick cloud of dust. Those who were even slightly close were pushed far away by the shockwave. Gelbig was no exception. He staggered a few times before righting himself and turning his gaze to the center of the battle. Those hunters were nowhere to be seen. Only the figure of one man holding a spear stood majestically under the sunlight. Leon raised his spear, slowly turned his head back to look at Gelbig and answered, "I am the Lionheart King, Leon Dragonia Leonis." Via flew in on a winged white horse, a special golden rein in her hand. This was the rein of the Sun and Moon King, His Majesty's own rein, capable of taming any ferocious beast and awakening ancient bloodlines. Via looked down and marveled helplessly. "To just hand me the reins and jump down, His Majesty is truly incredible." Stallion right. "Thank you for letting me hold the reins quietly. To explain this situation, one must go back 5 minutes. After grasping the current situation, Leon, filled with rage, had rushed over like the wind. As he moved, he cursed them as a pack of sewer rats. He had clearly killed them, and their forces had diminished, yet they always found a way to resurrect from somewhere. Han Harry looked at Leon, hesitated for a long time, and then spoke. "I'm sorry, but skinning and killing those children is a bit." Leon furrowed his brow and said, "They're not that foolish. The main cause is that sigil. That sigil is a vow to offer one's body to the divine beast. If one abuses the power of the sigil," Leon gritted his teeth. "From that moment on, the user's soul slowly begins to rot from within." Harry stared at Leon in horror. "No way, what's a divine beast? Then it's a demon." Leon was silent for a moment, then said, "Remember this, in this harsh battle your sentiments about peace and human rights are meaningless. What is needed is only the truth and the absolute mandate of heaven." Returning to the present, Via was still on Stallion's back. Now, she looked ahead. Winged beast-like creatures filled the sky. Her mission was to stop them from interfering with Leon's battle. Via extended her hand. A purple light flashed in her eyes. A silver halo emanated from her body, and numerous magic circles glowing faintly appeared behind her back. The beams of light turned into small points of light and gathered in Via's hand. Via looked at the enemy before her and commanded arrogantly, "Get out of my sight." Down on the battlefield, after the dust settled, the tall blonde figure came into view and announced his name. Gelbig had just realized that the one who saved him was King Leon. Leon turned his gaze toward him. Despite the Holy Grail Knight's attack, the enemies were still charging. This proves that there's a problem with the law in Gelbig's domain. Replying to Gelbig, Leon said, "Knight of the Holy Grail of Demeter, we must first get out of this chaos." Gelbig said dazedly, I understand, but why is your majesty?" Via looked at the controlled group in front, her brows furrowed and her voice full of displeasure. "I must sever the link of those miserable wretches charging in." Leon raised his hand and a dazzling light erupted from his palm, swirling like a vortex of magic. A brilliant golden light spread out, reflecting on his solemn face, and his features seemed as if they were sculpted by an extraordinary power. As Stallion opened the gate of heaven, a halo spread in all directions. As the halo slowly faded, the others could also see the object in his hand. But upon seeing it, Gelbig, who knew what it was best, couldn't hide his astonishment. That is, how could that Holy Grail appear here? He simply couldn't believe it. The Holy Grail slowly appeared, floating above his palm. It shone with intricate patterns and emanated a divine energy. Around it, small star-like beams of light stretched out in all directions, blending with a faint mist to create a fantastical scene that was both sacred and mysterious. Leon held the Holy Grail in his hand, stared deeply into the void and chanted a spell. "O great and brilliant tears of sorrow." The moment he finished speaking, a light erupted from the Holy Grail as if a glorious sun had descended upon the human world, and all things had to bow their heads in silence before this power. Gelbig, one of those who knew the Holy Grail best, was even more astonished. His heart had never beaten so fast. He saw the man standing there, holding the Holy Grail. He looked like an inviolable bronze statue. "My God, my wound is healed," the knight shouted loudly, and even one who had lost an arm regained it. "Is this the power of the Holy Grail?" On the opposite side, the hunters with sigils suddenly began to burn. Their clothes were burned and torn, and the sigils on them also disappeared. Faint embers that had not yet been extinguished remained on their bodies. They fell one by one, clutching their bodies, but their minds had already returned. The side effect was a pain as if their whole body was being stabbed. "This is truly a great miracle of the gods. Why did I not realize it?" Gelbig just looked up at the sky, watching the sacred beams of light that filled the space pour down. "I had completely forgotten about this. It is holy power." The voice of the goddess Demeter suddenly appeared in Gelbig's mind. She said gently, "My child, my lost knight, follow him and help that kingly knight." Demeter appeared and with a gentle smile gave him an oracle. Gelbig slammed the handle of his hammer hard on the ground. There was not a trace of hesitation or indecision in his eyes. Without doubt or hesitation, he simply followed the command. Gelbig stood up, and it was as if the light and power of life were emanating from his body. He said, "I will follow your command," and he stepped forward. Leon too had felt Demeter's presence. Hearing Gelbig's words, he wasn't particularly surprised. Leon looked back at him, smiled, and said, I am glad to fight alongside you in this battle, Sir Gelbig." Gelbig moved behind Leon and looked ahead with him. "I will be by your side. Guardian of the Holy Grail." Leon nodded and smiled. "Good. The dead monsters are gathering in one place. Are they regenerating?" Leon looked at the mass of slime that had just appeared. Meanwhile, Hidi became very anxious. Now was the time to risk her life and pour out all her skills. What rotten luck! One knight of the Holy Grail was hard enough, but now what kind of new guy has appeared? The rotten corpses melted into a mass of slime, and from that blood and flesh the form of a giant monster with a pig's head and countless sharp fangs gradually merged together. Its eyes glowed and it let out a long roar. Hidi laughed madly and shouted loudly, "O great Tranuong, I beseech you to accept all those slaves." The being that seemed to be called Tranuong growled. A savage sound escaped its throat. "Leon, I swear I will tear you to shreds." As if summoned by the one called Tranuong, countless other beasts appeared. This time Via, who was in the sky, suddenly opened her mouth. "I will open the way first." Stallion spread its wings. The white horse looked beautiful and majestic in the sky. On its back rode a goddess with long silver hair. Above the horse's head a giant purple magic circle appeared, emitting countless beams of light. At the center of the magic circle was something akin to a void. The corner of Leon's mouth lifted slightly, and a cunning look appeared in his eyes. This was one of Via's skills, Chiaunin, the Eye of Heaven. As Chiaunin was activated, everything around seemed to slow down, and the purple beams of light emanating from the goddess were like a living galaxy. Space trembled, and with a single glance she seemed to hold all the power of the heavens in her hand. The entire world had to bow its head. The ground split, revealing hot lava below. At the speed the ground was splitting, the horde of beasts had no way to escape. They fell below and were completely consumed by the lava, their screams mixing with a foul stench of burning flesh. Tranuong, standing at the opposite end of the land, roared in anger. Leon calmly walked forward, chanting words of summoning. He raised his hand high above his head. From the void a long spear slowly appeared. "My brothers and sisters, glorious knights and loyal soldiers, the time has come to execute those abominable heretics." The battle raged fiercely. and in a nearby forest Hidi, judging the situation to be unfavorable, began to flee in a hurry. She ran, panting for breath. To lose and still be so resentful as to curse in all directions. At this rate, she would soon lose her life and die a miserable death. The more villainous one is, the more tenaciously they survive to suffer greater pain next time. Currently she was still fuming because of the recent battle. Gelbig alone was more than enough to handle, but now some guy called King Leon had appeared from somewhere. And even a witch-like woman. The witch Via, as if she had heard her inner thoughts, appeared as soon as her name was mentioned. Where does this witch think she is going? Hidi was startled and looked down. At some point the ground was no longer ground. Countless beams of light appeared from beneath the earth and held Heidi's body tightly, and there was no way to escape this bondage. Via held a large purple stone in her hand and said, "They call this a spirit stone. I got it while hunting inside a gate." Via walked out of the void and appeared before Hidi looking extremely arrogant and cold. "I heard it's a new resource for concentrating magic power. This gate is truly strange. Even if you kill tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of monsters, they are still everywhere." Hidi, despite being captured at this time, still ran her mouth and denied it. Via had no time to capture someone and listen to the culprit's denial. She had not a shred of patience or tolerance for this stubborn and wicked woman, and continued to state the facts. "This gate is a loop of circulation, isn't it? Just like in my world, I don't think you are a demon, but what you have done is not. I have many things to ask someone like you." Via slowly walked toward Hidi. With each step that closed the distance, Hidi grew more and more terrified. "No way, is that witch not treating me as an NPC? How ridiculous." In no time, Via was right in front of Hidi. Her pupils shone brightly and turned a blood-red color. And her gentle and beautiful appearance was gone without a trace. "It's not my favorite method, but I have no choice. I will try to be a little careful." A blood-red mist appeared, spread out, and slowly seeped into Heidi's body. Via raised an eyebrow and twisted her lips. Her eyes seemed veiled in a hazy mist, and even her laughter was strangely sharp. "Oh my master, ah!" Suddenly a voice echoed in Heidi's head, causing her to lose focus for a moment and look behind her. Via, in turn, searched for the one who had just appeared. "You disappoint us again. Can you no longer recognize your own masters?" The monsters appeared in her mind, berating her, even seeming to mock and despise her. This was when Hidi became truly terrified. Why were her gods suddenly? Via reached out and suddenly placed a hand on Heidi's shoulder, making her flinch in surprise. "Now what should we do? Your slave has now become mine. What are you going to do?" Via suddenly wrapped an arm around Heidi's neck and hugged her, winking playfully at the monsters that had just appeared. The three monsters thrashed as if having a seizure, and one of them said, "Show me your power, seed of pleasure. I will chew you up and devour you greedily." A large crack appeared in the sky, revealing a pitch-black void, and Hidi screamed in despair. No. God was about to descend. This gate led directly to the kingdom of the divine beasts. Once the avatar of a divine beast descended, this gate would. Via narrowed her eyes and looked up at the sky. "This is really dangerous. This joke has gone a bit too far." Countless black cracks appeared in the sky, gates connecting directly to the world of those divine beasts. Down on the battlefield, Leon's party was helping and treating the hunters who had been controlled by the sigil and beaten badly. Meanwhile, Leon was talking with Gelbig on the other side. He said, "Ronald Vatal Leon, a knight of the 11th King Leon. He often spoke of the soldiers on the frontier." Gelbig asked blankly, "Do you know His Majesty?" Leon nodded and said, "Yes, he is currently in the Celestial Palace." Even his iron mask couldn't hide Gelbig's surprise. Seeing his reaction, Han Harry approached and asked hesitantly, "Do you remember something?" Gelbig shook his head and said, "I don't remember. We only remember that we must come here to subjugate the Manji tribe." Han Harry once again looked to Leon for help. This was an incredibly difficult task. Telling them the truth, she couldn't do it. Leon said coldly, "They must know. Go on, tell them." Han Harry lowered her gaze, her eyes fixed on the ground, not knowing where to begin. Finally she made up her mind, bit her lip, and spoke the truth, a truth that would drive any knight here to despair if they heard it. "Sir Gelbig and your soldiers cannot leave this gate, because you are all just figures within this gate. To close it, we must defeat you, Sir Gelbig." After hearing this, Gelbig suddenly bent over and burst into laughter. Han Harry asked worriedly, "Sir Gelbig?" Gelbig didn't answer and just looked up at the sky as if he had gone mad and was pouring everything into that laughter. Or perhaps it was for another reason. He slammed the handle of his hammer hard on the ground and the earth cracked. Gelbig struck his own chest and the metal rang out. Gelbig said, "Your Majesty, in all these long years, I don't believe I have ever been defeated." Leon smiled and said, "That's not so surprising. If you had been defeated even once, you wouldn't have had the chance to meet me." In the time it took for that short conversation to pass, the crack in the sky spread from where Via was to where Leon was. The roar of a divine beast echoed throughout the sky. "Leon, I will devour you greedily." Leon looked at the face that had just appeared in the sky and marveled, "Has it begun?" He looked back at his party and asked if there was a way to stop the divine beast's advance. Hidi, captured and tied up by Via, smiled innocently and said, "There's no way. This gate is finished. The great divine beast will destroy this place with its mighty power. Is that so?" Leon nodded and said, "I see, then I will fight." "How could I let her fight alone?" Via approached, seeming to advise him calmly on the surface, but inwardly she was quite worried. She too knew Leon's personality well. He would never let this matter go. Your Majesty, confronting it directly does not seem wise. Leon furrowed his brow and said, even so, is there another way? It might escape and break into the real world. Gelbig, who had been staring at the sky for a long time, suddenly said, no, in fact there is one way. What Gelbig was about to do immediately came to Leon's mind. A faint green halo covered Gelbig's body. It was the light of life. He stared intently at that light. This was bestowed by the goddess Demeter, his mission from when he became a knight of the Holy Grail. And before Leon could stop him, he plunged his hand into his own body, piercing his armor, and pulled something out. Of course, once he did this, his life would end here, and the duel with Leon he had wished for would never happen. The light of life flowing through his body also gradually faded. Light slowly flowed out of that spirit stone, the very one Via had held when she cornered Hidi. Gelbig held it in his hand and said, enunciating each word with force, I, Gelbig, have been defeated. Everyone, stand aside and continue living your own lives. Is it not meaningless to fight for a gate that will soon disappear? Your Majesty, Leon gritted his teeth. This was precisely what he did not want to see. It was truly so frustrating. He was frustrated that he could do nothing. Gelbig looked again at his knights, struggling to suppress the emotions boiling up from the depths of his soul. Only they would know what expression was hidden beneath that mask. My brothers, the final battle is right before us. Here stands the Lionheart King, the one who represents the glory of the gods. Let us, the dead, fight for the brilliant future of the living. I will gladly sacrifice this life. Will you all follow me? Suddenly the air fell silent. The hunters' gazes fell upon the knights. The vice knight who assisted the knight of the Holy Grail, a knight with long blonde hair, remained silent for a long time before being the first to react. Because he did not possess strength equal to Gelbig's, the process of taking out the spirit stone was even more painful. Fresh blood spread. Leon's pupils contracted violently at this sight. It was truly such a painful thing to witness. The others also took out their own spirit stones one by one. A large red stain appeared on each of their armors. Leon squeezed his eyes shut and steadied his breathing, but he couldn't hide the frustration in his heart. He placed a hand over his heart, clutched the lapel of his clothes, and said in the sincerest tone, Your loyalty puts me to deep shame. I will accept this noble mission. Gelbig spoke again. Your Majesty, I have one more request. Could you wait just a moment? For Leon, of course, it was no problem. Behind that mask there was probably an utterly exhausted face, but the moment Leon agreed, the man smiled, full of joy and happiness. He spoke again. O goddess Demeter, please grant my wish. Life surged from the ground and gradually gathered around Gelbig's body, then flowed into the hammer in his hand. Gelbig shouted loudly, his voice as full of dignity as his former self. The loyal servants of King Leon have been acknowledged by the goddess Demeter. With the power of this hammer you will inherit the strength of Gelbig. The life from the spirit stones of the knights and Gelbig himself poured madly into the giant hammer in his hand. The spirit stones gradually disappeared, but the green light still flowed in the air, pouring madly into the hammer. Gelbig watched for the last time as the spirit stone in his hand completely vanished. The hammer in his hand seemed to have been transformed. The patterns engraved on it revealed in exquisite detail. It gleamed under the sunlight. After the hammer was renewed by his power, Gelbig offered it to Leon. With all the knights who followed the Holy Grail Knight watching, Gelbig passed the hammer to Leon with all his heart. Your Majesty, please. Until one who can wield this hammer appears before your Majesty. Leon reached out and gripped the hammer's handle tightly. He said in a low voice, I wonder if there will be anyone who can handle this hammer more skillfully than you. Then with his bare hand he tightly gripped the arm in the iron gauntlet, which was gradually rusting and stained with dried blood. Gelbig closed his eyes and smiled faintly behind his mask. It was an honor to fight alongside you. Gelbig nodded and said, I will remember the noble sacrifice of you and your knightly order. Sir Gelbig, after entrusting the hammer and his final wish to Leon, Gelbig turned to leave with his comrades. Leon likewise did not want to watch them march toward Heaven's Gate. As Gelbig mounted his horse he said, Knights who still have a neck, this is the final order. Ensure the king's safety until you draw your last breath. The knights shouted in unison, their voices echoing to the heavens. We will obey. Gelbig shouted loudly again. Everyone has lived a glorious life. May the gods bless you. In contrast to Gelbig's dignified cry, Leon turned and said to his people in a small voice, We're retreating, to be honest. With one man preparing for death and another having to stay and bear the heart of the one being sacrificed, it was impossible for Leon not to be heartbroken. The two were fated to meet once, but sadly this was the end of one of their lives. Gelbig glanced toward King Leon and smiled faintly. Turning to the battle, the vice-commander knight knelt on one knee and offered his sword to Gelbig with all his devotion. Gelbig took the sword and raised it straight to the sky. Ah, Gelbig, you alone defeated 1,000 of this kingdom's enemies. One war knight can annihilate 5 million enemies. The one who defended the territory of Johan from 300,000 orcs who fought the orc chieftain in Munkyo and achieved victory. Demeter protected me, Ariana cared for me, and Pitos was also very pleased. I am a knight of the great Moncho Castle. I am Gelbig, the knight of the Holy Grail of life and prosperity. Come, let's go, my brothers and sisters. Today we will win the great king's freedom with our deaths. We will seize justice for the living. From the sky the claws and fangs of the divine beast broke through the cracks and descended to the ground. Gradually their giant bodies crawled upon the land. They were ferocious and bloodthirsty, but at this moment facing them were knights who did not mind sacrifice in the slightest, who were even prepared to die for the living. Gelbig. As he raised the sword in his hand, the others came forward and raised their shields in defense. Everyone was ready to throw themselves into this battle. Gelbig took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "For glory! For King Leon!" The scene shifts. At this time Leon's party had also retreated to the side of the gate, but Leon did not leave immediately, staying to watch the battle and deeply engraving the valor of the knights who were about to sacrifice themselves. Hanheri approached and called out hesitantly, "Your Majesty." Leon turned his head, saw his subordinates who had not yet left, sighed and said, "I believe I told you to go on ahead." Hanheri forced a smile, but her eyes were filled with a firm resolve completely different from her usual self. "Ah, we think we must watch until the end." Leon was silent. He closed his eyes and left one remark. "If you wish." Then he turned his head again and continued to watch the battle. The commotion caused by the knights and divine beasts in the distance reached them here. They stood there for a long time in silence watching. Though it felt like a long time, the battle actually ended in an instant. Leon gripped the hammer handle in his hand, and the blood on the handle and the blood from his own hand mixed until they were indistinguishable. A cold sweat dripped drop by drop from his forehead. Leon muttered anxiously under his breath, "Not yet, not yet." He saw Gelbig get hit, his iron armor almost half gone. The red cape on his back was also tattered and riddled with holes. Leon kept muttering, "Not yet, not yet, not yet." The lower part of Gelbig's iron mask shattered, revealing the chiseled face of the undefeated knight. When Leon suddenly shouted loudly, it seemed as if the power of life burst forth. Those who couldn't see this scene clearly from afar were all startled by the screams of that divine beast. It was as if it was writhing from something, screaming continuously. From the hammer, fresh blood began to drip, more and more of it. Leon's face darkened, and his body seemed to sway slightly. Hanheri looked at him with concern. Leon gripped the hammer handle tightly and saw the fresh blood of Gelbig on it rise up like a blood mist. "Sir Gelbig has ascended." He had already known, but now, experiencing it himself, how could Leon remain still? Or how could there be no emotion in his heart? Rage, hatred, bitterness, confusion, sorrow. It was as if all negative emotions were pouring into him at this moment. He gripped the hammer handle tightly. Uncontrolled energy burst forth following his rage. Leon growled, "They will surely pay the price for this. I will give them the cruelest of deaths. You are gone." Leon at least had enough reason left to understand that the target of his revenge was not within this gate. They stood silently for a moment as if mourning the dead knights. Then suddenly Leon turned and walked toward the gate. He said in a low voice, a sound that seemed to become one with the dust, "Let's go." Without a single word, everyone followed him and left one by one. A knight of the Holy Grail brings justice through holy law. In that case, what did this great guardian of the Holy Grail say? Do his words truly carry weight? Leon looked back one last time at the world inside this gate. He left one remark and departed. "I will remember this day." Yes, his words carried great weight, because that was something only the Night King could do. The scene shifts to the training room of the Pantheon Palace. On the chair was a neatly folded black shirt and a necktie placed beside it. He was truly a man who had learned proper etiquette from a young age. The owner of that shirt was now in that very spot practicing his swordsmanship. It was impossible to know how much time had passed. Only the sound of the sword cutting through the wind echoed steadily. There was no sign of Leon's expression improving in the slightest. He was still frustrated by what had just happened. A faint light glinted in his pupils and his blonde hair swayed with his movements. In this moment this space seemed to have stopped. A memory from the distant past came to mind. Not something from 200 years ago, but as if it had happened just yesterday, it was deeply etched in Leon's heart. At that time, amidst the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, Leon was beside the knight who had sacrificed himself for him. He no longer clearly remembered what he had said then. It was too long ago. He only remembered the heart-wrenching pain, the sense of powerlessness, and the despair. The sword drew a straight line in the air, its sound low and heavy, much like its master's heart. Leon stopped his hand, silently staring into the empty space before him, and let out a sigh. For some reason, Leon now felt terribly unwell and tired. His blonde hair was ruffled in his hands and his whole body was covered in sweat. He couldn't understand why he was so tired. Leon recalled the feeling he had when he slaughtered those demons. He hadn't felt tired at all. So what was affecting him now? Suddenly the images of the people who fought alongside him, Hanheri, the queen, and those trainees, flashed through King Leon's mind. In that instant, Leon realized. He muttered with a smile mixed with powerlessness and bitterness, I see. So that's what it was. I was afraid of losing everything I hold dear again. Experiencing that emotion just once was enough for a man as strong as him to have that fear etched deep in his heart. He was terrified. He was afraid of facing a future where he would once again fight alone. But this was a burden he had to bear alone. Leon took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. He asked himself with whom he could share this feeling. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind Leon. Your Majesty. When Leon turned his head, the figure of a small red-haired girl came into view. Hanheri peeked her head in. Whenever she faced Leon, Hanheri always looked this hesitant and worried. Your Majesty, are you training this late? Leon returned the sword to its space and asked her. Do you usually rest at this time, watching something like a melodrama? Hanheri scratched her cheek, a hint of hesitation in her eyes, but she had to say what she wanted to ask. Well, I feel like I need to train more to improve my skills lately. Leon looked at her with a surprised expression. Suddenly, Hanheri was slightly flustered but still answered enthusiastically. No sir, it's not sudden. Leon immediately gave her an extremely suspicious look. Under that gaze, Hanheri didn't dare to look him straight in the eye and flinched slightly. In the end, she had no choice but to tell Leon the truth. Who could be dishonest in front of that gaze? It's just that while following you recently, I feel like I've come to realize and learn many things. Leon was slightly surprised. He took out his sword again and said to Hanheri, "Draw your sword. I want to see your skills." Hanheri didn't know why she was suddenly told to do that. She clasped her hands together like a martial artist in a movie and said seriously, "It is an unparalleled honor to train with your majesty." Leon was dumbfounded at the sight. When on earth will she stop talking like that? Hanheri always spoke to Leon in a very old-fashioned Korean dialect, which was why he found it strange. The two stood facing each other, holding their respective weapons. From beginning to end, Leon maintained the posture and attitude of a swordsman who had learned royal swordsmanship, holding his sword in one hand with the other behind his back. Leon commanded, "Draw your sword." Hanheri immediately complied. Leon spoke again. "Try to block me. I won't go easy on you even in a practice spar." And before Hanheri could even react, Leon disappeared from her sight. This speed was truly difficult for an ordinary person to react to. In the blink of an eye, Hanheri felt a cold, dangerous aura wash over her from behind. She stared ahead and a cold sweat unknowingly trickled down her back. And almost instinctively, Hanheri shouted, turned around, and barely managed to block Leon's strike. But just because she blocked it was that all. When Leon pressed down again with more force, just blocking this one sword strike made both of Hanheri's arms tremble non-stop. He's just too strong. As the two sparred, or more accurately, as one attacked and one defended, a subsequent explanation was added. Your hands should always be ready for battle, and if you lower your center of gravity a bit, you can become more agile. If you go lower, your speed will also be much faster. Hanheri struggled to answer while blocking the attack. Yes, your majesty. Even if she said so, it was very difficult to put into practice, especially since beating this man was nearly impossible. The moment she showed the slightest opening, this man switched to his next technique, having just attacked her left. The blink of an eye, Leon moved in front of her, launched his body into the air, raised his sword hilt high, and brought down a powerful strike. Hanheri hurriedly raised her sword to block but groaned, unable to withstand the force. Leon sighed as he attacked. You can't defend with just your two arms and a sword. Take a step back to brace yourself. Try not to be pushed back by the weight when the two swords clash. Hanheri took a step back, and this time she was able to block Leon's attack to some extent. However, Leon showed no sign of joy or praise for this small success that someone like Hanheri should have naturally accomplished with ease. Hanheri, excited to see that she had blocked the attack, let out a sound of, "Oh," just as she was about to say, "I blocked it." She looked up to see Leon's large hand coming down to strike her right on the head. A painful echo that could be heard all the way to Vietnam rang out. The pain was as if smoke was rising from her head. Hanheri's eyes were filled with despair. Leon, keeping his arm on his disciple's head after striking it, scolded her. "Your movements are too simple. Your weaknesses are wide open. How many more times do I have to say it? You must be fast and sharp. What is the advantage of creating an opening for the enemy?" Hanheri thought worriedly for a moment, then said hesitantly, It would probably be to use a skill to defeat him." Leon let out a helpless sigh. "Oh, that's not it. Don't think that using a skill quickly is the only path to victory. What's the point if you die without being able to defend properly? You must observe your opponent before you attack," Hanheri asked in surprise. "Really? Is that really so?" Leon felt like he was going to go crazy seeing Hanheri's dazed expression. He stared at her intently and pressed. "What did you say? You still don't understand after I've said all that?" Hanheri was startled. She hurriedly turned her head elsewhere and said, It's nothing, your majesty. I understand." Seeing that face, there was no way he would believe her. Leon moved in close to Hanheri, glared and threatened. "What did you say? Say that again." Hanheri opened her mouth, hesitated for a long time, and then said, "I thought you would tell me to fight the enemy and lay down my life for the honor and glory of a knight if I were in a critical situation." For a moment, Leon didn't know what to say, but this silence didn't last long, because Leon hit Hanheri on the head with the sword in his hand. "How truly foolish," he said. "Do not offer that honor and glory for anyone. Why is there any reason to follow those knights? What you need is to protect your own life." Hanheri stared at him blankly. "It's not for the sake of dedicating myself and protecting someone." Leon gave a faint smile. "You foolish girl." Leon turned his back to Hanheri and sheathed his sword. "That's enough. Go and rest. We will train more next time." For some reason, as she watched his retreating back, Hanheri felt an entirely negative aura. She had to rub her eyes several times to check if she had seen it wrong. After returning, Hanheri immediately told Spinner about it. "I feel like His Majesty is lacking positive energy these days," Spinner said blankly. Beep. His Majesty's abnormal biological response was caused by a slight amount of stress. Hanheri nodded and stared at Spinner with wide eyes. "Could you explain it a bit more simply?" "I don't understand a word you're saying," Spinner exclaimed helplessly. "He's stressed. He needs to relieve his stress." Hanheri fell into thought. "Stress, you're right. His Majesty must have had a lot on his mind after that dungeon incident. Do you know what His Majesty likes?" This time, Spinner was silent for a long time. What does Leon like, normally? Who would know? But with its super-intelligent brain, Spinner immediately began researching information and came to a conclusion. All living beings enjoy entertainment through games. Activities that lift the spirits and help with proper rest are needed. Games are perfect for relieving stress. Hanharry couldn't imagine what kind of game Leon would like at all. She asked Spinner again. So, can you think of a game His Majesty might like? Spinner said with a very firm expression. Games are suitable for increasing an organism's dopamine levels. They excite and delight humans. But since I am a robot, that is not included in my calculations. Hanharry's lips twitched as she stared intently at Spinner. She thought to herself, you could have just said you don't know. Why did you have to go on with such a long theory? In any case, she now had to solve this on her own. And an idea popped into Hanharry's head. She was sure Leon would like it too. Spinner seemed slightly surprised, and Hanharry immediately explained her idea to it. After hearing everything, Spinner immediately came to a conclusion. I will not deny that it is a suitable plan for His Majesty at this time, but it is merely a lucky coincidence. You will never be able to reach my genius-level calculation ability. Hanharry laughed ho-ho, and said, yes, I suppose so, but doesn't it depend on the situation? Hee. The two antennae on Spinner's head stood on end. It said angrily, it seems you are mocking me. That is not the attitude an organism should have when dealing with others. Hanharry laughed excitedly. But I won, didn't I? In another corner where the divine statues were displayed, Leon was kneeling at the foot of a statue, communicating with his gods and paying his respects. Ariana said, my dear knight, your willing heart pleases the gods, but it also worries me. Leon, with all his sincerity, placed a hand on his chest and bowed respectfully to apologize. Ariana said, you have defeated the demons, and for the past 200 years you have trained and toiled without rest. Now you must enjoy yourself a little. It is time for you to rest for your own sake. Leon replied. Entertainment, that is a word I have not heard in a very long time. Ariana nodded and said, that's right, it seems there are many kinds of entertainment in this peaceful era. It's different from the old days. I'm not sure if there's anything my king would enjoy here. But entertainment has always existed throughout the ages, allowing humans to relieve their fatigue. Leon asked back, is there such a thing? Goddess Ariana, without the slightest bit of shame, said directly, sleeping with a woman, that is the best way to relieve fatigue throughout all ages. At these words, Leon froze on the spot. He had nothing more to say. Ariana spoke again. In my opinion, the queen seems to be a good partner for you. Or how about that small red-haired girl? As for the queen, Leon didn't deny it, but when Hanharry was mentioned, he said, Your Majesty, she is a very young and innocent girl. How could I possibly make such a suggestion to her? Ariana sighed and said, she is already a mature woman. Your Majesty, humans find pleasure and relieve it by sleeping with the woman they love. In the end, isn't it only natural that you too must restore the royal family and continue the line? Ariana said with a smile. You find pleasure and relieve it by marrying the woman you love. In the end, don't you also have to re-establish the royal family? Leon couldn't hide his bewilderment. For hundreds of years he had only focused on fighting monsters. He had never thought of such things, so when Ariana suggested it, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Just then an urgent knock echoed from outside the shrine. Leon, maintaining his one-kneed position, tilted his head back slightly and glanced toward the door. Hanharry peeked her head in. Leon sighed and said, I believe I told you to take care of your own body. Hanharry gave a foolish smile and replied, Your Majesty, listen to this. I was just about to tell you something. Hanharry fell right onto the floor. She was truly clumsy. By the time she uttered the two words, I'm ready, her face had already met the floor. Leon looked at Hanharry lying face down on the floor. Without a shred of sympathy, he simply stood and commented, You have agile combat abilities, yet your actions remind me of a fish out of water. It was an utterly embarrassing situation. All right, so what is it? As soon as she heard the question, Hanharry shot up. Her nose was still red from hitting the floor. She hurriedly said, I have prepared something for your Majesty. Leon asked, What is it? Hanharry smiled triumphantly and said, I received Sir Spinner's advice and help. The image of that day immediately flashed through Leon's mind. He didn't hide the disgust on his face. Spinner's advice and help, it couldn't be that, could it? He approached, grabbed a strand of Hanharry's hair and snapped, If you ever appear before me wearing those disgusting clothes again, I will strip you naked and make you run through the neighborhood, understood? Hanharry felt she was being unfairly accused. She had been tricked by Spinner in that incident too. Her pale face turned bright red with shame, and she just wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. It's not that. In the end, Leon decided to follow Hanharry. This time the place they headed to was a blue gate. It was a low-rank one. A few staff members were already on standby here. Leon approached, looked at them and asked, I heard from Hanharry. What is this? Kim Jin-soo looked at him, smiled and said, Yes, Your Majesty, I will explain. The entire association has joined forces to help with the event that Department Head Hanharry has planned. A drop of sweat trickled down Leon's forehead. A plan? Hanharry saw Leon's expression and laughed to herself. She had expected this reaction. His Majesty probably thinks this plan is something strange since Sir Spinner was also involved, but this time she was sure Leon would like it too. Harry, full of confidence, said, Your Majesty, please step into the gate. I'm sure you will like it. Leon paused in thought and looked at her. Although he seemed to still be worried in his heart, seeing Harry's confident expression and the fact that she had planned this herself, Leon had no reason to refuse. The space beyond the gate was a blue forest filled with sunlight, and here and there, mossy rocks were placed on the soft green grass. On the leaves, small dung beetles were moving in search of food. Green trees grew everywhere, and their leaves intertwined to cover the forest. Occasionally, the wind would blow, shaking the shadows of sunlight cast upon the ground. It was indeed a pleasant atmosphere, suitable for a hunt. As Leon stepped inside, Harry followed him. She suddenly strode forward toward the staff, placed both hands on her hips, and smiled confidently. Leon was beyond bewildered. He was dumbfounded. What on earth was that expression on Harry's face? Harry tried her best to ignore Leon's awkward gaze directed at her. She said with a smile, "Now I will explain. This gate is called a hunting ground. Various animals and monsters live here. Your Majesty, please look this way." Harry pointed to a small sign held in Kim Jin-soo's hand. On it there were small pictures with explanations. Kim Jin-soo looked at Leon with a businesslike smile. Harry introduced excitedly, "Small animals are 1 point, medium-sized ones are 3 points, and orcs are worth 10 points because they are bigger." Leon fell into thought. "So this is something like a hunting game." Harry was so excited she nodded her head vigorously. "That's right, it's a hunt, Your Majesty." After speaking, she realized she had been a bit over the top. Harry unknowingly poked her 2 index fingers together. She said awkwardly, I thought that hunting might have been popular where Your Majesty used to be." Leon said nothing, but the corners of his mouth were already turned up. In that case, shouldn't he enjoy himself as well? Leon looked around. "So you're saying you've prepared a hunting ground to lift my spirits? How very kind. A hunt? It's been quite a while since I last hunted. I don't know what I'll be able to do." Sunlight sparkled over the old forest. The smell of green trees mixed with the scent of sun and earth. An unfortunate orc took an arrow to the middle of its head and went to meet its ancestors today. Leon drew 3 arrows at once with the bow in his hand. His face was filled with excitement and killing intent. He laughed loudly and madly. Hunting instead of fighting is also fun. An unlucky orc was hit by his 3 arrows and its giant body was sent flying backward. Seeing the sight, the group of orcs began to cause a commotion. "Come out, who dares to kill our kin?" Leon raised the bow with one hand to strike the enemy, and with the other hand he drew an arrow, looking for a chance to shoot in succession. He ran and shouted, "Silence, how dare a filthy beast like you run your mouth in front of me? Die, all of you." I know Leon's racism is very deep-rooted, but for it to be this severe was truly questionable. Who was it that initially said he didn't know what he could do? And what was Harry seeing now? Leon was enjoying himself very much, but this much should be fine. Leon approached the corpse of the orc he had killed and unhesitatingly broke off its fang. He examined it for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction and put the fang in his pocket along with the other teeth. A hunter must always take a souvenir of the hunt. At this time, the grassy field around him was covered with countless orc corpses, all killed by arrows without a moment to breathe. Harry approached and looked around. She still couldn't accept the fact that His Majesty was good at shooting a bow. She thought Leon intensely disliked ranged weapons. Leon looked at the bow in his hand and said, "It seems you've misunderstood. Just because I'm a knight doesn't mean I don't know how to handle ranged weapons. Hunting was a virtue and entertainment for the nobility. Besides, there were also questing knights and knights who had to carry out missions in faraway places. They had to procure their own food wherever they went, so knights had no choice but to become skilled at hunting." Harry saw that every arrow was lodged precisely in an orc's weak point, and not a single one had missed. Leon was truly very skilled at this. Leon placed a hand on his chest and smiled with immense pride. "I am famous for being the most powerful champion in history, but back then I was only the second best hunter, only second best with this level of skill?" Harry gasped. She stared at him with wide eyes. "Your Majesty was the second best hunter. Then which knight of the Holy Grail was the first?" Leon said with a laugh. I don't think you could call her a knight of the Holy Grail. She is the goddess of the moon and the hunt, more of an outstanding hunter than a knight." Leon approached and pulled out the arrow embedded in the orc's body. He looked at the arrow in his hand, a gentle smile on his face. She was the head of the Temple of Light and the one who represented the best hunters. She was the High Priestess. Her arrows were like meteors, and if she used her full power, they could easily fly over a mountain. For a moment, Harry couldn't imagine this. Perhaps it was possible in His Majesty's old world. She asked again, "But why are you only hunting orcs?" "I prepared various kinds of beasts for Your Majesty." Leon held the arrows he had collected, placed a hand on his hip, looked at the dead orcs and said nonchalantly, as if it were a matter of course, "I'm sorry, but to win first place in a competition you have to hunt the most valuable thing." Harry was dumbfounded. He's right about that, but does he really consider these orcs as game? After collecting the spoils from the orc corpses, Leon took out a holy relic, showed it to Harry and said, "Anyway, I got a strange thing. It feels like it's cursed." Harry looked at what was in Leon's hand. She could recognize that this was a cursed totem. It was quite a rare item. Leon thought for a few seconds, then threw it straight at Harry. "Sell this and give the money to those who contributed to gathering the beasts." Harry hurriedly reached out her hands to receive that large sum of money. She asked him in a fluster, "Are you serious, Your Majesty? This is worth hundreds of millions of won." Leon replied, "It will be good compensation for them. For those who had to come work like dogs in this hot weather on their day off." Harry truly felt a little pang of guilt as she was the one who had orchestrated this. But it couldn't be helped. After handing the item to Harry and taking a break, Leon immediately stood up, picked up his bow and arrows again, and went hunting. "Now come to me. I see the tracks of the orcs that fled." Harry asked in surprise. "Are you going to continue?" An expression mixed with contempt and excitement appeared on Leon's face, and he looked down as if looking at an insect. He said with a laugh, "The beasts are still alive and defiling this forest. They may be fake, but the orc race must be eradicated." Harry was truly at a loss for words. This old man is really a terminal case of racism. Leon walked away, and behind him lay the corpses of orcs. Now follow me, I will teach you how to use a bow. Harry immediately scurried after him. Suddenly she spoke. Leon narrowed his eyes and looked at her. Harry raised her hand and brushed away a few strands of hair that had just fallen over her face. The sunlight made her smile shine even brighter. I'm glad that your majesty seems to be in a much better mood than before. For some reason, it felt as if something had just appeared in Leon's heart at that moment. Was it comfort? The forest wind blew, carrying fresh air, and a few strands of his light blonde hair fluttered in the wind. Leon smiled faintly. He couldn't remember. It had been so long since someone had been this kind to him without wanting anything in return. He said with a laugh, I'm proud of you. Harry stared at him blankly. What did you say? I can't hear you well, Leon immediately said. Use the technique I taught you and kill at least 3 orcs. Otherwise I will be very angry. Harry cried out helplessly. I'm sorry, but I've only used a bow a few times, your majesty. The scene shifts to the Pantheon Guild's training ground. After the hunting trip, for some reason it felt as if flower petals were always blooming and scattering around Harry. Perhaps it was because she was so happy. Pushing a cart of swords, Harry hummed cheerfully. Right now she was happy that Leon's mood had improved. She herself didn't know why she felt that way. Was it because she was purely kind? Just then she ran into Kim Jin-soo, who was approaching. The two greeted each other. Harry asked, what brings you here? Kim Jin-soo took out a file, pointed to it, and said, the tractor broke down, so I had to stop by the material room for a moment. No one has used it since the Naju disaster. As soon as Harry heard that, she smiled cheerfully and said, then I'll go with you. In any case, she was also on her way to the Pantheon Guild's material room to put things away. As soon as she saw the firmly closed door of that room, Kim Jin-soo poked his head out, looked at Harry and asked with a curious expression, so this is where Sir Gelbig's hammer is kept. As soon as Sir Gelbig's name was mentioned, a forced smile and a sad look appeared on Harry's face. That memory was carved so deeply in their hearts that it had left something behind. Harry made the sign of the cross, clasped her hands together and said seriously with great piety, may you enter nirvana. Kim Jin-soo was at a loss for words. Why are you mixing Buddhism and Catholicism? Putting that story aside, Kim Jin-soo asked, has the hammer been here the whole time? Harry nodded and said, of course. No one can use it right now, so we'll keep it here. And the door swung wide open. The hammer, which should have been in the middle of the room, was now nowhere to be found. For a moment, Harry felt as if she were falling into an abyss. What on earth happened? Why is the hammer gone? I'm not seeing things, am I? Who could have lifted that hammer? A luxury car stopped in front of the Pantheon Temple gate, drawing the attention of quite a few people. The car door opened and a shameless-looking man in a suit got out with another hunter. He licked his lips and said, is this the place? That hunter said with a laugh, we're about to see Korea's first epic grade item. Suddenly, Spinner appeared in front of them, startling them. Of course, Spinner was quite famous, so as soon as they saw it, they recognized that this was the robot JP Spinner. So the rumors that it was in the Pantheon Guild were true. Spinner looked at them and asked, hammer lifting challenge. The hunter nodded and said, yes, that's right. Then the two antennae on Spinner's head swayed. It welcomed them with a businesslike smile. Welcome guests. The hunter stared blankly at the person who had come with him. What is this attitude? They're more welcoming than I thought. Spinner suddenly changed its attitude, emitting a red warning light from its body and brandishing a whip of light, striking down toward them. The hunter jumped. Even if it had become a member of Pantheon, Spinner was still a dangerous creature, so it was natural for them to be afraid. Spinner made a HMPH sound and said irritably, entrance fee. Seeing that they still didn't understand, it tapped the sign next to it and said again, entrance fee. On it was written, sanctuary entrance fee, hunter 5 million won, citizen 500,000 won. That's too expensive. The man pointed to the ordinary citizens lining up next to him and said complainingly, hey, citizens are 500,000 won, so why do we have to pay 5 million won? Spinner said. Citizens are for viewing, hunters are for participating in the challenge. It is a relic preservation fee. Nonsense. The hunters were dumbfounded. Just for that they added several more zeros, but compared to the value of an epic grade item, the epic grade item was ultimately more profitable, so they had no choice but to accept. The man took out his phone and said sadly, so can I do a bank transfer here? Spinner laughed cheerfully and excitedly saying, yes. Please scan the QR code here. It's truly a painful thing to lose money. The two hunters paid the entrance fee and entered the gate, crying. As soon as they entered, someone came out to meet them. Haha, welcome everyone. Han Harry, wearing a lion costume and holding a sign, said, I am Han Harry of the Korean Hunter Association. Han Harry, last year's monster rookie. Why is she wearing clothes like this? This goes back to 1 week before the hammer disappeared. After the hammer went missing from the warehouse, Harry rushed to report to Leon. It didn't take her very long to find it. Trainees tried with all their might, but they couldn't lift the hammer placed in the yard. No matter how hard they tried, it didn't move even 1 centimeter. Early in the morning, the hammer was already sitting there imposingly. Leon walked toward the hammer, lost in thought. As he reached out his hand, the others all unknowingly held their breath and stared at him intently. And with everyone watching, Leon lifted the hammer as if it were as light as a feather. He asked coldly, is this the limit of your power? The hammer remained still in his hand. In any case, Leon was the king of the Knights of the Holy Grail. Lifting it to this extent was simple, but the quiet hammer suddenly emitted a halo and fell from Leon's hand to the ground with a thud. The ground seemed to shake slightly. Via said with admiration, oh my, it's as if it's throwing a tantrum, Leon said. Perhaps it wants to say something. Harry, surprised, approached and poked the hammer's handle. A hammer can have a will, Leon nodded and said. Sometimes if it is a holy relic it's possible, especially if it has been with a saint for a long time, it is granted its own will and can be controlled. Leon lowered his eyes slightly and looked at the hammer. When he received this hammer he hadn't felt it. The loyal servants of King Leon have been acknowledged by the goddess Demeter with the power of this hammer. You will inherit the strength of Gelbig. Leon recalled those last words from Gelbig. He smiled faintly. So that was it, it's asking me to find it a new master. The hammer was quiet as if to confirm that his words were correct. Leon said with a laugh. Harry, report to the association. Harry asked blankly. Yes, what should I report? Leon said with a laugh. Anyone who can lift this hammer regardless of their status or identity can become its master. Harry's finger, which was about to find the association's number, stopped on the screen. She looked at Leon in surprise. Are you serious? As Leon nodded, Harry immediately followed. After hanging up she reported. They said they will send an appraisal expert for now. This information was so shocking that the appraisal expert arrived in a short time. As soon as he saw the hammer the expert couldn't help but shout. He pointed at the hammer, trembling. He stuttered. An epic grade item? It was an epic grade item. The expert broke out in a cold sweat looking at it. When he looked at Leon he just nodded calmly. Speaking of items used by hunters, they use special equipment to fight monsters, and for convenience they are classified as follows: normal, rare, epic, and finally legendary. Luxury items processed by artisans belong to the unique grade. Besides these, there is a type of equipment that requires a lot of resources to make, and even items received as rewards from difficult missions. It is called legendary. And among the items processed for 30 years there are also those called epic grade, which even surpass the legendary grade. Things like Chandodong, which is said to rule hundreds of mountains, or the staff of the Archmage, which can open the heavens and the earth. Shibi Shamil. Even at this moment the snowfields of Siberia continue to expand thanks to the heart of the Ice Queen. After the Black Gate incident in London it wandered these planets. The Wolf-Fang demon sword by its mere existence can shake the heavens and the earth and turn even the most difficult stratagems into victory. An epic grade item had appeared here. The expert extended a trembling hand toward the hammer, his voice a little loud from lack of control. Seriously, if I just lift this you'll give me this hammer, Harry said with embarrassment. That's right. The expert looked at Leon with suspicious eyes. After all, could the condition for owning an epic grade item really be this easy? Although it was said to be easy, this hammer was not originally something that could be lifted so easily, so it was more difficult than any other condition. Leon repeated his words once more at that suspicious gaze. That's right, whoever lifts this hammer will be its new master. The expert took out a piece of paper and said in amazement, Your Majesty, the value of this hammer is truly enormous. Please look here. The information about the hammer was written there. Hand of Gelbig, grade, epic. A holy hammer blessed by the Knight of the Holy Grail, Gelbig. The Knight of the Holy Grail of Demeter, the goddess of life and prosperity. Besides that, there were several buffs attached. Harry was scared seeing the brilliant effects written on the paper. Leon looked at the appraisal report, made a HMPH sound and said calmly, My thoughts have not changed. I want everyone to know this fact. The expert lowered his hand and looked at the hammer, trembling. Then, may I make just one phone call? Leon, of course, allowed it. On the other end of the phone the association president answered immediately. And as he heard the news the expert delivered, the association president, who was about to say something, suddenly seemed to forget how to communicate, his mouth hanging open. From the other end of the phone a scream that seemed to tear the association president's eardrums was heard. What? An epic grade item? This news instantly decorated the front page of every newspaper, stating that anyone who could lift it would become the master of the epic grade hammer. And countless people came to visit, returning to the present. This was the reason for this situation. As soon as the hunter saw Harry he hurriedly asked, Where is Gelbig's hammer? I'm dying to see it in person, Harry reminded him annoyedly. Hey, you're being informal. It's Sir Gelbig. After witnessing that incident her respect for Gelbig had grown several times over. So if these scoundrels didn't fix their titles, just watch. An honorific had to be used when mentioning someone of such a noble status. The hunters were very flustered, but they eventually had to fix the title because of the epic grade item. I would like to see Sir Gelbig's hammer. Doesn't it sound much better when you correct the title? Harry said with a bright smile. This way, hunters, please come in. She quickly guided them to where the hammer was. As soon as they arrived they could feel the energy flowing from the hammer. Just one hammer, yet it had this much energy. The sleazy-looking hunter rubbed his hands together and said, Let's see, this should be a piece of cake. Usually guys like this get what's coming to them, and it's not the prize. Sure enough, as soon as he touched the hammer, he was electrocuted by the energy there, and his body was thrown back. To be ugly and have a sleazy face on top of that. His hair turned into the shape of a broccoli and his body fell backward. After losing consciousness for a moment, he shot up and shouted loudly in amazement. My God, was it because of the hammer? Harry said with embarrassment. Ah yes, if the hammer doesn't like someone, it sometimes does that. The hunter shouted in dissatisfaction. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Harry shrugged her shoulders and said calmly in the face of their despair, What can we do? We don't know what the hammer wants either. At this moment Spinner suddenly appeared like a god, and those hunters were very flustered, not knowing what it was about to do. Spinner shook its two antennae and asked, Would you like to build up merit? Merit, we already paid the entrance fee. So why are they asking for more money? The broccoli-haired hunter stood there blankly. Merit? Yes, that's right, because this is a holy relic. As if he had an epiphany, the broccoli-haired hunter took out his phone and transferred money to Spinner right away. Take it. I'll give you 10 million won as a merit offering. The hunter who came with him shouted in amazement. Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly transferring money? Spinner successfully received the 10 million won and broccoli hair looked at the hammer. Now you're mine. Saying so, he reached out and grabbed the hammer's handle, but to think he could own it with just a little money was truly a dream. No matter how much strength he used, the hammer didn't budge, let alone be lifted. He shouted in dissatisfaction. Why can't I lift the hammer yet? I'm going crazy, it's hopeless. At this time, Spinner walked out in front of the hammer. It announced, we have received a donation for the construction of the Pantheon Temple. The two hunters stared at it speechlessly. And in the end, as if they were possessed by some magic, those hunters took out their money and phones, competing with each other to pay, and even pushed each other to make offerings. Is this what they mean when they say money makes the world go round? Han Harry looked at the people gathered around Spinner and asked, Sir Spinner, will this really be okay? This feels like sacrilege. Spinner flew over to Han Harry and said annoyedly, Miss, are you trying to interfere with my efficient asset management capabilities? All you have to do is follow the plan. Han Harry was embarrassed as she looked at the crowded people. But that, after making their merit offerings, they crazily tried to lift the hammer. She felt as if she had become a bad person. In fact, the more money they paid, the harder the hammer became to lift. The more Spinner watched this scene, the more enthusiastic it became. Its two antennae shot up to the sky, and there was only one thought in its head. The god of wealth has arrived. The god of wealth has arrived. Another beautiful day passed at the Pantheon Guild. While Spinner was busy with its own work in the room, Han Harry pushed open the door in a hurry and shouted loudly, Sir Spinner, Starbucks has proposed to open a branch here. Spinner turned to her and said, Report the donation status. Recently, the Pantheon Guild had become a popular attraction. Hunters came to take on the hammer lifting challenge, and most diseases were cured by standing near the hammer. So not only hunters but many other people also flocked here to watch. So everyone gathered to see the holy hammer. Spinner continued to secure financial resources, convert them into capital, and enhance Pantheon's reputation. All of this was for this huge building. An advanced training facility was quickly built inside the guild. But the core was the high-intensity training facility. Today was the first day of its operation. The only person who visited this place was Han Harry. Inside the forge were all the latest machines. In the center, a huge magic stone was supplying all the energy here. Han Harry walked slowly around the room, and under her feet countless microcircuits glowed. This was a grade 9 training facility, the lowest grade in this equipment's database system. Because the level of alchemy on Earth was still insufficient, this was the final limit. Spinner still seemed unsatisfied. Han Harry scratched her cheek, forced a smile, and said, but it looks very cool. Spinner immediately shot back without any mercy. That must be because your brain's performance is also low, miss. How truly vicious. It didn't know how to speak softly at all, but she didn't take those words to heart for long either. Han Harry asked again, By the way, Sir Spinner, you are the knight of the holy grail of smithing, right? Spinner replied, That is correct. Han Harry hesitated and proposed, Then could you make a sword for me? Spinner said immediately, Impossible. Han Harry was disappointed and muttered, I knew it, he's different because he's a stranger. Spinner looked at the huge magic stone in the center of the room and said, It's not that, this smithing facility is not yet complete. So we need to add more facilities to get more materials. Only then did Han Harry feel relieved. So that was the main reason. After explaining and looking around the room, Spinner jumped off Han Harry's head, left one remark, and departed. Then I will go to the central station to earn more income. Han Harry watched Spinner's busy back, and for some reason she thought this knight was really too obsessed with money. Spinner entered a partition and said, Minimum smithing ritual activated. Securing seed money. The machine screen turned on, and on it, countless data about the economic market were displayed. Spinner approached and stared intently at the numbers appearing on the screen. I will review this market once again today. Let's begin. And time passed slowly. Recently, the world stock market had faced a disaster. Securities trading companies all had many difficulties in their business. It was unknown where so many opposing articles came from. No matter how much money was poured in, there was no way to manipulate even a single small article. On a clear day, suddenly some force manipulated the market price, causing the stock price to soar and plunged the world's trading into chaos. And that force quietly reaped the profits like a ghost. Needless to say, we understood for ourselves that the identity of the ghost in the financial market was none other than Spinner. Spinner's recent target was food. The food situation of humanity in the 21st century was by no means good. Countless lands and rivers were polluted. In the early stages of the disaster, the Western and East Asian powers came up with exemplary solutions. But weak countries like those in Eastern Europe or Asia had to suffer immeasurable losses due to the unexpected appearance of dungeons. And Spinner bought those polluted and worthless lands. The first target it aimed for was the Heilongjiang breadbasket. The pollution level of the Heilongjiang breadbasket could be described as follows. 20 years after the Shanghai incident, one of the 50 military nations was in a serious state. Spinner bought a part of that breadbasket and continuously purified it by spreading the faith of Demeter, the goddess of life and prosperity. Although large-scale purification or immediate food production on Leon's level was impossible, it was clear that it would soon become a valuable breadbasket with cornfields, barley fields and numerous blessings. Spinner excitedly tapped the keyboard. Its goal was to make the Pantheon Guild the hegemon of the world's food supply. And this was not a difficult task at all, but Spinner looked up at the information screen. The biggest problem here was the possibility of foreign invasion, information gathering in progress. A world war would cause a waste of power, but it's at a minimal level, and the risk of gate appearances is increasing. A normal leader would have no reason to invest excessive resources. Spinner muttered excitedly. I've got more land. One noon at Pantheon, everyone was eating lunch and casually turned on the TV, and what Spinner had feared was certainly happening. News announced that a coup d'etat had occurred in the Republic of Jilin. Han Harry stopped and stared at the TV screen. Everyone in the room was a little surprised, but the one who reacted most exaggeratedly was Spinner. What it had feared had happened. It had to think of a solution quickly. So that afternoon, while Han Harry was resting after training, Spinner came to her and said, I'm only telling you this. Han Harry, our private equity fund is currently in operation. It is a constantly growing asset management institution. This department will focus on managing Ms. Harry's assets. Join right now. Han Harry wasn't very quick-witted, so it took her a while to understand what Spinner meant. Are you saying I should invest? Spinner said. I mean I will manage your assets for you, miss, Han Harry said excitedly. Wow, Sir Spinner, you do stocks too, that's amazing, Spinner said firmly. Han Harry, considering your poor financial situation, you need a professional asset management expert. Touching on each other's financial problems was extremely embarrassing, Han Harry said with embarrassment. Poor, I'm doing well for my age, Spinner said with a laugh. That's still only 15 of the mid-rank hunters. Most of your salary and bonuses go to gate and orphanage donations in your hometown, don't they? Han Harry sighed and said, I can't argue with that. Spinner took this opportunity to trap Han Harry. So you need me to be able to donate more. Han Harry was sad but immediately refused. She was really asking for a beating. It seemed she would only listen after Spinner took out its whip and hit her a few times. Humans today are bound by their financial abilities. Therefore, giving up on studying money is like giving up on life. This department will handle that mission for you, so you should be grateful. Han Harry looked at it, a helpless expression on her face. Then I'll just do 2,000,001. Spinner wouldn't have it. As soon as it heard that amount, it opposed it and proposed another plan. Withdraw the 20,000,001 deposit for your semi-basement apartment in Seoul. Han Harry puffed out her cheeks and stared at Spinner, angry. It wasn't strange at all for such words to come from that insensitive guy, but Han Harry had no choice but to follow. What could she do? Who told her to be so naive and honest? After luring Han Harry in, Spinner excitedly declared that she was now a silver member, promoted from the bronze tier. Harry stared blankly, slowly processing the information. She gazed intently at Spinner and asked, What's a silver member? Spinner explained cheerfully. Bronze members are guaranteed a 100 return on their income, while silver members are guaranteed 200. Do you want to raise that ratio even higher? Who would say no to making big money even if they don't want to invest much? And just like that, Harry was tempted to invest immediately. Spinner laughed gleefully and said, If you recruit 5 more members, you will be promoted to the gold tier, and your rate of return will be 300. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Harry's ears. 300, that was an enormous amount of money. All the doubts in Harry's mind vanished, replaced by only excitement and joy. And so Han Harry, a young professional in her early 20s, was so naive that she didn't even realize she was being lured into a multi-level marketing scheme. But the problem was that no one else suspected her either. Soon after, Harry quickly contacted her acquaintances and they readily agreed on the spot. Spinner's MLM model grew significantly that way. It was a robot that was not only obsessed with money but also cunning. A few days later, under a blue sky with white clouds, another luxury car stopped in front of the Pantheon Guild. The car door opened and a group of civil servants in suits got out. The man in the lead even carefully straightened his tie and hair. They slowly entered. It felt like all hell was about to break loose inside the guild. Of course, since they did not come with ill intent, they were able to meet Leon quickly. One of them, facing Leon and Spinner, said, We are from the court. We are here to deliver an asset seizure warning. Leon thought he had misheard. His eyes widened in surprise as he asked, What did you just say? At this moment, Spinner suddenly felt fear. Facing the man before it, Spinner felt flustered for the first time, realizing there was no way to stop him. Oh, just watching that hand write so smoothly made its heart ache so much it felt like it would faint. It felt like it was going to die, even though it didn't have a heart. What on earth was happening? Asset seizure, what did that even mean? Could someone tell them what was being done to the money they had worked so hard to earn through their cunning schemes? When the bad news was delivered, Leon's mood suddenly plummeted. He angrily gathered everyone, and his voice became 10,000 times colder. He glared at Spinner with wide eyes and demanded, What happened? Explain. To be honest, Spinner was also extremely flustered. The situation was as follows. First, due to the stock market crash, the organization was unable to pay the fixed loan interest. Second, most of the Pantheon staff had invested in Spinner's investment fund and were now in debt. This secret investment fund's capital had already been drastically reduced due to many failed projects. Leon became depressed upon hearing this. He had never cared about such financial matters before, so he didn't know much about them. Great. Harry painfully grabbed Spinner's pincer and cried out, "Sir Spinner, I trusted you and invested 87 million one of my assets. I even collected money from my friends and relatives and gave it to you." The others were also extremely angry. They put their heads together and whispered, "My money, even my wife's savings are all gone. My assets from the last 5 years all went into this investment fund. Even my land was used as collateral." An old man sighed as he comforted the woman in his arms. "His Majesty will solve this problem." He said he would solve it, but they didn't know how. Leon's face darkened. He asked Spinner in a low voice, "What is the total loss?" Spinner was silent for a moment. It didn't want to say, but it had no choice but to report honestly to Leon. "About 870 million won. It is increasing by 49 million won per hour. It's about a 72 loss for the fund." The others went crazy, and Harry coughed up blood and fainted on the spot. "My money, damn it. Take everything that can be used as collateral from here. Even a pillar, at least take a pillar and sell it." Following that, someone ran to the armory and shouted for people to take things and sell them. Spinner was startled and jumped up, shooting a web to wrap around the sword that had just been taken. "Stop, human, do not take that. That is private property." But at this point they had all lost their minds over money and had no room to think about anything else. The scene was filled with chaos. The ones with a little more sense were crouching in a corner mourning their lost money. Leon felt like he was going to go crazy along with this crowd. He still maintained his posture. He was there like a black mass exuding negative energy. The sounds grew more and more chaotic. There was truly no semblance of order. Leon really couldn't take it anymore. He shouted in anger, and the valor of a Lionheart added to his authority. He shouted loudly, "Do not panic. Everyone be quiet." Leon, after all, still held his authority, and before the pressure of the Lionheart, the chaotic crowd also stopped, calmed down, and looked toward Leon, waiting for a solution. Leon stood up, looked at Spinner, and said, "Spinner," Spinner said in a fluster, "Your Majesty." Leon's eyes were filled with determination. "With your extraordinary intelligence, I believe you can solve this chaotic situation. Do what you think is right. I will watch how you resolve this." The crowd holding on to Spinner's pincer all quietly waited for its answer. Finally, Spinner answered mechanically. It jumped from the hand of the one holding it and approached Leon. "I will do it. There will be an answer by tomorrow, Your Majesty." Leon nodded and said, "Good. I will leave this matter to you." And Leon added, "In the name of Leon I will guarantee your debts. You are all dismissed to go about your business." In any case, Leon always had the final say here. Besides, they knew well that panicking would get them nowhere. If they offended King Leon, they might not even be able to keep their lives. But they were also worried. Could this situation really be resolved in just one day? Of course, with Spinner's supercomputer brain it was possible. Now it was burning with fighting spirit, with an aura that suggested it would kill anyone who touched it in an instant. It entered its fortress, activated a state of emergency, and upon skipping the security check, all the refineries glowed red. The external skeleton, state-of-the-art armor, and the ultra-high-performance integrated weapon MK1 were activated. The operating code was activated, a red light flashed from the machine's eyes, and all integration was complete. In the northernmost part of Helongjing in West Asia, not a single human shadow could be seen in the ruined city. At that time, in the Republic of Jilin military district, a giant orc was resting its chin on its hand, yawning. At this moment another orc approached from outside and reported, "Chieftain, where is our enemy now?" The orc chieftain raised his head and looked toward the door. Two other orcs pushed aside the curtain and entered, shouting boastfully, "The ones who occupied this place were too weak. We came to fight, but they all ran away. Humans are too weak-willed. They don't even know what a warrior's honor is." The orc chieftain shrugged and scratched his nose. He was very indifferent from beginning to end. "As long as there is this much food, we will set up camp here. After a great feast, we will gather everyone and attack the next neighboring country." The large orc laughed and said with excitement, "Excellent, chieftain. It's been quite a while since I last had human flesh soup." His mouth watered just hearing the words. The other orcs beat their chests in excitement. The chieftain laughed and said, "This is truly exciting. Let's plunder a lot of resources and eat them all." The barracks was filled with laughter. The chieftain looked up at the sky, lost in thought. "All right, after the meal we will," but before he could finish his sentence a red light shone from the sky, stopping him. He narrowed his eyes and looked closely. In the sky something like a meteor was falling at top speed. The orcs rubbed their eyes and looked up at the sky. "What on earth is that?" By the time they realized it, the object was almost upon them. Was that a meteor? There was a bang, or rather no sound at all. That is, if you were at the center of the explosion. The ground shook and dirt and rocks flew in all directions. All the nearby buildings collapsed. At the Department of Defense building, Secretary Julius had just received bad news. Their rod from God had suddenly been hacked. The rod from God was originally a hypothetical weapon deployed by the United States from a satellite in Earth's orbit. Who had activated it? Only 3 people had the deployment code for the rod from God. The staff in charge turned around and said, "The White House and the Hunter Special Forces Commander-in-Chief say they know nothing about it." But why? Could someone really have seized control? But no matter how I think about it, it's hard to believe. It's impossible because of the encryption key that changes every minute. With over 100 million possible password combinations, it would take our best staff 13 years to calculate it, even using the world's best supercomputer. Julius knew what this meant. Then what kind of bastard was this? What was going on? Julius shouted anxiously, Damn it, stop it somehow. Is there a way to stop it at this operational stage? But this was impossible. After control was seized, a password was strengthened, and with over 10 billion new passwords predicted, they had no way to hack the rod from God again. Another staff member suddenly turned around in a panic and said, "Sir, Russia's strategic weapon, the Brown Bear, has also been activated. The sights of the Brown Bear and the rod from God are moving. That weapon has started its countdown. It's preparing to activate simultaneously with the Brown Bear." The target was at the Republic of Jilin. The other staff members were too worried to even think about wiping away their sweat. Why there of all places? It was truly incomprehensible. At this moment, a staff member holding a phone said, "Sir, I think you need to see this." The secretary took the phone. What now? A simultaneous meeting of the two superpowers, but what was this? On the phone was Julius's own face declaring, "The United States of America will break the peace with the Republic of Jilin, a country occupied by a savage race." On the other side, a Russian spokesperson also announced, "The Russian Federation will not tolerate any provocative actions from the Republic of Jilin. Acts of mass genocide against humanity must be stopped. We will cooperate with the United States of America to stand against hostile forces," Julius said in a fluster. "This is me. This video is fabricated." The person in the video really looked very similar to Julius, with no flaws at all. Was it a deepfake video? A deepfake is a synthetic media in which a person's likeness is replaced with someone else's, manipulated with digital technology. Then all of their control screens suddenly turned off, the text all turned black and gradually disappeared on the screen. Other letters slowly appeared. "I have come to end this war." The text was written in various languages, as if to declare it to many countries around the world. What on earth was this? Following the deepfake, the system was breached, and now this bizarre message appeared. In the Republic of Jilin, after a strange thing that may or may not have been a meteor fell from the sky, the orcs were having a massive headache. The orc king of the Republic of Jilin, Lincheong Kazak, looked bored, exuding a heavy dark aura from his entire body. "Why, what happened? Now we have taken the throne, but all that's left for us is endless war." The lower-ranking orcs looked at Kazak with panicked eyes. "Your Majesty, what should we do? Two superpowers are about to attack us at the same time. Aren't we finished?" Kazak was silent for a moment, then declared, "Take all the remaining money and escape. Go to the mysterious ancient plains, increase the number of our children, and start over from scratch." The orcs were of course very familiar with this. So it was simple, no one objected. Now all they had to do was hunt down the human women and take them all. Wasn't that wonderful? Well, that wonderful dream vanished just like that. Because what fell from the sky this time was not a meteor shower, but a state-of-the-art mechanical man. An unlucky orc had its head driven into the ground and the room shook, causing dirt to fall from the ceiling. The orc stirred and stood up, looking toward what had just appeared. The robot looked at them, glanced around, and said in an emotionless voice, "Target location confirmed. Not human. Orc." Its eyes turned red and its metal body moved. It was glossy and every detail was sharp. Two machine guns rose from behind its back. They were aimed at the king, and besides those two large guns there were countless other guns on its body. Spinner had really lost it this time. As soon as its MLM scheme failed, it immediately resorted to robbery. Spinner raised its hand, pointed it straight at the king's face, and demanded, "Hand over all the money you have so I can rest." There was a large hole in the ceiling, and faint smoke could be seen rising from below. The surroundings had already been turned into a pile of ruins. At this time the robot Spinner stood before the Orc Emperor, raised its gun, aimed it straight at his face, and threatened him. The Orc Emperor said in a fluster, "I don't know who you are, but you're brave." At first he said he was a little surprised because he was disoriented, but now that he had come to his senses, anger surged within him. It seemed an unavoidable fight was about to begin. He gave a signal, and a few orcs who had been pinned under rocks suddenly got up, pulled out their weapons, and ambushed Spinner. Spinner immediately jumped up to dodge. What foolish creatures, how could these orcs possibly defeat it? It immediately activated assassination mode. The multiple guns on Spinner's body fired continuously at those orcs, piercing their heads with dozens of holes. It gave them no chance to assassinate it at all. Before the overwhelming firepower of a Gatling gun, all things were silent. The orcs scrambled to hide behind rocks, forced to look for a difficult opportunity to counterattack. At this moment an orc holding a shield and carrying an axe rushed in to attack. Spinner immediately turned toward it, raised its hand and revealed the opening in the center of its palm. It was obvious that this was where it fired bullets. In the blink of an eye, the unlucky orc officially bid farewell to life. Its body was torn into several pieces by countless bullets. Hot steam still rose from Spinner's palm. It clenched its fist and looked with cold eyes at the orcs approaching it. Taking advantage of Spinner's carelessness, the orc horde seized the opportunity and charged forward to attack. Spinner immediately executed its next plan. It modified its guns with 12-gauge ultra-heavy special rounds. The guns were retracted into its body. When they reappeared, they had already been replaced with the special ammunition. The orcs were not yet aware that they had entered Spinner's sights, but their instincts told them to be careful, so no one rushed in to attack immediately. They just held their weapons and growled at Spinner. A system warning sounded. Firearm usage restriction lifted. All weapons authorized. Fire. The robot's eyes turned red as countless warheads were launched. Their power was enough to pierce through thick walls, and getting hit would surely be a one-way ticket to heaven. Amidst the flames that filled the space, Spinner stood still like an inviolable god of war. The sound of gunfire echoed ceaselessly. The flames reflected off its gleaming metal armor. A single bullet was enough to tear off a large chunk of the orc's flesh, and even more blood gushed out. Metal shell casings continuously fell to the floor, making scraping sounds, but they were drowned out by the gunshots. When the hail of bullets paused for a moment, the red eye in the center of its face glowed and smoke billowed from the barrels. Spinner had stopped firing. All around was nothing but wreckage, and sand and dust mingled with the smoke of gunpowder, making it impossible to distinguish anything. Only a hazy smoke lingered. The floor was littered with orc corpses. As the smoke slowly cleared, Spinner quickly discovered that there was one survivor from the recent battle. Moreover, that malicious gaze was directed at Spinner, as if unafraid of being discovered. Spinner raised its hand and aimed the gun at him. The remaining one was the Orc Emperor. His hand was a gleaming metal axe, and his eyes glinted with killing intent. The ones you just killed were all slated to be promoted to generals. Faced with such an orc, the robot, which carried out all commands with optimal efficiency, would naturally keep its elimination mode active. The Orc Emperor shouted in anger. Do you know what that means? Spinner had no interest in its meaning. It began to fire at the orc, but for some reason the Orc Emperor swung his axe and cut down all the incoming bullets. The Orc Emperor shouted as he swung his axe. He leapt in front of Spinner and without hesitation brought his axe down on the gun on its shoulder. The gun, which ordinary metal could not have damaged, was now cut clean off. But in the moment it blocked that attack, Spinner simultaneously analyzed and identified the material of the axe. It was adamantite, an extremely hard metal. It was no wonder then that it could cut through the gun. The Orc Emperor laughed madly. Ha ha ha, that's right. This axe is made of adamantite. Not even a dragon can survive under this axe. As soon as he finished speaking, the Orc Emperor unleashed a countless series of powerful blows on Spinner. While blocking the attacks, Spinner analyzed its opponent. Estimated rank S, ammunition low. In any case, Spinner's main body had not taken any direct damage from the axe, so it was fine. It fired a bullet from its hand and dodged to the side. The robot, though it looked mechanical, was very agile. In an instant it changed its stance and counterattacked the orc. Sparks flew as it placed its hand on the Orc Emperor's head, but the Orc Emperor reacted and quickly dodged. Only a few scratches appeared on his face. This action from Spinner only made him more enraged and aggressive. He charged in and rammed Spinner hard in the center of its chest. But do you think a pile of scrap metal like you can stop me? I have the blessing of Heakon, the god of war. This orc horde also had a religion, so it was natural that they seemed stronger than most earthlings, especially someone like the Orc Emperor, who was by no means an easy opponent. Spinner lost its balance and fell backward. The Orc Emperor raised his axe and split its body in two. But just as he thought it was dead, the orc once again heard the familiar sound that had slaughtered dozens of his men. Time insufficient, plan failed. The most surprising thing was that he didn't know when it had started. Right after the robot was damaged, Spinner had burst out and shot spiderwebs everywhere to suppress the enemy's movements. The robot he thought he had destroyed slowly opened up. From within, Spinner flew towards the orc. The Orc Emperor was extremely flustered. He had never expected another robot to emerge from that robot, Spinner said. Useful combat data collection complete. The library's big data is now more complete. The Orc Emperor, having encountered someone like Spinner for the first time, was extremely flustered and had no idea what it was talking about. And of course, if you have a blessing, so do I. Who's afraid of whom? A holy power suddenly erupted from Spinner's body. Holy law tactics. Holy power gathered madly into its small body. The Orc Emperor's worldview completely shattered. That's definitely holy power, right? But before he could ask, before he could know the answer, he received a direct ticket to hell. His head shattered into several pieces and scattered in all directions. Spinner glanced at the Orc Emperor's corpse. It happily ran towards the adamantite axe. What falls on the ground goes into my pocket. Spinner was even meticulous enough to eliminate all witnesses. The mission was thus completed. That afternoon, the world news reported that the coup in the Republic of Jilin had been resolved. The newly established government of the Republic of Jilin apologized for the chaos they had caused. In the northern fields, lucky crops were discovered growing green and lush. Han Harry, excited, turned to Spinner and exclaimed, "That's great news, Sir Spinner. The war is over." Spinner's mood had also improved significantly. After all, it was a good thing it had planned, so it couldn't help but be pleased. But as soon as Han Harry turned on her phone, she was so shocked her mouth fell open. Why did the fund's return rate suddenly go up? Seeing Han Harry's expression, Spinner made a proud sound behind them. Leon I was as usual enjoying tea elegantly, just as he would have in his old kingdom. He drank his afternoon tea while reviewing the trainees' training records. Swordsmanship, shield skills, spearmanship, horsemanship. They've improved a little. I should connect them with the gods soon. But first they must prove their own faith. There's no time, and so Leon flipped through the records of the other trainees. He had received permission from the gods to simplify the procedures, so now he had to hurry even more. Leon I stopped at Johnson's record. This one is a knight who abides by the rules of virtue. However, according to the information written in this record, there were a few more things that caught his attention. Curiosity, huh? This child from a rich and powerful family must have applied because he wanted to experience what the holy law is like. Leon I fell into thought. This reminded him of someone. Suddenly, Leon's expression changed, filled with astonishment. He shot to his feet, his face dark and stiff, and stared toward the yard. The hammer. He could feel that the hammer had just moved. The people in the dining hall had not yet realized what had happened when they saw Leon I rushing out the door. What's going on? Why is His Majesty in such a hurry all of a sudden? Outside in the yard, the wind blew, kicking up dust. The hammer that had been lying on the ground was now being held. Leon I walked towards it. As soon as he saw the person holding the hammer, the corners of his mouth lifted. It was truly unexpected. After recruiting for so long, he hadn't thought the person who could lift the hammer would be someone he had a connection with. Near the Naju plains, a horse was chewing on Han Harry's neatly tied braid. Han Harry seemed so used to the scene of her horse chewing her hair that she was unfazed. The most important thing was what Leon I was about to announce. He said, "Starting today, a new trainee will be joining us." The trainees were all a little bewildered. At this time, haven't all the other students at the academy joined various guilds, except for us? Who on earth is this new student? Leon I looked at the person who had just arrived and said, "From now on he will train with us and challenge for the rank of knight." As soon as she saw the new trainee, Han Harry's mouth dropped open in surprise. The others didn't seem to have seen him much, but she had seen many people on horseback. The person was a bit clumsy with his horse at first, but after a few attempts he quickly mastered the art of riding. Under his control the horse slowly moved forward. He stopped in front of everyone and introduced himself politely. "I am Gu Daung from Pantheon Legion Team 1. I look forward to working with you all." Hunter Association Headquarters. At this time the association president was in the information control room. A person said, "Sir, we have confirmed the completion of the operation by the East Sea Command, the U.S. 7th Fleet and the Naval Division." Oh Kong Hyuk said worriedly, "The Dragon Palace, it seems this matter has been confirmed." The place called the Dragon Palace, in other words a sea gate. It was first discovered 25 years ago in Tokyo Bay. At that time, everyone thought dungeon gates could only open on land, and since there were no satellites to track soon-to-be-activated gates yet, no one paid attention to the sea. The Tokyo Bay gate was left unattended until a dungeon break occurred. Not only did it destroy Tokyo Bay, but it also polluted the entire surrounding environment and mutated the marine life around it into a legendary monster named Godzilla. The Tokyo Bay Gate was remembered as one of the most horrific gate disasters in history, and it was then that cooperation between neighboring countries was established to handle issues related to sea gates. Another person said, "Typhoon Char, which was heading for the Pacific, has suddenly changed course and is heading straight for Ulleungdo." Oh Kong Hyuk fell into thought. It changed course to a dangerous area of all times, and it's the biggest typhoon of the year. On the screen, an observation agent in a raincoat was struggling to relay information under difficult circumstances. With wind speeds of 64.5 meters per second, it has surpassed even the super typhoon of 2023. This typhoon is a very real threat to the residents of Ulleungdo. Oh Kong Hyuk looked at his staff. A countermeasure had already formed in his mind. Yes, for now, finding him is the safest option. "Contact the Pantheon Guildmaster," he said immediately. 30 minutes later, the first person to arrive was unexpectedly Yang Wan. He came in, looked at the association staff in the room and asked, "Are there any other signals from the surveillance zone?" Oh Kong Hyuk said with a laugh. "For now that's all, Guildmaster Yang Wan. You really haven't changed a bit." "How dare you ignore my operation mobilization order?" Yang Wan was slightly embarrassed by such a direct remark. He asked, feigning annoyance, "Why are only we being mobilized? There are plenty of outstanding guilds." Oh Kong Hyuk said with a laugh. "But it's hard to find a guild as outstanding as the Phoenix Guild." Yang Wan pouted and said, "You're still being complacent even with the after effects of the Jeju Island incident still lingering." Oh Kong Hyuk laughed and said, "Haha, that was a rare accident, but things have recovered to some extent now. In any case, I didn't call just this one guild." Yang Wan ground his teeth in frustration. He wondered why he kept being summoned here. It seemed that old man hadn't forgiven him since that failed operation. Yang Wan asked again, "But you're not sending just us there, right, sir? You can't put us in that much danger." Oh Kong Hyuk was flustered and quickly explained, "Of course you're not going alone. I don't have a hobby of putting others in danger. Don't worry, there will be someone to support you." Yang Wan snorted in dissatisfaction and returned to where his colleagues were. "Damn it, nothing's been resolved." A colleague said with a laugh, "That old man is still the same, he never changes." Seeing Yang Wan's annoyed expression, he just shrugged and laughed it off. In the end, Yang Wan could only sigh and compromise. What could he do now? The memory of that gate came to his mind. A knight had told him then, "My writing skills are still lacking, but I will fight as His Majesty commands. I hope everyone stays safe in this battle. The gods will always be watching over you." Yang Wan looked at the ground, lowered his head and spat out a bitter curse. He was so tired. Seriously, just then a staff member from outside rushed in. Fixing his tie, he pointed at his phone and said, "Sir, the king has arrived." Oh Kong Hyuk nodded and said, "Understood." Yang Wan looked over with curiosity. And what did he see? Oh Kong Hyuk was meticulously readjusting his own tie and vest and even took out a mouth spray to use it. Yang Wan froze on the spot at the sight, his jaw hanging open. Just then a man entered from outside. Leon I stood with his back straight and his hands clasped behind him, exuding a king's dignity with just his walk behind him. Han Harry and Kim Jin-soo followed as his escorts. Oh Kong Hyuk approached, bowed to Leon I and said, "Thank you for coming." King Leon nodded. "Enough. If you've called me here, you must have a valid reason." Oh Kong Hyuk gave an awkward smile and said, "Of course, then this way please. I will explain the detailed situation." Oh Kong Hyuk gestured and led the way inside a prepared room. Leon I sat in a large chair and listened to Oh Kong Hyuk's explanation of the whole story. He asked, "Is that true? A gate has appeared in the sea and a typhoon is about to hit, making the raid difficult?" Oh Kong-hyuk nodded. "That is precisely correct." He pressed a button on the remote in his hand and turned on a video on the large screen. "This time both the United States and Japan will provide military support for this operation. Other guilds will prepare support troops for emergencies as usual." Oh Kong-hyuk bowed slightly and said, "This is an opportunity to raise the reputation of the wise king. Please help us and leave the mark of a true king." Leon quietly watched Oh Kong-hyuk. Seeing the corner of his mouth lift slightly, it seemed he was in quite a good mood. He said with a smile, "You're a smooth talker, good. But the journey to the gate is a complex matter, so you must support my knights properly." Oh Kong-hyuk immediately asked His Majesty, "Do you have any requests?" Leon said with a smile, "I will not make a request myself. Discuss the details with the Pantheon Guildmaster, Sir Spinner." Oh Kong-hyuk nodded. "Yes, I understand, Your Majesty." His mind was now filled with thoughts of what tribute he should offer next. Of course it would be difficult to satisfy his demands with ordinary items. After the discussion, Leon left the association with Han Harry. In his hand was a file with information about this operation. After reading it all, he turned to Han Harry and said, "I will call out the list of people participating in this operation. Take this down." Han Harry quickly took out her writing tools and prepared to take notes. First, the Pantheon Guildmaster, Knight of the Holy Grail Spinner. The trainees are Han Soo-ho, Kim Jin-hyuk and Ji Yu-daung. The soldiers are Kim Kap-soo, Wang Jumong, Park Cheon-go and Marilu. Han Harry felt a strange feeling looking at the list in her hand. She raised her eyebrows, looked at Leon and said, "Your Majesty, are there no women among the chosen people?" Leon stared blankly back at Han Harry. It seemed he didn't quite understand the question. Han Harry was very displeased. A look of dissatisfaction was clearly written all over her face. She thought to herself, "Ah, no way did he forget. Even if His Majesty discriminates against women, there are weak women and strong women. So shouldn't he avoid discriminating by gender when forming a combat unit? Women can fight too. Isn't that a given?" Leon declared firmly. "Bringing women into the Legion brings misfortune." Hearing those words, Han Harry was dumbfounded. Such a reason even existed. How could she forget how old-fashioned this king was? Countless helicopters appeared in the sky. They were all Korean helicopters mobilized to transport the hunters to the assembly point to attack that gate. On the sea, ships were already on standby. The waves were relatively rough and the sky was filled with dark clouds, heralding what would be a rather difficult journey. A helicopter slowly descended to an open area. They were the first fleet of Korea. Below, sailors were already waiting at attention. Han Harry jumped out first and opened the helicopter door. Leon slowly descended. Today he wore only a black jacket over a white t-shirt, but thanks to his black sunglasses he looked incredibly cool. As Leon descended, his party followed him in a line. Of course, Han Harry and Kim Jin-hyuk followed on either side of him as usual. Leon walked up to the waiting fleet commanders and asked, "Are you the commander of this base?" The other party said with a smile, "Yes, I am Vice Admiral Choi John. I am the commander of the First Fleet. It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. My grandfather actually cured his chronic illness by eating the grain of the goddess Demeter." "Thank you so much." Leon lowered his sunglasses and said with a smile, If you are grateful for being blessed by the goddess, then you are my brother." Admiral Choi John said with a joyful laugh, "Ha, it is an honor, Your Majesty. Please come this way." With those words, he turned and guided everyone. Leon put his sunglasses back on. Admiral Choi John said, "Before I explain the operation, I will introduce the forces that will be joining you, Your Majesty." The party was guided to a building near the beach. This was the hunters' temporary assembly point before the operation began. As everyone entered the central hall, a few people were already gathered inside talking. Yang Wan looked at them and asked, "Are they from the U.S. military?" Admiral Choi confirmed it. "They say they flew directly to the aircraft carrier on a transport plane." That U.S. unit was quite strange. Yang Wan's gaze turned toward them, and suddenly look who he saw. The long, silver-haired man in a brown cloak was none other than Ronald Selman. To come from America's magic tower, that's really unexpected. Why is he here? While they were talking, Ronald Selman, who had sharp ears, suddenly heard his name mentioned and smiled cunningly to himself. "Even though I'm in Korea, it seems my reputation is still good here." With that thought, he put on a phony smile, approached their side and said with a laugh, "Nice to meet you, Korean hunters. I am the master of the magic tower, Ronald Selman. I was invited to help with this gate raid." When he first arrived, he was smiling with his eyes closed, but as he opened them, his voice grew smaller and smaller. Cold sweat began to pour down like rain. His gaze suddenly turned to Leon, who was standing behind the other hunters wearing sunglasses. "What is this? Why is he here?" The demon hiding inside the crystal ball held by Ronald Selman and Ronald Selman himself began to tremble at the same time as if struck by lightning out of a clear sky. Their minds were in utter chaos. Ronald Selman couldn't stop trembling with fear. It was a tremor that came from the depths of his soul. "My God, a great being is standing before me. That man, that king is here." "Ow!" The demon inside the crystal ball was also very afraid, but it suppressed its trembling voice and tried its best to calm Ronald Selman. "Saint, stay calm. If that butcher starts to suspect you, he'll slice your neck right away." Leon also seemed to notice Ronald's strange attitude and gaze. He took off his sunglasses and looked at them with suspicious eyes. The demon said, "We haven't been caught yet. Trust the ring I made for you." Ronald Selman looked at the ring on his hand and marveled, "Oh, you are truly a great demon of transcendent wisdom." Yes, the demon also tried its best to calm itself. "That's right. As long as I have this ring that hides my magic, he won't find out." Suddenly the ring on Ronald's hand glowed red and cracked. Ronald's jaw dropped and he was scared out of his wits, his face contorted. "Oh great being, the ring has cracked," the demon said urgently. "Damn it, calm down, just calm down. It cracked because it touched that bastard's holy power. Get far away from here. Don't stand near that bastard quickly." Leon was bewildered. He couldn't understand why these people were acting this way. Ronald Selman was terrified, but he had to try his best to act natural. If he got any more flustered he might be suspected and killed. The demon just wanted to run away, not considering that it would be caught if it fled now. So it kept urging Ronald Selman to leave quickly. "Hey you crazy bastard, why aren't you running away?" Ronald Selman's lips quivered. "Stop startling me." He forced an awkward smile and greeted Leon. It's an honor to meet you, Your Majesty, even from so far away. Your Majesty's fame has reached my country. I had hoped to see Your Majesty from time to time." "Yes," the demon said weakly. "No, don't talk while trembling like that. You're holding it too tightly." Leon suddenly smiled. A cunning smile appeared on his face hidden behind black sunglasses. The holy power still emanated from him, and his sharp eyes seemed to pierce through everything. "Since you are the master of the magic tower, we will meet many more times in this gate." With those words he left. Ronald glanced fearfully toward Leon and sighed in relief to himself. That was really lucky just now. The demon in the crystal ball saw that and said, "As expected, as long as we have the ring he won't be able to find us." But even though he had gone far away, Ronald's complexion hadn't improved one bit. His face turned pale again. "It should be fine. From now on run as soon as you see him. Got it? Don't go near him," Ronald Selman said fearfully. "Yes, I understand, but there's no other way but to enter the gate with him. It's going to be quite a headache inside." The demon was truly out of luck. It cursed in frustration. "Damn it, why did I have to run into that damn king here of all places?" After the meeting with the forces participating in this journey, those who needed to prepare went to prepare, and those who needed rest naturally took a rest. Han Harry walked inside. "Did His Majesty say a woman can't be on the ship? Well, I guess it can't be helped." Just then she happened to see an acquaintance nearby. Hunter Gu Daong. For some reason he was helping the transport staff carry luggage. Seeing an acquaintance, Han Harry ran over to greet him. Hunter Gu Daong stopped what he was doing, wiped the sweat from his face and greeted Han Harry. After a short break, Gu Daong first bought some drinks and talked with Han Harry. He had just opened his drink and taken a sip when Han Harry scolded him. "Why are you carrying luggage like that?" Gu Daong forced a smile and said, "It's nothing, it's something I should be doing." Han Harry said sternly, "You've become a hunter of the Pantheon Guild. Even His Majesty wouldn't make you do this." Gu Daong didn't expect to be scolded by Han Harry. He scratched his beard, smiled sheepishly, and replied, "I don't think I deserve this kind of treatment just for lifting a hammer once." Han Harry scolded him sternly. "No, that's a really special thing. Even I couldn't lift that hammer one bit. Among thousands of people, only you, Hunter Gu Daong, could do it. So you are the one chosen by the goddess." Gu Daong looked awkwardly at Han Harry and immediately denied it. "Haha, there's no way," Han Harry said with a confident and arrogant smile. "It's true, if it were His Majesty he would have said this. How dare a trivial and foolish brat like you doubt the king's decision? By what right do you presume to judge the goddess's will?" Gu Daong stared fixedly at Leon, who had appeared behind Han Harry like a god and felt sorry for her. He awkwardly tried to clue her in. Department head Han Harry, still not sensing the misfortune about to befall her, continued firmly, "Now listen to me, it's fine. His Majesty would say the same thing I just did. I couldn't even sleep to serve His Majesty. I trained hard without resting for even a minute, and yet he doesn't want to take me." The more Gu Daong listened, the more chills he felt. Look at the veins popping on the face of Leon, who was standing behind Han Harry. "How truly pitiful," Gu Daong repeated awkwardly. Department head Han Harry also seemed to feel a cold presence behind her, and then Han Harry flinched and fell silent for a long time, then hesitantly asked Gu Daong, "Is he standing behind me?" Gu Daong didn't answer, but that silence was the answer. As soon as she finished speaking, Leon reached out and grabbed Han Harry's hair. He gritted his teeth. He was trying his best not to explode right there. "How shameless, how dare you spout such nonsense? When have I ever spoken to people in such a way that you dare put words in my mouth?" The pitiful Han Harry cried and begged. "I'm sorry, please forgive me, Your Majesty." "Really, that's enough, that's enough. An adult shouldn't argue with a child." Leon tried his best to calm himself down inside. As expected of a well-educated noble aristocrat, Leon quickly suppressed his anger. He snorted and let go of Han Harry's hair. "The more I look, the more I don't understand," Leon marveled. "How on earth did you receive his grace?" Han Harry staggered to her feet and looked at Leon with a puzzled expression. "I'm sorry, but what is this grace?" Leon sighed. His face was full of resignation. "Poseidon, the god of the sea and waves, says he will choose you as his priestess." Han Harry was stunned. "What?" She looked at Leon with curiosity. Leon glanced at her and said, forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. In short, I will let you participate in this sea dungeon raid." Han Harry said awkwardly, "Oh, thank you, Your Majesty." It should have been a happy occasion, but for some reason Han Harry couldn't shake a strange and bizarre feeling. Why was Leon suddenly looking at her with those eyes? It was soon time to depart. Han Harry was absurdly tied to the bow of the ship. She shouted in dissatisfaction, "Something is definitely strange. You're making me a priestess? You said priestess, but what is this? I can't take it, Your Majesty. Please save me." From the railing, Young Wan's eyes widened in shock as he watched Han Harry tied to a wooden pillar being carried onto the ship while screaming endlessly. Leon appeared and calmly declared, "Bringing a woman on a ship brings us bad luck, but on the other hand, we have a very effective method." Young Wan swallowed his saliva and looked back at him. "No way." Leon adjusted his sunglasses and smiled cunningly. "A figurehead, to be precise. Han Harry will become the figurehead." Han Harry, with tears welling in her eyes, lifted her head and shouted loudly, "You're wrong, this is so wrong. I said I would do anything to go with you, but not this, Suho. You're my brother, Suho. Save your sister." Suho awkwardly averted his gaze. "I'm sorry, sis, I'm just following His Majesty's orders." The trainees chosen to board the ship scrambled to carry Han Harry onto the ship. Han Harry screamed helplessly, but no one listened. "You little hunter, anyone has to stop this, didn't you hear me?" Han Harry spoke to Johnson, but Johnson likewise tried his best to ignore her cries. Finally they carried Han Harry tied to the wooden pillar all the way to the bow of the ship. Han Harry's eyes widened as she looked down. Then she looked into the distance where thousands of waves were crashing. The sky was filled with dark clouds and she felt an increasingly ominous premonition. Her heart couldn't help but tremble with fear. Han Harry forced a smile. Watching the waves crash one after another, she was now certain that there was no turning back. And she knew very well that Leon would not show any sympathy and release her. After one person sounded a long whistle to announce that the ship was about to depart, they saluted the sailors on board. Han Harry at the bow was very conspicuous. She shouted, "No, I'm not going anymore." The ship let out a long horn and slowly began to move. Seawater from both sides of the ship splashed up quickly, hitting Han Harry's body. Han Harry screamed in fear, "Ah, save me!" Although she was an A-rank elite hunter, in a situation like this where her hands and feet were tied and she was completely helpless, there was no way she could maintain a cool appearance. Suddenly a storm began to rage. The farther they got from the coast, the rougher the sea became, and rain, thunder, and lightning swept across the world. In the extremely unfavorable weather, waves continuously battered the side of the ship, but it had to press on, cutting through the waves. Seeing the lightning that constantly split the sky, Han Harry's face turned white, and it seemed as if her pupils had vanished. The wind grew stronger and stronger, and the rain battered her entire body. Han Harry unconsciously screamed, "There's a storm ahead and we're charging right into it, at a speed of 64.5 meters per second. Somebody help me. Please help me. I don't want to die." Han Harry's screams were buried by the sound of thunder, lightning, and wind. Of course, they also reached the ears of Leon, who was fishing from the railing. He held his fishing rod, furrowed his brow, looked toward Han Harry, and shouted loudly, "You're too loud, it's fine," Han Harry said with dissatisfaction. "Your Majesty, please save me." Leon took off his sunglasses, looked at Han Harry, and said, "You're too loud. Can't you see you're scaring all the fish away? Fishing in this weather, huh?" Han Harry wore an exasperated expression. "Fish, you're in the mood to fish while someone else is tied up like this?" Leon turned his fishing rod again. He bit his lip and muttered, "You've scared all the fish away. How am I supposed to fish when the ship is this slow?" As soon as he finished speaking, something took the bait, and the fishing rod in Leon's hand bent sharply. He widened his eyes and stared intently down below. There it is. With a very skilled motion, Leon lifted the fishing rod. A rather large fish, its entire body covered in pink scales, was reeled in. Leon caught the fish. It was still flopping and fresh. Leon reeled in his line. With the fish in his hand, he asked Commander Choi, "Is what I asked for ready?" Commander Choi adjusted his hat and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, we have prepared plenty." His gaze never left the fish for a moment. To be able to fish in this weather was truly an incredible feat. Commander Choi quickly brought out the item he had prepared. It was like an altar with 2 candlesticks placed on top. Leon placed the fish on it. People gathered around it and waited quietly. After completing all the preparations, Leon knelt on one knee before the altar and began to chant, "O Master of the Sea, accept this gift from those who challenge your domain." As he finished speaking, a dazzling white light erupted from the fish. A pillar of light shot straight up into the sky, piercing through the cloud layer. That was not important. What was important was that what appeared next made the sailors in the observation room stir. They had never seen such a huge wave in their entire lives. Once the pillar of light pierced the sky and vanished, an incredibly large wave appeared in its wake. Was it 5 times the size? No, it was 10 times bigger than the ship. The ship was large, but facing such a horrifying thing, it looked so small and pitiful. But strangely, the wave did not crash down on the ship. Instead, it slowly floated in the air, coiled around itself, and came to a stop. A majestic voice from the sea echoed, "Ah, Leon, my lighthouse, the keeper of my temple, the guardian of the eternal waters." Leon smiled and said, "Poseidon, ah, the god of the sea and the raging waves." That wave slowly transformed into a shark floating in the air. Poseidon said, "What a truly magnificent sea, and it is also the day I get to meet you. I can feel it. I can feel every caress of the sea and everything the gods have spoken of." Everyone who was seeing a god in person for the first time stood with their mouths agape, staring intently at the being floating in the air. Poseidon of course saw the ships, and he did not look very pleased. "Foolish humans who do not understand the grace of the sea." Leon looked up at Poseidon and said, "The times have changed. It is not like it used to be, so there will be many new things that you do not yet understand. I ask that you watch over and care for this place as you have always done." But Poseidon laughed loudly, revealing his jagged shark teeth. "Ha ha ha, no, there is no reason for me to care for those who are not my followers. Grace is given only to those who know how to truly fear and worship the sea." Leon, knowing he could no longer persuade him, quickly conceded, "I understand. But in any case, I wish to ask why you have chosen this woman as your priestess." Han Harry forced a smile. Her face looked like it was about to burst into tears. Why is Poseidon a shark? Poseidon looked at Han Harry and said with a pleased laugh, enlightening others can be very difficult, but when they change, that deed becomes immeasurably lovely. Of course, there will be some advantages for me as well. This woman has a holy soul, and is someone who can be easily enlightened. Leon stared at Poseidon, and Han Harry felt nothing but surprise. Poseidon spoke again. Of course, her awareness and faith in the gods will not be a match for yours. After all, in this world, you are a being that no one can understand or equal. Leon nodded and said, I believe that following you is a fortune for her, but are you certain of this choice? Poseidon laughed and replied, This is a blessing. How dare you doubt my choice? Leon said again. For those who lack faith, I believe it will be difficult for you to enlighten them as well. Han Harry stared blankly at Poseidon before her. To be honest, she couldn't understand half a word of what they were saying. Poseidon laughed and said, Ha ha ha, I trust that you, the king of this world, will handle everything well. Then Poseidon suddenly became serious and said, Han Harry, my new priestess. Han Harry was startled. Why was he suddenly calling her? She stuttered in reply. Me, Poseidon said, I shall grant you my grace to command the blessings of the sea and the raging waves. Open your arms, accept it, and spread my grace everywhere. Han Harry hurriedly nodded and said, Ah yes, yes. Does that mean you'll untie me? Han Harry was full of anticipation and joy, but Poseidon said firmly, Dream on, as long as my priestess offers her faith to me, no wave will violate this ship. After finishing his words, Poseidon vanished. Lightning once again streaked across the sky, the sea was rough and the rain continued to fall. Han Harry felt that everything had happened too quickly. Dissatisfaction and weariness were written all over her face. Is that it? In the end, I'm still tied up here. Behind her, everyone was preparing to run inside to escape the storm. The waves must be over 10 meters high. Suho smiled helplessly and looked at his sister. Then he too hurried inside with the others. It felt like if he didn't take cover quickly he would be swept away by the waves, and so the pitiful Han Harry was left alone on the ship to face the raging waves on the other side. She was truly unlucky. Why did she have to suffer such misfortune? Once again our Harry cried out amidst the waves, her tears mixed with the salty seawater. Ah, save me. Surprisingly, Leon had not yet taken cover with the others and was leaning against a corner of the ship's railing. With his arms crossed he looked at Han Harry and said, Your faith in the gods is still lacking. Han Harry was startled and turned to look at Leon. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? Leon clicked his tongue. But it seems Poseidon has taken an interest in you, so I suppose you will be forgiven no matter what you do. This person always spoke in such a hard-to-understand way. Han Harry said with dissatisfaction, I don't need forgiveness, just untie me. Leon fiddled with the frame of his glasses and looked at the sea. Be quiet, let the sea embrace you, then the vastness of nature will take you into its arms. Leon stood at the bow, spread his arms wide and frankly embraced the vast sea and waves. It was as if he paid no mind to the storm. Right now Han Harry just wanted to live. She had no time to care about anything else. But suddenly an indescribable strange feeling welled up in Han Harry's heart. Leon saw her expression, looked back and asked with a cunning smile, Don't you think there's something strange here? No matter how fierce the storm is, why hasn't a single drop of the waves touched you? Han Harry stared blankly ahead. It was just as Leon had said. The ship hadn't swayed for a while. Han Harry looked around again. Did all the waves disappear as they got close to the ship? It was truly strange. Leon explained, Poseidon is using his priestess as a medium to channel his holy power, suppressing the waves around the ship. Han Harry shouted in astonishment. Really? Leon said with a laugh. Without a believer, he has no choice but to use his priestess as such a medium, Han Harry said excitedly. I see, so that's what it was, but that's no reason to keep me tied up like this. Han Harry added inwardly. The ropes hadn't been tied tightly at first, but after being continuously battered by seawater and the storm, they had gradually loosened. Finally, Han Harry untied the ropes herself. Leon stared at Han Harry, who had just fallen on her butt. Before she could even come to her senses and regain her balance, Han Harry was sent flying into the air and then slid a long way back. Han Harry instinctively cried for help, and despite the ropes being untied, her sharp screams continued to ring out. Han Harry quickly hugged the wooden pillar she had been tied to and hurriedly said, I'm sorry. I won't ask to be untied again, I promise. I'll really stay here, so please put me down. Sob. In the end, with Leon's help, Han Harry was tied up again. A short while later on the U.S. Navy fleet, Ronald Selman held the crystal ball and looked down at the waves below. He wiped the seawater from his face. Just a few minutes ago I thought the ship was going to sink, but it seems to have stabilized again now. The demon inside the crystal ball said with annoyance. That bastard used the power of the sea and waves. The ship is perfectly protected and will never sink in this storm. Ronald Selman let out a sound of, ah, I see. That bastard really has immense holy power. Suddenly, a crackling sound came through. This is the U.S. Navy destroyer. We have bad news. Ronald Selman turned and asked, What is it now? The communications officer continued. It seems the Murasama, belonging to the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force that departed from Sasebo Island, is trapped in the storm and a rescue operation is currently underway, Ronald Selman said. Does that mean our fleet has to split up for the rescue now? Then our forces will be reduced, the demon said. Focus on the gate. This is very important. Understood? Ronald Selman nodded and replied, Yes, I understand. Ronald Selman immediately gave another order to the communications officer. This is Ronald. We will proceed as planned. We will send the raid party into the gate. The small boats will go down first to scout the gate. On the Korean side, the soldiers under Leon were the first to move. A giant red gate towered over the sea. The reconnaissance troops of the U.S. Navy fleet also moved out first. In this kind of weather, one had to be cautious in everything. A moment of carelessness could cost them their lives. Operation Sea Storm officially began. The Phoenix Guild prepared for departure. Kim Jin-soo shouted from a small boat heading toward the gate. What about Han Harry? Even after being moved to a small boat, she was still tied up. She had completely compromised and had no energy left to resist. What rotten luck. She could only pity her own fate and shed tears in an instant. All the boats entered the gate. Someone who went in first shouted, "Watch out, it's a whirlpool." Han Harry, who had been spacing out, snapped to her senses upon hearing those words. What did you say? Oh my God, seeing the whirlpool approaching her, she wondered if she had destroyed the world in her past life to be suffering like this in her current one. The small boats were all swept into the whirlpool in unison, and people were sucked up into the air. The most miserable one was, by far, Han Harry. Not only was she separated from Via, but she was also spinning round and round in the whirlpool, unable to do anything. Was this the punishment for insisting on boarding the ship? "Save me, your majesty, save me," a faint cry for help echoed, but no one came to save her. Time passed slowly. On a certain beach, the storm had stopped and the sky had cleared with warm sunlight. Han Harry was passed out on the sand and the waves gently lapped at her body. Han Harry seemed to be fine after all. She could still mutter now, "Ah, salty." Han Harry's eyes shot open and she quickly spat out the seawater that had rushed into her mouth. She shot up and ran to the sandy beach. It was not a very ladylike sight. In any case, to be able to endure after drinking so much seawater, she was clearly not human. Han Harry stuck out her tongue, which was numb from the saltiness. She recalled her last memory before passing out. That whirlpool had sent them flying into the sky, but where was this damn place? It was only then that Han Harry realized that not only she, but also Suho and the soldiers of Pantheon had been swept here. They were just still unconscious. Han Harry rushed over and woke everyone up. With someone shouting in their ears, they all groggily woke up, but their heads didn't seem to be in very good shape. After all, they had been spinning like tops in that whirlpool. Han Harry ran to Han Suho and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Han Suho furrowed his brow and said, "Sis, my head, I'm fine except for the sand in my mouth and my head." "Right, sis, did we all get blown away by that storm, all of us?" Han Harry snapped to her senses. She stared blankly around again. His Majesty isn't here. Han Harry realized a very bitter truth. Via and the other hunters were all gone too. Suddenly, Poseidon's familiar voice was heard next to Han Harry. "Calm down, young lady. They will be fine." Han Harry was startled. She looked around, searching for a large shark, but the sky was calm and the sea was tranquil. Poseidon spoke again. "Look down." Han Harry's gaze slowly moved to a small creature right next to Han Suho. She thought it was some amazing creature, but it turned out Poseidon had come to her in the form of a turtle. Poseidon laughed foolishly and wagged his turtle tail. "That is right, my daughter. I have sent my avatar here to save you." "An avatar?" Han Suho, curious, knelt and looked at the small turtle wagging its tail. It was really small. Poseidon was overtly annoyed. "Hey, that's too rude. You should show reverence when you see a god." The things she had experienced flashed through Han Harry's mind. I'm not so sure about that. Not all gods deserve reverence. They could kill us in an instant." But setting that thought aside for a moment, Han Harry carefully sat cross-legged, looked at the small turtle and asked, "By the way, you said everyone is safe. Do you know what happened?" Poseidon thought for a moment, then said, "The power of the waves brought them to a safe place." "Getting separated from your party at sea is unavoidable," Han Harry marveled. "That's amazing. What a relief. Even though we're separated, it's best that everyone is alive." In any case, she knew well how dangerous it was to vanish into that whirlpool. Poseidon spoke again. "But it's really difficult to move in this body. My daughter, let me get on your shoulder." Han Harry nodded and placed the small turtle on her shoulder. She wondered what she should do now. Just then a sound came from nearby. Everyone immediately went on high alert. The sound was not something a living creature could make. Everyone quickly stood up. As Han Harry gave a command, a group of crabs crawled out from the nearby forest onto the beach and appeared before them. Their bodies were bright red and incredibly huge. The meat of these crabs would be delicious if grilled, but to do that, they had to kill them first, otherwise they would be eaten in an instant. "Look at those sharp and dangerous pincers." Han Harry drew her sword and flames ignited upon it. Jiu Daong raised his shield and shouted, "For them to swarm us like this all of a sudden. We'll have to give it our all in any case." Han Harry had the highest level here. But her cool moment didn't even last 3 seconds. A jet of water suddenly appeared, wrapped around her sword and extinguished all the flames. Han Harry froze. Poseidon snorted with a HMPH and said petulantly, "How dare a priestess who receives the protection of the waves spew fire?" Han Harry felt like she was going to lose her mind. "What?" She grabbed the turtle and shook it as she argued. "What priestess? I quit." Poseidon laughed and said, "Haha, there's no turning back now." "What? Really?" Han Harry's face darkened as she looked at the foolish turtle in her hand. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Seriously." Watching the soldiers with their shields up in front, she felt helpless, unable to attack those crabs. "What do I do, damn it?" Elsewhere, there were identical crabs, but they were all smashed to pieces. A red energy rose from their bodies as if their souls were being drawn out. All of this was the work of Ronald Selman and the demon he worshipped. Ronald Selman stood between the grass and the crabs and said, "This should be enough for a start." The demon laughed and said, "It was a bit rough at the start, but thankfully we got away from that monster king. Let's leave those riffraff hunters and start building a resort." Ronald Selman nodded and replied, "Yes, O Almighty One." He approached the crabs from which the souls were escaping, a cold, killing intent glinting in his eyes. "Arise," he commanded the crabs lying on the ground sternly. All their souls had been extracted, now his minions had taken their place, and even the look in the crab's eyes had changed. An indescribably bizarre energy emanated from them. Ronald Selman cradled the crystal ball in his hand. He stood up, looked at the crabs, and commanded again. "Guide me to the statue." The crabs immediately obeyed and as a group led Ronald Selman to the statue he was looking for. Ronald Selman stared intently at the statue before him. It was densely carved with patterns, and in the center was a large red jewel that looked like a glaring eye. The demon said, "That's right, we need to find more of the other statues." Ronald Selman reached out toward the statue and a red circle appeared over his hand. Just then another voice was heard, stopping him. "Wait," Ronald Selman looked to the side, puzzled. "Did someone else come?" It was the Phoenix Guild. Young Wan led the group toward Ronald Selman and asked, "Master of the Magic Tower, do you know what that is you're about to touch?" Ronald Selman was very displeased of all times for these guys to show up, but he still pretended to be composed and continued the conversation with them. "What a relief that you are all safe." The demon was puzzled. "How did these guys not run into those monsters?" Ronald Selman spoke again. "You two Korean hunters must have received a mission as well, right? Surely it's not to destroy this statue?" Young Wan said. "Of course, I read the instructions right away. The main mission is to explore this island and destroy the giant Rahan-Sua statue." However, Young Wan fell silent. He recalled the previous Jeju Island Gate. Their goal was originally to defeat Gelbig, but Gelbig was an undefeated god of war. In other words, there was a possibility that the mission held another secret they didn't know about. So, Young Wan immediately replied, "We still don't have enough information about this gate." Ronald Selman was puzzled. "Information," Young Wan replied. "If it's a trap, no one would know, right? I believe we must first share information about Rahan-Sua." Ronald Selman thought for a moment, then spoke telepathically. "I think we should retreat." The demon grumbled in annoyance. "You can't handle those guys alone. Don't get the wrong idea and act rashly." So Ronald Selman immediately put on a moral expression and a phony smile. "You're absolutely right. The Korean hunters are truly farsighted. In that case, how about we go to the beach and talk? The Maverick Guild members are there too." Young Wan's group didn't quite understand, but they decided to follow him. In any case, it would be safer with more people. Meanwhile at the beach the crabs were finally dealt with after a fierce and difficult battle. Han Harry let out a sigh of relief, then looked toward her brother and asked, "Han Suho, is anyone hurt?" Han Suho nodded and replied with a smile, "Yes, we're fine, sis." Han Harry shouted loudly toward Hunter Park to ask about the situation on the other side, but fortunately it seemed no one was injured. Just then, Hunter Ji Daong suddenly approached, hesitating as if he had something to say. Seeing his serious expression, Han Harry grew tense as well. Ji Daong said worriedly, The buff halo His Majesty gave us has disappeared," Han Harry said in surprise. "What? That's a big problem. I've seen His Majesty's halo many times, but this time." Ji Daong sighed and said, "That's the problem. I once asked His Majesty to let me participate in an experiment to see how far the halo's influence reached. The conclusion was that when his hatred for demons was at its peak, the halo could affect a range of up to 30 kilometers. But Ji Daong swallowed. Right now, none of us are receiving his buff." Han Harry was dumbfounded. "That's right, why didn't I notice it sooner? No matter how I look at it, this island can't possibly be 30 kilometers wide." Han Harry was at a loss for a moment, then opened her mouth. "It's highly likely that His Majesty is not on another island. But this is a bit hard to believe." Han Harry quickly looked at Poseidon on her shoulder and asked, Sir Poseidon, could it be?" Poseidon looked toward the sea and said, "Even the thread connecting me to him has disappeared this time. The situation is truly serious. They still hadn't found all the missing people." Han Harry looked out at the empty sea again. "Your Majesty Leonis, where on earth are you?" A sudden ominous premonition struck Han Harry's heart. In the depths of a very deep sea there was a large island. A voice echoed, "Now it is time to end this long, long dream." Upon arriving at the seabed, Leonis heard the voice of someone determined to die. His body was still enveloped in a holy light, allowing him to descend safely. From the depths of that structure, something demonic opened its black, foul-smelling mouth. For 500 years it had eaten all kinds of fish, to the point that not even the most beautiful country suited its palate. "Now I wonder what this night of the Holy Grail will taste like." Elsewhere in this place Zafi lay motionless. Mechanical voice echoed in the space. "BIOS starting. Processing unit error. Collision with unidentified material. Retrying. System error. Attempting restart with limited resources." After attempting to restart for a long time, Zafi finally woke up, but the most bewildering thing was that it had no idea where it was, and a group of creatures similar to itself was staring intently at it. Seeing that Zafi had woken up, the crabs raised their pincers and clattered loudly as if in celebration. It seemed they thought Zafi was one of their own. Zafi tilted its head and looked at them. Its brain was probably processing information. "These things make sounds like me, but they are not me." Yet Zafi could understand what they wanted to say. The crabs waved their two pincers and clattered happily a few more times. They seemed to be explaining something to Zafi. Zafi suddenly went blank as if its processor had temporarily failed, and a rather bizarre guess came to its mind. Zafi stood on a rock and pointed one of its front legs to the side, and the crabs began to crawl in the direction it was pointing. The group crawled, clattering constantly. When Zafi pointed in another direction, the crabs immediately crawled that way too. There were no exceptions. Seeing this, Zafi broke out in a cold sweat. No way, I just got separated from my group, so how did I suddenly become the leader of these crabs? Someone please tell me what just happened. Returning to Han Harry's group, they were gathered together, checking their numbers. A soldier said, Kim Do-han and Ji-woo are missing. Section Chief Kim is gone too. It seems both the trainees and the soldiers have been scattered. The situation was truly unsettling. Han Soo-ho looked around, saw Han Harry and finally said, They'll be fine, sis. Han Harry forced a smile. I guess so. After saying that, Han Harry turned toward the man standing behind her and said with a formal smile, Thank you for your help earlier. That's right, our colleague from the American Guild, thanks to you, we were able to defeat the monsters quickly. The man from the American Guild winked, raised his hand in a salute and said with a confident smile, Haha. Warriors of the Korean Hunter Association, I am M of the Maverick Guild. Han Harry was slightly taken aback by his over-the-top enthusiasm. She nodded and said with a forced smile, Ha, yes, hello. After saying that, Han Harry suddenly paused, racking her small brain. She searched her memory. She felt like she had heard this name somewhere before. I've definitely heard that name. Han Harry shouted in surprise, her face filled with astonishment. Len Taylor, the S-rank hunter ranked 6th in the Maverick Guild. Suddenly being called by his nickname, he felt a slight pang of guilt inwardly. He cleared his throat and asked with a laugh, wouldn't it be better to use my real name instead of my nickname? Only then did Han Harry realize her rudeness. She hurriedly bowed her head in apology, flustered. He has a name. I should use his real name. I'm so sorry. The other hunters had also heard the name M before or seen him on YouTube, so they felt a little more at ease knowing that 6 S-rank hunters were helping them. Returning to the conversation, Han Harry was still amazed to have met M here. In any case, she said, I didn't know you were participating in this mission too. M looked at her in surprise. Then he understood to some extent. It was probably because they hadn't exchanged any information. It was true that their side had been a bit hasty. He had of course heard of Leon, but since he was nowhere to be seen, he asked, But your guildmaster isn't here yet? We're just looking for the people who were swept away by the waves, right? Han Harry gave an utterly innocent smile. Oh, don't worry about that. M gave Han Harry a curious look. Han Harry said with a smile, We are being protected by the god of the sea, and if His Majesty wanted to find us, he surely would have found us long ago. The faith these people had in Leon's abilities was truly remarkable. Han Soo-ho also nodded in agreement. That's right, sis. Besides, His Majesty has a Pegasus, so what's there to worry about? M looked at Han Soo-ho, then back at Han Harry. He thought he had just heard them mention the god of the sea and a Pegasus. Surely he had misheard. But before they could chat any longer, a gate notification appeared before them. It seemed the first attack had begun. A warning alarm sounded. Han Harry furrowed her brow in displeasure. What, do we have to fight off monsters again? She couldn't help but worry. With their current stamina, they would be completely exhausted after fending off these monsters a few more times. M rolled his wrists and sighed. Let's talk later. We have to deal with those guys first. The first monster attack is approaching. Time remaining, 3 hours. From under the sea, a bizarre creature of immense size cut through the waves and approached the shore. Its eyes were narrowed to slits. It looked ugly and grotesque. It was an octopus-shaped monster. Long tentacles shot up from the water's surface, writhing like snakes. But before it could climb onto the shore, a group of mud-like monsters holding crude weapons rushed in first. According to the information they had received, that was an A-rank boss. To face this level from the very first attack, it seemed the situation had become difficult, but it couldn't be helped. At this time, the octopus monster also climbed onto the shore, revealing its glittering red body and hideous fangs under the sunlight. It looked like putting a hand in there would get it instantly crushed. As the monster revealed its body above the water's surface, the seawater formed a massive wave and rushed toward the shore. The hunters on the coast quickly assumed a defensive stance, but judging by the morale and numbers on both sides, it was clear that these monsters had the upper hand. They were incredibly numerous and even seemed savage in their frenzy. Han Harry's group had no choice but to fight while retreating to conserve as much of their strength as possible. Suddenly, a person in white armor charged forward. Han Harry looked on in surprise. It was the soldiers of Pantheon. Under Ji Daong's command, he ordered them to raise their shields for protection. It was a familiar formation from their battles centered around Leon. In the blink of an eye, the octopus's long tentacle swept down. It struck the silver shield hard, making a terrible sound. Ji Daong, though well-trained, couldn't help but be pushed back several steps by the attack. Things used to be much easier with Leon's buffs. One person could cast a dozen or so buffs on the entire legion, but now, without Leon's buffs, they were noticeably weaker. It was an immense struggle just to block this one attack. The octopus swung its tentacle once more. Ji Daong's group was sent flying back. Some sustained considerable injuries, but fortunately their lives were not in danger. Han Harry rushed forward to cover them, looking worriedly at the Pantheon soldiers who had been thrown back. She asked loudly, Hunter Ji Daong, are you okay? What about the others? Ji Daong staggered to his feet on the sand, his silver armor and face covered in it. Oh, we're fine. But for now he had to entrust the task of blocking to everyone else. Tisk, Han Harry gritted her teeth and clicked her tongue. If she could use her fire magic, this would have been easy, and they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. With His Majesty absent of all times, could this be what they call when it rains, it pours? Seeing Han Harry charge in, the mud monsters turned all their attention to her. They changed direction, and a full 3 of them rushed at Han Harry. With fire, these things would have died faster, but it wasn't a huge problem even without it. After all, besides that bit of magic, Han Harry had been trained in swordsmanship by Leon. Dealing with these things was no problem. but her stamina was limited, and more enemies were swarming in. Han Harry cut through the enemy lines, killing and dodging. Unable to take it anymore, she shouted in frustration, "Sir Poseidon, I may be a mortal with mortal eyes, but don't you have the power of the raging waves, or at least the ability to breathe underwater?" Poseidon, on Han Harry's head, let out a nonchalant exclamation. "You've read too many comic books, it seems." Hearing that, Han Harry wanted to slam the turtle on her head onto the ground. The god sitting on her head right now looked like he'd just jumped out of a comic book himself. While the two bickered, another group of monsters was dealt with, sent flying into the sea to sink. To an S-rank hunter like monsters like these were nothing. He could hit them from afar with just a finger, he said with a laugh. "Stay sharp, Korean hunter." Only then did Han Harry realize she had let her guard down and almost died, but the sight behind surprised her even more. The beach was littered with the corpses of those mud monsters. Black blood had flowed and hardened on the sand, and even the A-rank boss that had looked so ferocious was pierced by him in a single blow. Seeing Han Harry's surprise, gave a faint smile and said it was a bit tough since they were all A-rank. It wasn't just Han Harry who saw this scene. The other trainees also clearly realized how vast the power gap was. It would be no exaggeration to call them America's strongest hunter guild. Despite being so strong, he showed no sign of arrogance and instead enthusiastically helped Han Harry's group in any case in a situation like this on this island. If they didn't join forces, they would be easily wiped out. The sun was also setting, so if they didn't clean up this mess quickly, they would run out of time. The scene shifts back to the crab group that cries Krill. They had already gone through 3 attacks, and the surface of the water was littered with the floating corpses of water monsters. Zafi was now riding on the back of another large crab and made a few sounds. The monsters in Zafi's territory had been trapped here for over 36 hours. While protecting itself from the island's monster attacks, Zafi had unknowingly assimilated to the habits of these monsters. But fortunately, its brain still possessed ultra-high-speed calculation abilities. It began to synthesize information and make judgments. The new attack cycle on the beach was 12 hours. The breeding and growth rate of these crustacean monsters was very ordinary. As an aside, any living organism goes through a process of consuming nutrients to grow and form a skeleton. But these crustacean monsters were different. As it was pondering deeply about the crabs and their future, a familiar clear voice of a boy reached its ears. As soon as it heard the voice, Zafi turned, made 2 incomprehensible sounds, and looked at Kim Jin-hyuk asking, "What is it?" Kim Jin-hyuk was currently wearing only a thin shirt and a jacket. It seemed he had recently been found and rescued by Zafi, and he looked much more energetic now. "Captain, the system control panel has been updated. The Rahan Sua statue hasn't been completely destroyed yet," Kim Jin-hyuk said with an excited smile. Zafi nodded in confirmation. They had rescued a person who had been passed out on the beach on the first day Kim Jin-hyuk arrived. Kim Jin-hyuk operated the system panel and muttered, "I don't know. They said the survivors can't see the system window. The situation seems complicated." Zafi said coolly, That's right. It's very difficult to get additional information right now. So it's essential to exchange information through the system." After saying that, it climbed onto Kim Jin-hyuk's shoulder and peered at the information on the system control panel in front of him. Kim Jin-hyuk muttered the information. "The mission objective is to destroy the statue," Zafi said. "We can infer that the hostile monsters are at war with some third party, and it's also possible that they sent the monster horde to destroy the statue. This is really strange." Kim Jin-hyuk walked past the corpses of the bizarre monsters in the direction Zafi was pointing. "But one thing is certain. The statue is the target of these monsters' attacks, right?" Zafi made a sound of agreement. "That makes sense, then." Kim Jin-hyuk looked at the crabs following him, a helpless expression on his face. "But it seems the Kikiru unit has suffered too many losses. Can we even protect ourselves?" According to Zafi's calculations, it's impossible. The difficulty of the attacks increases sharply with each round, and there is a high probability of a devastating failure in the 5th attack. A look of horror spread across Kim Jin-hyuk's face. "Even with you here, Captain Zafi, you're saying we'll fail?" Zafi said. "Impossible. Even if we fight with melee weapons, everything is difficult without the king." "Melee weapons?" As soon as those words were spoken, an image of a crab wielding a sharp-looking knife flashed through Kim Jin-hyuk's mind. Shouldn't someone teach these monsters? But it's best not to think too deeply about things that can't be solved. Kim Jin-hyuk focused again on scouting the surrounding situation with Zafi. After walking for a while, Kim Jin-hyuk suddenly stopped, clapped his hands and said, "Oh right, Captain Zafi, I just discovered something very interesting." With that, he led Zafi to a rather wide area. There a magnificent waterfall poured continuously into a lake. The sound of the flowing water was so loud that it was difficult to converse without speaking in a slightly louder voice. The scenery was beautiful, of course, but they hadn't come here just to admire it. Kim Jin-hyuk followed the waterfall and finally went behind it. There was a cave inside the waterfall. It was pitch black inside, making it impossible to see anything properly. So Zafi, on Kim Jin-hyuk's head, took on the responsibility of lighting the way for him. Kim Jin-hyuk seemed to know this place very well, moving without any obstacles in the faint light. When they reached the end of the cave, a bright place, Kim Jin-hyuk poked his head out and proudly showed Zafi, "Look, Captain, who would have thought a space was hidden behind the waterfall? It was an extremely modern city, perhaps even more advanced than Earth." When Kim Jin-hyuk first discovered this place, he was very surprised and excited. It seemed the Kikiru group had built a more advanced civilization than they had thought. It was truly amazing. While the others were fighting bravely on the coast, let's dip into the sea for a moment and check on King Leon's situation. Darkness enveloped everything, with only the faint light from the bioluminescence of deep-sea fish occasionally visible. Thanks to his holy power, Leon could see the surrounding scenery clearly and move smoothly even in this situation. He took off his sunglasses, walked forward and muttered with a sigh, "This has gotten complicated." His cold eyes, filled with a knight's spirit and hatred for monsters, stared intently at the creature before him. It was no ordinary sea creature. The ruins of a civilization were clearly not something an ordinary person could handle. King Leon moved within this civilization, a barrier of light enveloping his body. However, it was a bit difficult to observe every detail of this place clearly, so Leon had no choice but to be more cautious and vigilant of his surroundings. He recalled the moment he was separated from his party. The ship had capsized. He could feel Poseidon's power being immediately cut off. This place was the domain of something entirely different, so it must have been what weakened his and the god's power. Or in the worst-case scenario, it was possible that it was a creature with a status equal to a god or a demon comparable to one. How truly vile, just the thought of it made Leon sick with anger. He clenched his fists and lightning and holy power wrapped around his hands. Leon scowled and growled, "You demonic bastard, show your true form." "You cursed evil race," the demon's laughter echoed. To Leon's ears it sounded as if it was wondering why the protagonist was cursing more harshly than the villain. The demon, as a matter of course, knew the great name of the one who would offer himself as a sacrifice. Leon, the Hound of the Gods. Leon I, successor to the divine dragon slayer. The one who has slaughtered the most demons in this universe. Looking at the disgusting tentacles, Leon felt a deep-seated revulsion. There was no way to shake off the fishy stench. He could smell it and he could hear the voice. The sound still echoed intermittently. It was a sound like something was caught in its throat. Overall its voice wasn't pleasant, yet it seemed to be trying to speak eloquently. "Knight of knights, king of kings. The guardian of a great empire has now appeared before my eyes, so my army and even I must tremble in fear." Leon cast a cold gaze at the slimy creature. "You know that as well?" The creature, confident in its home ground advantage, spoke to Leon without the slightest hesitation. "How could I not know the name Leon? You are a renowned hero even among us." With every word the creature emitted a foul stench, making Leon furrow his brow. But it was accustomed to its own filth and didn't care at all. It continued, "Countless warriors have come here, but none among them could defeat evil. Will you be any different? Villains in this world die from talking too much, so if you talk a little less you might not die." Leon looked at it coldly and said, "Even the filthy demons consider you a threat, don't they?" This single remark from Leon struck a sore spot with the demon. As if afflicted by a depressing laughing fit, the demon, instead of crying quietly, gritted its teeth and laughed loudly. "Eh-ha-hey." As it stood up, its body was dozens of times larger than Leon's. A faint golden light emanated from its entire body, as if it was receiving power from some magic circle. Flexible tentacles spread out, enveloping every part of the sea. On those tentacles something like shackles binding it appeared, but it showed no fear or panic at all. It even laughed nonchalantly and said, "I should be very grateful to you. Thanks to you defeating malice, an opportunity has come to me." Malice? Leon wore a puzzled expression. The names of the demons he had defeated were nowhere in his mind, in his opinion. Those demons were not worthy of it. The demon growled as it looked at Leon. "That's right, the time has come to settle this 500-year-old debt." The chains wrapped around its body moved slightly, making a small sound as they sank into the ocean. "Prepare to deal with the fourth attack." By this time Hanheri's group was exhausted and had finally gotten a moment to catch their breath. She went to the water's edge and splashed around, or to put it more elegantly, played in the water. No, she was practicing how to handle water, but no matter how hard Hanheri tried, there was no effect. Poseidon on her head sighed helplessly. "If you want to play in the water, it'd be better for the eyes if you stripped down and did it comfortably." Hanheri was already annoyed from being unable to control the water, and being teased like that suddenly made her face turn bright red. "I'm trying to awaken right now and you keep joking around." After hearing her, Poseidon laughed lightly and said, "Oh, so you weren't just playing in the water. HMPH, no matter how much you stir this sea, you won't be able to awaken the power of the waves." Hanheri found it a little hard to believe. She looked at the water flowing from her hands and was lost in thought for a long time. She had definitely been chosen as a priestess. Then Hanheri said, "I learned from the goddess of justice, Ariana. If you accumulate good deeds, your character is elevated, which means if I put in the effort, I can control the waves." After hearing that, Poseidon immediately laughed and retorted, "That's the classic way, but it's terribly boring." Hanheri didn't think so, or perhaps she just didn't understand it well yet. After all, the gods had only appeared recently. For example, goddess Demeter tills the fields and cherishes the earth and its crops. Petos is in harmony with the flame of glory and a strong will, isn't that right? And you, Lord Poseidon, are related to the sea and the waves. Hanheri glanced at the turtle on her head. "I thought I had to do something in the sea to awaken, but it seems I was wrong." Poseidon was at a loss for words at Hanheri's innocence. Yes, even in the sea, splashing around like Harry was of no use. Hanheri felt like she was going to lose her mind. She pressed the turtle's head with her thumb. "Tisk, then tell me, you said we have to save King Leon." Poseidon made a HMPH sound and fell into thought. He had almost been infected by Hanheri's innocence and forgotten his mission. "That guy seems to be trapped in the sea, not on land." "That's it." Han Harry placed Poseidon on her palm and looked at him. Her face was a mixture of seriousness and worry. Then shouldn't we hurry? I need to awaken as soon as possible to find His Majesty Leon. Poseidon nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right. In any case, Leon was the last and only knight connected to them. Han Harry puffed out her cheeks and stared at the turtle. It was as if she would fry him on the spot if he didn't say something proper. Then tell me how to awaken. Poseidon finally broke his silence. To be more precise, he had been silent for a very long time, and finally, as if he had made a decision, he suddenly sighed. It can't be helped. Who asked me to choose this slow-witted girl as a priestess? Han Harry, my extraordinary girl. Performing the ritual of the sea and waves and building faith is easy for you. The sea is an infinite source of life, so you can build faith just by expressing gratitude for it. But Harry, you are my young priestess. How dare you confuse your path with that of a mere follower? Poseidon spoke as if scolding her, but his voice was gentle from beginning to end. Han Harry nodded, her eyes wide as she looked at Poseidon, taking in every word of his teaching. How could you so arrogantly think that a soldier and a knight can stand on equal footing? Quote. I understand. Han Harry forced a smile. I will try harder. She really was thinking that. Before they could exchange a few more words, Han Suho came running in a hurry from a distance, calling out loudly for his sister. Sis. Harry turned, looked at Han Suho and asked, What's wrong? Han Su stopped a few steps away from Harry, bent over to catch his breath and said urgently, I found it. The Rahan Sua statue. Harry looked at Han Suho in surprise. The statue we have to destroy, right? Her hand, which was about to fiddle with the Poseidon turtle, also stopped. Han Suho caught his breath a few more times, and after composing himself he carefully continued. Without a single exception, it's the Maverick Guild. They found the statue. They work really fast. In less than 10 minutes a large group of people had gathered in front of the Rahan Sua statue. It was a statue like a stone pillar with 4 different stones protruding from the top and a large blood-red jewel embedded in it, which was very frightening at first glance. Elsewhere, Ronald Selman was in a similarly troublesome situation. He was still holding the large purple orb, and he was furious, staring at the statue, unable to do anything to the people over there. Those damn Phoenix Guild bastards. Ronald Selman gritted his teeth and whispered to the demon. They're still guarding it. This is going to be more difficult than I thought. Why did these officials keep doing this when no one had even asked them? It seemed they were truly contemplating this mission. Because Yang Wan had been staring intently at the statue from the beginning, lost in deep thought and doing nothing else. The female colleague beside him would occasionally add a word or two, then look back at the statue. A cold glint flashed in Ronald Selman's eyes. He suggested, How about we secretly destroy it tonight? The demon immediately dismissed the idea. Don't worry about groundless suspicions. You'll find the answer soon enough anyway. Before Ronald Selman could open his mouth, the people from the American Guild started to get annoyed. Because they had to wait for a long time, one of them looked at Yang Wan, his voice clearly laced with annoyance. Hey Korean friend, isn't it about time we destroyed this statue? It's not bad to be thorough, but it's been 3 days already. This is the Rahan Sua statue we're supposed to destroy, isn't it? The person who said this was the S-rank hunter. Minuteman, a hunter from the Maverick Guild. Of course, if it hadn't been for something special, Yang Wan wouldn't have waited to be urged like this, and would have destroyed the statue as soon as he found it. He turned and looked silently at the group. In his mind he was pondering all sorts of methods. Seeing this, the woman beside him sighed and whispered in his ear, still glancing warily at the Maverick group. It seems we have no other choice. Yang Wan sighed and compromised. He stood up. Stepping back he said, Here, I'll leave it to you. The Maverick Guild group was also waiting for this very moment. Minuteman rolled his wrists and stepped forward cheerfully. It's just a statue, I'll destroy it in an instant. That was just his thought. In reality more things were about to happen. Who knew? The boxing gloves he was wearing were taken off and he bent down into a punching stance. The air around seemed to change. The wind blew, rustling the leaves, but around Minuteman's position the wind swirled relatively strongly. His back foot suddenly shot forward and his body also shot up with that momentum. A fist carrying a terrifying force directly struck the statue. The Rahan Sua statue was destroyed. Number of remaining statues 2-3. The objective continues. The appearance of the system notification meant that these statues could be destroyed, and it seemed that destroying them was the right answer. Minuteman smiled triumphantly as he looked at the shattered statue, and Yang Wan let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately nothing special happened this time, but the anxiety in his heart did not subside. Even now Yang Wan questioned whether what they had done was right, but he had no other choice. It had to be done. Hayuri saw him standing there blankly and reminded him, Yang Wan, we should get ready. Yang Wan glanced at her and asked, Is it time for the next attack already? We've spent more time on this than I thought. They waited and waited and waited. But when nothing happened, doubts began to sprout in their minds. Isn't it time for the 4th attack? Why is there no news yet? Just then Ronald Selman appeared from somewhere and approached Yang Wan's side. He smiled. It was clearly a phony smile. Hunter Yang Wan, it seems that destroying the statue is the right answer for this mission. There's no new attack. What a relief. In any case, I don't know how long we could have lasted if we had to fight a long-term battle with those guys. Ronald Selman laughed again and said, Then let's re-evaluate the current situation. Everyone gather here quickly. Ronald Selman was a master of a magic tower anyway, and since his status was special and he was very strong, no one objected to him taking command. A few minutes later, everyone who had been scattered gathered around him.